I can finally see the light again. Wait, I'm alive? Li felt his mind in utter chaos, his consciousness slightly dazed. In his memory, he had slowly closed his eyes while lying in the ICU. The reason? On his way to work, he saw a little girl crossing the street, and a car came speeding toward her. Li instinctively shoved the little girl. Just that one push, the girl was thrown to safety, but his instinctive bending and shoving motion left him exposed. The oncoming car couldn't brake in time, slammed directly into his head. He passed out on the spot. He didn't wake up until over 2 weeks later. Due to the brain injury, he suffered cerebral hemorrhage, nerve damage, and complications including blindness. His life hung by a thread. Ultimately, just 3 months later, at only 20-something years old, he closed his eyes in the ICU and his heart stopped beating. Never did he expect that upon opening his eyes again, he would see the light he hadn't seen in so long. But upon closer inspection, everything around him seemed strangely familiar yet alien. Is this a new life granted by heaven? Li rubbed his throbbing head, his eyes scanning the surroundings. Familiar and unfamiliar memories intertwined in his mind, creating total confusion. The scene before him appeared to be a classroom. Surrounding him sat unfamiliar young people, or rather, students. Every classmate was quiet, heads down, diligently writing on their exam papers. This is an exam hall. Rows of desks, students focused on their answers. It was clear this was an examination site. A strange, yet familiar feeling washed over him. The college entrance exam. No way. As Li realized this might be the college entrance exam venue, related memories surfaced in his mind. June 7, 2014, 9 a.m., the Chinese language exam had just begun. Li looked left and right, completely bewildered, his face somewhat pale. The invigilator noticed him too. "Student, are you all right?" If it weren't for Li's pale complexion and unusual condition, the invigilator would have already suspected him of cheating and given him a warning for his earlier looking around. "Nene, I'm fine." Li quickly shook his head, instinctively pulling his gaze back. He stopped surveying the surroundings, lowered his head, and looked at the exam paper on the desk, further confirming he had been reborn into the college entrance exam site. 2014 Hui Province National Unified Examination for Admission to Regular Institutions of Higher Learning. Chinese. What a nightmare. Looking at this exam paper, Li's heart was a mix of joy and sorrow. Utterly devastated. Reborn. This kind of thing actually happened to me? Of course, the joy. Perhaps this was an opportunity given by heaven for doing a good deed. But reborn into the college entrance exam site. What kind of nonsense is this? And on the very first day, the first subject, Chinese, had just started. Who the hell can handle this? After all, Li's former self had graduated from university years ago. His high school knowledge had long been returned to his teachers. Moreover, for most students, the high school years represent the peak of their academic abilities. Even if you sent a college student back to take the exam, they wouldn't necessarily score high. Didn't the news report cases of college students hired to take exams for high schoolers, only to perform disastrously? Now, reborn back to take the college entrance exam? Dream on. It was like having a bucket of ice water dumped on him in the dead of winter. The initial excitement of being reborn instantly turned into helpless rage. In his previous life, his college entrance exam score was mediocre, around 550, barely above the first-year university cutoff line. Now, reborn back, what could he possibly score? Could he manage 300 or even 200? Novel protagonists always reincarnate a year before the exam, giving them a buffer period. Or they're reborn after the exam. Who gets reborn right at the exam site? And on the very first subject, Chinese, just as it starts. Even if I'd been reborn a little later, say, at the start of the last subject, English, it would have been better. And novel protagonists always have cheat code systems, photographic memory, or something. Li realized he seemed to have nothing. He couldn't recall any high school knowledge. In fact, due to the rebirth, his mind was a complete mess. He didn't even recognize the knowledge points on the Chinese exam paper in front of him. Damn it. Was this rebirth a gift from heaven? Or was heaven punishing me? Who goes back to high school and performs worse on the college entrance exam than before? Inhale. Exhale. Although his mind kept complaining, Li forced himself to adjust his mindset, calming down. He picked up his pen and began the exam. Chinese was actually slightly better. Language is something learned from childhood. As long as answers hit the key points, they could earn some marks. If it were math or science, that would truly be game over. When desperate, people can do anything except solve math problems. Holding the pen, Li seriously pondered how to answer the current question. But suddenly he felt a dizziness, and a scene appeared in his mind. A computer screen. On the screen was the answer key to the college entrance exam Chinese paper. He could even see the date on the mental image, June 8th, 2014. Today was the first day of the exam, June 7th. The scene in his mind was from June 8th. Tomorrow. Cheat code. Foreseeing the future. He was instantly filled with joy. Novel protagonists always have cheat codes or systems when they reincarnate. Looks like I have one too. Phew. If I'd been reborn only to score worse than last time, that would truly be a nightmare. He let out a breath of relief. He quickly picked up his pen. Based on the Chinese exam answers he saw in his mind, he began answering seriously. The scene in his mind must be from the future. There's no single standard answer for Chinese. The answers seen online are written by other teachers. They're not the official standard answers. He didn't copy the online answers verbatim. He optimized the answers based on his own understanding, especially for reading comprehension and the essay. After all, he was reborn had lived several more years than ordinary high school students. With years more of experience and insight, he had his own interpretations. The online answer key didn't include the essay. This year's college entrance exam essay topic was, "Only when a person stands up for themselves does the world truly belong to them." What thoughts does this sentence inspire in you? Please write an essay of no less than 800 words from your chosen perspective. Seeing this essay topic, He felt deeply moved. In the future, mobile internet would flourish and short video platforms would rise. People could easily access all kinds of information. They could learn knowledge from various fields. Combined with his experiences of saving a life, dying, and being reborn, Lee still had some substance in him. Writing an essay wasn't difficult. According to exam conventions, to score high, the essay's angle couldn't be personal, it needed to be broad. Use a small topic to reflect a larger picture. Write this essay from a grander perspective. The prompt itself had already highlighted the key points. Person, standing up, the world. Lee was reborn from the future. The future Xiao nation would be prosperous, powerful, and confident. He quickly formed an idea in his mind, picked up his pen, and wrote an essay. The writing flowed smoothly, without a single pause. He finished the entire essay. The exam had only been going for less than an hour. The exam time was from 9 to 11:30. He checked it once, confirmed there was nothing to revise. With nothing else to do, he closed his eyes to rest and recuperate. Being reborn, the clash of two sets of memories had left his mind chaotic. Now, he could simply sort through the memories in his head and also study his cheat code, the ability to foresee the future. Chapter 2. Striving for the top score in the college entrance examination. With eyes closed, I organized the memories in my mind, clearing my thoughts entirely. The chaotic clutter began to ease. Gradually, memories from my high school years were being absorbed. However, mastering these knowledge points solely through my efforts in the college entrance examination to achieve a high score proved to be a daunting task. I would need to rely on my extraordinary ability to foresee the future. It is certain that having returned to life, I possess a unique power, the ability to predict the future. I can visualize scenes from what is yet to come. Nevertheless, this foresight is not without its limitations. Although they are not particularly constraining, I can foresee events up to 24 hours ahead. This was something I had just discovered while taking the exam. I could vividly see the answers to the language test in my mind. At that moment, I wondered if I could search for the perfect essay for the college entrance examination. As this thought materialized, my mind conjured an image of searching the internet for exemplary essays. However, the search results yielded only past years' perfect compositions. After all, the vision I foresaw pertained to tomorrow. The results of the college entrance examination would not be released for several days after the exams concluded. Where could I find a perfect essay? The only available ones were from previous years. In addition, I examined the foresight in my mind. The time displayed in the lower right corner of my computer screen read 10:23 a.m. on June 8th. This was the farthest extent of the images I could perceive. At that moment, it was June 7th, 10:23 a.m. This means that I could only glimpse into the future for 24 hours. Yet, a span of 24 hours offers considerable maneuvering space. I felt a deep sense of satisfaction. At the very least, I need not worry about the mathematics exam in the afternoon. The first morning of the college entrance examination tests the language subject, followed by mathematics in the afternoon. For language and English, as long as I relate my answers to the questions and align with their core, even a modest response can earn some points. Mathematics, however, is a different matter altogether. It truly eludes me. Thankfully, I possess my golden touch, my ability to foresee the future. Otherwise, Returning to life would mean facing a college entrance score of 200 or 300 points, a true travesty. After a brief rest, I felt much more at ease. My mind was no longer in disarray. Soon, it was time to submit the exam papers, and the invigilator began to collect them. Upon the conclusion of the examination, I exited the examination hall at a leisurely pace, unsure of where my parents would be waiting for me. It had been over a decade since those memories were formed. How could I possibly retain such details? I walked slowly, hoping to make it easier for my father and mother to spot me. As it turned out, my approach was indeed wise. Upon emerging from the examination hall, away from the throng of students, I spotted my parents, Li Guozhong and Yi Hongying, eagerly waving. Xiao Yi. Over here. Let us go home for a meal. Dad, Mom, I exclaimed upon seeing them, a wave of nostalgia washing over me, filled with a myriad of emotions. As an only child, my parents worked at a state-owned enterprise, where family planning regulations were strictly enforced. During that time, state-owned enterprises would verify the one-child certificate, and naturally, I had no siblings, my parents' sole offspring. In his previous life, he saved others, lying there. Even in blindness, he could sense the tears streaming down his parents' faces. He could vividly imagine the heart-wrenching sorrow of the two elders. It was the first time Li Yi witnessed his father weep so sorrowfully. Gazing once more at his youthful parents, Li Yi felt a surge of emotion. Being reborn is truly a blessing. Returning home for a meal, Li Yi calmed his swirling thoughts, responding with a smile. He got into the car, heading home for dinner. Li Yi's parents worked in a state-owned enterprise, enjoying decent benefits. Their financial situation was modest yet stable, largely due to his father's foresight in purchasing a home early on. Otherwise, they would struggle to afford one in the future. How do you feel? His father drove, while Li Yi and his mother occupied the back seat. Having been reborn, he possessed an abundance of life experience. Li Yi could distinctly feel that his parents were restraining themselves from inquiring about his performance in the college entrance examination, aiming to alleviate any undue pressure on him. In his previous life, he had been completely oblivious to these subtleties. With a glimmer of joy, Li Yi reassured them, "Rest assured, it went exceedingly well. I've reviewed it multiple times, and I feel I performed exceptionally." He preemptively prepared them for the astonishing results to come. Reborn and witnessing the vitality of his youthful parents filled him with happiness. Armed with the foresight of the future, this time his examination results would undoubtedly be extraordinary, far surpassing his usual test scores. In fact, contending for the title of top scholar in the college entrance examination was not out of the realm of possibility. Li Yi had contemplated his usual test scores, which fluctuated between 540 and 570. Even with exceptional performance, he would only achieve around 600. What if he were to become the top scholar? Such a feat could certainly spark discussions. More directly, it could raise suspicions. He pondered whether to utilize his foresight to vie for this prestigious title. Ultimately, he resolved that it was indeed necessary. He must compete for the title of top scholar. Having been reborn and endowed with the ability to foresee the future, it was destined that this life would be anything but ordinary. The title of top scholar must be secured. Possessing this title would at least validate one undeniable truth. I, Li Yi, am a genius. In a province, there are only two top scholars, one in the humanities and one in the sciences, truly a rare find. No, it's not just rare. It's a selection from hundreds of thousands, if not millions. What else could it be but genius? As for those who question why his usual test scores hover around 500 and his exceptional performance barely reaches 600, yet he achieves over 700 in the entrance examination, couldn't it be a sudden surge of talent? After all, this is the college entrance examination, monitored thoroughly. Could it possibly be cheating? Though Li Yi indeed did cheat, leveraging his ability to foresee the examination questions and answers. Such cheating, who would know? Who could possibly find evidence of it? Li Guozhong, driving, advised, be diligent and meticulous. Don't be careless. Just perform normally, and don't pressure yourself. Yi Hongying chimed in with a smile. You need not provide us with any surprises. Just perform at your usual level. It was evident that Li Yi's parents had never considered that their son might contend for the title of top scholar. What more could Li Yi say? He could only respond affirmatively. Understood. Upon returning home, Mother began to prepare lunch. The mathematics examination was scheduled for 3:00 p.m., providing the candidates ample time to dine and perhaps enjoy a brief respite, rejuvenating their spirits before the test. At 2:30 p.m., Li Yi, having returned from his rebirth for over 5 hours, fully embraced the reality of his new existence. He re-entered the examination hall, ready to partake in the mathematics test. Arriving half an hour early, he took his seat in the classroom he had carefully noted earlier that day. Otherwise, having returned to a time nearly a decade past, he might have struggled to remember his place. At precisely 3:00 p.m., the securely transported examination papers were delivered to the classrooms, distributed to each candidate. The clarity of the answer sheets was verified, ensuring there were no errors. Once confirmed, the signal to commence the examination was given, and the students began to write. Li Yi had long since returned the mathematics knowledge to his teacher. Fortunately, his foresight into the future was not overly constrained. The only limitation being that he could only envision the next 24 hours. During the afternoon, he utilized his predictive ability to search online for college entrance examination mathematics questions and their answers, familiarizing himself with them to avoid any missteps. As the papers were handed out, Li Yi quickly scanned through the questions, finding no discrepancies. He employed his foresight once more to review the answers, then meticulously transcribed them. Chapter 3. After the examination, the first bucket of gold begins with lottery tickets. On June 8th, Sunday, from 9 to 11:30 a.m., the science comprehensive exam took place. Li Yi had utilized his foresight the previous night to preview the exam paper and answers, dedicating 2 hours to serious review. Coupled with the night's memory integration, he regained a significant amount of high school knowledge. However, when it came to copying answers, he still needed to do so, as his recollection of high school material was insufficient. His own capabilities would not suffice for achieving high scores. From 3 to 5:00 p.m., the English examination awaited. This subject, for Li Yi, proved to be even more manageable than in his previous life. After all, he had successfully passed the CET 4 and CET 6. In his previous life, he had also studied computer programming, which significantly improved his English compared to his high school days. Nonetheless, for the final English paper, he would again rely on his foresight to copy the answers. With all 4 subjects now completed in the examination hall, Li Yi was destined to embark on a distinctly different life. Having finished the exams, he felt an undeniable confidence. Exiting the hall, he glanced at his parents. Exuding calm assurance, he merely clenched his fist slightly, signaling that everything was within his control. Other candidates, in contrast, exited the hall with varying reactions. Some leaped for joy, while others wept openly, seemingly overwhelmed by the pressures of the examination or their own performances. Li Yi was buoyed by the feeling that the questions had not been particularly difficult, many of which he recognized, and he was certain he had performed exceptionally. Confident that his scores would reflect this, he continually reassured his parents, reinforcing their belief that this time, he would excel in his examinations. To avoid the anxiety surrounding the release of the college entrance examination results, which yielded an impressive score of over 700, both father and mother felt a sense of disbelief. However, despite Li Yi's repeated emphasis on this achievement, the anticipation only intensified as the day of the results drew near. "All right, as long as you are confident. Let us head home for dinner," said Yi Hongying. The 3 of them got into the car, and Li Guozhong, the father, inquired of his son what he planned to do during the 2 months following the exam. After a moment of contemplation, Li Hao could only respond, "I suppose I'll see what comes up." As for the summer vacation, Li Yi had some thoughts but preferred to keep them to himself. "Wait a moment, Dad. After the exam, I want to buy a lottery ticket." Sitting in the car and glancing at the nearby lottery station, Li Yi felt a spark of inspiration. How to acquire the first pot of gold in this new life? With the ability to foresee the future, what could be simpler than purchasing a lottery ticket? "Let's pull over." Li Guozhong parked the car by the roadside, already on their way home after leaving the exam hall. The road was relatively clear, allowing for a temporary stop. After all, it was a memorable occasion to celebrate the completion of the college entrance examination, and trying one's luck with a lottery ticket seemed fitting. Once parked, Yi Hongying inquired, "Little Li, do you have any money on you?" "Yes." As a third-year student preparing for the exam, he certainly couldn't carry his phone. Mobile payment, though established for 3 years, was not yet as widespread as in later times. Nevertheless, Li Yi still had some change in his pocket. "But it's not enough for 100 yuan. Shopkeeper, please get me 5 sets of double color ball tickets." Li Yi hurried to the lottery station, produced 10 yuan, and selected a combination of numbers. The shopkeeper, without uttering a word, printed the ticket and handed it to Li Yi, his eyes glued to the small television screen. This was advantageous, as after the draw, the old man Wu Ti even recognized the winner. Li Yi meticulously examined the printed numbers, knowing they were the first prize numbers he had foreseen. No problem. Thank you. He politely expressed his gratitude and returned to the car, where they resumed their journey home. That evening, after dinner, as Li Yi was about to retreat to his room, his mother called out to him, "Hold on, go wash the dishes." Li Yi locked eyes with his mother, and the atmosphere grew somewhat tense. He couldn't help but smile ruefully, recalling that this was precisely how things had unfolded in his previous life. After the exam, he would return home and, following dinner, be summoned to wash the dishes. It was worth noting that before the exam, his status at home had been akin to that of a national treasure. Yet now, having just completed the exam, he found himself stripped of such privileges. Nonetheless, Li Yi obediently washed the dishes. "I'm heading out." After cleaning up, he bid farewell to his parents and stepped outside. Li Guozhong and Yi Hongying were aware that their son had arranged to hang out with classmates. For students who had just completed their exams, it felt like being a wild horse unleashed, yearning for freedom and indulgence. In reality, it was merely a plan to socialize, play games, or sing together. Li Yi found it somewhat uninteresting, yet he felt compelled to go along with the arrangement. Earlier at home, his classmates began to urge him. "Where are you?" "I'll be there shortly." Li Yi glanced at his phone, a Samsung slider model he had owned for 2 years. Far from the ubiquitous touchscreen smartphones of the future, it featured a sliding keyboard and lacked WeChat. At that moment, for students, the primary means of communication was through Qiuqiu. Logging into Qiuqiu was inconvenient. Arriving at Beitong Plaza, Li Yi joined a few classmates who were already present. Most of his peers had gathered. But Li Yi found little interest in such social gatherings. He chose a corner to sit, feeling like an outsider as he observed the exuberant youth around him, exuberantly celebrating their youthful days. In truth, many classmates' memories were hazy. Most would have no further contact, each going their separate ways, with only a handful occasionally staying in touch, merely aware of one another's general circumstances. "Fan Wenxi, is that you?" Li Yi settled into his corner, only to discover someone was already there. Fan Wenxi. He recalled her as a girl with a mushroom haircut who wore glasses, often overlooked in class and perpetually quiet. However, Li Yi remembered her remarkable performance in the college entrance examination, ranking highly in the province. She attended the prestigious Linhai Jiaodong University. After graduation, she secured a position at Shiwei Company with an annual salary in the millions. As a fellow computer science major who also pursued programming after graduation, Li Yi had taken an interest in her. He had never anticipated that the seemingly inconspicuous Fan Wenxi, who had silently dedicated herself to her studies in high school, would excel so tremendously in computer technology. Moreover, the photos she had shared back then revealed her striking beauty and commendable figure. Li Yi examined Fan Wenxi before him. Still clad in her oversized school uniform post-exams, her mushroom haircut and bangs obscured her face, and she wore outdated black-framed glasses. On a whimsical impulse, he removed her large glasses from her nose. Her face, slightly round yet with pronounced features, was undeniably that of an attractive girl. Yet, her attire seemed overly conservative. That was the only way Li Yi could describe it. Fan Wenxi seldom participated in collective activities, so it was surprising to see her at this gathering. In his previous life, during class reunions, he had mingled with others and hardly noticed her in the corner. Perhaps it was the significance of the college entrance exam that made this gathering the last chance for classmates to unite before they dispersed. Fan Wenxi's presence at this reunion was unexpected, as she remained tucked away in the shadows. Li Yi, having reincarnated, felt little interest in socializing or singing, which led him to the corner, where he would have otherwise never seen Fan Wenxi. "Li Yi, what are you doing?" Fan Wenxi exclaimed, startled as her glasses were suddenly removed, leaving her flustered. What boy would scrutinize a girl so intently, and even take off her glasses? "Li Yi, what are you doing? Are you bullying our CC?" At that moment, a melodious voice resonated in the air. Li Yi followed the sound, and his gaze fell upon a pair of long, graceful legs, straight and slender, tightly encased in denim. Raising his eyes, he noticed a loose-fitting white blouse adorning the upper body and a high ponytail crowning her head, embodying the quintessential student attire. She radiated the vibrant essence of youth, Gumanman, the class representative for academic affairs. Towering at nearly 1.7 meters, her legs alone likely exceeded a meter. With his own height at 1.77 meters, Li Yi felt a slight pressure standing beside her. Chapter 4. My casual approach yields astonishing results in the college entrance examination. I never intended to bully Fan. I simply didn't expect her to show up. It's a rare occurrence. Li Yi realized his behavior was somewhat inappropriate. He handed his glasses to Fan Wenxi and scrutinized the stunningly beautiful Gu Man, whose charm seemed almost ethereal. Many in the class admired her, including Li Yi, though it was merely youthful infatuation. He recalled Gu Man achieving impressive results in the college entrance exam, leading her to Yindu Normal University, where she seemingly remained to teach, resulting in little contact thereafter. Gu Man placed a fruit platter and snacks before Fan Wenxi, urging her to indulge. Then, directing her attention to Li Yi, she assessed him from head to toe. You've changed quite a bit. Your tone and confidence suggest that the conclusion of the exams has liberated you. Li Yi understood she referred to his earlier unabashed scrutiny of her. In the past, he would not have acted so boldly, as he was rather shy. But now, things had shifted. Reborn, he still bore the exterior of an 18-year-old youth, yet internally, he possessed the maturity of someone in their 20s. Isn't dressing beautifully meant to attract attention? Li Yi leaned back against the soft sofa and retorted, unabashedly surveying Gu Man once more. Her overall appearance deserved a commendable score of 90, with an additional 5 points for her long legs, reaching a total of 95. Unfortunately, he mused, if only her demeanor were as striking. After all, she was merely a 17 or 18-year-old girl, and such expectations might be rather lofty. Perhaps she would undergo further development in the future? Gu Man felt the intensity of Li Yi's gaze and was particularly annoyed that he seemed to be scrutinizing her feet. Casting her eyes downward, she noticed her toes were indeed somewhat flat. In that moment, she grasped the true implication of Li Yi's attention. Small. She immediately glared at him, exclaiming, are you being a bit excessive? Cough, cough. My apologies. I didn't mean to imply that you're small. I said nothing. Li Yi inadvertently voiced his inner thoughts. Gu Man was even more irked, fixing him with a fierce glare as if she wished to tear his mouth apart. Meanwhile, Fan Wenxi cautiously munched on fruit and snacks, stealing glances at the two, too timid to look for long, resembling a vigilant little hamster, rather endearing. Now that the college entrance exam is over, how did you fare? Gu Man aimed to deliver a light-hearted jab at Li Yi. As a diligent academic representative, her own results were commendable. Beside him, Fan Wenxi's academic performance surpassed even his. Although Li Yi's grades could not be deemed poor, they certainly did not reach the heights of hers or Fan Wenxi's. Nevertheless, he seemed capable of extraordinary performance. While savoring the fruits and snacks brought by Gu Man, he nodded in response, showing no signs of being disheartened by her remarks. Is that so? Did you manage to solve the second-to-last math problem? In this year's college entrance examination, the truly challenging aspect lay within that problem, which was designed with a subtle trick that could easily mislead one. Once misled, full marks would be unattainable, and only partial credit could be secured for earlier steps. I did. Li Yi confidently stated his answer. Although his grasp of high school knowledge was less than ideal, he had returned much of it to his teachers. He had managed to organize his memories. Coupled with his foresight of the answers, he was still able to articulate his thoughts clearly. Impressive. Upon hearing Li Yi's answer, Gu Man was taken aback. The conversation then shifted to the college entrance examination, drawing Fan Wenxi into their discourse, as the three of them huddled in a corner to compare answers. Something seems off about you. After verifying their answers, both Gu Man and Fan Wenxi regarded Li Yi with a slightly bewildered expression. Standing at a height of 1.77 meters, while he might not be as handsome as Panin, his features were well-defined and distinctly attractive. Under the scrutiny of two beautiful girls, which he had never experienced before, he touched his cheek and inquired, "What's wrong? Am I handsome? What seems amiss?" Fan Wenxi's cheeks flushed, and she averted her gaze, quietly munching on her food. Gu Man rolled her eyes in exasperation, stating, "You are quite narcissistic, aren't you? You must have looked up the answers online after the exam, right? Your usual test scores could not possibly be this good." Gu Man, serving as the class academic representative, was well aware of each student's performance. Fan Wenxi, too, knew of Li Yi's scores, which hovered just above 500 but fell short of 600. Yet, in this instance, it appeared as if Li Yi had outperformed both of them. I intentionally underperformed in my regular tests to conceal my true capabilities, waiting for a spectacular showing in the college entrance examination. Don't you understand? Li Yi stated earnestly. Naive, Gu Man remained unconvinced. Despite Li Yi's serious tone, she still perceived it as a jest. Conversely, Fan Wenxi exhibited surprise, asking, "Is that true?" Li Yi was rendered speechless. This little hamster was somewhat endearing and a touch naive. Although his serious demeanor was deliberate, he acknowledged the playful undertone. Nonetheless, he was confident that his score in the college entrance examination would be remarkable, aspiring to vie for the top rank. Thus, he asserted, "I'm saving my strength for the exam. It will be spectacular." This rationale and excuse would undoubtedly serve him later. Gu Man found herself at a loss for words at Fan Wenxi's gullibility. "You believe this guy has deception?" Li Yi retorted, "I'm being sincere. I'm not lying to you. The results will reveal the truth." "Then let us await the results," Gu Man replied, still skeptical. Fan Wenxi nodded in agreement, suggesting they would discuss it further once the results were released. "If your score is indeed that high, which university do you plan to apply to?" "Certainly. One must attend Yin University, right?" Gu Man articulated this with evident skepticism regarding Li Yi's ability to achieve a high score. Subsequently, she inquired earnestly of her companion Fan Wenxi, "What university are you considering for your application?" After a moment of contemplation, Fan Wenxi replied, "I haven't decided yet. My score should be around 650. I'm planning to apply to Yindu Normal University." "Wenxi, why not accompany me to Yindu? You stand a good chance at both Yin University and Shuimu." Gu Man, whose test scores generally hover around 650, had long since settled on her desired institution. Fan Wenxi remarked, "Let us wait and see what the scores reveal." At that moment, Li Yi pulled out his phone, engrossed in its contents, entirely oblivious to Gu Man's inquiry about his prospective university. Naturally, he did not respond. "What are you doing?" Gu Man asked, noticing Li Yi's fixation on his phone. She leaned in closer, disregarding any notion of privacy, as they were classmates. What privacy was there to consider? "Are you buying lottery tickets?" she inquired, glancing at Li Yi's screen, which appeared to display the results of the double chromosphere lottery. After the college entrance examination, he had casually purchased a few lottery tickets. The hour had advanced to nearly 9:10 p.m. Li Yi was now awaiting the lottery results. The double chromosphere draws occur on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Sundays. Today, following the exams, was fortuitously a Sunday. Tickets purchased before 8 o'clock p.m. were intended for today's draw. If it exceeded that time, they would be valid for the next round, with results revealed on Tuesday at 21:15. After dining, Li Yi had emerged around 7 p.m., arriving shortly before 8. Engaging in casual conversation with Gu Man and Fan Wenxi, an hour had already elapsed. The time for the draw was approaching. Chapter 5, A Transformed Future. Winning the second prize. Around 9:20 p.m., their small gathering was nearing its conclusion. Li Yi scrutinized the lottery results on his phone, then glanced at his ticket, lost in deep thought. The winning numbers for this round of the double chromosphere had been announced: 06, 07, 11, 23, 26, 27, with the special number being 10. Li Yi's ticket displayed 06, 07, 11, 23, 26, 27, 15. Upon witnessing the drawn numbers, Li Yi was engulfed in confusion. "Subway, elderly phone," he thought. Upon further meticulous comparison, his bewilderment deepened. How had the last special number changed? To his dismay, Li Yi had even worried that the elderly gentleman at the lottery shop might have misprinted the numbers. He had double-checked them at the time of purchase. The numbers were indeed accurate. He had foreseen the first prize numbers through his ability to predict the future. Yet now, as he gazed at the lottery results on his phone, he found himself in profound contemplation. Had he made no mistakes or errors? That was self-evident. In his previous life, Li Yi had never purchased a lottery ticket. However, he had heard rumors, often encountered in short videos, questioning the validity of such endeavors. It seemed now that he had learned a valuable lesson. This experience of purchasing a lottery ticket had sounded an alarm for Li Yi. The ability to foresee the future is not infallible. The future he envisioned is not immutable. During the college entrance examination period, he, endowed with the extraordinary ability to foresee the future, glimpsed the examination papers and answers of the following day. The exam questions had been meticulously finalized by the examination committee long before, ensuring that they would remain unchanged. Consequently, the answers that Li Yi perceived through his prophetic prowess were equally immutable. After the examination concluded, some high school teachers would personally attempt the papers to gauge their difficulty. The answers Li Yi encountered online were derived in this manner. The examination papers were undeniably static. Their integrity was not compromised by Li Yi's foresight, which did not engender a transformative chain reaction that might alter the questions and answers. In stark contrast, The lottery was a different matter. Li, utilizing his ability to foresee the future, anticipated the evening's lottery results and subsequently purchased tickets. Unlike the examination results, which were fixed, lottery outcomes could indeed fluctuate. Should the drawing truly be random, there would be no alterations. However, the future was subject to change. When Li foresaw winning tickets, the original draw had 3 first prizes scheduled, but his involvement led him to purchase 5 tickets, thus instigating a quantitative change and a butterfly effect that modified the results. For instance, if Li foresaw an accident occurring at the community entrance due to someone running a red light, he could intervene today by warning the individual or keeping them indoors, thereby preventing the collision. His intervention would generate a significant change and avert the accident altogether. Essentially, his ability to foresee the future was akin to having another version of Li, collecting information about the forthcoming 24 hours based on the present Li's intentions. The insights gleaned by this future Li would transpire unless the present Li refrained from intervening, thus avoiding any unforeseen consequences that could alter the outcome. Once the present Li obtained information about the future and engaged with it, he introduced new variables, ensuring that the future would inevitably shift. "What's the matter? Did you win?" "It's all right if you didn't, Gu Man observed as Li stared at his phone, glancing back and forth at the lottery ticket in his hand, his expression a mix of disbelief and displeasure. She offered a comforting remark, suggesting that not winning the lottery was quite normal. "I appreciate your kindness," Li replied, grateful for Gu Man's consolation. However, her intuition sensed something amiss with his gratitude. It felt peculiar. Today, Li's demeanor was decidedly unusual, marked by a shift in his tone and the oddity of his words, deviating significantly from his usual self. Nevertheless, he rationalized, "I still won something substantial. Though I didn't hit the jackpot, perhaps I was overly ambitious or careless, opting to buy 5 tickets. Had I won, it would have amounted to over 25 million. But even without the first prize, missing just one special number could still yield a second prize. Securing 5 second prizes would still be quite a sum, wouldn't it?" "Really? Let me see." Gu Man, skeptical, leaned closer to Li, carefully examining the winning numbers displayed on his phone alongside the lottery ticket. A small head nestled into Li's embrace, allowing him to catch a faint whiff of her fragrant hair. They had truly won. Yet, with only one number incorrect, how much could that possibly yield? Gu Man meticulously compared the drawn numbers with the ticket in Li's possession, confirming that indeed, merely one number was amiss. Although she had never purchased a lottery ticket before and was unfamiliar with the intricacies, surely one incorrect number must still signify a remarkable achievement, perhaps even a grand prize? "Let me check," she said. Li himself was uncertain of the value of the second prize. Each drawing's grand and second prizes varied, subject to fluctuations based on the prize pool's total. Upon investigating the current lottery results, he discovered total sales for this round amounted to 33.3 billion. The rolling prize pool stood at 16.2 billion. There were 4 first prizes, each yielding 5 million, and 122 second prizes, each worth 23.58 million, with 666 third prizes at 3,000 each. The first prize had indeed transformed, now with 4 winners. If the future Li had foreseen remained unchanged, the original drawing would have produced only 3 first prizes. Having purchased 5 tickets himself, that culminated in a total of 8 first prizes. No wonder the future was destined to alter. 8 first prizes seemed perhaps a bit excessive. Upon glimpsing the second prize's staggering amount of 23.58 million, Gu Man was rendered speechless, her mouth agape in astonishment, her expression one of utter disbelief. She soon exclaimed excitedly, "Over 230,000. Li, you've struck it rich. Shoo, keep your voice down." In response to her exuberance, Li gently placed a finger against her lips, urging her to temper her excitement, lest they attract the attention of their classmates. 230,000 is no trifling sum for anyone, let alone for a high school student. It was clear to her that this was indeed a substantial fortune. In reality, the amount exceeded 23.58 million. Considering he held 5 tickets, the total would multiply by 5, resulting in a staggering 117.9 million. Although he missed out on the first prize, receiving the second prize still amounted to over 1 million. After deducting a 20 tax, he would still be left with over 940,000. This first windfall would undoubtedly suffice. "Let go of me," Gu Man protested, feeling the pressure of Li Yi's finger against her lips while being gently pinned to the sofa. The intimacy of the gesture was somewhat overwhelming. She could even perceive his scent, causing her face to flush crimson as she instinctively pushed him away. Ahem. Li Yi quickly withdrew, realizing that his intention was merely to keep her from being overly animated, inadvertently drawing attention. Meanwhile, Fan Wenxi blinked in a daze, observing the two, before finally remarking, "How impressive." It was unclear whether she referred to the nature of their interaction or the astonishing news of Li Yi's winnings. "What are you thinking?" Gu Man, her cheeks still flushed, playfully reached for Fan Wenxi. The two girls soon erupted into a spirited tussle. Li Yi, caught in a moment of distraction, couldn't help but appreciate Fan Wenxi's figure, even while she was clad in her oversized school uniform. No one truly noticed the impressive figure beneath that school uniform. Previously, there was hardly any attention given to such matters. After all, we were all students, preoccupied with the looming Gaokao, who would concern themselves with the physique concealed beneath another's attire. It is quite bizarre. However, when Gu Man and Fan Wenxi were playfully tussling, Li Yi could catch glimpses of those astonishing curves and undulating waves. She is indeed a treasure of a girl, with her commendable appearance, enviable figure, and decent academic performance. How could she not be considered a gem? Chapter 6. Claiming prizes, purchasing phones. Opening stock accounts. I had intended to inquire if you would like to seek a summer job together, but it seems you no longer require one. Gu Man remarked with a hint of regret. Li Yi had won second prize in the lottery, over 200,000 yuan. There was no need for him to work during the summer. She and Fan Wenxi had originally planned to find summer jobs, primarily to occupy their time and earn some pocket money. Li Yi stated, "I also have my own plans for the summer. What jobs do you intend to pursue?" During the summer, Li Yi aimed to leverage his lottery winnings and his foresight to amass wealth and embark on endeavors of his choosing. As for summer work, he considered that he was indeed engaged in earning money, albeit through a different approach. Nowadays, summer jobs primarily consisted of positions at KFC, McDonald's, or other local businesses seeking short-term help. Gu Man mentioned, "Cici and I are working at the gym, serving at the front desk." Fan Wenxi added, "It was Man who helped me get the job." Li Yi nodded, recalling that Gu Man's family was quite well off. This summer job was likely connected to her family's resources. Reflecting on their earlier conversation, Li Yi remembered certain details about Fan Wenxi. She came from a single-parent household and had never seen her father since he became a martyr. Their family circumstances were modest. Every semester during high school, she would seek summer employment. Gu Man had learned about this while working out at the gym and meeting Fan Wenxi, and from there, their friendship blossomed. It became evident to Li Yi that Gu Man's family was indeed quite affluent. Moreover, Gu Man had begun her fitness journey in high school. No wonder her physique was so remarkable. It was not merely a stroke of luck, but rather the result of diligent effort. After a leisurely chat, the time approached 10 o'clock. Many classmates began to disperse. Although the Gaokao was over, they were still students, and staying out all night was not advisable. Only a few had arranged to visit an internet CAF, likely planning to pull an all-nighter. Li Yi had no interest in that. After bidding farewell to Gu Man and Fan Wenxi, he hailed a taxi to return home. The absence of ride-hailing apps was indeed inconvenient. At that time, Didi had just launched. There were no such applications available. Only traditional taxis existed. Upon arriving home, Li Yi found his parents already resting. He quickly freshened up and went to bed, eagerly anticipating the prize-giving ceremony the following day. The next day, Monday, a designated workday when all government offices were operational. Li Yi first visited the bank to open an account, then took a taxi to the lottery center to claim his prize. During breakfast, his parents didn't even inquire about his lottery winnings. Li Yi refrained from mentioning it, as they seemed to have automatically assumed he had not won. If he had indeed won, even a modest sum of 5 yuan would have prompted a conversation. Given Li Yi's character, he would inevitably voice his thoughts. The reason he has not proactively mentioned whether he won is due to the fact that he feels the need to manage this substantial sum himself. Although he has reached the age of 18, the prize money exceeds 1 million, and even after taxes, he is left with over 900,000. For any family, 900,000 is a significant amount. Would they truly entrust such a sum to an 18-year-old? Even if Li Yi believes his parents are enlightened and reasonable, he understands that they would not hand over 900,000 for him to manage. Thus, he chooses to remain silent on the matter. With the lottery ticket and identification in hand, he proceeds to claim his prize. Wearing a mask and a hat, Li arrives at the lottery center. The process of claiming the prize is straightforward. Present the winning ticket, register his identity, and then collect the reward. During the prize collection, he is asked by the staff if he wishes to make a donation. The amount is staggering, 117.9 million. After taxes, it amounts to 94.32 million. Although he is aware that donations may not always reach those in need, Li decides to contribute a portion. Ultimately, he receives 940,000, which is promptly transferred to the bank account he has just opened. After leaving the lottery center, he makes a trip to a securities company to establish a stock trading account. This initial capital, acquired through the lottery, is significant. Although the experience did not unfold as he had anticipated, initially believing he would win over 25 million from 5 first prizes, only to receive 940,000. The disparity is considerable. However, this still represents his first substantial capital. The question remains, how to leverage this initial fund for exponential asset growth. With the ability to foresee the future, the stock market is undoubtedly the most promising avenue. In his previous life, Li had never engaged with the stock market, neither during bull nor bear markets. He had only heard colleagues speak of it and seen various reports, noting the high market values of domestic giants such as Penguin, Pig Factory, and Cat Factory, while foreign tech companies boast valuations exceeding $1 trillion. Apple, in particular, has even reached a valuation of $3 trillion. Among domestic publicly traded companies, the top is Jiangshang Technology. In his rebirth, he came across a short video suggesting that mobile may even catch up to Jiangshang Technology. However, he often heard that 90% of domestic investors are losing money. It is said that once an account is opened, leaving it untouched could yield profits for over 80% of investors annually. Hello, how may I assist you? The staff at the securities company warmly welcome Li. Despite his hat and mask obscuring his age, it is clear that his visit to the securities company is serious. Hello, I would like to open an account. What promotions do you offer? The year 2014 marks the onset of a new bull market, with a fair number of new accounts being opened, though still not as frenzied as in 2005 to 2007. Please follow me to open your account. The staff member leads Li to another employee to complete the process. Trading stocks incurs a commission on transactions, applicable both for buying and selling. The default rate is typically 0.3%. While this may seem minimal, it accumulates with each transaction. If one engages in frequent trading with a substantial amount, the annual fees could easily reach tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands. The type of client who purchases stocks and leaves them unattended is naturally indifferent. The higher the trading frequency, the more substantial the fees incurred. A commission rate of 0.3 is the default standard. Nearly all brokerage firms offer incentives to new users, aiming to attract clientele, typically providing a rate of 0.3 for those with greater assets. It is even possible to negotiate down to 0.2. Li stated that with a deposit of 900,000, he was granted the 0.3 rate outright. He did not pursue further negotiations, as 0.3 is nearly the limit. Once everything was settled and the account established, the only thing left was to acquire the necessary tools. Leaving the brokerage, he needed to purchase a mobile phone and a computer. The phone Li currently used was one he acquired when he first entered high school, a button phone, not a smartphone, and devoid of stock trading applications. He needed at least a mobile device equipped with trading software, as well as a computer. Li proceeded to a mobile store. At this juncture, the available options were limited to brands such as Samsung, Apple, and Xiaomi. Even the summer phone had yet to truly rise to prominence. Ultimately, Li opted for a Xiaomi phone, affordable and functional. More of his funds would be directed toward the stock market to generate greater returns. The same rationale applied to his choice of a laptop. He refrained from purchasing an Apple laptop, despite its superior aesthetics, as it was prohibitively expensive. The money that could be spent on an Apple computer was better invested in the stock market for higher returns. He finally selected a domestically produced laptop, contemplating its use for tasks beyond stock trading, such as coding. In his previous life, he had been a programmer. Returning to this era presented countless opportunities. Didi had yet to be established. The fourth industrial revolution had just begun, live streaming was on the rise, and short videos had not yet gained traction. There were abundant chances. Yet, what could he accomplish alone? He still needed to generate income. Once he had more capital at his disposal, he could invest directly in these burgeoning sectors or collaborate with others to develop relevant software and penetrate these fields. Chapter 7. What is the experience of earning 120,000 in a day during your first trade? After applying for a bank card, claiming his winnings, and purchasing a mobile phone and computer, he had busied himself throughout the morning. By the time he returned home, it was already past 1 p.m. Li Yi casually prepared a simple meal. Both Li Guozhong and Yi Hongying had gone to work, leaving the house empty. He retreated to his room, powered on his computer, and logged into his stock trading account. The account displayed a balance of 930,000. He was ready to commence trading at any moment. As for why the amount was 930,000, the lottery winnings, after taxes, totaled 940,000. As a high school student, he had no source of income for purchasing a phone and a computer. He had to reserve at least 10,000 for those necessities. Li Yi began to examine the stock market. Regarding stock trading, he was quite unfamiliar. However, he was aware of the fundamental rules. Domestic stocks operate under a T1 trading system, meaning purchases made on one day can only be sold the following day, with a 10 limit on price fluctuations. His current task was to identify stocks that were hitting the upper limit of price increases and to buy into them, activating his precognitive abilities. He directly observed which stocks reached their peak during the afternoon's 300 closing. He then checked the stock market to see if those stocks were indeed at their limit at that moment. Select a stock that has yet to reach its upper limit and simply purchase it. It's as effortless as that. There is no need to scrutinize revenue, profits, growth charts, trading volume, or turnover rates. Let not such considerations burden your mind. All that is required is the ability to foresee the future and to invest in stocks poised for a surge. The chosen stock, Changtai Technology. Utilizing his foresight, Li Yi identifies which stocks will hit their limits and subsequently seeks related stocks. Some stocks may reach their upper limits by mid-morning trading, while others may have already increased by 4 or 7 points. At this juncture, purchasing would yield only a modest 35-point gain, rendering it unnecessary. Thus, after a brief search, Li Yi selects Changtai Technology, a company specializing in automotive components, boasting a market capitalization of 41.6 billion. At this moment, the stock price stands at 1722, having declined by 32, still in the red. However, Li Yi anticipates that by the close of trading, this stock will indeed reach its upper limit. What factors will drive this stock to its peak? Li Yi is unaware. He has not delved into stock research and possesses little knowledge of either the stock or the company. He is, in essence, quite ignorant. Yet, this ignorance does not deter him from making a direct purchase of the stock. With 930,000 in capital, he places an order for 540 shares. The visibility of this transaction immediately captures attention. Are others scrambling for shares? Surely not. How many shares do we currently hold? No need to wash them. Simply push for the upper limit. Meanwhile, in another investment department, the sight of that 540 share buy order quickly draws their attention. They suspect that someone else is attempting to acquire shares, and upon reviewing their own holdings, which have been washed for several days, they decide to push for the upper limit. They then place buy orders at the price of 1894, unleashing tens of thousands of shares in an effort to propel Changtai Technology's stock price to its ceiling. The situation is indeed dynamic. As Li Yi's 540 share order is executed, he witnesses a deluge of buy orders cascading down. The stock's trajectory shifts from a downward trend to an astonishing 90-degree ascent, sealing itself at the upper limit. Li Yi's stock account now displays total assets 105, 274, 416, available funds 120, held stock Changtai Technology, number of shares 540, average transaction price 1722, current market price 1894, market value of holdings 105, 262, 416, daily floating profit 12, 274, 416, 132, total profit and loss 12, 274, 416, 132. Gazing at the Changtai Technology stock in his account, which is now in the green with a 132-point increase, yielding a profit of 12, 274, for 16, it is simplicity itself. Just moments ago, upon purchasing Changtai Technology, it was down by 32, yet it has surged to the upper limit, cumulatively rising by 132 points. With an investment of approximately 930,000, a 132-point gain translates to an instantaneous profit of over 120,000. Is this what finance entails? Observing his account, Total assets have escalated from 930,000 to over 1,050,000. In the blink of an eye, how could one possibly amass over 120,000? Let us refrain from mentioning bank heists. Even operating a printing press might not yield such rapid results. In that moment, Li Yi truly experienced the allure of finance, as well as its terrifying potential. The ability to transform 930,000 into 1,050,000 in an instant, earning 120,000 within a heartbeat. Conversely, it could just as swiftly diminish that same 930,000 to 830,000, resulting in a loss exceeding 90,000. How is it that every time I buy, the stock plummets, yet it surges the moment I sell? In a mere moment of distraction, it reached its price ceiling? Before I even had time to react, it hit the limit. After days of fluctuation, it finally soared, and I nearly succumbed to the urge to sell. The thrill of profit. The previous trading volume and turnover rate were clearly abnormal, indicative of manipulation by market makers. It was a test of stability, and thankfully, it reached its price ceiling. Oh, market makers, must you be so reluctant to allow me to profit? Li Yi, having experienced a swift gain of 120,000, remained exhilarated for quite some time, only regaining composure after more than half an hour. He then took the initiative to delve into stock research, examining the state of Changtai technology. He perused discussions in stock forums related to Changtai technology. Through the comments, complaints, and analyses of other investors, Li Yi began to gain a rudimentary understanding of stock trading. One must consider the charts, trading volume, turnover rate, and various other factors to assess a stock's condition. For instance, Changtai technology had been consolidating for 3 or 4 days, having recently undergone a significant decline, languishing in a downward trend for a week. It was evident that market makers were orchestrating a shakeout, driving out retail investors to accumulate the majority of shares before pushing the stock price higher. Once the stock surged to attract retail investors, they would sell their shares for profit and depart. The entire trading process is remarkably simple. However, executing such strategies requires extensive preparation, substantial capital, and considerable expertise. It can be said that such operations are set in motion weeks or even months in advance. As for analyzing a company's revenue, profitability, and market share to gauge its potential and prospects for long-term investment, in this context, such considerations are largely irrelevant. Li Yi is aware that Jiangxiang Technology is among the highest valued public companies in the nation. At this juncture, purchasing shares of Jiangxiang Technology and leaving them to appreciate would indeed yield returns, albeit modest ones. It certainly pales in comparison to the profits he could generate through his own trading endeavors. He needs to rapidly accumulate capital to pursue his aspirations. Today's trading was somewhat reckless. After a brief study, Li Yi recognized that his eagerness to invest in Changtai technology was perhaps premature, or rather, that he was utterly uninformed. He had gone all in with 930,000, which is not an insignificant amount. However, in a company with a market capitalization exceeding 4 billion, such an investment barely made a ripple. Yet, Changtai technology had been stagnant for several days, consistently reflecting a downward trend in the morning, until a sudden surge of 540 buy orders emerged in the afternoon. Capturing the attention of the Longtai technology investors, it immediately surged to its limit. Had Li Yi exercised a modicum of caution by dispersing his order of 930,000 yuan and purchasing gradually, he would not have drawn such attention. Fortunately, the capital involved was not substantial, merely 930,000. Had the sum reached several million or even 100 million, such an approach might have provoked the investors within Longtai technology to abandon their positions dramatically. There is much to learn. For now, this will suffice. One cannot achieve great things all at once. In domestic stock trading, one must adhere to a one-day principle. Buy today, sell tomorrow. Once Li Yi makes his purchase today, the subsequent trend of the stock is no longer his concern. Even in the event of a significant drop, he can only observe, waiting until tomorrow to act. He shut down his computer and prepared to step outside for a stroll. Learning about stock trading is a lengthy endeavor. It is not something one can master overnight. In any case, he must exercise greater caution in future transactions. Chapter 8. The Fitness Enchantress, Gu Manman. Having earned 120,000 yuan in a single day, Li Yi joyfully set out. His first stop was to enroll at a driving school. After a brief tour of the facility, the instructor instructed him to return home to study, awaiting notification for the examination. In his previous life, he had obtained a driver's license and drove for several years, making him quite the seasoned driver. Reflecting on his time at the driving school, he completed 2 rounds, essentially ensuring he could achieve a perfect score. Noticing that it was already past 4 o'clock, Lee found himself at a loss for how to occupy his time. He pulled out his newly purchased smartphone to check for updates from his classmates. The group chat was abuzz with discussions about college entrance examination results, answer verifications, and college applications, as well as plans for graduation trips. Perhaps he should consider a trip? A graduation journey could be worthwhile. However, upon seeing Gu Manman's message in the group, he recalled their casual conversation the previous night, where she had mentioned her part-time work at the gym with Fan Wency. After some contemplation, Lee resolved to go to the gym. As a senior in high school, his physique was at its prime. Once he enters university and begins working, his routine would likely shift to late nights and early mornings, skipping breakfast and neglecting exercise, which would leave his body in a suboptimal state. Moreover, at the tender age of 18, he pondered whether there was still a chance for further growth. Standing at 177 meters, he hesitated to claim he was 180 meters tall. At 18, there remained opportunities for further development. Thus, he decided to embrace the chance to train and cherish his rejuvenated 18-year-old physique, while also seeing if he could gain a few extra centimeters. Even reaching 178 meters would allow him to confidently assert that he stood at 180 meters. Additionally, he could enjoy some playful banter with the leggy Gu Man and Fan Wency at the gym. He recalled that there were 4 branches of Sunshine Gym in Wanching District. Lee remembered Gu Man mentioning her workouts at Sunshine Gym, where she also worked part-time with Fan Wency. He opened the map to search. There were 7 branches of Sunshine Gym in Yuanjiang City, 2 of which were in Wanching District, all part of a chain. He headed straight to the one closest to his school, located in Beitong Plaza. "Hello, welcome to Sunshine Gym," exclaimed the staff as Lee arrived on the 6th floor of Beitong Plaza, where the gym occupied an expansive area of several thousand square meters. It was indeed vast and impressive. Stepping off the elevator, he found himself at the gym's reception. Gu Man, clad in form-fitting athletic wear, was seated next to Fan Wency, who had changed out of his school uniform and donned a loose black and white striped shirt, both of whom recognized the newcomer as Lee. It was a little past 4 in the afternoon on a Monday, a time when the gym was relatively sparse, as most patrons preferred to arrive in the evening. "I've come to work out. Could you assist me in obtaining a membership card? Since we are classmates, perhaps you could offer a discount." The front desk was adorned with several tables and sofas, facilitating discussions between fitness consultants and clients. After Lee took a seat, Gu Man approached him, sitting directly across and scrutinizing him from head to toe. "Are you really here to get a membership? Surely it's unnecessary. You're not trying to pursue our CC, are you?" Gu Man's tone, coupled with her deliberate appraisal of Lee, hinted at her original intention to inquire if he was interested in her instead. But she refrained from voicing it and directed her comment towards Fan Wency instead. However, Lee boldly responded, "Why can't I be interested in you? You are undeniably beautiful, with those long legs, though it's a pity about your smaller assets." Taken aback by his directness, Gu Man felt a flutter of anxiety at the thought of Lee potentially being interested in her, but his subsequent remark incited her irritation. "What do you mean by smaller assets? Isn't that just about fat? What is the appeal in that?" She scoffed, her disdain palpable. In a gym teeming with energy-seeking individuals, Gu Man was accustomed to the leering gazes of men fixated on women's upper bodies. The gym was indeed one of the more chaotic environments. Suddenly, Gu Man leaned forward, lowering her voice to whisper, "Cece is more endowed. You should pursue her instead. Now, enough of that. Let us get me that membership card." Lee, at a loss for words, wished to steer clear of that topic. Gu Man, surprised, remarked, "So you really are here to work out? What else would I be here for?" Lee retorted. Gu Man studied him, nodding slightly. Her thoughts inscrutable, though she sensed they were not favorable. "The membership is 1,888 yuan for 2 months. This gym is owned by a friend of my sister's, so I can't waive the fee. After all, it's not my own gym." Gu Man offered the lowest price she could manage. "If you want to train, I can accompany you in the mornings to see how long you can endure." Lee could discern the skepticism in her gaze, questioning his ability to persist. In truth, many who acquired gym memberships seldom returned after a few visits, allowing their cards to gather dust. As for hiring a personal trainer, that seemed entirely unnecessary. Gu Manman was diligent in her workouts and had previously engaged a professional trainer. She was more than capable of instructing Li Yi herself. Yet, a thought struck Gu Manman. Li Yi had won over 200,000. He was no longer impoverished. If you feel uncomfortable about the fee, you could compensate me for personal training. Rest assured, I am absolutely professional, she declared, patting her chest in assurance. Li Yi's gaze drifted down to her figure, clad in somewhat snug athletic wear. While it wasn't yoga attire or sports lingerie, it certainly left little to the imagination. As Li Yi gazed at her, Gu Manman felt an inexplicable mix of emotions. She did not perceive this gentleman as lecherous, nor did she harbor any aversion. Rather, she was filled with frustration. She discerned that Li Yi's gaze implied, why pay for personal training when one can enjoy it for free? The thought of parting with any money for personal training was utterly out of the question for him. Why not take advantage of a free experience? Quickly, issue my membership card and let me have a trial session, Li Yi urged. With a flicker of mischief in her eyes, Gu Manman contemplated. Just wait until the card is processed. I shall take you to the gym, and you shall see. Rising to her feet, she led Li Yi to the front desk, where they found Fan Wensi. CC, please issue him a 2-month membership, she instructed. Fan Wensi nodded slightly and accessed the customer system, producing a 2-month gym card for Li Yi. After he settled the payment, he followed Gu Manman into the gym for a tour. Gu Manman introduced Li Yi to the gym, guiding him through the various equipment while explaining their basic usage. The gym, boasting an expansive area of several thousand square meters, featured distinct zones: cardio, fixed machines, free weights, yoga, aerial yoga, spinning, boxing, badminton, table tennis, swimming, and sauna, among others. This establishment stood as the pinnacle of fitness centers in Yuanjiang City. 1888 for 2 months. That's a bargain, Gu Manman exclaimed. Come by tomorrow morning, and I will show you the correct way to utilize the equipment. Your form and power application are all incorrect, leading to ineffective workouts. As they toured the gym, Li Yi experimented with various machines. The fixed equipment was designed for straightforward use, allowing for safe and convenient workouts ideal for novices. Yet, even with fixed machines, Gu Manman emphasized the importance of correct posture, power application, and technique. Under her guidance, Li Yi attempted the butterfly machine for chest exercises. The difference in muscle engagement between careless exertion and proper technique was astonishing. It seems you possess some skill, Li Yi remarked, admiring Gu Manman's expertise. You truly are quite professional. Proudly, Gu Manman replied, of course. Absolutely professional, do not doubt it. This knowledge was acquired through tens of thousands in tuition. How could it not be professional? Chapter 9. The Trials of a Leg Master. Another day of earning 100,000. Upon returning home that evening, Li Yi informed his parents that he had secured a summer job at a gym. He even posted on his social media, inviting anyone interested in fitness or swimming to contact him, accompanied by a grid of photos showcasing the sunlit gym environment to bolster credibility. In reality, Li Yi was merely there to work out. Given his status as a high school senior, it was unlikely anyone in his social circle would seek fitness advice. If someone did reach out, it would simply serve to bolster Fan Wensi's performance. The following day, after breakfast, Li Yi did not rush to the gym, as Baitong Square would not open until 10 a.m. The Sunshine Gym is located within the Baitong Plaza and opens its doors at 10 o'clock. Gu Manman, while engaging in her workout, prefers not to be observed. Thus, she arrives at the gym before its official opening time, having agreed with Li Yi to meet at 9. Rising at 7, she enjoys a hearty breakfast, leaving her with ample time to study stock market information, which will facilitate her future trading endeavors. Simultaneously, she employs her foresight ability to discern the trends of the stock market for the day, particularly the performance of Chantai Technology. It appears that no immediate action is required. Utilizing her foresight once more, she predicts that Chantai Technology will experience a surge today. The stock hits its upper limit. Based on the stock market news Li Yi has absorbed over the past few days and analyses from fellow investors in the forums, it seems that the major stakeholders in Chantai Technology have begun to drive the price up. It is unlikely to attract retail investors without several consecutive limit-ups. The majority of the shares remain in the hands of the big players, who aim to entice retail investors through continuous price increases, only to offload their stocks onto them. Today, Li Yi need not engage in excessive trading. He can even foresee that Chantai Technology will reach its limit tomorrow. Is your intention to harm me? This feels like a personal vendetta. At the Sunshine Gym, Li Yi changes into a comfortable outfit consisting of loose sportswear and sneakers. He warms up with a 15-minute jog in the cardio area before donning the waist protector given to him by Gu Man and following her lead in the workout. The first exercise is the leg curl machine, targeting the muscles at the front of the thighs. Initially, Li Yi finds the 30-kilogram weight manageable, but Gu Man, with her mischievous charm, intervenes, insisting on a slow descent. You must feel the contraction and tension in your leg muscles. Fast movements are for explosive strength. Rather, one should deliberately slow down, controlling the speed to truly appreciate the muscle's engagement, as it is only through this process of tearing and recovery that muscle strength can be enhanced. Li Yi realizes that Gu Man possesses a devilish nature. With her soft-spoken words and seemingly effortless motions, she inflicts the most excruciating pain upon him. Although he initially relied on explosive strength to quickly lift the weights, he now understands the true challenge, lifting the 30 kilograms using only the power of his legs and muscles, while meticulously controlling the descent. The entire weight bears down on his muscles, and the sensation is more agonizing than death itself. While this may sound exaggerated, it is indeed a piercing discomfort. There is a saying, those who neglect leg training will inevitably regret it. Have you heard? I am doing this for your own good. Come on, we have 3 more sets to complete, starting with 25, then decreasing to 20. Surely you jest? You cannot possibly be outperformed by a mere girl. As Gu Man, clad in a sports tank top and shorts, flaunts her impressive physique while teasing Li Yi, she gracefully turns to showcase her long legs, which are nothing short of remarkable. However, when Li Yi gazes at her well-defined muscle lines, he is left in awe. It is not the bulky kind of muscle, but rather a delicate, yet striking definition, creating an exquisite aesthetic. No wonder her legs are so long and perfectly shaped. At this moment, Li Yi noticed that the curvature of this leggy beauty's hips was equally alluring, her figure deemed nothing short of exquisite. It was none other than Xiong Xiao. Moreover, where did Gu Man acquire her sarcastic demeanor? Was it learned from observing him last night? In that case, it was of no concern. You dare to call me Xiong Xiao? Just take a look at this stature. Clad in a sports tank top, Gu Man gritted her teeth and proudly thrust out her chest. It appeared to possess a certain curvature. Oh, could it be all muscle? In reality, there was hardly any. And was it merely inflated by workout routines? Li Yi was thoroughly tormented, yet he would not let this opportunity to mock the leggy beauty slip by. Gu Man was incensed by his remark, feeling a pang of anger that resonated through her chest. Both sides were afflicted. They continued to switch equipment and exercise their legs, relentlessly pushing Li Yi to the brink. The two exchanged barbs, but how could a grown man, reborn and matured, allow himself to be derided by a young girl? Gritting his teeth, he completed 5 exercises, 4 sets, 15 repetitions each. By the end, he resembled someone pulled from the depths of a pool. To be frank, even his underwear was damp. He could barely stand upright, nearly succumbing to nausea from the exertion. Astonishingly, he did not vomit, suggesting he was still capable. Gu Man, hands on her hips, regarded the sweat-drenched Li Yi with a slight nod. Remarkably, he had managed to finish. Leg workouts truly had the power to induce nausea. Gu Man pondered whether Li Yi had not experienced such an effect due to insufficient intensity. In truth, Li Yi had already rested for half an hour, and as he walked, his legs trembled, giving him the sensation of floating. Come, let me stretch you, she declared. Neglecting to stretch after exercising is akin to not exercising at all. It increases the risk of injury. Stretching also aids in muscle recovery, alleviating discomfort the following day. After completing their workout and resting for a while, Gu Man took Li Yi to the personal training area for stretching. Is this a personal vendetta? He exclaimed. I refuse to stretch. No way. You must stretch after your workout. Look at your muscles. They are too tense and susceptible to strains. Keep your hands to yourself. The private training room echoed with sounds akin to a pig being slaughtered. Those were Li Yi's cries. Stretching the muscles and fascia was far more excruciating than the workout itself. Particularly when pressing on the fascia, the discomfort nearly compelled Li Yi to strike Gu Man. However, while he refrained from hitting her, he did deliver a few playful slaps on her legs and backside, finding some solace in the act. After stretching, he showered and changed into a fresh outfit. The Sunlight Gym conveniently provided changing rooms and bathing facilities. Li Yi had brought clothes to change into, a fact Gu Man had anticipated. After showering and changing, he sat at the dining table, exuding an air of disillusionment. Gu Man Man presented him with a glass of protein powder, part of a muscle-building meal. It consisted of various vegetables, chicken breast, steak, eggs, and corn. The gym provided these meals, albeit for a fee. How utterly unpalatable. Li Yi begrudgingly consumed the flavorless, oil-free food while gazing at his computer. After finishing his workout and stretching, Li Yi took a shower, and by now it was already past 11 o'clock. The morning stock market had closed. He glanced at it. Changtai Technology had opened with a limit up. Over 100,000 shares were locked in at the limit price, representing billions in capital. With so many shares in the hands of the operator, it was implausible to see a few limit ups without offloading. Total assets, 115, 695. 395 available funds. 120 stocks held. Changtai Technology shares owned. 540 average transaction price. 1722 current market price. 2081 market value of holdings. 115, 683, 395 daily floating profit. 10. 420, 979, 99 total profit and loss. 22, 695, 395, 244 gazing at his stock account. Li Yi noted that his holdings in Changtai Technology had yielded an income of over 100,000. His total assets had reached 11.56 million. He had done nothing today. Opening his computer, he took a glance at his stock account. He had lazily earned over 100,000. Another day of earning more than 10,000. What difference was there from picking up money off the ground? Chapter 10. Entering the realm of earning 110. 000 daily requires enduring failure. Are you playing stocks? Gu Man Man presented Li Yi with a muscle-building meal. Upon seeing the red and green bar graphs on the computer, she immediately recognized it as stock market data. You won money. Are you really not going to invest that? She exclaimed, over 100,000. Gu Man Man continued. You wouldn't actually consider using the 200,000 you won to buy stocks, would you? Isn't that akin to throwing money into a river to let it drift away? However, upon closely inspecting Li Yi's stock account, she sensed something was amiss. The total assets seemed inconsistent. It wasn't merely a six-figure sum. It was a seven-figure one. More intuitively, the information displayed below indicated 99, 10, 420, 979. The total assets also had smaller digits, making it somewhat cumbersome to count. Yet, the daily increase in profit and loss, though also featuring two decimal places, were immediately recognizable as six figures. Thus, Li Yi's stock account boasted total assets in the seven-figure range. Over 100,000. You earned over 100,000 in a day. Gu Man Man, upon seeing Li Yi's stock information, found the total assets somewhat understandable. For her, a sum exceeding 100,000 was not outrageous. However, earning over 100,000 in a single day left her somewhat unsettled. Li Yi quickly interjected. This is a simulated account, not actual trading. Do I look foolish to you? Gu Man Man retorted. Do you think I can't distinguish between a real account and a simulated one? It's not as though no one in my family plays the stock market. It's just that losses are more common than gains. Occasionally, some may profit, but over time, most end up losing. Upon seeing Li Yi's stock account, her first thought was that he had used the 200,000 he won to play the stock market, which was no different from tossing money into the water to let it drift away. If I had known that your gym membership wouldn't save you money, I should have had you transfer the funds for my muscle-building meals, which cost $800 a month. Li Yi replied directly, are you robbing me? You come here to work out every day, have lunch filled with high-protein foods, and I haven't even charged you for personal training or stretching sessions. 800 really isn't expensive. Gu Man Man elucidated a statement before urging, quickly transfer the money to me. Very well. Li Yi promptly transferred 1,800 to Gu Man Man, jesting. Consider this a treat for a stunning beauty accompanying me during my workouts. Indeed, charging you 1,800 is quite a bargain. Upon receiving the transfer, Gu Man Man's demeanor transformed into one of delight. I can't indulge tonight. I must control my diet. Let's dine together during the holiday. I will speak with Cece. With a cheerful bounce, Gu Man Man departed. Li Yi had his meal, exchanged pleasantries with Gu Man Man and Fan Wenxi, and returned home to rest. As he left the gym, he noticed a peculiar smile gracing Gu Man Man's face. Moreover, she had instructed him, rest at home tomorrow. There's no need to come. No way, one must persist in fitness. I shall definitely come. The following day, Li Yi called Gu Man Man directly. Leg master, just you wait. I shall break your legs. Ha ha. What did someone say upon leaving the gym yesterday? Fitness requires perseverance. I will surely come today. Where are you? Surely you're not lounging at home, unable to rise from your bed. He heard the mischievous tone of leg master on the line, and Li Yi genuinely contemplated rushing over to teach her a lesson. Yesterday, upon leaving the gym, Gu Man had remarked, "Rest at home tomorrow, no need for workouts." At that moment, he found her smile perplexing, unable to comprehend it. After a night's slumber, Li Yi finally understood. His legs felt as though they belonged to someone else. Walking was agonizing, particularly when using the restroom. Squatting and standing up was excruciating, truly unbearable. As a novice in fitness, he had never engaged in such exertion before. The rigorous workout from yesterday had torn his muscles, and they would require several days to mend. His legs simply could not recuperate. The pain was overwhelming. Even a gentle touch was agonizing. Li Yi genuinely wished to confront Gu Man. At this moment, she had indeed spoken the truth. He was currently sprawled on his bed, utterly disinclined to rise. The mere thought of placing his feet on the ground sent waves of pain through his legs. Remember to come for a workout tomorrow. I will guide you in developing your chest muscles. Gu Man earnestly told Li Yi. Each day, we shall focus on a different muscle group, allowing adequate recovery for each. If you cannot come, then so be it. Lastly, she resorted to a challenge. Li Yi, in a huff, retorted, I will certainly come tomorrow to teach you a lesson. Very well, I await your arrival. See you tomorrow. Gu Man was utterly unperturbed. To her, Li Yi was akin to a limping individual. What was there to fear? Li Yi spent the entire day reclining on his bed. Fortunately, both his parents were at work, and he had not joined them for breakfast that morning. During dinner, his parents noticed his unusual gait and inquired about it. Li Yi candidly shared the truth, stating that he had been working at the gym, training with a coach, resulting in sore muscles. Engaging in more exercise is beneficial, especially during this intense study period leading up to the college entrance examination, where one remains seated for prolonged durations. Li Guozhong concurred and encouraged his son to persist in his fitness endeavors. On that day, Changtai Technology continued its impressive surge. However, there were numerous sell orders during the morning session. Was it the retail investors beginning to flee? Or were the major stakeholders discreetly offloading their shares? There is no significant sell-off occurring. Even if the major players are discreetly offloading their shares, their actions remain cautious and yield minimal results. As the morning trading session neared its conclusion, Changtai Technology once again reached its price ceiling, marking a third consecutive surge. The fervor and attention surrounding Changtai Technology have indeed escalated. Due to a leg ailment, Li Yi refrained from engaging in stock trading that day. Yet he effortlessly accrued a profit of 10. Total assets, 139,988, 908. Available funds, 120. Held stocks, Changtai Technology. Number of shares, 540. Average transaction price, 1722. Current market price, 2,518. Market value of holdings, 139, 976, 908. Daily floating profit, 12, 725, 173, 10. Total profit and loss, 46, 988, 908, 505. Li Yi's stock account total assets are rapidly approaching 1 per million. Daily income has surged to 110,000. He anticipates engaging in trading tomorrow. Utilizing his foresight, Li Yi glimpsed the stock trends for the following day. He perceived that the price ceiling of Changtai Technology would be breached in the morning session, potentially dropping as low as a 5 decline. It would not be until nearly 2 p.m. that it would once again reach the price ceiling. Albeit this afternoon's surge appeared somewhat precarious, as it encountered several sell-offs post-surge. Although it ultimately closed at the price ceiling, it was evident that a division of funds had emerged, with retail investors eager to exit. The extent of the major players offloading remains uncertain. Yet it is clear that they too are retreating, otherwise, the morning session would not experience a 5 drop. With his prophetic abilities, Li Yi resolved to refrain from trading the following day, still poised to earn 10, marking another day of 110,000 in income. However, he contemplated taking action, considering that a 5 dip in the morning would offer an opportune moment to sell and subsequently buy back at a lower price, anticipating an evening surge that could yield a 15 increase. Thus, the potential earnings could exceed 200,000. Contemplating this, Li Yi realized that he could have previously sold at the price ceiling of Changtai Technology and selected another stock poised for a surge. If this strategy were to prevail daily, he could consistently attain a 20 increase, leading to substantial capital accumulation over the summer. Yet, he is acutely aware that such a course of action, achieving daily 20 surges, would inevitably draw the attention of local authorities, resulting in unwelcome scrutiny. Even if he were to explain the situation, few would listen. Therefore, maintaining a low profile is prudent at this juncture, as his capital remains modest. He can simply follow the upward trends. Once his capital grows, however, it may trigger a butterfly effect, complicating the ease of profit, even with diversified investments. A substantial capital base will necessitate the existence of unsuccessful ventures. Otherwise, a singular account filled solely with success stories would be suspect. Chapter 11. Allow me to share. Li E is quite the lecher. Cece, your figure is truly splendid. I am quite fond of it. At the Sunshine Gym, Li E, having worked out his legs yesterday, suffered from muscle soreness that precluded his attendance at the gym today. At 9 a.m., the gym had yet to open, with only a few staff members and trainers present. Gu Man was seen leading Fan Wensi in their workout. In the changing room, Li E observed Fan Wensi as she donned her athletic attire. Even Gu Man could not resist the temptation. Is her figure not simply exquisite? During their school days, she would predominantly don loose-fitting attire, leaving one to ponder the true magnificence of her physique. The depth of the bond between Gu Man and Fan Wensi is profound, having worked through 2 summers together. Yet the true extent of Fan Wensi's figure remains a mystery. Now, adorned in new attire, she truly embodies the phrase, slender branches bearing luscious fruit. Such voluptuousness. Yet if only her posterior were a tad more pronounced. Listen to me, follow my lead in exercise and sculpting, and you shall become utterly captivating. With just a modicum of training, her figure would be nothing short of perfection. Even Gu Man could not help but reach out. I am envious beyond measure, even I. A woman, find myself stirred, let alone men. Let me tell you, Li E is quite the rogue, perpetually proclaiming his affection for me. If he were to discover your figure, he would undoubtedly be smitten. Your physique is the envy of countless women and the desire of innumerable men. There is no need for self-doubt or disdain. The judgment you faced in the past stemmed from their ignorance and perhaps jealousy. Fan Wensi matured early. Her figure exceptionally well-developed compared to her peers, who were still rather flat during middle school. This led to unwarranted scrutiny from classmates. Coupled with her single-parent background, Fan Wensi wished to spare her mother from concern and refrained from discussing her feelings at home. Gradually, she became withdrawn, even developing insecurities about her physique, leading her to favor loose clothing and neglect personal grooming during her student years. Many individuals who appeared ordinary in high school blossomed into stunning beings upon entering college, learning the art of self-presentation and significantly enhancing their allure and poise. Do not touch so recklessly, man. Fan Wensi exclaimed, slightly embarrassed by Gu Man's playful gestures. You truly ought to exercise. First and foremost, you must work on your back. Your physique is remarkable, yet slouching to conceal it has resulted in a hunched posture. You need to strengthen your back muscles to maintain an upright stature. Your fullness requires some chest workouts for support, at least that much, right? How I envy you. Regardless, just train alongside me, and I assure you will transform into a goddess. Gu Man's approach to guiding Fan Wensi in fitness contrasts with her intensity when training Li Yi. It is a gradual process, avoiding excessive strain that leads to muscle soreness. Moreover, the objectives of Li Yi's and Fan Wensi's workouts differ. Gu Man's regimen for Li Yi primarily focuses on muscle gain, while training Fan Wensi emphasizes body sculpting. Muscle gain involves a cycle of breaking down muscle through exercise, followed by protein intake and rest, allowing the torn muscles to repair and strengthen. Indeed, rigorous training is essential for muscle tearing. Gu Man does not intend to target Li Yi intentionally, perhaps just a smidge. In truth, muscle building can also be approached gradually. If one were to push to the limit from the outset, it would be surprising if the muscles did not ache the following day. Unfortunately, Li Yi is now suffering from excruciating leg pain, rendering him incapable of getting out of bed. Even the simplest tasks, like walking or using the restroom, are fraught with discomfort. Having not visited the gym, Li Yi naturally did not encounter the graceful Gu Man or the perfectly sculpted figure of Fan Wensi. After a day's rest, Li Yi awoke still feeling the ache in his legs, albeit significantly improved. At least he was no longer in excruciating pain while walking. After a nourishing breakfast, he donned a backpack containing his laptop and clothes, then cycled to the gym. entering the Beitong Plaza through the staff passage. He took the elevator directly to the 6th-floor gym, where he promptly headed to the changing room. On his way, he caught sight of Gu Manman clad in form-fitting athletic wear, along with Fan Wenxi, who sported a more relaxed-fitting shirt over her athletic tank top, which served to accentuate her figure. After all, with such a magnificent physique, it was essential to maintain proper support during workouts to avoid any erratic movements. Leg beauty. Early riser. Li Yi greeted them with an air of nonchalance. You actually came? It seems your recovery ability is quite impressive. Gu Manman expressed her mild surprise upon noticing Li Yi, as she had presumed he would skip today's session after the intense leg workout 2 days prior. She thought it improbable that he would recover in just 1 day. However, his appearance today indicated a steadfast and resilient character. Gu Manman, addressing Fan Wenxi, who was using the butterfly machine to work on her chest, remarked, "See, I told you Li Yi is quite the lecher. He was just admiring your figure. Now you realize how appealing you are to men. Don't hide it or feel ashamed." "That's not true," Li Yi retorted, casting an indignant glance at Gu Manman and then at the bashful Fan Wenxi. "Do you realize you are tarnishing my reputation? When have I ever been a lecher?" Yet, the notion that Fan Wenxi felt self-conscious due to her stunning physique was something Li Yi had not anticipated. Indeed, her figure was exceptional, a fact he had recognized even on the night following their college entrance examinations. As they worked out and perspired, Fan Wenxi's mushroom haircut, usually concealing her cheeks, was now tucked behind her ears, revealing a delicate visage. Her beauty was undeniable, scoring at least an 85, and with her extraordinary physique, she could easily add another 10 points, making her a comprehensive beauty exceeding 95 points. "You always tease me about my figure. What else could you be if not a lecher?" Gu Manman countered. Li Yi fixed his gaze on the alluring Fan Wenxi and boldly stated, "Am I not simply speaking the truth? Get away from me." Gu Manman, in a fit of exasperation, slapped Li Yi's thigh with considerable force. The impact caused him to leap as if stung. The pain from his leg workout was still fresh, and such a sudden strike was enough to make him nearly retaliate against Gu Manman. But he ultimately restrained himself, muttering, "I shall not stoop to quarreling with a lady." With that, Li Yi changed into his workout attire and joined Gu Manman and Fan Wenxi for chest exercises. Gu Manman energetically pushed Li Yi, adhering to her principle of training until one could no longer continue. The exhilarating experience of working out alongside 2 stunning beauties was truly delightful, a scene filled with perspiration and an air of allure. Fortunately, Li Yi's reincarnation has endowed him with wisdom beyond that of a mere 18-year-old. Otherwise, he would be unable to restrain himself. After an intense workout, the air was filled with the sounds of stretching and anguished cries. Regrettably, after showering, Fan Wenxi donned a loose-fitting outfit, obscuring her figure. However, under Gu Manman's strict guidance, she endeavored to correct her poor posture, striving to maintain an upright silhouette. Despite being clad in such baggy attire, her presence remained formidable. Seated at the dining bar, Li Yi retrieved his laptop to examine his stock portfolio. Chapter 12. Li Yi is indeed impressive, albeit somewhat lecherous. Yesterday, utilizing his foresight, he predicted that Changtai Technology would plummet by 5 during the morning session. He had already placed an order to sell all 540 shares of Changtai Technology at the opening bell, seizing the opportunity to buy back in. Instead of purchasing at the anticipated low of 5, he decisively invested his entire capital when the price hit 4. Total assets, 144, 188, 215 available funds, 120 stocks held, Changtai Technology number of shares, 585 average transaction price, 23.92 current market price, 2,464 market value of holdings, 144, 176. 215 unrealized gains for the day, 4, 199, 307, 3, total profit and loss, 51, 188, 215, 5504. Li Yi had made his purchase at a price of 2,392, at which point Changtai Technology had already experienced a decline of 4. By the time of the morning close, the stock had risen to 2,464, reflecting a gain of 3. Although Changtai Technology closed down 1 for the morning session, Li Yi had already secured a 3 profit. Employing his foresight once more, Li Yi observed the afternoon trajectory of Changtai Technology, which mirrored his previous predictions. It wasn't until around 2 o'clock that the stock hit its ceiling again. Although this surge was precarious, with multiple fluctuations before a tense final closing at the limit. At this juncture, it was midday, and Li Yi possessed the ability to foresee the stock movements for the next 24 hours, allowing him to predict the morning trends for the following day. Although Changtai Technology closed at its ceiling today, it lacked the necessary strength. He foresaw a drop as the market opened tomorrow, predicting a significant decline of 73 by the morning close. Li Yi had already finalized his strategy for the upcoming morning, selecting a stock that would reach its ceiling early, Whalin Communications. With 3 limit ups already, you intend to sell after it opens today and then buy back in? Gu Man, also consuming a bland and oil-free fitness meal, observed Li Yi's stock maneuvers. She was not well versed in the stock market. Perplexed by Li Yi's decision to sell and subsequently repurchase Changtai Technology shares, selling high and buying low. Even a 3 profit translated to an impressive 40,000. An extraordinary feat, however. Having glanced at the stock chart, Gu Man noted that it had already reached 3 limit ups. With the stock now opening, it was likely to continue its downward trajectory, possibly even hitting a limit down. The risk of selling and then repurchasing was exceedingly high. Li Yi confidently asserted, "Rest assured, the investors here have yet to exhaust their chips. Today will undoubtedly see a surge, while tomorrow will witness a sell-off." His reasoning was compelling. During this period, he had diligently immersed himself in stock market knowledge. Coupling this with his ability to foresee the future, he possessed a clear understanding of upcoming trends, allowing for astute analyses. "All right, I concede your prowess." Gu Man, an outsider to this realm, had to acknowledge that Li Yi was indeed more adept at stock trading than she. How could he not be? She recalled checking Li Yi's account 2 days prior, where his total assets amounted to 1.15 million. Remarkably, just a day later, his assets had soared to 1.44 million. It was astonishing. In the span of a single day, his stock account had surged by over 300,000. What a remarkable pace of profit. Although Gu Man came from a wealthy family and had her own considerable allowance, it was all given by her family, not earned through her own efforts. Even amongst wealthy families, it was rare for someone to earn tens of thousands in a single day. Li Yi was undeniably impressive, a fact Gu Man had to admit. Yet, he had a rather lecherous side, she mused quietly. Li Yi, overhearing her mumbling, turned his gaze from the computer screen and stared at Gu Man. "You leggy creature, let me tell you, do not slander me and tarnish my reputation. Where am I being lecherous? I am merely appreciating beauty. Do you understand?" Gu Man shot a glance at him, acknowledging another notable trait of Li Yi, his audacity. Ignoring her, Li Yi turned to Fan Wenxi and inquired, "Wenxi, have you been self-studying computer programming?" He posed this question knowing that in his previous life, Fan Wenxi had majored in computer science. After graduation, she joined a company with a starting salary in the millions. During their discussions, they had also touched upon which colleges and majors to apply for, and Fan Wenxi had expressed her desire to study computer science. Currently, computer-related fields were exceedingly popular. Considering Fan Wenxi was an academic prodigy, she must have begun self-studying computer skills by now, right? Fan Wenxi, engrossed in the banter between Li Yi and Gu Man, was caught off guard when the topic shifted to her. "Yes, I have been studying a bit and often borrow related books from the library." "How did you know I was learning about computer science?" Gu Man looked at Li Yi and speculated, "Do you have feelings for Wenxi? Have you been keeping an eye on her?" Li Yi admitted, "Of course, I've long recognized Wenxi as a treasure and have been aware of her potential." He continued to converse with Fan Wenxi. Although he was not self-studying computer science knowledge in this life, he had already been a computer science major in his past life. With years of professional knowledge as a foundation, conversing with the currently self-studying Fan Wenxi was child's play, even if she was an exceptional student. Li Yi had the upper hand. "You two are truly dull," Gu Man interjected, feeling out of place as they discussed computer science, unable to interject. "You say you routinely test and conceal your astonishing results in the college entrance examination? Are you serious?" Gu Man suddenly recalled that when Li Yi was present, he claimed that he deliberately concealed his test scores, waiting for a remarkable performance on the college entrance examination. At that time, she had scoffed at his assertion. However, over the past few days, observing Li Yi's stock account swell to over 1 million, with an increase of more than 300,000 in just one day, her skepticism began to wane. At this moment, Li Yi was engaged in a discussion about computer knowledge with Fan Wenxi, who had been self-studying the subject. Most of the conversation was dominated by Li Yi, with Fan Wenxi primarily listening and occasionally posing questions. Gu Man found herself unable to comprehend the technical jargon of computer science. It was evident that Li Yi possessed superior skills in this field, surpassing even Fan Wenxi. An academic overachiever with grades better than Gu Man's. Was it possible that Li Yi was serious? His previously concealed test scores were indeed a strategy to astound everyone during the college entrance examination. Upon hearing Gu Man mention this and observing Li Yi, Fan Wenxi's gaze shifted, intrigued by this boy who seemed distinctly extraordinary. Surely, one could imagine that a student with average test scores could explode with brilliance during the college entrance examination, surpassing all others. It was undeniably impressive and charismatic. Li Yi stated this with an air of certainty. Yet, it was merely a fade, an excuse, childish, as Gu Man thought. Struggling to comprehend the thought processes of boys and finding Li Yi's outlook rather immature, Fan Wenxi echoed her sentiments of confusion. However, upon reflection, the results Li Yi achieved were indeed astonishing. Perhaps, to other male classmates, this was indeed remarkable and admirable, even deserving of the highest honor among boys. You are impressive. Chapter 13. Daily earnings of 200,000, total assets surpassing 1.8 million. As they chatted, Li Yi ordered takeout for Gu Man, while Fan Wenxi requested milk tea. Although Gu Man exercised daily, she was not a professional athlete or a celebrity. Her workouts were merely for maintaining her figure. She couldn't refuse the milk tea, especially after witnessing Li Yi earn over 40,000 in the stock market that morning. Enjoying the drink felt justified. In the afternoon, as the stock market reopened, Changtai Technology plummeted, initially dipping by 1 and then reaching a maximum decline of 47. Li Yi's stock account, which had shown a floating profit of 3, amounting to over 40,000 in the morning, had now transformed into a floating loss of 37, with 858 shares of Changtai Technology resulting in a loss exceeding 50,000. One could only say that the stock market was indeed exhilarating. See, with 3 limit downs, you shouldn't have bought back in this morning, Gu Man remarked. Sipping the milk tea Li Yi had bought and observing the losses in his stock account. Of course, she wasn't naive enough to think it was appropriate to criticize Li Yi for losing money openly. In reality, how much had Li Yi's stock account held initially? This time, the loss exceeded 80,000, yet overall, his account still boasted a floating profit of over 400,000. Even if Changtai Technology faced a complete halt, Li Yi's maximum loss would only amount to a little over 100,000. Tomorrow was another day. In the stock market, losses and gains are commonplace. Let me tell you, my father experienced losses when he played the stock market too. After finishing her words, Gu Man confided a secret to Li Yi, a gesture meant to comfort him. However, as the clock struck 1:30 in the afternoon, the stock price of Changtai Technology began to surge, gradually recovering from a low of 47. It climbed to 28, then 16, 24, 5, 67, and finally reached 100. By 2 o'clock, not only did it turn positive, but it also hit the limit up. Although the limit was breached a few times afterward, by 3 o'clock, Changtai Technology successfully closed at the limit up. This marked the 4th consecutive rise for Changtai Technology. Li Yi's stock account also reached a new high, revealing a total asset of 1,609,854,442, with available funds at 120. He held 585 shares of Changtai Technology at an average transaction price of 2,392, with the current market price at 27.51. The market value of his holdings stood at 1,609,734,442, resulting in a daily profit of 209,965, 362.15, and a total profit of 679,854,442, 731. His stock account's total assets had officially crossed the milestone of 1.6 million, earning him nearly 21,000 in a single day. Gazing at his newfound wealth, Li Yi looked at Gu Man's enchanting visage and remarked, "You were right. The stock market is all about ups and downs, and as long as I am the one profiting in this story, that's sufficient. Shall I treat you to dinner tonight for a modest profit of 200,000? Are you in?" Having earned approximately 210,000, Li Yi refrained from cashing out. Moreover, the funds he had invested earlier in the morning could not be withdrawn. These funds remained in his stock account, unrealized gains yet to be secured. Nevertheless, he still had a little cash on hand after purchasing a computer and a phone, in addition to transferring 1-800 for Gu Manman's meals. However, a dinner for 3 wouldn't cost too much. Having earned over 200,000 in a single day, Li Yi certainly wouldn't disclose this to his parents. Only Gu Manman and Fan Wensi were privy to this information, with whom he could share his fortune. Today, the stakes were high. Li Yi had earned over 200,000 in a day, a revelation that would undoubtedly sting Gu Manman more than if she had discovered he won a lottery of the same amount. She felt compelled to treat Li Yi to a meal. As fate would have it, Gu Manman sought a Cantonese restaurant on the 5th floor of Baitong Plaza. While perusing the menu, Li Yi was taken aback. Isn't this a bit excessive? My funds are all tied up in the stock market, and I only have a little over 1,000 on me. Please don't be too extravagant. Otherwise, we might have to see who can run the fastest later. The menu featured no dishes priced below 3 digits. Yangzhou fried rice was listed at 88 yuan, while seasonal vegetables, whether sautéed with garlic, blanched, or prepared in oyster sauce, began at 88 as well. Li Yi was worried that Gu Manman would order lavishly, leaving him with no means to pay. He could only hope to outrun her if the situation called for it. The slower individual would have to stay behind to wash the dishes as payment. Chuckling, Gu Manman scrolled through the menu, teasing Li Yi with a playful tone. It's perfectly normal to experience gains and losses in the stock market. I shall be the one treating tonight, reveling in the profits. Where's your bravado? Even if the race is to see who can run faster. Are you certain you can keep pace? Li Yi recalled that he had worked out 2 days prior, and his thighs were still sore, rendering him incapable of swift movement. Indeed, he could never outpace Gu Manman and Fan Wensi. Of course, the notion of seeing who could run faster after dinner was merely a jest. After mocking Li Yi, Gu Manman had already begun placing her order with the nearby waiter, then proclaimed, "Today, I shall treat you all to celebrate Li Yi's newfound wealth. Let him treat us next time." Fan Wensi whispered, "Thank you, but it really isn't necessary to dine at such an expensive place." Li Yi clasped his hands in gratitude. "Thank you, Miss Gu, for your merciful generosity. You truly are magnanimous." "Humph, weren't you the one who called me a leggy fairy?" Gu Manman teased. "I did not. You must have misheard." Li Yi vehemently denied, causing Gu Manman to chuckle. This fellow had changed significantly since the college entrance examination, his words now peculiar, yet undeniably more entertaining. The meal had cost over 2,000 yuan for 3 people. Each had a bowl of soup priced at 288 yuan per person. The steamed shad fish, a delicacy of the Yangtze River, was prepared with yellow wine, offering an unusual yet delightful flavor. There was also the Cantonese-style orange-scented pan-seared scallops, drunken crab, and stir-fried seasonal vegetables. Such extravagance could only be attributed to the high cost of Cantonese cuisine, which, while expensive, was indeed exquisite. Li Yi discerned that the primary reason for the hefty bill was the premium quality of the ingredients. After the meal, there was no need for Li Yi to escort the 2 ladies home, as he did not possess a car. His driver's license was still in the works, with plans to take the first driving test in a few days. The following day, as expected, Li Yi felt a profound ache in his chest muscles and would require a day or 2 to recuperate. The chest muscles are interconnected with other muscle groups in the body, so training the arms, shoulders, or back would affect his power output. Attempting to work on his abs would be futile with the soreness in his chest. Thus, he decided to rest for the day and forego the gym. After having breakfast, Li Yi spent the morning in his room monitoring the stock market. As the market opened, he promptly sold all 585 shares of Chantai Technology. Rather than gradually selling off his shares, he opted for a single decisive action, liquidating his holdings entirely. With Chantai Technology hitting for consecutive limit-up trading days, it had attracted a significant number of buyers, and sellers were beginning to offload their shares. Li Yi successfully divested himself of the stock. By around 10 a.m., he observed substantial capital aggressively selling off shares. It was evident that the major shareholders were nearing the end of their offloading, having pulled 4 consecutive limit-ups. The remaining shares they held could be sold off without incurring losses. At this point, Li Yi had completely cleared out his holdings in Chantai Technology. His interest in this stock stemmed from a desire to observe the tactics employed by the major shareholders, allowing him to analyze and learn for future scenarios. At this juncture, Li Yi had redirected all his funds into purchasing shares of Wayland Communications in batches. Utilizing his ability to foresee the future, he had determined that this stock would hit the limit up by the morning's close. Checking the afternoon performance of Wayland Communications, He noted that the limit up was indeed stable as the market closed. In the early trading session, Li acquired approximately 250,000 shares of Wayland Communications at an average price around 18, successfully capitalizing on the price surge. His total assets reached 180,292,001, with available funds of 1,000,003. He held 24,779 shares of Wayland Communications at an average cost of 6 for 56, while the current market price stood at 7,231, resulting in a market value of 179,170,257,504. His daily profit and loss amounted to 19,196,813,304, with an overall profit and loss of 87,182,258, with total assets surpassing 1.8 million and profits exceeding 870,000. He was on the verge of doubling his initial capital of 930,000. Chapter 14. CC. Follow my lead. Li intended to observe the stock performance of Wayland Communications the following day, but soon realized that it was the weekend, a time when the stock market remains closed. Is it already the weekend? He mused, reflecting on how swiftly time passes. The pace of profit accumulation was even more rapid. Within a week, his funds had doubled. Such a remarkable rate of earning would make anyone, not just Li, wish for the stock market to be open even during weekends, trading around the clock every day. Of course, this was the result of Li's exceptional prowess, which allowed him to foresee market trends, leading him to yearn for daily transactions. For the average individual, trading in the stock market is a matter of indifference. On Saturday, Li took a day of rest and continued his fitness routine, training his back alongside Gumanman. With no stock trading taking place, the day felt somewhat mundane. Having spent several days together, Gumanman and Fan Wensi had grown familiar with Li, aware of his stock trading endeavors. Yet they kept it a secret from their families. Li's parents remained oblivious to their son's involvement in the stock market, where he had amassed over 1 million, soon approaching 2 million. This shared secret further strengthened the bond among the three. With no stock trading to engage in, Li and Fan Wensi exchanged knowledge on computer technology, allowing Fan Wensi to practice on Li's computer. Gumanman, believing that Li should be attentive to the stock market from Monday to Friday, encouraged Fan Wensi to apply her self-taught computer skills practically. She had brought her laptop but insisted that Fan Wensi use it for practice, leaving Fan Wensi with no option but to express her gratitude. Their relationship was quite amicable. Having worked together during summer breaks for 2 years, Li observed that Gumanman was nurturing towards Fan Wensi. Through their interactions, he realized the vast disparity that exists between individuals in this world. The chasm between geniuses and ordinary people is indeed profound. The concept of talent can feel somewhat oppressive. For those endowed with exceptional abilities, a mere fraction of learning can propel them to heights that ordinary individuals might find unattainable throughout their lifetime. A slight effort can yield results that are the pinnacle for the average person. Take Fan Wensi, for instance. As she self-studied computer programming and engaged with Li, she posed many questions that he could initially answer with clarity. However, as the inquiries became more complex, even Li, with his reincarnated experience and years of expertise, found himself unable to provide answers. When asked about the sweat beading on his forehead, he pondered, is this what it means to be a genius? CC, you should delve deeper into specialized literature on artificial intelligence. Perhaps you could collaborate with me on this endeavor. In the end, Li straightforwardly extended an invitation to Fan Wensi. Witnessing such extraordinary talent left Li somewhat disheartened. With such a prodigy, it was no wonder that after obtaining his doctorate, he would immediately join Xiaowei Company, starting with a 7-figure salary. This was merely the beginning. It was evident how formidable Fan Wensi's abilities were. Why wait for him to be recruited by other firms when it would be far more advantageous to keep him close? Upon hearing this, Fan Wensi tilted his head, gazing at Li with a hint of curiosity, uncertain of the implication behind his words. Work with you? On what precisely? Gumanman regarded Li suspiciously, questioning, what do you mean by that? She felt justified in her skepticism, concerned that Li might harbor ulterior motives towards CC, especially given CC's attractive physique and commendable appearance. Are you slandering me? Is my reputation in your eyes truly that dreadful? I haven't wronged you in any way. Li expressed his confusion. Did he really hold such a poor image in Gumanman's mind? After all, he had done nothing to merit such accusations. Gu Man retorted defiantly. Who told you to constantly comment on my figure and to stare at CC's chest? Li Yi, at a loss for words, replied. I was merely appreciating beauty. Do you not understand that? Gu Man dismissed him with a huff. Their banter left Fan Wensi blushing. Enough of this, Li Yi declared, unwilling to continue the discussion with Gu Man. He positioned his laptop before Fan Wensi, revealing a screen filled with code. This was the result of Li Yi's recent stock trading endeavors combined with the downtime of the weekend market. Gu Man leaned in for a glance before retreating, exclaiming, I can't comprehend this at all. Li Yi explained to Fan Wensi, this is a program I am developing, though it remains unfinished. The crux of it lies in the intelligent algorithms. I aim to create software, but I cannot accomplish this alone. I need assistance. He looked earnestly at Fan Wensi, revealing the true purpose behind his invitation. Li Yi proceeded to outline his basic plan. I am currently accumulating capital with the intention of founding a company dedicated to developing software that incorporates artificial intelligence algorithms. He refrained from explicitly naming it as Note Short Video. The short video platform was already on the rise, primarily through gradual advancements. Previously focused on animated graphics, it was now pivoting to video content. Meanwhile, domestic research on artificial intelligence technology was also underway, with companies like Qiandu making strides. Unfortunately, as one of the original three giants, it had fallen significantly behind. Qiandu had long claimed to be researching artificial intelligence, but had yet to produce any tangible results. In contrast, Tushio had been the first to integrate intelligent algorithms into news applications, eventually incubating a nationwide sensation, Note Short Video. At this juncture, artificial intelligence technology and intelligent algorithms were merely at the threshold of their potential. Li Yi has been reborn. In his previous life, he studied computer science. Even though he did not join any major tech companies or engage with the most robust and sophisticated intelligent algorithms at their core, the algorithms of the future, even if commonplace, would surpass those of the present. Moreover, the company Li Yi was affiliated with in his past life was no minor establishment. It possessed considerable prowess in intelligent algorithms. Bringing this knowledge to the current era would amount to a dimensionality reduction strike. Nevertheless, he still requires manpower and funding. In the short term, he can only write the core code himself. Once his financial resources are sufficiently amassed, he plans to establish a company, recruit personnel, and enhance related applications. I am not capable enough yet, he mused. Fan Wensi listened intently as Li Yi articulated his future plans and explained the code he was writing. She shook her head in response. Fan Wensi had only self-studied computer technology and had yet to formally enter university. Even if she wished to assist Li Yi, it would have to wait until after her university education, wouldn't it? Gu Man was taken aback upon hearing that Li Yi had already devised a detailed future plan. You are contemplating such distant goals. You're even thinking of starting your own company? She perceived that during his university years, Li Yi would indeed establish his enterprise. He was embarking on entrepreneurship while still in college. All his peers were merely his contemporaries, yet he had already mapped out his life plan and was executing it diligently. At the very least, from Gu Man's perspective, Li Yi was actively pursuing his life ambitions, accumulating funds through the stock market and developing software. For reasons unknown, Gu Man found herself increasingly convinced of Li Yi's earlier assertion. He had been concealing his abilities, awaiting the moment to astonish everyone during the college entrance examination. Chapter 15. Daily earnings of 370,000. Total assets of 21,690,000. Fan Wensi began to learn intelligent algorithms and software programming techniques alongside Li Yi. She delved into professional literature on artificial intelligence, demonstrating that she was indeed heeding Li Yi's advice. Primarily, she was uncertain about what to study. Given the current popularity of computer-related fields, she perused relevant textbooks and self-studied the technologies without any strong sense of direction. With Li Yi's guidance, Fan Wensi was eager to learn and willing to embrace the knowledge. Li Yi envisioned that once Fan Wensi had sufficiently mastered her studies, she could assist in refining the program development tasks while he could focus on generating profit. The weekend passed in this manner. Li Yi practiced shoulder exercises with Gu Man, followed by arm workouts, culminating in abdominal exercises. He targeted distinct muscle groups individually, allowing the others ample time for rest and recovery. Some advanced fitness enthusiasts might engage in training sessions that target multiple muscle groups simultaneously, but that is not excessive. Muscle growth is not solely dependent on exercise. It requires the stimulation and tearing of muscle fibers through workouts. Only through adequate protein supplementation and recovery can muscles truly develop. Thus, proper protein intake and rest are of paramount importance. Relying solely on strenuous exercise will not yield significant muscle growth. On Sunday, Li, with his ability to foresee the future, glimpsed the trajectory of the stock market for Monday, particularly focusing on Wayland Communications. Following a surge that capped on Friday, the market was closed on Saturday and Sunday. The question lingered whether it could maintain its upward momentum on Monday. After 2 days of market closure, the enthusiasm was undoubtedly tempered. On Sunday, Li observed Wayland Communications reaching a peak of 7,867 yuan in the morning session, marking an increase of 88. Yet it fell short of the limit up, ultimately closing at 759 yuan, with a rise of 73. Aware of Wayland Communications price trends for Monday, Li opened the market with a selling price around 78 yuan, executing multiple transactions without greed for the final cent. His total assets stood at 193,324,709, with available funds also at 193,324,709. He held stocks with a quantity and average transaction price undisclosed, while the current market price was reflected in a market value of 170,258. His daily profit and loss amounted to 445,79, with a total profit and loss of 101,336,708,896. Having liquidated his holdings in Wayland Communications, he earned nearly 8 points, totaling 41 million. His account balance approached the significant milestone of 2 million. With trading still available for the day, it was certain that selecting another stock poised for a limit up would propel his total assets beyond the 2 million threshold. Originally possessing 930,000 in funds, he had successfully doubled his investment, yielding a remarkable 108. Utilizing his foresight, Li examined the afternoon and the next morning's market trends to select the most suitable stocks. His ability allowed him to perceive events occurring within the next 24 hours. At this moment, he could foresee the market conditions for the following midday. Naturally, he anticipated the trading scenario for the next morning. Tianlin Securities had consistently reached limit up today and was projected to do so again tomorrow. With an anticipated one-word limit up, Li noted Tianlin Securities, a company with a market capitalization of 17 billion, which is substantial. At midday, its stock price was 571 yuan, reflecting an increase of 11, with a trading volume of 45 million and a transaction amount of 8 billion. As the afternoon session commenced, the trajectory of Tianlin Securities was expected to dip before a surge around 2 p.m. Not only Tianlin Securities, but the entire financial and brokerage sector was experiencing a frenzied upward movement, with Tianlin Securities likely to reach its limit up. A total of 7 brokerages hit their limit up. In the afternoon, at 134, the stock price of Tianlin Securities fell to 420, marking a decrease of 22. Li executed multiple purchases with an average transaction price of 422 yuan. By 211 in the afternoon, the entire financial sector exhibited unusual activity, with substantial funds pouring in, initiating a rally in heavyweight stocks. The overall market surged by 25. Numerous brokerages reached their limit up, including Tianlin Securities. His total assets now amounted to 21,792,187, with available funds at 3,713. He held stocks in Tianlin Securities, with a quantity of 43,916, an average transaction price of 422, and a current market price of 4,961, leading to a holding market value of 21,791,688. His daily profit and loss reached 23,585, 162, 122, with an overall profit and loss of 12, 492, 187, 13, 432. With this transaction completed, Li's stock account successfully surpassed the 2 million mark, achieving a total of 21,690,000. Today marked 2 successful transactions. Having liquidated all holdings in Wayland Communications, I realized a remarkable profit of 79 points, amounting to 41 million. Subsequently, I fully invested in Tianlin Securities, yielding an impressive 122 points with an unrealized gain of 35 million. Today, my 2 transactions culminated in a profit of 76 million, averaging over 370,000 per day. Who else remains in the game? Have you already fled? Have you also feasted upon a surge in stock prices? I am eager to see your profits for today. Gu Man leaned her head onto Li Yi's shoulder, observing his stock account. Initially brimming with Wayland Communications, it was now entirely liquidated. He had then plunged fully into Tianlin Securities, reaping the benefits of a substantial price surge. Is there no justice in this world? Behold Li Yi's earnings for the day, over 76 million. Truly astonishing. Even though Gu Man had previously witnessed Li Yi's daily earnings exceed 200,000, she still found this figure to be remarkable. Over the course of just over a week, Li Yi's stock account had doubled. At this rate, by the time university commences, how much capital could Li Yi amass? Surely there would be enough to start a business, wouldn't he there? Li Yi, let us discuss this. Would you allow me to follow your lead? Gu Man, with her enchanting visage, gazed at Li Yi with imploring eyes, her gaze imbued with tenderness and innocence. Even the reborn Li Yi could not help but marvel. She truly is a captivating spirit. However, he feigned ignorance to her request and exclaimed in astonishment, "Is there such a demand? If I let you, wouldn't I suffer a loss? I am merely a young man, innocent and untainted. What nonsense are you speaking?" After spending a few days with Li Yi, Gu Man had become accustomed to his playful banter. She instantly grasped his meaning, her cheeks flushing red. Realizing the ambiguity of her words, she clarified, "What I meant was to copy homework, to follow your lead in stock trading, and earn some pocket money. CC can join as well, and together we can help her earn back her university tuition. Surely that should be feasible?" Gu Man looked at Li Yi, questioning whether this was possible. During the summer vacation, she helped Fan Wenxi earn her tuition fees. Observing Li Yi's daily stock trading profits had ignited her own desire. She yearned to possess such prowess, yet she was fully aware of her own limitations. If she attempted to navigate the stock market independently, she would undoubtedly be a novice. Of course, she did not lack for pocket money. She merely wished to experience the thrill of making money. Additionally, she wanted to assist CC in earning a little extra cash, or perhaps even her tuition fees. Li Yi furrowed his brow in contemplation before responding. "The stock market is ever-changing. Even if you were to copy my strategies, you could still incur losses. It is not feasible for you to remain by my side all day. I sometimes trade from home. Even if you were to observe my actions, you might not have time to execute your own trades. Should you suffer losses, do not place the blame on me. Additionally, do not invest too large a sum, as it may trigger a chain reaction beyond my expectations." Li Yi was aware of Gu Man's financial resources. After all, she was quite affluent. If she were to invest several million, or even more, in conjunction with Li Yi's account, it would not be a trivial sum. Entering a stock together could result in significant fluctuations, potentially creating a butterfly effect with unforeseen consequences. As for earning some pocket money or covering university tuition for Fan Wenxi, Li Yi confidently asserted, "Rest assured, Wenxi will continue to accompany me. I shall reimburse her university expenses. Consider it a preemptive investment." Chapter 16, Total Assets of 5 million. College entrance examination results announced. No need for tuition. I can handle it myself. The implication of Wenxi's future association with Li Yi led to some misunderstandings. After spending time with him over the past few days, Fan Wenxi recognized that he had deliberately phrased it that way. "You rascal, you have your eyes on my Wenxi." Gu Man shot Li Yi a glare, then turned to Fan Wenxi and said, "Wenxi, don't feel obliged to be courteous with this guy. It's merely a playful venture. I'll cover the costs. Any profits are yours, and any losses fall upon me." Li Yi frowned and retorted, "Are you trying to usurp my role? This matter is beyond your purview. Moreover, I am not only interested in Wenxi, I have my sights set on you as well. Wealthy lady, I'm starving, I seek sponsorship." Gu Man, unperturbed, immediately agreed. "All right, I shall sponsor you. Since you're not the main partner, it's merely a sponsorship. With your earning potential, you might as well follow me." Li Yi chuckled, surprised by Gu Man's unconventional approach. "You have quite the imagination. Perhaps I should be the one sponsoring you." "You?" Gu Man shook her head. "Let us talk when you have 10 billion. No, 100 billion. At this." Li Yi nodded earnestly and replied, "Sure, I've recorded that. Just you wait." Having recently acquired a new phone, he indeed captured Gu Man's words. In the future, he would see if this leggy beauty dared to flaunt herself before him again. Is 100 billion a lot? With the ability to foresee the future, Li Yi knew that amassing such a fortune in the financial market would be far from challenging. Were it not for the concern of drawing attention, he could achieve that sum in mere months. Even with a desire for discretion, once his funds grew substantially, intentionally incurring losses to reach 100 billion would not take long. This was merely within the stock market. Once he had capital in hand, pursuing his own ventures would be inevitable. Whether establishing a company or investing in others, accumulating 100 billion was indeed feasible. Are you serious? Delete that. Gu Man glared at Li Yi, attempting to snatch his phone. Unfortunately, she was no match for him and was unaware of his phone password. I've already uploaded it to the cloud. Smashing your phone would be futile, Li Yi chuckled. Gu Man ceased her attempts to seize the phone and remarked with a smile. You speak as though you can truly earn 100 billion. 100 billion? It's not that simple. Countless companies have been established for decades without reaching such a valuation. Subsequently, Li Yi took the time to study for his driving license, completing the first subject and awaited the opportunity to tackle the second. Over the past few days, Gu Man had also brought him a laptop, and together they plunged into the stock market, copying assignments. The total capital was 20,000 yuan, half of which belonged to Fan Wenxi, divided into two accounts. Wenxi's account was directly managed by Li Yi, distinct from Gu Man's account. This fund was meant to earn some pocket money and cover tuition for Fan Wenxi. The total capital was not substantial. After listening to Li Yi's words, it became evident that the capital involved was modest, merely a pastime. Nonetheless, earning over 1,000 yuan daily was sufficient to keep Gu Man elated throughout the day. With the profits, she often treated others to meals, her funds seemingly inexhaustible. In fact, Gu Man took it upon herself to cover the dining expenses for the past 2 months. This arrangement led Li Yi to spend nearly the entire day at the gym, almost resembling a part-time job there. However, he was there primarily to exercise, while simultaneously engaging in stock trading, which he considered another form of work, not merely assisting the gym. This situation bolstered the trust that Li Guozhong and Yi Hongying placed in their son's gym-related endeavors. Over the course of the week, Fan Siwen began utilizing the computer provided by Gu Man to venture into software development. Li Yi offered assistance and guidance, but he was not directly involved in creating the short video application. Note. Instead, he focused on the preliminary development, enhancing the core intelligent algorithms. Li Yi was mentoring Fan Siwen in the development of a game for practice, originally a sensation known as Jump. At that time, WeChat had yet to introduce its mini-program feature, so this game could only be released in its entirety. Although Jump appeared deceptively simple, achieving excellence was far from easy. While the framework and gameplay were straightforward, the special effects and logic required considerable time and effort. Even with Li Yi's assistance, the completion would take a significant duration. However, there was no rush. Summer vacation was ample, with nearly 3 months available for the high school seniors. Having just passed the first half of the month, about 2 months remained to refine Jump, which was merely a practice exercise for Fan Siwen. Unbeknownst to them, a week slipped by. Li Yi's stock account had amassed a total asset surpassing 3.5 million yuan, 356158931 to be precise. Available funds stood at 1811, holding stocks in Jinhua Technology with a quantity of 135,318. The average transaction price was 2,176, while the current market price reached 2632, resulting in a market value of 356156976. The day's profit and loss amounted to 32492698, with a total profit and loss of 263,15712. By the close of trading on Friday, Li Yi's stock account had reached 3.56 million. Meanwhile, the account he managed for Fan Siwen, initially set at 10,000 yuan, had also exceeded 160,000, yielding over 6,000 in profit, potentially sufficient for the first-year university tuition fees. This was merely a week's endeavor. Throughout the summer, covering Fan Siwen's university tuition and living expenses for over 4 years would pose no issue. The larger the capital, the more dramatic the compounding effect. During the weekend, Li Yi frequented the gym daily, exercising alongside the two lovely ladies, Gu Man and Fan Siwen, while also guiding Fan Siwen in the game development of Jump. It was likely that the game would not be fully refined until next month. To perfect Jump, Li Yi refrained from trading stocks over the weekend, only assisting occasionally. The completion of this mini-game was projected for early July. With the announcement of college entrance examination results imminent, Li Yi, you must not deceive me. Today is the 22nd, a Sunday. Tomorrow, the 23rd, is a Monday. The examination results will be accessible for inquiry after 10 o'clock tonight. Gu Manman distinctly recalls that after the college entrance examination, during a gathering, Li Yi claimed he had not exerted his full capabilities in regular tests, deliberately reserving his strength for a spectacular performance in the crucial exam. During this period of interaction with Li Yi, witnessing his financial successes in the stock market, she began to emulate his strategies and discovered the thrill of earning through trading. Observing Li Yi's guidance and mentorship of Fan Wenxi in mastering computer technology further solidified Gu Manman's belief in his assertion to underperform in routine assessments and await a remarkable outcome in the entrance examination. She eagerly anticipated the announcement of her results, which would determine her university choices. It was expected that the three of them would enroll in a university in Yindu. After half a month of close companionship, they had grown quite familiar with one another. Gu Manman had previously expressed her admiration for Yindu Normal University. However, after experiencing the joys of stock market profits alongside Li Yi, she began contemplating Yindu University of Finance, as its admission scores were comparable to those of Yindu Normal University, both hovering around the 211,985 mark. Fan Wenxi had also mentioned her initial intention to attend a university near Linhai, where her uncle resided and could provide her with support. Should Gu Manman and Li Yi both pursue colleges in Yindu, Fan Wenxi might also consider attending a university there. Having developed a strong camaraderie, the three of them could look out for each other while studying in Yindu. Li Yi had suggested they wait for the examination results, reiterating his belief that they had concealed their true abilities in previous tests, poised for a remarkable revelation in the entrance examination. With high scores, attending a prestigious university in Yindu could be easily within reach. During their Monday workouts and stock trading sessions, the trio was preoccupied, anxiously awaiting the evening's announcement of their scores. Chapter 17. The first step of the genius persona, achieving the title of top scorer in the entrance examination. Before 10 p.m., at Li Yi's home, the family sat quietly in the study, awaiting the scores. They were not solely relying on the computer for updates. Li Guozhong and Yi Hongying were also prepared to check the scores via phone. Meanwhile, on their phones, Li Yi, Gu Manman, and Fan Wenxi engaged in light conversation while they awaited the results. As the clock struck 10 o'clock p.m., the examination scores were finally accessible for inquiry. Legjing, Li Yi, are you anxious? If your score falls short, it will be quite embarrassing. Cici, the line is constantly busy. Li Yi, Legjing, wearing sunglasses, don't panic. Just wait a moment. You'll see my score yourself. It will be more entertaining that way. Li Yi, Cici, there's no rush. So many people are checking right now. It will ease up in a bit. Legjing, all right. Li Yi, send me your examination number and identity information. Li Yi, 51. In their small group chat, Legjing referred to Gu Manman. Li Yi had altered her nickname, and despite Gu Manman's attempts to revert it, she eventually conceded to the title. Cici, of course, referred to Fan Wenxi. As the results became available, the influx of queries caused the phone lines to be busy and the computer system to lag significantly. After approximately 10 minutes, the situation improved slightly. Li Yi sent his examination number and identity details, encouraging Gu Manman and Fan Wenxi to check his results themselves. He felt quite secure in his standing, thanks to his foresight and prescience. Having just seen his college entrance examination results, Li Yi sat at the computer, inputting his registration information to refresh the scores. Name, Li Yi, candidate number, examination number, Chinese, 146, mathematics, science 150, foreign language, 148, comprehensive science, 300, total score, 744. Ranking, including national bonus 1, ranking, including both national and local bonuses 1. Could there be an error? He quickly checked to ensure that he had entered the examination number and identification number correctly. As the scores appeared on the screen, Li Guozhong and Yi Hongying were momentarily taken aback. Their initial reaction was not one of joy or excitement. In truth, they were filled with elation. Yet they forcibly suppressed their exuberance, concerned about the possibility of a mistake. They couldn't even recall their own identification numbers, let alone Li Yi's. Otherwise, they could have confirmed the identity through the displayed name and candidate number. Typically, Li Yi's test scores hovered around 560 to 600. Exceeding 600 would be considered exceptional. But now, what score had he achieved? 744. As the parents of a third-year high school student, they were acutely aware of the countless tests their son had taken each semester and understood that the total possible score for the college entrance examination was 750. How could he score 744? Only a mere 6 points deducted. Lee pulled out his identification card and placed it against the computer screen next to his candidate number. Verifying the identification number confirmed this score. The couple examined the identification number on the examination results page, then compared it with the one Lee had placed on the screen, reciting the numbers one by one. With each recitation, their excitement grew. Finally, they confirmed. Is this real? Is this truly Lee's college entrance examination score? My goodness, 744 points? How could it be so high? First place. How could he achieve such a high score? After the initial thrill, Li Guozhong gazed at his son in disbelief. How could the score be so high? It's astonishing. He even began to question whether his son had cheated. Yet upon reflection, this was the college entrance examination. How could one cheat? He knew his son's character well. It was impossible for him to engage in such dishonesty. Moreover, the chances of not getting caught were negligible. Was this genuinely the score earned by his son? The discrepancy from his usual test scores was substantial. Indeed, exceedingly so. Lee earnestly declared, I merely coasted through the usual tests, but for the college entrance examination, I gave it my all to deliver you a surprise. Did you feel the surprise? With a playful slap on his son's shoulder, Li Guozhong chuckled, You rascal. The slap was not gentle, yet Li Guozhong's face radiated joy. Why hit your son so hard? Yi Hongying forcefully swatted Li Guozhong's hand aside and affectionately rubbed her son's shoulder. 744 points. You could choose any university from Yindu University, Qingshu University, Linhai University of Science and Technology, or Linhai Jiaodong University, couldn't you? This is truly a moment of glory for our family. This score ranks first in both national and local bonus categories, not merely city rankings, but provincial. This is the pinnacle of provincial college entrance examination results. Securing such a title undeniably invites skepticism. However, who could genuinely question the integrity of the college entrance examination? Cheating is an impossibility, as every examination room is under surveillance. If there were any doubts regarding malfeasance, one could simply review the footage. In any case, Lee did not cheat. Could his ability to foresee the future be detected? Regardless, attaining this title will undoubtedly benefit Lee in the future. At the very least, the persona of a genius, now bolstered by the title of top scorer, is solidly established. In the future, as he earns money in the stock market, invests in other enterprises, and establishes his own company, this genius image will only strengthen. Often, a reputation can become a burden. Yet, as long as one avoids reckless behavior, a good reputation can often be directly converted into wealth. Moreover, it serves as a protective charm. The latter, a protective charm, is precisely what Lee requires. With a prominent reputation, he need not fear being targeted. Should anyone attempt to undermine him, the ensuing revelations would attract significant attention. Furthermore, with the backing of fame and recognition, Lee's ventures in establishing a company and launching new products will swiftly gain traction. The key is that the persona of a genius must not be confined solely to the college entrance examination. It must endure and proliferate. It is essential for more people to recognize and believe that Lee is indeed a genius. Lee, isn't that a bit exaggerated? 744 points? That's terrifying, isn't it? How did you manage to score so high when you usually score just over 500 or barely touch 600? Lee, impressive. 744 points. In their small group chat, Gu Manman and Fan Wenxi immediately checked Lee's score, and both were astounded by the revelation of his remarkable 744 points. As fellow high school seniors, they comprehended just how extraordinary this achievement was, truly astonishing. Lee had not been exaggerating. He had concealed his test scores, saving his brilliance for the college entrance examination. Beyond the small group comprising Lee, Gu Manman, and Fan Wenxi, news of his score quickly spread throughout the class group. Lee's college entrance examination score was unveiled, 744 points. The homeroom teacher, aware of the examination details, could also access student scores. However, the teacher would not check every student's results. They would typically only look into the scores of the top-ranking students in the class. Lee's performance was merely average among his peers, and it was unlikely that the teacher would scrutinize his score. The teacher learned of Lee's examination results through a phone call from the school administration. The admissions committee from the universities had reached out to the school. On Li Yi's end, the telephone at home soon began to ring. The college admissions committee was calling through the night to recruit students. Chapter 18. Application for Admission, Yindu University. Congratulations to Li Yi for achieving a score of 744 points, ranking first in the city and the province. Li Yi, 744 points? No way. How is that possible? Li Yi typically scores between 550 to 600 in his regular tests, yet he achieved an astonishing 744 in the college entrance examination. Could there possibly be an error in his score? It is inconceivable. After all, this is the Gaokao, and the scores cannot be mistaken. A score of 744 is so impressive that even if I were to copy, I would not reach such heights. Indeed, he is the top scorer in the entire province and city. Who could he possibly have copied? The top student of the Gaokao hails from our school, from our class. I am a classmate of this academic prodigy, Sunglasses. I now have the credentials to boast. Li Yi, the distinguished one, make your presence known. Regarding Li Yi's examination results, I have heard him claim that he deliberately underperformed in his usual tests, waiting for the Gaokao to astound everyone. Gumanman, is that true? How do you know? Gumanman, it is rumored that after the Gaokao, you and Li Yi were seen together. Is there something more between you two? You know what I mean. Don't spread baseless rumors. I assure you, I am not in a relationship with Li Yi. It is not just the two of us. There is also Fan Wenxi. We merely worked together during the summer. Fan Wenxi can also attest to Li Yi's remarkable abilities. He has kept his talents well hidden, aiming to surprise everyone during the Gaokao. Is there truly such a person? He certainly caught us off guard. Even our homeroom teacher must have been taken aback. I believe even the principal was astonished. Imagine the principal waking up in the night, laughing in disbelief. The top scorer emerging from his own school and class. Gu Manman mentioned this in the class group. Her classmates seized upon it, speculating whether she and Li Yi were dating after the Gaokao. Having spent some time with Li Yi, Gu Manman swiftly denied any such rumors. Fan Wenxi also chimed in to corroborate Gu Manman's statement. Li Yi is indeed exceptional. In what way is he exceptional? Gu Manman and Fan Wenxi did not elaborate. After all, Li Yi has been engaging in stock trading, and if this attracts other classmates, they might become mere novices. It was mentioned that Li Yi has also self-studied computer technology, surpassing even Fan Wenxi in skill. With a Gaokao score of 744, even the top student, Fan Wenxi, acknowledges that Li Yi excels in computer technology. All evidence points to the fact Li Yi is truly remarkable. At this moment, Li Yi is inundated with calls. It is not that he does not wish to respond. Rather, his phone is incessantly ringing. First, the principal, who learned from the admissions office that the top scorer is from his school, reached out to Li Yi. Just after hanging up with the principal, the homeroom teacher's call came through. Then, various university admissions teams began to contact him. Li Yi's phone has not ceased ringing. Just as he hangs up, another call comes in. Not only Li Yi but also Li Guozhong and Yi Hongying are similarly occupied with calls. They have their own engagements to attend to. The school has retained the contact numbers of Li Yi's parents, while only the homeroom teacher and a few classmates are aware of Li Yi's personal number. Thank you for your esteemed institution's assistance regarding college application matters. We need to consult with our child. Thank you very much. We will give it careful consideration. As parents, we cannot dictate the choices of our children when it comes to college applications. They must make their own decisions. While we can offer guidance, ultimately, the choice of which city to attend and which university to enroll in rests solely with them. Your institution possesses remarkable strengths across various domains, and we will communicate this to our child. Thank you and goodbye. Li Yi's parents have been in constant communication with the university admissions team, providing thoughtful responses. In recent news, the top scorers of the college entrance examination have been revealed. The science top scorer achieved an impressive 744 points, while the arts top scorer secured 679 points. Each year, the top achievers in the college entrance examination attract considerable attention. Unexpectedly, the chat discussions from Li Yi's class group, including even the chat logs, have surfaced online. It is common knowledge that Li Yi typically performs at an average level, scoring between 500 to 600 points. However, his examination score reached an astonishing 744 points. The chat records suggest that Li Yi deliberately downplayed his regular test scores, hiding his true potential to deliver an unexpected surprise during the college entrance examination. This phenomenon has been described by certain online media outlets as a form of youthful romance, a feat that can only be accomplished in one's youth. The result indeed left his entire class, and even the school, in a state of shock and amazement. Many netizens found the situation intriguing, perceiving Li Yi as a playful student capable of such a remarkable feat. Achieving a score of 744 is truly formidable. A realization that only those who have experienced the college entrance examination can fully appreciate. The following day, the university admissions team arrived at Li Yi's home. With the results now public, it was time for application submissions. The admissions team was determined to showcase the advantages of their institution, including the campus atmosphere, environment, accommodation conditions, and the qualities of the city itself. They presented every potential attraction to entice Li Yi in his decision-making process. In recent years, officials have mandated that no agreements or pre-admission promises be made with candidates, nor can institutions lure applicants with exorbitant scholarships or offers to change majors upon enrollment. In previous years, a top scorer could receive substantial financial rewards from universities, sometimes amounting to hundreds of thousands. Even universities from Hong Kong were known to offer sky-high scholarships to attract top talent. Unfortunately, such practices have now been prohibited. For many candidates, this financial incentive could have significantly alleviated household expenses. For genuine academic high achievers, scholarships during high school often covered their tuition entirely, allowing them to receive considerable financial awards instead. We warmly congratulate Li Yi for being the top scorer in science for the province. The announcement of academic excellence has arrived. Our student, Li Yi, has achieved a remarkable score of 744, securing the top position in the provincial college entrance examination. Another exemplary student, frenzied, has attained a score of 711, ranking 9th in the province for science subjects. Additionally, Wei Tong has excelled with a score of 651, placing 12th in the humanities category across the province. The admission rate for first-tier universities stands at 80, while the overall undergraduate admission rate is an impressive 99. 5. Yuanjiang 6th High School has proudly displayed banners overnight, with the foremost banner celebrating Li Yi's triumph as the top science student in the province. A series of interconnected banners further highlight the school's achievements in the college entrance examination. Each year, approximately 10 students from our institution gain admission to esteemed universities such as Yendu University and Tsinghua University, establishing our school as a formidable academic institution within Yuanjiang. In just 2 days, Li Yi's home has welcomed numerous representatives from various universities, as well as several media members, drawn by his outstanding score of 744. This remarkable achievement has garnered significant attention, especially with intriguing conversations circulating in the class group from Yuanjiang 6th High School, revealing that Li Yi's usual test scores were quite average, leading to a surprising and impressive performance in the college entrance examination. Even the neighborhood where Li Yi resides has displayed banners celebrating his status as the provincial top scorer. As he contemplates which university to attend, his options primarily lie between Yendu University and Tsinghua University. At the Beitong Plaza Gym, amidst the vibrant atmosphere, Li Yi meets with Gu Manman and Fan Wenxi. Having been preoccupied with university admissions over the past few days, he has not been able to visit the gym, nor has he had ample time for stock trading. Utilizing his ability to foresee future events, he has been purchasing stocks that are on a continuous rise without further engagement, thus earning money effortlessly. Upon seeing Gu Manman in her workout attire and Fan Wenxi in athletic wear, Li Yi feels invigorated by their presence, one with striking beauty and the other with an admirable physique, both embodying a spirit of vitality that motivates him. After completing a set of barbell squats, Gu Manman adds 2 plates to Li Yi's barbell and assists him, suggesting, "Let us go to Yendu University. I plan to study finance and eventually join you." Initially, she had intended to apply to Yendu Normal University. Li Yi recalls that in a previous life, Gu Manman had indeed applied to Yendu Normal University. His presence has undoubtedly created a ripple effect. Fancywen's score allows her to choose between Yendu University and Tsinghua University as well. The 3 of them could attend university together, providing mutual support. With Fan Wenxi's score of 711, both universities are within her reach, particularly strong in the field of computer science. Ultimately, Li Yi decides to enroll at Yendu University, recognizing that its finance program is comparatively stronger when considering various factors. More importantly, the computer science program at Yendu University boasts remarkable strength, complemented by an exceptionally skilled technician. It may be worthwhile to extend an invitation. Attending Yindu University means becoming fellow brothers and sisters at the same institution, which would certainly enhance the prospects of inviting the other party. Chapter 19. Is Li Yi the leader of a pyramid scheme? During the return to school to fill out college applications, Li Yi garnered the admiration of his classmates, the smiles of his homeroom teacher and principal, along with a scholarship amounting to 10,000. So, have you decided which university to apply to? The homeroom teacher casually inquired of Li Yi. With a score of 744, Li Yi had the liberty to choose from any university he desired. He replied to his teacher, "I think I'll apply to Yindu University." The teacher nodded in agreement, stating, "Both Yindu University and Tsinghua University are among the top institutions in the country. Either choice would be excellent." The homeroom teacher was elated, never imagining that his class would produce such a remarkable talent. During regular assessments, Li Yi's scores ranged between 550 and 600. Yet he emerged as the top scorer in the provincial college entrance examinations. What a curious outcome. It can only be said that the thoughts and perspectives of young people are truly beyond comprehension. However, this is indeed a fortuitous achievement. As for evaluations and accolades, there would be no issue whatsoever. What university do you plan to apply to? The homeroom teacher then asked Fan Wenxi. With a score of 711, she too had the privilege of selecting from the nation's elite universities. This year, the admission scores for Tsinghua University, Yindu University, Linhai University, and Linhai Jiaodong University hovered around 690 to 700. Fan Wenxi quietly responded, "I'll apply to Yindu University." The teacher nodded slightly. "Very well. You and Li Yi should attend Yindu University together. You can look out for each other." Afterward, the teacher also advised Li Yi, "Make sure to keep an eye on classmate Fan Wenxi." Being the homeroom teacher, he was well aware of her personality and family circumstances. Fan Wenxi, who would be attending Yindu University, was relatively reserved and somewhat insecure, fearful of not establishing good relationships with her classmates and roommates. Li Yi also resolved to apply to Yindu University. As they had been classmates for years, he could assist in looking after Fan Wenxi, which reassured the teacher. Li Yi assured his teacher, "Don't worry, Gu Man and I will take care of classmate Fan Wenxi." After submitting their applications, everyone departed. This parting would make future reunions quite challenging. Although there may be attempts to organize alumni gatherings in the future, gathering a large number of attendees would prove difficult, with very few actually participating. Li Yi had scarcely attended such events in his previous life. With everyone busy with work, who would have the time for reunions? Didn't you always intend to apply to Yindu Normal University? Why has it changed to Yindu University of Finance? Gu Manman's family was aware that she was filling out her applications today. They were taken aback when her first choice suddenly became Yindu University of Finance. It should be noted that Gu Manman had long intended to apply to Yindu Normal University, aspiring to become a teacher. As her parents, they supported their daughter's choices. Yet, they were astonished that her application had unexpectedly shifted from Yindu Normal University to Yindu University of Finance. Both universities had similar admission scores, as they were both classified as 211 and 985 institutions. The distinction in levels is not particularly vast. However, in essence, they are entirely different. Normal universities focus on cultivating educators, while financial universities specialize in finance and economics. This shift is quite significant. Gu Man has abruptly altered her dream of several years, transitioning from aspiring to be a teacher to applying to Yindu University of Finance to study finance. What could be the reason behind this? Gu Man, have you fallen in love? Is your boyfriend applying to Yindu University of Finance as well? Is that why you are following suit? The speaker is Gu Man's elder brother, Gu Ping. What could prompt his sister to abandon her dream of becoming a teacher and change her application from Yindu Normal University to Yindu University of Finance? Such a profound transformation could only be attributed to love. Gu Ping further inquired. Cousin mentioned that you often spend time at the gym with a certain boy. Is that true? Gu Man's mother is a beautiful, gentle, and cultured woman. Upon hearing her son mention that their daughter has a boyfriend, she immediately asked, Man, is it true that you have a boyfriend? Who is this young man? Can you tell us about him? Gu Bangwa, Gu Man's father, is a gentleman dressed in formal attire with glasses, exuding elegance. Hearing that their daughter might be in a relationship, Gu Man's parents displayed little emotional upheaval and did not object. Instead, they gently inquired. Gu Man, lounging on the soft sofa, upon hearing her brother's words, threw the pillow in her arms at him. What boyfriend? Don't talk nonsense. Cousin is mistaken. He is merely my classmate, and I wasn't he alone. Cece was there too. I'm just teaching him how to work out, and I'm learning from him about stock trading. Gu Man emphasized to her parents, he is truly not my boyfriend. Li Yi is a rather unique individual in our class. This year, he achieved the highest score in our province's college entrance examination, 744 points. It's simply extraordinary. Do you know what his usual test scores are? Below 600. After the college entrance examination, when we went out to have fun, while sitting in a corner with him and Fan Wency to compare answers, I realized something was off. I had made many mistakes, yet he got them right. When I asked him, he confessed that he deliberately underperformed in his usual tests to conceal his true capabilities, preparing to astonish everyone during the college entrance examination. I don't quite comprehend the thoughts of you boys. At this point, Gu Man glanced at her elder brother. Gu Ping chuckled and remarked, this Li Yi indeed possesses ambition. He is impressive. Is this really a strategy? This is the final year of high school, the college entrance examination. Can one truly play such games? What a bold heart. Quite the strategist. Gu Man continued. At first, I thought he was just pulling my leg, but later, when he signed up for a gym membership and I started coaching him, I discovered that he is quite adept at self-learning computer technology, surpassing even Cece. He guides and mentors Cece in her studies of computer technology and encourages her to delve into artificial intelligence. Moreover, he is exceptionally skilled at stock trading. Truly exceptional. Speaking of Li Yi, Gu Man was unaware of the admiration that filled her eyes, expression, and tone. Lying on the sofa, she unconsciously set down her phone and began to introduce Li Yi to her family, her delicate little feet still swaying. Mother Gu turned to gaze at her husband. Gu Bang was sighed at his little cotton-padded jacket, wondering if she had indeed fallen for this boy. Gu Ping also noticed that his sister seemed to harbor feelings for this classmate, Li Yi. Listening closely, he found Li Yi to be quite impressive. Achieving a score of 744 in the college entrance examination was no small feat. He had self-studied computer technology and was even able to guide his classmate, Fan Wency. Gu Ping had heard his sister mention this girl frequently. She was undoubtedly an academic prodigy, far surpassing Gu Ping himself. To self-learn computer skills and excel in stock trading was remarkable. How much had he earned? He recalled that his father had once coughed, mentioning that his cousin had lost over $1 million in the stock market, nearly resulting in his uncle cutting off his allowance. Upon mentioning his father, Gu Ping suddenly noticed him giving a disapproving glare, prompting him to change the subject swiftly. He shifted the conversation to his cousin instead. Gu Man huffed, he's extremely impressive, but I can't divulge too many details. I've decided to pursue finance and work with him after graduation. She added that he had also invited Fan Wency to join him post-graduation to oversee software development, promising her the position of Chief Technology Officer. He was accumulating funds while simultaneously developing a remarkable piece of software. I truly believe he will establish a company during his university years. It's inevitable. 3 days had passed since the college entrance examination results were released, and the admissions teams had begun to visit for application processes. Over these days, Gu Man had been copying Li Yi's homework, and she was aware of his total assets, which had reached approximately 5 million. With more than 2 months until school commenced, it seemed that Li Yi might accumulate enough funds to start a company before classes even began. Gu Ping furrowed his brow, feeling a sense of unease regarding Li Yi, as if he resembled a pyramid scheme leader. Here was a boy who had just completed his college entrance examination, yet he had managed to persuade his sister to abandon applying to Yendu Normal University in favor of Yendu University of Finance to study finance, all while claiming she would work with him after graduation. He even coaxed another female classmate into joining him as the chief technology officer of his company. It truly seemed like a waste of talent if this boy wasn't involved in a pyramid scheme. Chapter 20. Gu Ping. I've definitely made my decision regarding this future brother-in-law. It wasn't just Gu Ping who felt something was amiss with Li Yi. Both Mother Gu and Gu Bangwa sensed a peculiar vibe after hearing about him. They felt that this classmate had a knack for persuasion, having completely swayed their daughter. Humph, just because one is incapable does not mean Li Yi is. What a frog in a well. Upon hearing her brother's comparison of Li Yi to a pyramid scheme leader, Gu Man immediately retorted, defending Li Yi's reputation and the image he held in her heart. However, noticing her parents' slightly furrowed brows, the astute Gu Man quickly discerned their skepticism. She hopped off the sofa, her adorable pink bunny slippers pattering on the floor, and ran over to her father. She handed over her phone with a flourish, exclaiming, "Look, Dad, you've dabbled in stocks yourself, and although you may have incurred losses, you must understand the significance of this." Gu Man opened the stock trading app on her phone. While showcasing it to her father, she candidly pointed out his shortcomings. Moments ago, Gu Ping had refrained from mentioning that their father had lost money in stocks, but in an instant, he shifted the narrative, attributing the losses to their cousin instead. "Is this your account?" Gu Bangwa gazed at the figures displayed on his daughter's screen, unable to suppress a sharp intake of breath. A commendable contribution to the fight against global warming. Although his daughter's account held a modest sum of just over 20,000, the overall profit, or rather, the astonishing increase, stood at an impressive 110. This implied that the principal investment was merely 10,000, yielding over 10,000 in profits. Such returns were nothing short of extraordinary. Upon hearing his daughter mention Li, Gu Bangwa deduced that she had only opened this stock account after her college entrance examination. In just over 10 days, less than 10 trading days, she had achieved a staggering rise of over 100. A glance at the transaction records further confirmed this remarkable feat. As someone who had previously been a novice in the stock market, Gu Bangwa understood the challenges involved. It was utterly astounding. No wonder his little cotton-padded jacket spoke so highly of this Li, claiming he possessed exceptional trading skills without elaborating further. Did she really intend to study finance and work with Li after graduation? Such a remarkable gain in under 10 trading days was certainly telling. Truly impressive. However, Gu Bangwa reminded his daughter that to gauge true skill, one must consider larger capital investments that have endured the trials of both bull and bear markets. With a grin, Gu Man replied, "This is my stock account, not Li's. I merely followed his lead. He didn't execute the trades for me. His account undoubtedly boasts a larger capital and even more exaggerated gains." After saying this, Gu Man tucked her phone away and turned her attention to the sofa. Dismissing her father, "Hey, let me take a look." Gu Ping, intrigued, inquired what could provoke such astonishment from their father. It was rare for anything to elicit such surprise from him. Thick-skinned, he leaned closer to his sister, catching sight of her stock account. Immediately, he licked his lips and gravely said, "Sister, your boyfriend must be introduced to me. Rest assured, I won't oppose this union." In the Gu household, sons were raised with frugality while daughters were nurtured with abundance. Gu Man had never lacked for anything, being given allowances in the thousands to broaden her horizons and shield her from the tricks of petty boys. As for Gu Ping, he merely needed to survive, having never seen his bank balance exceed 4 digits since graduating from university. It was a tough existence. Upon witnessing his sister's stock account, Gu Ping felt a sense of camaraderie with her. He was prepared to be the first to express his approval of this potential match. Gu Ping urged, "Sister, you've started dabbling in stocks. You must invest in these premium stocks early and hold them tightly. Consider this. He scored 744 on the college entrance examination. Surely, he isn't attending Yindu Financial University with you, is he? Is he going to Qingmu or Yanda? Soon, he will be surrounded by exceptional young women. Such a distinguished young man will undoubtedly shine wherever he goes. He may have been low-key before, but now, he can no longer hide. Various young women will flock to him like moths to a flame, and your position may be at stake. In those top-tier universities, there are certainly girls more outstanding than you. You must act swiftly. You have a point, but it's rather misguided." Gu Man nearly fell for her brother's words, and upon realizing it, she retorted angrily, "Gu Ping, can you not have a shred of decency? To earn some pocket money, you would have your sister pursue other boys?" Gu Ping responded, "Am I wrong? It pains my heart. What do you mean by saying I would have my sister chase after other boys for the sake of pocket money? Is this the image you have of me as your brother?" Seeing her children bickering, Gu Mama decided to intervene. "All right, you two, go play elsewhere." Sitting beside her husband, she continued watching television while discussing a student named Li. At Fan Wenxi's home, attending Yindu University would be perfectly acceptable. Her mother had no objections, though somewhat apprehensive. It was comforting that other classmates would accompany her. One must learn to be independent. Mama Wenhui recognized her daughter's decision to apply to Yindu University. Her daughter had few friends, and she was aware that Gu Man was her closest companion. Both were set to attend Yindu University. Although they would not be in the same institution, they would only be a few kilometers apart, a mere 10-minute drive, allowing them to care for one another. Indeed, it was primarily Gu Man who would look after her daughter. They had discussed their plans to attend Yindu University together. Gu Man even had Mama Fan Wenxi's WeChat and contact information. She mentioned that the science stream top scorer, Li Yi, would also be attending Yindu University. Though not in the same department, he could still look after Cici. As a mother, Wenhui understood her daughter's personality intimately. It would be beneficial for her to gain some experience in university. Children must learn independence. University is the best opportunity for this. After university, the complexities of the societal environment surpassed those of academic life. During this period, Fan Wenxi, alongside Gu Man and Li Yi, had begun exercising, resulting in notable changes, particularly in her vitality. The most significant transformation was in her spirit and confidence. Gu Man guided Fan Wenxi in her workouts, helping her improve her posture and strengthen her back and chest muscles, correcting her slumped shoulders. After standing tall, her entire demeanor transformed, exuding a newfound confidence, no longer projecting that timid, insecure aura. As a mother, Wenhui observed these changes keenly. Over the years, this student named Gu Man had consistently cared for her daughter, and it was evident to her. Li Yi has personally filled out his application and is virtually assured of admission to Yindu University, specifically the School of Economics and Management at the Guanghua Management Institute. As a top scorer with 744 points in the college entrance examination, his acceptance is all but guaranteed. In recent days, Li Yi has seized the opportunity to register on Weibo and has applied for certification as the top scorer of the 2014 Provincial College Entrance Examination, garnering a modicum of attention. Online discussions have emerged regarding his deliberate concealment of his academic performance during his senior year, where he typically scored between 500 and 600 points, only to astound everyone with his remarkable 744 points in the final examination. This intriguing maneuver has sparked significant interest and conversation. In Chapter 21, Li Yi declares his choice of major, finance. He posts on Weibo, stating his excitement for the next 4 years at Yindu University. Shortly thereafter, he attracts considerable notice, even prompting the official Weibo account of Yindu University to retweet his announcement, welcoming him and encouraging other students to consider their institution. Netizens joined the conversation with various remarks, abdominal muscles returning to one. Is this the same Li Yi who usually underperformed in exams, but then astonished everyone in the college entrance examination? Meow meow, worshipping the Great One, 744 points, with no additional policy points. What a remarkable individual. Uncle Pippi, Li Yi, do you still have your high school textbooks? My daughter will be a senior next year. Could you sell them to me? Next year's top scorer. I also want the secrets. Can I buy your high school textbooks? Li Yi, Zhang Yuquan, why on earth choose finance? Adam Man, what is wrong with studying finance? Is it not a viable field? Fireworks fade quickly, with 744 points. Any major would be suitable, yet opting for finance? It seems he has not given this choice thorough consideration, as the field heavily relies on resources. Zhang Yuquan, indeed. What is finance? Simply put, it revolves around money. Li Yi's family is average. How much can he contribute? Zhang Yuquan, entering the finance industry requires capital. Does he possess sufficient family backing or resources? Does a degree from Yindu University carry weight? Is there an advantage? Clearly not. Zhang Yuquan, the essence of finance is lending idle personal and market funds to those with the ability to generate profit but lacking capital, enabling them to earn more. Zhang Yuquan, the fundamental principle of the finance industry is to favor the wealthy. It is impossible to assist the needy. Zhang Yuquan, based on these principles, the clientele consists of exceptionally capable individuals who are often in the upper echelons of society. A high achiever from a small town, lacking background and resources, pales in comparison to those with corporate connections or Fortune 500 affiliations. Loves to eat pineapple buns. As a finance professional, I resonate with what teacher Zhang has stated. The finance sector is indeed resource-intensive. Li Yi's impressive score of 744 could have opened doors to even more prestigious majors. On a sunny day, it ultimately comes down to the students who have just completed their college entrance examinations and their parents. They possess limited knowledge about selecting universities and understanding the specifics of various fields of study. Frequently, decisions are made based on personal interpretations, inclinations, and preferences, leading to regretful tears upon graduation. Suddenly, Li Yi's Weibo account, which he had just registered 2 days prior, became lively. Following the release of the college entrance examination results, buoyed by his status as a top scorer, he amassed around 30,000 followers. At this moment, his comment section erupted with activity, even bordering on chaos. Regarding his choice to pursue a degree in finance, an industry insider, a well-known financial mogul, remarked that Li Yi's choice of finance was somewhat of a waste. This was not to say that the finance major was inferior, nor that Li Yi lacked capability. It was simply an assertion that with his exceptional grades, he could opt for a more prestigious field of study. The finance discipline heavily relies on resources, connections, and networks. Reports online indicated that Li Yi came from an ordinary family, with parents who were merely employees of a state-owned enterprise and not part of the management. The circles he typically interacted with were confined to a small town, comprising individuals of similar standing. Given this background, how could he possibly compete with the affluent second-generation heirs and those possessing familial advantages when entering the finance sector? Conversely, some argued that they, too, emerged from humble beginnings without any notable networks, yet thrived after studying finance. However, this was quickly countered by another. How many years did it take for you to reach the stage you now deem successful? How are those who joined the company simultaneously with you, possessing resources and connections, faring now? Such a statement rendered the opponent speechless. It is universally acknowledged that finance thrives on resources. The influence of a prestigious academic background does exist, albeit marginally. Ultimately, success requires time, perseverance, and a degree of fortune, placing one at a considerable disadvantage compared to those with advantageous backgrounds. The discussions surrounding this matter escalated into a trending topic, even intertwining with another popular discourse: how to select a major during the college entrance examination. At this juncture, the future notable figure in college entrance examination and postgraduate information, Teacher Zhang, had yet to embark on this line of business. The general understanding of how to choose a major was quite limited. Most students merely followed trending fields, considering what industries were in demand, offered high salaries, and aligned with their interests. The number of students and parents who could thoughtfully weigh all aspects before making a decision was exceedingly scarce. This gap in information leads to such situations. The college entrance examination inherently attracts immense attention, capturing the focus of countless students and their families. Unreservedly speaking, the college entrance examination serves as a pathway for many students and families to transform their destinies. As this year's highest-scoring science student, Li Yi stands as a testament to this truth. The topic itself carries a certain level of excitement. He has chosen Yindu University, a premier institution domestically and among the world's top universities, opting for a major in finance. There are those who assert that the finance major relies heavily on resources, which raises questions regarding the college application process, garnering the attention of both students and their parents. Additionally, with Weibo recently going public, the discussion has been inadvertently amplified, resulting in a surge of interest. The level of discourse has escalated dramatically, leading to a notable increase in followers for Li Yi on Weibo. Some individuals, upon observing the comments section of Li Yi's posts and the growing debate surrounding college applications, have come to feel that his choice of Yindu University and finance as a major may not be worthwhile, suggesting that he could have selected a more advantageous field of study. This has left both Li Yi and Yindu University somewhat at a loss for words. Who can be blamed for this? Li Yi's decision to pursue finance at Yindu University stems from his foresight regarding future endeavors in the financial sector, necessitating a deeper understanding of the relevant professional knowledge. Yindu University finds itself caught in the crossfire, as the assertion that the finance major is resource-intensive is not something they can alter, despite its undeniable truth. Yindu University genuinely has little to counter this claim. Li Yi subsequently posted on Weibo, expressing gratitude to Professor Zhang Yuquan for his guidance, stating that coming from an ordinary background, his parents have not provided him with elite connections or resources. However, he believes that if he possesses sufficient capability, he can cultivate his own resources, effectively becoming a resource himself. Chapter 22. I, Li Yi, am the ultimate resource. As long as I am formidable enough, I am my own resource. The essence of Li Yi's Weibo post is encapsulated in this statement. Were it merely this phrase, it would undoubtedly provoke disdain from many. Even casual observers might perceive Li Yi as overly arrogant, transforming casual fans into detractors. Can a score of 744 on the college entrance examination truly be deemed impressive? Can a 744 score rival the connections and resources of those from state-owned enterprises or the second-generation signs of Fortune 500 companies? After a decade of diligent study, Can one truly measure up to the decades or even generations of networking, circles, and resources accumulated by others? Such presumption is audacious. Yet, when Li Yi shared this statement on Weibo, he accompanied it with a screenshot from his stock trading account. The image, partially obscured, displayed total assets, average transaction prices, current market values, daily gains and losses, and the names of the stocks held. This evidence confirms that it is indeed not a simulated account. Additionally, it was apparent that available funds were minimal, indicating a full investment strategy, with over 300,000 shares held. The section detailing daily and total gains and losses was also partially obscured, yet it revealed an impressive yield, daily gain of 13 and total gain of 61,272. Although most of the screenshot was masked, the disclosed figures were sufficient for those versed in the field to glean significant insights. To the average individual or casual internet user, the most striking revelation was the total gain rate of 61,272. In other words, the funds in Li Yi's stock account have multiplied over 6 times. I am quite curious about the initial investment made by Li Yi. To achieve such a 6-fold increase, how much capital could he possibly have? As a recent high school graduate who just completed the college entrance examination and who had previously concealed his scores without receiving any scholarships, how much money could he truly possess? Astonishingly, a staggering 61 times. If the initial capital were 1 million, a 6-fold increase would be quite impressive indeed. However, can he truly produce a capital of 1 million? Are you all blind? Have you not noticed the substantial holding of over 300,000 shares? It was only then that I realized the existence of over 300,000 shares. What of those 300,000 shares? For those unfamiliar with the stock market, allow me to clarify. In the current domestic stock market, excluding delisted stocks, the lowest share price is that of Xia Hong Company, which closed at 117 yuan today. Li Yi's stock account holds over 300,000 shares, and even at the price of 117 yuan, that amounts to over 30 million. Why exclude delisted stocks? Would a rational person invest in delisted stocks? Similarly, would Li Yi invest in such worthless stocks? With more than 300,000 shares in his account, the unit price is certainly not merely a few yuan. His account must contain at least 600,000. I doubt it, even if it were 600,000. Deducting the 6-fold profit would leave an original investment of 108,000. As a parent, would you hand over 100,000 to your child for stock trading? It is precisely due to a smaller capital that one can double their investment in a short time. Don't be envious. If I gave you 10,000, a 6-fold increase would still be impressive. Recently, the market has been favorable. It's merely a stroke of luck. It's amusing. The daily fluctuation of 13 went unnoticed, while the maximum increase in the current stock market is 10, indicating that Li Yi indeed executed trades today, most likely first capitalizing on a 3 increase, followed by hitting a daily limit. Of course, if he didn't reach the daily limit, 2 trades yielding a 13 increase are also possible. I lean towards the belief that Li Yi did hit a daily limit. Today, there were 39 stocks that reached their daily limit, with only 10 stocks priced below 10 yuan, and the lowest being over 4 yuan. Assuming a price of 4 yuan, with over 300,000 shares held, Li Yi's stock account must contain at least 1.2 million. Analyze all you want, but let us just ask Li Yi directly how much money is in his stock account. What was his initial capital? Li Yi, which stocks did you buy? Share with us. All this intense analysis is of little use. However, it can be affirmed that Li Yi is quite adept at stock trading. One can only say, he truly deserves the title of Science College Entrance Examination Champion. His choice to pursue a finance major is not without reason. Without systematic education, he has ventured into the stock market, rapidly multiplying his capital by over 6 times. Why is it considered a short period? Because Li Yi recently turned 18. The stock account he shared is indeed his own. Even if we consider his stock trading from the moment he turned 18, he has managed to multiply his capital in a remarkably short time. Naturally, some may argue that this is simply due to good fortune. The stock market is indeed currently in the early stages of a bull market. It may not be significant, and perhaps Li Yi possesses some innate talent, but that does not necessarily imply he is exceptionally skilled. Zhang Yuquan remarked, Li Yi, transient achievements do not truly reflect one's capabilities. The financial market necessitates time for maturation. Only through enduring the trials of time and market fluctuations can one claim to possess genuine insights. No one dares to proclaim their prowess. Upon observing Li Yi's social media presence and the stock account he shared, Zhang felt compelled to admit it was indeed impressive, yet ultimately, it was merely that. Given the modest capital involved, achieving a six-fold increase amidst the current favorable market conditions is not particularly challenging. In Zhang's perspective, there exists a significant element of luck. When the capital base enlarges, the market's favorable conditions will not persist indefinitely. The youth, in their exuberance, may have encountered a fortunate market after their college entrance examinations and, having made profits, mistakenly believe that the stock market and finance are straightforward, prompting them to choose a finance major. When losses ensue, they will realize that finance and the stock market are far more complex than initially perceived. The belief that one's strength alone can convert the market into a resource is indeed presumptuous. Zhang Yuquan views this as merely the youthful exuberance of a novice in the stock market, relishing early successes with youthful arrogance. Total assets, 662, 832, 617 available funds, 5. 837 stocks held. Liangqing Technology shares owned. 352, 380 average transaction price. 1. 693 current market price. 1. 881 market value of holdings. 66, 282. 678 daily profit and loss. 76, 255, 080. 13. Total profit and loss. 569, 832, 617, 61, 272. This is the screenshot from Li Yi, unedited. His account's total assets have surpassed the 5 million mark, reaching 5.4 million, with daily earnings exceeding 760,000. Truly astonishing. As per online analyses, today Li Yi executed stock transactions, liquidating his previously held stocks and realizing a 3-point gain before entering Liangqing Technology, where he captured a limit up. He remains fully invested, accumulating a total of 13 points in profit. Even Fan Wenxi's account, under Li Yi's management, boasts total assets of 212 for 64, with an increase exceeding 112. Numerous netizens inquired about Li Yi's stock purchases, either commenting beneath his posts or messaging him directly. All such comments and messages went unacknowledged. Even when Zhang Yuquan later shared Li Yi's updates, Li Yi had not viewed them. He refrains from disclosing his stock purchases on social media or recommending any stocks. During this period of engaging with the stock market, he has had Gu Man beside him, who occasionally emulates his strategies and, at times, incurs losses as well, albeit infrequently. This serves as a testament to the stock market's unpredictable nature. Others may follow Li Yi's choices and still face losses. Moreover, recommending stocks to netizens could trigger a butterfly effect, potentially resulting in Li Yi's own losses. He would not be so foolish. Chapter 23 Gu Man. It's merely a case of infatuation. In 2014, there were approximately 1.2 billion stock investors in Xia Nation. The stock investors of Xia country possess an impressive breadth of knowledge, encompassing astronomy and geography, advanced mathematics and finance. They must remain astutely aware of significant domestic events while closely monitoring international developments. They are required to comprehend economic principles and policies, alongside a grasp of management and business operations. In fact, they often familiarize themselves with a plethora of high-tech terminology within a single day. If one were to randomly select a stock investor and bring them to a high-tech firm, their articulation of novel concepts could easily outshine numerous corporate executives. Many stock investors are intrigued by Li Yi, curious not only about the total assets in his account, but also about the specific stocks he has purchased, especially given the staggering increase of over 580 in a remarkably short period. Such extraordinary growth cannot simply be attributed to the possession of a single stock. It undoubtedly results from astute trading strategies. Beyond the stock traders, a multitude of online users who do not engage in stock trading express a simple curiosity about how much profit Li Yi might accrue from his investments. They click to follow him, becoming his fans, eager to witness the transformation of his stock portfolio. Li Yi's social media presence has already surpassed 300,000 followers in just 2 days, a rather unexpected delight. However, his rise has sparked 2 trending topics on social media. The surge in followers is understandable. I remarked on the audacity of my brother, who dared to follow me to the gym. At 9 a.m., the Yangwang gym was yet to open its doors, and naturally, so was the gym. At this hour, the facility was occupied solely by trainers and their clients. Gu Man was taken aback to discover that her brother had followed her. Although he knew which gym she frequented, he could have easily found her even without her guidance. Even if he were unaware of her specific location in Yuanjiang City, he could have simply inquired with their cousin. Gu Ping trailed behind his sister, and the siblings both possessed striking looks, a testament to their family's commendable genetics. This is a gym. What gives me reason not to come? Gu Ping asserted confidently, having never considered that it was merely 9 o'clock. He entered the Beitong Plaza through the employee passage and took the staff elevator upstairs. His boldness was quite remarkable, claiming he wished to meet Li Yi, insisting on following her. The crux of Gu Man's concern lay in the fear that her brother would speak indiscreetly, especially after he had mentioned the previous night that he did not oppose the potential marriage, encouraging his sister to seize the opportunity with Li Yi. The thought of her brother meeting Li Yi and uttering such sentiments filled her with dread. She hastily left him behind to change in the women's locker room. Are you CC, a classmate of Li Yi? It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Gu Ping, Gu Man's brother. He greeted them enthusiastically upon seeing his sister emerge from the locker room, already engaging with Fan Wenxi and Li Yi. Gu Ping was unaware of Fan Wenxi's full name, having only heard his sister refer to her as CC. Regardless, as Gu Man's brother, a simple introduction sufficed. He was pleasantly surprised by his sister's friend, who was strikingly beautiful and possessed an enviable figure. His sister was undeniably attractive, and her long legs were no less impressive. However, this enchanting friend named Cici, possessing both beauty and a commendable figure, seems to share a remarkable familiarity with Li Yi. Are they truly attending the same university? Is there no cause for concern that Cici might steal Li Yi away? Gu Ping finds himself deeply troubled over his sister's affairs. Hello. Fan Wenxi tentatively greets Gu Ping. Realizing he is Gu Man's brother, Li Yi appears rather indifferent, merely nodding in acknowledgement and offering a brief hello, before heading off to change clothes in preparation for his workout. Gu Ping observes his sister, her friend, and Li Yi as they engage in fitness activities together. He scrutinizes Li Yi, this slightly immature youth, standing around 6 feet tall, somewhat lean, with well-defined features, and undeniably handsome, albeit with a youthful visage that belies a certain maturity. How curious. This young man, capable of concealing his academic performance during his senior year and subsequently achieving an astonishing score of 744 to claim the title of valedictorian, raises the question, does this denote maturity or immaturity? This fellow appears to be enjoying life quite well, watching his sister and the girl named Cici, both captivating beauties, accompany this young man for a workout fills him with envy. After their session, his sister even assists him with stretching. Is this not a form of intimate contact? How vexing. This young man must take responsibility. Gu Ping is convinced that Li Yi must be accountable for his sister. With commendable looks and an impressive score of 744, he is certainly no fool. Additionally, he seems to be making profits in the stock market. This is indeed a promising prospect. As Gu Ping, the protective brother of Gu Man, he is well aware of his sister's temperament. Over the years, how many boys have piqued her interest? To see her not only working out with a male classmate, but also stretching him, preparing muscle-building meals, and serving him tea with such humility, this is utterly unbecoming. Is this truly the proud, aloof sister he knows? Gu Ping even begins to suspect a change has overtaken her. Were he familiar with the term infatuation, he would undoubtedly apply it to his sister without hesitation. They must be discussing stock market insights now. Gu Ping observes the trio seated in the dining area, with his sister and Li Yi laughing and chatting animatedly over their laptops. His sister's face reflects surprise, while Cici is diligently typing away, presumably coding. Gu Ping approaches, unabashedly inquiring of Li Yi. May I come closer to see what you are doing? Of course, no problem, replies Li Yi, unable to refuse the brother of such a striking figure. The specifics of stock holdings are inconsequential. After all, Li Yi's investment capital is modest, primarily focused on short-term trades that are swiftly altered. It seems he has interrupted them. As Gu Ping takes a seat, he realizes that Li Yi is quite unperturbed by the scrutiny of his trading activities. At that moment, he catches a glimpse of Li Yi's stock account details. Li Yi has just liquidated all the stocks he held, and the account balance is quite evident. Total assets, 729, 115, 295. Available funds, stocks held, quantity held. Average transaction price, current market price, position market value, daily profit and loss, 66, 282, 678, total profit and loss, 636, 115, 295. Total assets exceed 7 million. A seven-figure sum. Gu Ping also follows Li Yi's social media updates and has perused analyses by netizens. He finds some of the analyses quite reasonable, estimating that Li Yi's stock account contains at least 2 million in funds. Having witnessed Li Yi's stock account firsthand, he can only exclaim, "Too little." The scope is limited. After all, this is over 7 million, significantly more than 2 million. Gu Ping, filled with admiration, gives Li Yi a thumbs up. Impressive. Gu Manman looks at her brother with disdain, ignoring him and pretending not to know him. She inquires of Li Yi, "Which stock will you invest in next?" Moments ago, she had followed Li Yi's lead, liquidating shares in Liangxing Technology, and reaped a 10 limit gain. Liangxing Technology had indeed reached its limit yesterday. Today, it has continued its limit gain. Yet, Li Yi chose to exit entirely? Gu Manman, who has already filled out her application to study finance at Yendu University of Finance, is eager to learn from Li Yi. Earlier, she had shared laughter with him, keen to understand his reasoning for choosing to liquidate Liangxing Technology at this moment. Li Yi possesses a foresight of the future. He foresees a significant drop in Liangxing Technology's opening tomorrow, predicting it will quickly hit the limit down. Analyzing the situation post-factum, he articulates his points with great clarity. In reality, Liangxing Technology's limit gain was merely a consequence of sector rotation. The leading stocks in the industry could not drive the momentum. Hence, this small-cap stock was propelled to its limit. Today, a sustained limit gain can be attributed to an overall decline in the market. Liangxing Technology, having enjoyed the advantage from yesterday's limit gain, opened today amidst a market downturn, plummeting by 1. This is indeed a significant market drop. Nearly 1,000 stocks are in decline, with more than half experiencing downturns. Liangxing Technology capitalized on its prior limit gain, as some funds sought refuge and continued to elevate it. Utilizing his foresight, Li Yi has already envisioned tomorrow, where Liangxing Technology will face a direct limit down. Today, witnessing its limit gain, Li Yi unhesitatingly liquidates his holdings, setting his sights on a well-chosen new investment, Yulan Pharmaceutical. Chapter 24, Earning 1.5 million a day, striving towards 10 million. Yulan Pharmaceutical, as the name suggests, is a pharmaceutical company. Up to now, the stock price has consistently displayed a downward trend. However, come afternoon, this stock is poised to rise. Ultimately, it will reach its limit gain. Only after the market closes will news emerge. Yulan Pharmaceutical has forged a partnership with a foreign pharmaceutical giant. Rumors of this significant collaboration have circulated for some time. Not long ago, it even experienced a limit gain due to such speculations, only to later be confirmed as false, leading to a consecutive decline in stock price. The prior limit gains were entirely lost. Yet, through his foresight, Li Yi envisions Yulan Pharmaceutical achieving a limit gain. Once again, relevant news has emerged, confirming the collaboration between Yulan Pharmaceuticals and an international pharmaceutical company. This development has triggered a subsequent surge in the stock's value. Yulan Pharmaceuticals is certainly a worthy investment. Li Yi has disclosed the stock code for Yulan Pharmaceuticals. He himself is reallocating funds gradually to accumulate shares. Gu Manman, with over 20,000 in capital, has invested her entire holdings without hesitation. After all, Yulan Pharmaceuticals boasts a market capitalization of 8 billion. A mere 20,000 would hardly draw attention. However, Li Yi's situation is distinct. His funds have exceeded 5 million. Fortunately, the market is currently experiencing considerable panic, with a multitude of stocks declining, leading to an exodus of capital. This is primarily due to the recent aggressive price increases, resulting in a divergence of opinions among investors. Has the stock risen too high? Should one adopt a more measured approach? Amidst this market anxiety, a significant number of sell orders for Yulan Pharmaceuticals have emerged. As Li Yi gradually acquires shares, he notices other investors also accumulating, evidently privy to insider information. Where the leak originated remains a mystery. This matter, involving international collaboration, could potentially stem from overseas sources or major institutions with broader access to foreign information that confirm the news in advance. Unspoken among them, they quietly seize the opportunity to buy during the market's turmoil, avoiding a rush for shares. Gu Ping has been observing the entire scenario, finding nothing particularly alarming about this strategy. With Li Yi's involvement, the capital has surged to around 6 million, drawing the attention of other investors in Yulan Pharmaceuticals. The butterfly effect, is evident. Initially, Yulon Pharmaceuticals was seeing red in the morning session, especially as it was nearing the close. It would not be until the afternoon session that an upward trend would commence. As the morning session approached its conclusion, signs of a price increase for Yulon Pharmaceuticals began to surface. Other investors noticed Li accumulating shares, leading to a significant capital influx and a gradual rise in stock price. By the close of the market, within just 20 minutes, the stock price surged from 38 to 26. Gu Man, who had already invested over 20,000, saw a remarkable 64 increase by the end of the morning session. During this same 20-minute window, Li deployed nearly $6 million in capital. This butterfly effect emerged to preclude any prolonged uncertainty, prompting further capital accumulation. With an average transaction price of $537 and the current stock price at $55.86, he secured a 4-point increase. Should the stock hit its limit in the afternoon, he could realize a 74 gain. In total, Li stands to gain 114 from Yulon Pharmaceuticals, while Gu Man could achieve a remarkable 138 increase. Following the conclusion of trading, Li and Gu Man reviewed the morning's transactions, eagerly awaiting the afternoon session. Gu Ping remained present, and at 1 p.m. as the stock market reopened, he witnessed the stock of Yulon Pharmaceuticals, in which Li and his sister had heavily invested, reach its limit. As he gazed at Li's stock account, it had escalated from $5.94 million to $6.62 million. Has he made a profit of $680,000 in a single day? No. Did he actually earn over $1 million today? Gu Ping, who had been quietly observing, could not help but exclaim in astonishment. He recalled that his sister's previous investment was in Lianqing Technology, which had also hit its limit today. Sister and Li decided to sell Lianqing Technology and then invest heavily in Yulon Pharmaceuticals. With Lianqing Technology's 10 surge, along with Yulon Pharmaceuticals' remarkable 114 increase, Li's stock account has now amassed over 6 million yuan. When calculated, today's two limit-up gains have generated at least a profit of over 1 million yuan. More than 1 million in just a single day? Meanwhile, Gu Ping's pocket money barely exceeds 4 digits. To earn a 7-figure sum in just one day? What integrity remains? This is the essence of a benefactor. Gu Ping clasped his fists in salute and said to Li, "Master, please take me along." However, Li declined outright, stating, "I apologize, but I am currently focused on accumulating funds and cannot manage others' investments at this time. Once I have gathered sufficient capital, I will establish a company for private equity, and you may be interested in purchasing my company's products then." Li had already researched private equity matters. He was determined to start a company. However, acquiring a private equity license for a new company is quite challenging. It would be best to directly acquire an existing private equity license. This is not difficult. There are plenty of private equity firms in the market that are operating at a loss and not generating profits. The only reason they haven't gone bankrupt or shut down is that their private equity licenses hold some value. Purchasing a company simply to obtain the private equity license is feasible and not worth much. Is private equity really that sophisticated? Gu Ping never anticipated that Li's foresight extended so far. He recalled his sister mentioning just yesterday that Li was accumulating funds. And with his speed of making money, it was certain he would establish a company to venture into entrepreneurship. It appears to hold truth. Truly, he is a genius. A formidable figure. Seizing the opportunity to align with him before he rises to prominence is wise. He chuckled at the thought. Considering his sister's relationship with Li, Gu Ping couldn't help but smile again. With his sister connected to Li, once Li becomes truly successful, he would also have a chance to benefit. Earning a little money alongside him would not be an issue. Gu Man, noticing her brother's foolish grin, felt a bit embarrassed and couldn't help but ask, "What are you grinning about? Is it wrong for me to smile?" Gu Ping retorted. Then he wondered if he had raised his voice too much. What if his sister no longer offered him a chance to ride along? Well, I was just thrilled to see how impressive Li is. Keep it up, I believe in you both. After saying this, Gu Ping patted his sister and Li on the shoulder, leaving them both bewildered. Li, let's connect on WeChat. When you establish the private equity firm, I will be your first supporter. Gu Ping pulled out his phone and exchanged WeChat information with Li. Gu Man questioned, "Do you have money to invest in private equity?" In response to his sister's skepticism, Gu Ping replied, "While I may not have enough myself, I can gather funds from my cousins. Moreover, I have graduated and started working. My parents will support me." At this point, Gu Ping couldn't help but reflect on his student life. where his funds rarely exceeded 4 digits. It was quite challenging. After exchanging contact information with Li Yi, Gu Ping left with satisfaction. He planned to raise some money during this period while Li Yi was accumulating funds and had yet to establish his company. Official regulations prohibit advertising for private equity funds. Investors are required to begin with a minimum investment of 1 million. Of course, this amount can be pooled together with others to reach the threshold. In any case, the entry point is set at 1 million. The barriers to private equity are relatively high, which is not particularly relevant to the average individual. At this juncture, Li Yi's stock account boasts a total asset exceeding 8 million. He is poised to challenge the 1 million mark. Total assets, 812, 230, 974. Available funds, 30, 395. Stocks held, Yulon Pharmaceutical. Shares owned, 135, 770. Average transaction price, 537. Current market price, 5, 982. Market value of holdings, 812, 200, 579. Daily profit and loss, 149, 398. 357, 214. Total profit and loss, 7, 192, 309, 736, 77, 337. Gu Ping's calculations were not amiss. Li Yi has earned over 1 million today, approximately 1.5 million. Chapter 25, Astonishment. The top scholar earns millions in the stock market. How is this possible? Surely he must have incurred losses today? Perhaps the previous success was merely a stroke of luck. Scholarly, do you dare to disclose your operations for today? Let us see how much you have lost. I am eager to learn what strategies the top scholar employed today, asserting that as long as I possess sufficient strength, I am a resource in the financial sector. Previously, a profit of over 600 was simply due to favorable market conditions coupled with a smaller capital base, without considering luck. Today, as the market sees declines across 1,000 stocks, I am keen to observe how the scholar navigated these circumstances. Li Yi, what is the matter? Why has the scholar fallen silent? Following a period of fervent growth, the stock market finally underwent a correction upon opening today. By the time the market closed, there was a drop of 17. Over 1,000 stocks experienced declines. Presently, the entire stock market comprises merely over 2,000 stocks, with more than half witnessing a downturn. The online community recalls that just yesterday, Li Yi proclaimed, "As long as my strength is robust enough, I am a resource." He even shared a snapshot of his stock account showcasing a return of over 600, which indeed is remarkable. It is somewhat regrettable that if Li Yi had a supportive family, perhaps with millions to invest in stock trading, a 600 increase would indeed signify a valuable resource. Given Li Yi's family background, how much could they realistically invest in the stock market? Even multiplying his funds sixfold, what would that yield? Furthermore, if his family were capable of contributing several million to the stock market, there would be no reason for anyone to suggest he should not pursue a career in finance. Having access to such substantial funds for investment implies a background that is anything but ordinary. Such familial connections and networks are, in themselves, resources. Everyone is curious. Amidst the decline of 1,000 stocks and the market's overall downturn, has Li Yi managed to profit today, or has he faced losses? Are those who speculate on his fortunes in for a surprise? Li Yi had long since heard the notifications chiming from his phone. As the market opened, a flurry of alerts filled his device. Numerous individuals reached out to him via private messages, particularly after the afternoon close, where even more inquiries flooded in. He opted to silence his private messages and notifications, observing the curiosity surrounding whether he had profited or suffered losses today. There are numerous doubts surrounding his operations in the stock market. Yesterday, images were revealed with mosaics obscuring details, showcasing a rise of over 600 points, attributed merely to favorable market conditions, sheer luck, and limited capital. In essence, it boils down to luck. If these individuals were to discover that today he accrued more than 20 points, amounting to nearly 1.5 million, they might leap with astonishment. Gu Man observed Li Yi's comments on Weibo, keenly checking the discussions. A multitude of skeptics questioned Li Yi, speculating that Zhang Qing, mentioned today, must have incurred losses. Gu Man felt no desire to engage in such discourse. She simply followed Li Yi's lead, reaping benefits from the morning's surge. By the afternoon's close, she had capitalized on 138 points, culminating in a total of 238 points for the day. Remarkably, her return surpassed even Li Yi's own gains. attributed to her modest account balance of just over 20,000, while Li Yi's account boasted over 8 million, rendering swift maneuvers challenging. With such a substantial sum, acquiring a single stock without drawing attention necessitated meticulous and gradual purchases. Li Yi stroked his chin thoughtfully, capturing a screenshot to share on his Weibo. This time, he refrained from disclosing his stock account, instead revealing the liquidation of Liangqing Technology from the morning session, accompanied by his analysis. Today, I liquidated Liangqing Technology, which, overall, lacks significant advantages. Its surge yesterday was merely due to the main capital's inability to propel leading stocks, opting instead to lift Liangqing Technology. The reason for today's limit up was the market's division of funds, with panic prompting many investors to gravitate towards Liangqing Technology, which had garnered attention after yesterday's rise, resulting in today's limit up. Hence, I chose to liquidate Liangqing Technology. I am currently fully invested in another stock, but I shall refrain from disclosing it until liquidation is complete. Li Yi posted a screenshot of the liquidation of Liangqing Technology, igniting a flurry of activity in the comments section. Despite the mosaic obscuring the details in the stock account screenshot he shared yesterday, the number of shares remained clear: 352, 380, over 350,000 shares. Liquidating Liangqing Technology today, the stock closed at 2,069 yuan, with over 350,000 shares at 2,069 yuan each. One could easily calculate the total funds in Li Yi's stock account: 72,907, 422,729 million. Instantly, the comments section on Li Yi's Weibo was inundated with question marks. While some had speculated about the approximate capital in Li Yi's stock account, no one had truly deduced the figure, given the scant information available. The minimum estimate hovered around 1.2 million. However, today, Li Yi unveiled his operations in the stock market, specifically regarding the stocks he had liquidated: Liangqing Technology. The closing price for Liangqing Technology today was over 20 yuan per share. Li Yi's liquidation today indicated that he must have purchased at least yesterday. According to stock market rules, liquidation on the same day of purchase is impossible. Coupled with the stockholding information Li Yi shared yesterday, one could ascertain his stock account's assets from the share count alone, exceeding 7 million. What does this signify? Countless inquiries flooded in. It is not that Li Yi's operations are flawed. Many netizens are perplexed, their minds filled with questions. Wasn't there over 7 million in funding? Even if it multiplied sixfold, the principal would still amount to over 100,000, right? Where did you acquire such substantial capital? Initially, I thought the market's decline today was merely an opportunity to observe a fool, only to realize that the fool was, in fact, myself. According to Li Yi's analysis, Liangqing Technology indeed followed the market's upward trend yesterday, and today, due to a lack of alternative investments, it was chosen again for a consecutive rise after yesterday's limit up. Li Yi's decision to liquidate his holdings was undoubtedly prudent. Such analysis and execution could not have yielded over 600 in profit solely by fortune. Who can genuinely earn over 600 by sheer luck? For those who claim that Li Yi benefited from good fortune, can you achieve the same? Even in a favorable market, making a profit of 600 cannot solely rely on luck. Timing is pivotal. Now that Li Yi has cleared his position in Liangqing Technology, coupled with this analysis, it is certain that the stock will open at a limit down tomorrow, triggering a sell-off panic. I am intrigued by Li Yi's next investment choice after liquidating Liangqing Technology. How could a newly acquired stock remain undisclosed? With a capital exceeding 7 million, if this information were to leak, others would either rush to buy or sell, disrupting his strategy. Truly a genius, possessing real talent. No wonder he chose to pursue finance. After systematic study, he will undoubtedly excel even further. I eagerly anticipate the day he establishes his own company, and I will be his first supporter. However, I fear that systematic learning may stifle his innate abilities. Shock. Top scorer earns millions in stock trading. The most outstanding top scorer emerges, earning 7 million over summer break. Without professional training, the top scorer achieves significant success. Top scorer's stock market practice yields 600 in profit. Total assets surpass 7 million. The news of top scorer Li Yi earning 7 million in the stock market has surged to trending status. Li Yi even noticed the news on his phone, with official promotions highlighting his 7 million earnings. In reality, after announcing the liquidation of Liangqing Technology, he reinvested in Yulon Pharmaceuticals, with his account assets now exceeding 8 million. This news has spread beyond just social media. On various news platforms, the story of Li Yi, this year's top science scorer, earning millions in the stock market has garnered widespread attention. Many are indifferent to top scorers. Every year, there are top scorers in every province. What is there to celebrate? Once the fervor of the college entrance examination subsides, who remembers the top scorers the following year? Yet, one top scorer has managed to earn millions in a short span through the stock market and has chosen to pursue finance. Is this not an endeavor to learn and practice during the summer following the exams, while also earning a fortune? This topic undoubtedly garners interest. Chapter 26 reveals it all. Parental scrutiny is inevitable. A mere troop of fools. Gu Ping has been following Li Yi's social media, observing the multitude of netizens questioning Li Yi. He has reviewed Li Yi's stock account and transactions. He perceives that those commenting beneath Li Yi's posts are nothing but jesters. He drives to his cousin's house. I intend to collaborate with my cousin and cousin sister to raise some funds. Once Li Yi establishes his company and launches his private equity fund, Gu Ping will contribute some capital to invest. This could yield a modest profit. Let me tell you, you have no idea of his prowess. Sitting beside him, I witnessed him recommend Yulan Pharmaceuticals, prompting Man to invest her entire portfolio, with an initial capital of less than 10,000, simply by following his guidance. Her investment has already doubled. Subsequently, Li Yi himself began to invest over 7 million, claiming that it seemed someone was aggressively accumulating shares, thereby driving up the stock price of Yulan Pharmaceuticals into the green. When the afternoon trading session commenced, Yulan Pharmaceuticals hit the daily limit. I observed him earning nearly 1.5 million in a single day, with his stock account now boasting total assets exceeding 8 million. Earlier, while on my way here, I checked the news and discovered that Yulan Pharmaceuticals has reached a cooperation agreement with an international pharmaceutical giant. This information was only disclosed after the market closed, and I am intrigued as to how he knew. What led him to believe that Yulan Pharmaceuticals would surge, even hitting the limit? Gu Ping has no prior experience with stocks. As the only boy in the family, until his college graduation, he never had more than 4 figures in his pocket. What does he know about stock trading? However, he possesses some understanding, having been influenced by his cousin, an experienced stock trader. Out of curiosity, he wonders about Li Yi's reasoning behind his investment in Yulan Pharmaceuticals, investing over 7 million into a single stock. The news regarding the collaboration with the international pharmaceutical giant had not been publicized prior to market close. Tu Wendong, the elder cousin of Gu Ping and Gu Man, previously founded an investment company and incurred significant losses. He himself dabbled in stocks, losing millions, and has since largely withdrawn from trading, having been severely affected. He now runs a media company. Upon hearing Gu Ping's insights, Tu Wendong took out his phone to check the stock market performance of Yulan Pharmaceuticals. It had indeed reached the limit. Looking ahead, the trend can only be described as mediocre. Overall, it reflects a sideways decline, consistently exhibiting a downward trend. By examining the trading volumes of previous days, one can discern certain issues. After reviewing this information, Tu Wendong remarked, "Your sister's classmate is quite impressive." Having learned from Gu Ping and noting that Yulan Pharmaceuticals has already reached the limit, he could now identify the underlying issues with this stock. Clearly, there were individuals who had been quietly accumulating shares, impacting the stock's trajectory. They controlled the entire market, adhering to a general trend of sideways decline. Despite an impressive trading volume, the turnover ratio was insufficient and the price fluctuations were abnormal. It was evident that hidden forces were manipulating the stock's movement with a limited number of shares. If all goes as anticipated, upon market open on Monday, Yulan Pharmaceuticals will likely surge again due to favorable news, and since the main players require time to liquidate their positions, a limit up is inevitable, possibly even more than one. Tu Wendong possesses a deep understanding of these market manipulators and key players. With the significant cooperation between Yulan Pharmaceuticals and the international pharmaceutical giant, it would be remiss for the main players not to orchestrate several limit-ups in light of such positive news. How can ordinary retail investors compete with institutions and major players? It is akin to the partnership between Yulan Pharmaceuticals and the international pharmaceutical company. Why was this information only revealed after the market closed? What a coincidence! The main players and institutions were already privy to this information. When ordinary retail investors become aware of the news, it is often because someone wishes for them to know, prompting them to take over the position. It remains to be seen how many limit-up days Li Yi can secure. However, it is certain that when Li Yi exits from Yulon Pharmaceutical, the capital in his hands will undoubtedly exceed 10 million. Tu Wendong expressed admiration, noting that Li Yi's classmate Gu Manman is quite formidable. His instincts are remarkably sharp, his courage audacious, and his fortune undeniably favorable, coupled with his substantial prowess. He mentioned that Li Yi is accumulating funds with the intention of establishing a company to engage in private equity. Tu Wendong heard from Gu Ping that Li Yi has no plans to assist others in stock trading, which is indeed a pity. If they were to provide funds for Li Yi to manage, sharing profits equally would be advantageous. Tu Wendong and Gu Ping could invest, with Li Yi at the helm. If profits were realized, Li Yi would simply take half. Any losses would be their responsibility. Unfortunately, Li Yi does not engage in client financial management. He is solely focused on amassing capital to eventually create a company that operates legally and assists others in investing. Indeed, he has articulated this vision, and I believe he is earnest in pursuing it. Gu Ping also lamented this, reflecting, this individual possesses maturity that surpasses his peers, with a commendable plan for his future endeavors. In founding a new private equity firm, he can only acquire a company that holds a private equity license. Applying for a license independently would be unfeasible. Tu Wendong, knowledgeable in this area, inquired, if he opens a company, could we possibly invest? He had previously incurred significant losses in his own investment firm. Is Li Yi truly that remarkable? What value does his private equity product hold? Directly investing in his company for shares seems far more appealing. I don't know, Gu Ping replied, shaking his head. From my interactions with him, it is virtually impossible. This individual possesses an extraordinary maturity and would not easily relinquish shares. They would assess the situation later, as Li Yi accumulates capital. Acquiring a private equity license will take time. This period would be ideal to evaluate his capabilities. If he indeed proves adept, they might explore the possibility of investing in his company. If that does not materialize, they could still consider purchasing his private equity products for some modest earnings. In Yuanjiang City, Wanqing District, resides the top science student from Huixing Province's college entrance examination, Li Yi, in the Lukou Huafu community. You engage in stock trading? Over 7 million? While Li Guozhong and Yi Hongying were still at work, they overheard a colleague discussing how his son had earned several million in the stock market. Both were taken aback. After work, their phones buzzed with notifications of an official news article featuring their son, the top scorer, practicing financial knowledge during the summer and profiting millions from stock trading. Astonishingly, that cover featured their own son. Upon clicking, they confirmed it was indeed Li Yi, the top scorer from Huixing. Where did you acquire such funds? I heard from Xiao Chun at the company that your initial investment in stocks was around 1 million. Both Li Guozhong and Yi Hongying are ordinary workers, having accumulated their savings painstakingly over time. They would never venture into such high-risk investments as stocks. Their most significant financial endeavor has likely been long-term bank deposits. They possess little understanding of stocks, only hearing from Xiao Chun, a young man in his 30s, that his son had earned millions through stock trading. How many times, what percentage of profit, the principal must exceed 1 million. Where did this substantial principal come from? The elderly couple remains quite concerned. It is only due to their son achieving an impressive score of 744 in the college entrance examination that their apprehension has somewhat diminished. Had it been in the past when his scores hovered around 500 or barely reached 600, could one truly earn millions from the stock market? Just look at Li Guozhong and Yi Hongying and consider their skepticism. Do you recall that after the college entrance exam, I purchased a lottery ticket? Li Yi reminded his parents. Li Guozhong nodded in acknowledgement. Yi Hongying gazed at her son, grasping his implication. Yet her disbelief lingered. Did you really win 1 million from the lottery? Li Yi had anticipated this moment, thus preserving the photograph of the ticket, and even captured an image of the winning banner outside the lottery outlet he frequented. As for the ticket itself, it had already been redeemed, of course, no longer in his possession. Li Yi presented his phone to his parents, elucidating. Second prize, 58 million. I purchased 5 tickets for 10 yuan each, totaling 179 million. After taxes, I received approximately 940,000. This was indeed the source of his stock market investment. He had bought a computer and a phone, leaving him with a stock principal of 930,000. Is this truly the case? Witnessing their son reveal his phone, the photograph displayed the lottery details. The pivotal aspect was Li Yi's foresight. He had been well prepared. This ticket was photographed on a table in his room, alongside a water cup and even Li Yi's identification card, ensuring it was not a mere image sourced from the internet. Could it be that their son bought a lottery ticket after the college entrance exam and won over 1 million? Then, with that fortune, he ventured into the stock market and earned millions more. Now his stock account boasts over 7 million. Li Guozhong and Yi Hongying exchanged bewildered glances. They looked at one another, speechless, grappling with the extraordinary luck their son had encountered. It can only be said that the surprises he has brought forth lately are rather overwhelming. Top of his class, a lottery win, and substantial stock market gains. Li Yi spoke up. So when you inquire about which school and major I intend to pursue, I shall choose Yindu University with a focus on finance. And this is precisely the reason. I possess a keen interest in finance due to its lucrative potential, coupled with a modicum of innate talent. Having the ability to foresee the future, doesn't that constitute the ultimate gift? Alas, they could not comprehend all this. After all, the realm of stocks carries considerable risk. There are tales of individuals losing everything and even resorting to despair. Yi Hongying observed her son's burgeoning capabilities, which surpassed her expectations. With societal advancement and the relentless emergence of high-tech products, some find themselves out of touch with the times. These concepts exceeded their understanding, leaving them at a loss for words. Yet, they still felt compelled to issue a caution. Despite their lack of direct experience with stocks, they had heard of the devastating consequences of stock trading. The risks are substantial, and they hoped their son would exercise caution. Rest assured, Li Yi earnestly assured his parents, this money is derived from the lottery win. Even if I were to lose it all, it would be of little consequence. I maintain a positive outlook. Li Guozhong sighed and remarked, you have grown up. These matters are beyond your mother and me. You earn your own money and manage it as you see fit. As long as you abide by the law and refrain from engaging in any illicit activities. Li Yi responded, am I that kind of person? I assure you, I will not. The matter was settled between his parents, who did not insist that their son sell his stocks. Instead, they advised him to keep the money saved. This was his hard-earned money. The child had matured, possessing his own thoughts and plans. His decision to apply to Yindu University's finance program was a reflection of his desire to delve into this field. His parents chose not to interfere excessively in his affairs. As a result, Li Yi felt no need for subterfuge at home, confidently carrying his laptop to check stock market updates. For the past few days, he had refrained from taking out his notebook computer, opting instead for his newly purchased smartphone, which he merely claimed to have bought with his pocket money. Over the years, he had managed to save some spare change, making the acquisition of the reasonably priced smartphone justifiable. Chapter 27. The beach, swimwear, and a remarkable figure on the weekend. With the stock market closed and no trading taking place, Li Yi, as was his routine, headed to the gym. He met up with Gu Manman and Fan Wenxi to work out together. In addition to their workout, he took the opportunity to impart his knowledge of stocks to Gu Manman and assist Fan Wenxi with programming, enhancing the development of a game. In the realm of programming, Li Yi was confident. His stock market knowledge, however, was derived from his ability to foresee trends and deduce stock movements, exploring the logic behind price increases. His continuous learning had yielded rapid progress, allowing him to manage the explanations to Gu Manman without much difficulty. Let us go out this afternoon. It's so dull with no trading today, he suggested. After lunch, Gu Manman appeared to be lacking in motivation. On trading days, witnessing stock prices rise brought a sense of exhilaration, even if the profits were modest. However, on days off, studying finance felt rather tedious. Observing Cece diligently typing away, Gu Manman felt as though Li Yi was utilizing her merely as a tool. Hey Cece, let us go out this afternoon, she called out. Fan Wenxi paused her work, shaking her head slightly. But I still have to be on duty, she replied. Despite typing on the computer, she needed to oversee the front desk for any guests requiring assistance with card payments or key retrieval. Let us go tomorrow instead, Gu Manman declared decisively. Cece, who spent her days either at the gym or in the library, was always engaged in study or software development. Gu Manman insisted, tomorrow is a day off, and you're not allowed to refuse. After saying this, she fixed her gaze on Li Yi, blaming him for having Cece develop some small game. Cece had been occupied with this project for days. Li Yi quickly understood. Cece, there's no rush with the game development. Tomorrow, let us all go out together. A bit of rest will enhance our learning and work. He added, if you don't join us, Man and I will just continue studying. All right then. Fan Wensi contemplated for a moment before acquiescing. With both Li Yi and Gu Man supporting the idea, she felt compelled to agree. She always felt something was amiss. As if she were coercing Li Yi and Gu Man into studying and working earnestly. The following day, Gu Man summoned a business vehicle. None of the three possessed a driver's license. Li Yi had completed the second driving test, with only the third and fourth remaining. He would undoubtedly acquire his license by the summer holidays. Upon entering the vehicle, the driver took them directly to Xingwan District. Located by the sea, only a small part of Xingwan District was coastal, quite distant from the Wanqing District where Li Yi and the others resided. The journey would take over 3 hours. By the time they arrived at the hotel in Xingwan District, it was already noon. Gu Man had pre-ordered lunch, so they began eating immediately upon arrival. She had not mentioned where they would be going for leisure, stating they would find out upon reaching their destination. To their surprise, they were there to enjoy the seaside. During this time, Gu Man had been assisting Li Yi with his homework and had earned over 10,000 yuan, a sum that was more than sufficient to cover their dinners. On this outing, Gu Man declared that she would bear all expenses. Hurry up. This swimsuit is already the most modest one available. Wow, Cece's figure is astounding. I can hardly contain myself. Li Yi will surely be mesmerized. In the changing room, Gu Man had already donned her swimsuit, a one-piece adorned with a skirt-like design. Standing at over 1.7 meters tall, her long legs resembled white jade, even reflecting light, making her extraordinarily eye-catching. In contrast, Fan Wensi wore a two-piece swimsuit, albeit the most conservative style, essentially a top paired with a short skirt, complete with safety shorts. Nonetheless, her enviable figure accentuated the swimsuit's remarkable curves. Thanks to her recent workouts with Gu Man and Li Yi, Fan Wensi's physique had become more statuesque. After changing into her swimsuit, the shaping effects were evident, and her muscles appeared more toned. Gu Man had particularly focused on enhancing her glutes, giving her a more elevated silhouette. Such a physique could certainly captivate anyone. Fan Wensi had never worn a swimsuit, nor had she ever donned a skirt, let alone a short one. Even with safety shorts, she felt an overwhelming shyness. I feel a bit bashful. Fan Wensi's cheeks flushed crimson. Unsure if it was the heat or her embarrassment, perhaps a combination of both. She pressed her hands against the hem of her skirt, hesitant to step out of the changing room. Come on, what are you afraid of? This is the hotel beach. No one can come in. And there aren't many guests at this hour, Gu Man urged, tugging Fan Wensi's hand as they made their way out of the changing room. Li Yi had already changed into his shorts and donned sunglasses. At that moment, he lounged beneath an umbrella, sipping chilled lemon juice while admiring the bikini-clad beauties on the beach. It was a Sunday, and the beach was exclusive to the hotel, not open to the public. Only guests of the hotel could enjoy this area, since it was not yet summer vacation for Li Yi and his friends, being high school seniors. They would have their break after the college entrance examinations. There were relatively few people present. However, the hotel Gu Man had booked was a beachfront establishment, and its rates were anything but modest. The quality of the beauties on the beach is indeed remarkable. I had a feeling that this fellow was admiring the lovely ladies. At that moment, Gu Man approached with Fan Wensi, observing Li Yi, who donned sunglasses, reclining on a beach chair and gazing at the bikini-clad beauties in the distance. Li Yi gracefully averted his gaze, appraising the two charming girls, Gu Man and Fan Wensi. Truly, the allure of a fairy is undeniable. Her beauty is striking. With her hair styled in a ponytail and adorned in a one-piece swimsuit, complemented by a delicate white lace dress that accentuates her long, fair legs, making her even more captivating. The title of leg goddess suits her well. Fan Wensi, on the other hand, appeared more modest, clad in a short-sleeved dress and swimsuit, a look many would consider more daring on the streets. Yet, this extremely conservative swimsuit, when worn by her, managed to showcase astonishing curves, though she had to be cautious with her movements to avoid any mishaps. At the beach, aside from splashing in the water, one must indulge in the beauty surrounding them. Li Yi surveyed the two and remarked, "When you lovely ladies weren't here, I had to settle for gazing at others, but now that you both have arrived, I find myself at a loss as to where to direct my attention. You are both stunning." Gu Man, with a hint of pride, replied, "Of course. Do I need you to tell me how beautiful I am?" Li Yi scrutinized Gu Man from head to toe. He noticed that her one-piece swimsuit did not quite accentuate her curves, especially when compared to Fan Wensi. It was as if he were saying, "If our safe hasn't any valuables, then there's no need to lock it." Gu Man, perplexed by his words, took a moment to process their meaning. Eventually, recalling the way he had appraised her, she realized the implication behind his statement. In a fit of indignation, she flung off her shoes and tossed her mat at him, exclaiming, "Go to hell." Fan Wensi, genuinely shy, had a blush that lingered on her cheeks. Only after observing Li Yi and Man Man playfully bickering and distancing themselves did she regain her composure. However, she sensed Li Yi's gaze upon her, despite his sunglasses. Indeed, as Man Man had suggested, Li Yi was quite the lecher, particularly fond of ample bosoms. For some unknown reason, Fan Wensi suddenly felt that her own figure might not be so bad after all. In the past, due to her early development compared to her peers, she had often been the subject of whispers and pointed fingers, leading to feelings of insecurity about her physique. Yet now, spurred on by Gu Manman's encouragement, she had taken to fitness to enhance her posture. With Li Yi, this boy, rather than being a mere lecher, actually seemed to appreciate her form. Fan Wensi began to realize that having a good figure might not be such a disadvantage after all. Chapter 28. Continuous limit up, large orders being sold off. Li Yi and Gu Manman frolicked, running about under the scorching sun, drenched in sweat. Observing Fan Wensi, who appeared somewhat dazed, he said, "Come on, why are you just standing there?" With that, he took her hand and led her toward the sea. Hey, I can manage on my own," Fan Wensi protested, experiencing the thrill of being held by a boy for the first time. To Li Yi, it was merely a casual act, as if it were commonplace to hold a girl's hand. Yet Fan Wensi's small hand felt remarkably soft. As they reached the shoreline, immersing themselves in the refreshing sea, she felt truly invigorated. Here lies the hotel beach, where the foot traffic is minimal and the water quality is quite commendable. After a leisurely stroll, Li Yi returned to find Gu Manman teaching Fan Wensi how to swim. Wasn't CC supposed to swim too? Li Yi recalled that the Sunshine Gym, being quite expansive, included a swimming area. To his surprise, Fan Wensi could not swim. Had she not taken the initiative to learn? It dawned on him that Fan Wensi had emerged in such a modest swimsuit, clearly shy. She likely wouldn't venture into the gym's pool either. "Allow me to take charge." For boys, swimming is a matter of being thrown into the water, where one instinctively learns. Li Yi was confident that he could teach girls to swim far more adeptly than Gu Manman. Although Gu Manman's methodical approach, taught by her former swimming instructor, was undeniably professional, it paled in comparison to Li Yi's more intuitive, self-taught style, which was easier to comprehend and master. Learning to swim is quite simple. Li Yi supported Fan Wensi's abdomen and encouraged her to move her arms and legs. After some exercise, both Gu Manman and Fan Wensi, unlike Li Yi, who bulked up, exhibited well-defined abdominal muscles devoid of any excess fat. Fan Wensi possessed both strength and coordination, making the basic dog paddle an effortless endeavor. After a few practice attempts, Li Yi gradually released his hold on her abdomen. Initially, when he let go, Fan Wensi reacted with a hint of panic, clearly fearful during her first swimming lesson. As soon as she sensed Li Yi's support had vanished, she instinctively lunged toward him. Amusingly, he could distinctly feel her impressive physique. "Well, how about that? CC has a great figure, doesn't she?" Gu Manman interjected with a scoff, urging, "Why don't you let her go?" Reluctantly, Li Yi found himself instinctively embracing her to prevent them both from tumbling into the sea. After a few attempts, he would announce his intention before releasing her abdomen. Remarkably, within just a few tries, Fan Wensi had learned to swim, even if it was merely the fundamental dog paddle. She had indeed grasped the essence of swimming. That afternoon was filled with joy. Over the years, especially after the college entrance examination, they had spent considerable time together. Yet Li Yi rarely witnessed Fan Wensi's radiant smile. Today he finally caught a glimpse of it. After half an hour of swimming, both girls felt their energy depleting and decided to try their hand at jet skiing. Li Yi eagerly followed suit. Such an opportunity was not to be missed. While Gu Manman seemed uncertain, it was clear that when it came to jet skiing, Li Yi would be the one riding alongside Fan Wensi. "I feel like this trip to the seaside is creating opportunities for you and CC, isn't it?" Gu Manman, for reasons unknown, felt this seaside excursion lacked thoughtful consideration. Primarily, it was because she was adept at nearly everything and possessed a bold spirit. The thought of lying on Li Yi's back and holding onto him while jet skiing felt a bit too much for her. In contrast, Fan Wensi, who was timid and inexperienced, clung to Li Yi while jet skiing, leaving Gu Manman feeling a bit envious of her own inhibitions. What could have sparked such thoughts? How peculiar. In the evening, a sumptuous seafood feast, a gentle sea breeze, and a gaze upon the nocturnal seaside scenery, followed by a journey home. Was it a delightful experience? In the vehicle, Gu Man inquired of Fan Wenxi, casting a disapproving glance at Li Yi. There was no need to question Li Yi, undoubtedly. He had a splendid time today. With two beautiful companions, how could he not be joyful? He even taught Fan Wenxi to swim, embracing and holding her, which stirred a tinge of jealousy within her. A genuine sense of envy, indeed. Fan Wenxi nodded slightly, uttering her gratitude. Thank you, Man and Li Yi. Today was truly enjoyable, filled with experiences I had never encountered before. I'll be sure to take you out more often. There are many delightful places to explore in Yindu. Nodding in agreement, Fan Wenxi reflected on Yindu, the administrative center of Xiagu, which indeed boasts numerous attractions. The Tiananmen flag raising, the monument to the people's heroes, the ruins of the old summer palace, the Great Wall, and the Forbidden City. Over the next 4 years of studying in Yindu, she would have the opportunity to visit them all. As anticipated, Liangxing Technology opened with a limit down. Yulon Pharmaceutical reached its limit up. On Monday, the stock market opened. Gu Ping and Tu Wendong observed Liangxing Technology's opening drop. Li Yi had liquidated his holdings in Liangxing Technology the previous Friday, posting the transaction screenshot on his social media. He analyzed the stock. It merely followed the trend, with the market declining on Friday and funds showing divergence. The stranded capital opted for the limit up of Liangxing Technology, propelling it once again to a limit up. This analysis proved correct. Liangxing Technology opened on Monday with a direct limit down. Meanwhile, Yulon Pharmaceutical, which Li Yi had invested in, revealed positive news over the weekend. It opened with a limit up, its share price soaring to 6,580 yuan. Tu Wendong was aware of the institutional players. The significant news regarding Yulon Pharmaceutical's collaboration with an international pharmaceutical company would undoubtedly yield more than just 1 or 2 limit-ups. From observing Yulon Pharmaceutical, one could discern Li Yi's strategic maneuvers, his grasp of the overall trends, and his judgment of the situation. Most importantly, it was a battle of wits between him and the major players and institutions, watching for when the main force would offload shares, or when they would exit. Additionally, the strength of retail investors stepping in needed consideration. If retail investors did not buy in or lacked substantial force, it would affect the speed and intensity at which the major players and institutions could liquidate their holdings. This would be a test of Li Yi's capabilities. Otherwise, was it merely luck or a hint of skill in favorable market conditions? Even if a private equity fund were established in the future, encountering a bearish market would render it nearly impossible to earn profits. On Tuesday, Yulon Pharmaceutical continued with a limit up. Share price, 7,238. On Wednesday, Yulon Pharmaceutical again hit a limit up. Share price, 7,962. On Thursday, Yulon Pharmaceutical opened its board. Whether institutions began to offload shares or retail investors, who had enjoyed 3 limit ups, were content to realize their gains, the board had opened. However, Yulon Pharmaceutical's opening demonstrated remarkably strong buying support. Hundreds, even thousands of orders were absorbed. It was evident that such buying strength surpassed that of ordinary retail investors. Was the main force in institutions still acquiring shares from retail investors? Might there be further limit-ups ahead? This was of little consequence. Everything hinged on Friday. Friday marks the final trading day. The weekend may bring forth unforeseen influences. Consequently, many retail investors prefer not to hold shares over the weekend, opting instead to liquidate their positions. On Thursday, at precisely 1:32 p.m., Yulon Technology reached its trading limit with a stock price of 8,758, including last Friday's limit up. Yulon Pharmaceuticals has achieved an impressive 5 consecutive limit ups, with 3 limit ups establishing a leader and 5 transforming a stock into a phenomenon. Is Yulon Pharmaceuticals on the verge of becoming a sensational stock? The entire market sentiment has been stirred, following the significant decline of numerous stocks last Friday. This week, the market has continued to ascend. Notably, heavyweight and blue-chip stocks have surged, signaling the potential arrival of a bull market. Amidst the chorus of voices proclaiming the dawn of a bull market, many assert that 3 limit-ups define a leader, while 5 limit-ups signify a phenomenon. The attention on Yulon Pharmaceuticals has intensified, further igniting the enthusiasm of retail investors. As trading commenced on Friday, Yulon Pharmaceuticals opened at 9,196 yuan, soaring by 5. At this moment, Both buy and sell orders for Yulon Pharmaceuticals were fluctuating rapidly, with hundreds, even thousands of orders being executed. However, the sheer volume of these orders seemed rather excessive and concentrated. It appeared that someone was rushing to exit. Last Friday, there was competition for shares, undoubtedly from others. Should one sell? Indeed, with such a deluge of sell orders, retail investors were bound to take notice. A torrent of substantial sell orders descended upon Yulon Pharmaceuticals, indicating that the major players were fleeing. Run away? For what reason? Is there not substantial capital stepping in to absorb the orders? With so many buy orders, hundreds and thousands, these cannot merely be retail investors. They must be major stakeholders and institutions offloading their positions. The major players are simultaneously driving prices up while liquidating their holdings. It is Friday, after all. The avalanche of sell orders captured the attention of many retail investors, who had initially envisioned a 5-limit-up phenomenon and were now hastily exiting. In the morning session, the stock peaked with a 6 increase, reaching 9,283 yuan, only to be forcefully driven down. In an instant, it plunged into negative territory. Chapter 29, leading the sell-off, total assets 36 million. Did Li flee? Certainly. Shall I inquire? Let me ask Man about the villa of Tu Wendong. He and Gu Ping have been observing the trajectory of Yulon Pharmaceuticals this week. The previous days were uneventful with a steady limit up. It was only in the last 2 days that the real performance unfolded, particularly on Friday. It resembled a national diving team's display. Yulon Pharmaceuticals opened with a 6 surge, peaking at a 7 increase. The prospects looked exceptionally bright. Throughout the week, the overall market had been on the rise, with the rallying cry of a bull market resounding. The 3 financial idiots and heavyweight stocks led the charge. The bull market has arrived. With 5 consecutive limit ups, Yulon Pharmaceuticals possesses the potential to become a sensational stock. Just as everyone was charging forward, massive sell orders began to cascade down. This sudden influx left many bewildered. Subsequently, both large and small orders continued to pour in. What had initially been a buoyant trend swiftly turned into a dramatic plunge. It was a textbook example of high diving. By midday, Yulon Pharmaceuticals had plummeted by 3.71. There was no doubt that it would continue to decline in the afternoon session. Tu Wendong watched in astonishment, finding it exhilarating. After observing the developments over the past few days, he believed that Yulon Pharmaceuticals was destined for greatness. If it truly were a supernatural event, there might have been several instances of circuit breakers. Who could have anticipated that, on a day when the market exhibited robust performance across the board, Yulon Pharmaceutical would deviate from the trend and dramatically plunge? At that moment, Tu Wendong and Gu Ping were curious whether Li Yi had exited the market. If he hadn't, would he manage to escape in the afternoon? Even if he could make a timely exit, it would undoubtedly be at the limit-down price. Otherwise, he would find it nearly impossible to flee. Should he manage to escape, a considerable portion of his profits would inevitably be relinquished. Gu Ping promptly messaged his sister, inquiring whether she had sold her shares in Yulon Pharmaceutical. To his amusement, she had already exited her position. The moment Yulon Pharmaceutical turned red, it was evident that Li Yi had orchestrated a sell-off. The excitement in Gu Manman's voice echoed through WeChat as she exclaimed her exhilaration at witnessing her first stock sell-off firsthand, especially since she had participated in it herself. Although Gu Manman had only over 30,000 yuan in her trading account, she too had a hand in the sell-off, having followed Li Yi's directives to sell all her holdings. While Li Yi was forced to sell in batches, it was Gu Manman who initiated the first wave of the sell-off. In essence, one could argue that she was the catalyst for the plunge. Following the rise to the limit up, Li Yi's account swelled to over 10 million, reaching an impressive 12.48 million. Such a substantial sum required a cautious approach to avoid drawing attention. However, the circumstances were different. With Li Yi's considerable capital and the market's heightened enthusiasm, numerous buy orders flooded in. With his foresight, he anticipated an afternoon sell-off, foreseeing substantial capital ready to step in, indicative of multiple major players involved with Yulon Pharmaceutical. After executing several hundred shares in the morning, Li Yi unleashed a colossal sell-off that bewildered the major institutional investors involved. The prospects appeared exceedingly favorable. Maintaining the status quo could lead to further limit-ups. But to make a hasty exit? To initiate a sell-off? Such actions lacked integrity, especially considering Li Yi's foresight of impending afternoon sell-offs. Initially, the outlook for Yulon Pharmaceutical seemed exceedingly promising. with plans to gauge the situation in the afternoon. Yet, to his astonishment, there were other investors who acted even more swiftly than he did, having already intended to monitor the situation in the afternoon. Seeing others flee first left him with little choice but to follow suit. The subsequent massive sell-off was not instigated by Li Yi, but by another trader altogether, leading to Yulon Pharmaceuticals' dramatic descent. Despite not witnessing Li Yi's sell-off firsthand, Tu Wendan and Gu Ping could discern the day's trend of Yulon Pharmaceutical from Gu Manman's enthusiastic voice emanating from the phone. They were caught off guard to learn that it was indeed Li Yi behind the sell-off, igniting their own excitement and fervor. For those who engage in the stock market, who wouldn't yearn for the day when their choice of stock would rise upon their entry and fall upon their exit, to influence the trajectory of a stock with every move. This is the essence of elite capital. Regrettably, it ultimately led to their downfall. Little did they know that Li Yi had achieved such a feat. With this venture in Yulon Pharmaceutical, Li Yi was bound to reap substantial rewards. His funds have exceeded 10 million, leading the charge to liquidate and forcing other major players to follow suit. Impressive. Tu Wendong and Gu Ping are well aware of the amount in Li Yi's stock account previously. This time, with Yulon Pharmaceutical hitting for consecutive. It was Li Yi who initiated the sell-off, being the first to exit without incurring losses today, even reaping a few points. This is certainly not merely a stroke of luck. It is a multifaceted contest between Li Yi and other major players, institutions, prominent speculators, and retail investors. Without a doubt, Li Yi emerges as the ultimate victor. At the very least, he has secured his greatest advantage. In the Sunshine Gym, amidst the restaurant's booths, the excitement is palpable. Oh, Li Yi, you are remarkable. Have we truly outsmarted the major players? This feels exhilarating. Gu Man, utterly devoid of decorum, shouts in exhilaration. Fortunately, there are not many people at the gym during noon, yet a few curious onlookers are drawn in by Gu Man's exuberant voice. Unfazed, she revels in her newfound stock market knowledge. She is acutely aware of the prowess of the major players, institutions, and elite speculators. Who would have thought that one could actually outmaneuver the major players and institutions? Li Yi shakes his head slightly, remarking that it hardly qualifies as a complete outsmarting. They still profit substantially, even more than they do. This time, it was merely a minor setback for them, not a total rout. Such a description seems excessive. At most, it was a small inconvenience for the other side, who had entered the fray before Li Yi. They undoubtedly earned more than he did, provided they managed to exit smoothly, as they would ultimately have to relinquish a considerable portion of their gains. Which stock shall we invest in next? Gu Man eagerly awaits Li Yi's analysis on their subsequent stock choices. With Yulon Pharmaceutical already liquidated, it is inconceivable for her not to invest heavily again before the weekend. Let us invest in Jinhua Technology. Despite its name suggesting a technological focus, Jinhua Technology is essentially a financial stock, classifying itself as a fintech company. This week, the market has shown remarkable strength, with some declaring the onset of a bull market. The three financial fools have taken the lead, and other weighted stocks are on the rise. Jinhua Technology is poised for a direct today. Upon hearing Li Yi mention the stock name, Gu Man immediately invested over 30,000, a relatively modest amount. Yet for Li Yi, with over 12 million in capital, the accumulation must be gradual. Even knowing that Jinhua Technology will hit, Li Yi's investment might only yield a few points due to the substantial size of his capital. It requires time to accumulate shares, especially as the stock price rises during the buying process. Unless he diversifies his investments, the optimal strategy is to allocate funds across various operations. Li Yi adopts this approach, which not only facilitates better capital management, but also minimizes the risk of recent attention and the butterfly effect. It becomes less likely for others to detect his activities. Total assets: 1. 336,004, 659 available funds. 2. 647 held stocks. Jinhua Technology, Hang Seng Securities. Number of shares held: 802, 460 average transaction price: 1. 556 current market price: 6. 580 market value of holdings: 1. 336,002, 012 daily profit and loss: 146, 859, 144, 13 total profit and loss: 1. 243, 032, 407, 133, 659. In today's transactions, Whether liquidating Yulon Pharmaceuticals or subsequently investing in Jinhua Technology and Hang Seng Securities, none achieved the peak limit. Yet, a substantial profit was still realized. Li Yi's stock account has surpassed 10 million, reaching 36 million, considering the initial capital of 930,000. It has multiplied over 14 times. Chapter 30, Yulon's Plummet, debut on the Dragon and Tiger list. At noon, Gu Manman treated everyone to a lavish meal. The Cantonese restaurant downstairs had been visited several times before. This time, they opted for Sichuan cuisine. Initially, one might assume that all Sichuan dishes are spicy. However, Li Yi and Fan Wenxi's perspectives on Sichuan cuisine underwent a transformation. While the majority remains spicy, particularly the Zhejiang cuisine, where one finds meat amidst a sea of chili, there are also non-spicy Sichuan dishes that are quite delectable, albeit with a singular emphasis. They are expensive. One dish, a simple water-braised cabbage, cost 998 per person. Another, resembling tender tofu, was the chicken tofu flour priced at 168. These were all portion servings, exceedingly costly. One can only remark that non-spicy Sichuan cuisine exists and is indeed delicious, though exorbitantly priced. Regardless, since Gu Manman was treating, and although she had yet to withdraw her funds, she did possess some pocket money. Wouldn't it be reasonable to cover 2 months of summer meals? Without indulging in fine dining, she and her companions would hardly spend it all. Moreover, her stock account had grown to over 30,000. As her capital continues to rise, her earnings will accelerate, becoming increasingly substantial. The pace of spending cannot keep up with the pace of earning. In the afternoon, Li Yi and Gu Manman reviewed the stock market conditions. Both had already made purchases in the morning, and their investments had hit the peak limit, rendering any further action unnecessary. They could only observe the market's trajectory. In the morning, Li Yi led the charge, triggering a sell-off that caused Yulon Pharmaceuticals to plunge below water, turning red. The afternoon opening saw it drop to its limit. However, astonishingly, that limit was subsequently lifted. It was evident that the main force within Yulon Pharmaceuticals possessed formidable strength. They sought to capitalize on the soaring market trend, attempting to leverage the fervor from Yulon Pharmaceuticals' 5 consecutive limit-ups to elevate its stock price. Sadly, Li Yi's true reason for fleeing was not solely due to his foresight of impending capital flight in the afternoon, but also his insight into tomorrow's weekend revelations. The collaboration between Yulon Pharmaceuticals and an international pharmaceutical company had been halted. Originally, they had signed a contract to fully represent the new drugs of the international company, possessing the rights to the Summer Kingdom brand. The annual profits from this agency alone exceeded $300 million. This was the catalyst for the stock price surge, resulting in 5 consecutive limit-ups. Now, the cessation of the collaboration was to be exposed over the weekend. Yulon Pharmaceutical will not plummet next Monday. Li Yi, is that you? You have made it onto the leaderboard. Netizens have noticed you. Gu Manman suddenly thrust her phone before Li Yi. The screen displayed the leaderboard compiled after the market closed, along with messages from Weibo. Yulon Pharmaceutical has experienced 5 consecutive, making it a current darling among stocks. Given today's market trends, it is unsurprising that it has ascended the leaderboard post-close. The closing price for Yulon Pharmaceutical stood at 8,000 yuan, with a rise of 70. The trading volume reached an impressive 604,525 million shares, equating to a transaction value of 483,620 million yuan, an astounding 483 billion. The turnover rate soared to 23. The top 3 buying positions were exclusively held by institutional investors, while the 4th position belonged to the Xiagua Securities Yindu branch. The 5th position also remained with institutional investors. Collectively, these 5 positions accounted for over 300 million in purchases. It is evident that the driving force behind this stock price surge consists of these individuals. As for selling positions, the first sold over 120 million, the second over 60 million, the third over 27 million, the fourth over 18 million, and the fifth over 124 million. The top 3 were still institutional investors, with the 4th being a well-known speculative fund. The 5th was Guojin Securities, located on Dongqing South Road in Yuanjiang, right near Li Yi's residence. The sale of 12.48 million aligns perfectly with Li Yi's conditions. This marks Li Yi's inaugural appearance on the leaderboard. Although he ranks last among sellers, he is nonetheless featured on the list. The top seller astonishingly offloaded 1 $2 billion, which is quite alarming. Li Yi's sale of $12.48 million places him at the bottom. In contrast, the leading seller disposed of a staggering $1.2 billion. Li Yi is indeed a catalyst for this market fluctuation. The true force that drove Yulon Pharmaceutical's stock from soaring heights to a sudden drop is this audacious individual who sold $1.2 billion. If all goes as anticipated, the top seller likely foresaw that an afternoon sell-off was imminent. Given that Li Yi ignited the sell-off, it caught the attention of the leading seller, prompting even more aggressive selling, resulting in a frantic offloading of $1.2 billion. This ultimately led to Yulon Pharmaceutical hitting its daily limit down. A moment worth commemorating. Li Yi saved a screenshot of the leaderboard. This is his first time making the list. His capital pool is no small matter. Even though he has diversified his investments into Jinhua Technology and Hang Seng Securities, the number of stocks he can manage alone is limited. It is impossible to distribute his funds infinitely. As his capital grows increasingly substantial, short-term operations will become challenging. In the future, buying and selling that lands him on the leaderboard may become a regular occurrence. Li Yi glanced once more at Weibo. On the leaderboard, the fifth selling position belonged to Guojin Securities, Yuanjiang South, Dongqing South Road branch. Li Yi, a prodigious high school graduate from Yuanjiang, resides in Luzhou, Huafu, right next to Dongqing South Road. The puzzle is solved. After completely liquidating his shares in Lianqing Technology, he invested in Yulon Pharmaceutical. He entered Yulon Pharmaceutical last Friday and sold off everything this Friday, even making it to the leaderboard. He has truly reaped the rewards of 5. There is no need for speculation. Li Yi's total assets in his stock account amount to an impressive $12.48 million. When Li Yi publicly liquidated his holdings in Lianqing Technology, he revealed that he possessed over 300,000 shares, which contributed to a total asset value of more than $7 million. Just last Friday, his total assets stood at over $7 million, and within the span of a week, they have surged to $12.48 million. Here, one must ponder the prowess of Zhang Yuquan, Teacher Zhang, and Li Yi. Can they be deemed formidable? Goodness. It leaves me in envy, wishing it were I. Had Li Yi announced his investment in Yulon Pharmaceuticals last Friday, we could have also reaped several price surges. How naive it would be to follow suit, inflating the stock price, only to witness the sellers crashing the market. How many have taken the plunge with Yulon Pharmaceuticals? Raise your hands. 1. 2. I am in tears. I made my purchase, and Li Yi decisively liquidated his position, proving to be quite the fool. At the opening, the stock skyrocketed, and with the financial trio and heavyweight stocks rallying, it seemed a bull market was on the horizon. Yulon Pharmaceuticals has already recorded 5 price surges. It is poised to become a speculative stock, so one should invest and hold until it peaks. Alas, could this plunge in Yulon Pharmaceuticals be attributed to Li Yi's selling? Li Yi sold from the 5th seat, with the first seat selling $1.2 billion. One must acknowledge that Li Yi now possesses millions, which is a testament to his financial acumen, no? Over 10 million is indeed a significant resource in the financial realm. It is merely luck. The stock market is favorable at the moment, and encountering over 10 million. What does that signify in the financial circles? Indeed. With social media personalities boasting average fortunes of 10 billion, and families linked to Fortune 500 companies and connections at the ministerial level, what does 10 million amount to? The online community is truly remarkable. On the Dragon and Tiger list, a seat belonging to Guojin Securities at the Dongqing South Road branch in Yuanjiang City has been identified as Li Yi's. Li Yi stated, Image. Today's operations, I liquidated my position in Yulon Pharmaceuticals, which has experienced 5 consecutive price surges. The favorable news from last week has already been realized. Hence my decision to exit. Li Yi refrained from analyzing the potential issues regarding Yulon Pharmaceuticals' collaboration with international pharmaceutical companies. A contract may have been signed, but it could face rejection from foreign nations. The complexities are bound to be overwhelming. Li Yi merely offered a straightforward analysis, believing that after 5 price surges, the good news had been fully priced in, rendering further increases merely speculative, which prompted his choice to liquidate his position. As before, after exiting Yulon Pharmaceuticals, Li Yi has not disclosed which stock he has purchased next. He will only reveal this information after the trading session concludes. However, once this message was disseminated, it confirmed that he was indeed the one who sold at 5 seats on the Dragon and Tiger list, having capitalized on Yulon Pharmaceuticals' 5 price surges. In just 1 week, his stock account funds escalated from over 7 million to more than 12 million. This has sparked envy and jealousy among countless individuals. Li Yi's adept timing in both buying and selling Yulon pharmaceuticals attests to his remarkable skill. It is far from the claims made by many netizens that it was merely good fortune. Chapter 31. Allow me to be liked. What about Cece? There is no doubt that Li Yi's maneuvers in the stock market may raise questions of insider trading. As a top scorer in the college entrance examination, Li Yi's identity and familial background have been largely exposed. It is virtually impossible for him to access such insider information. Some still believe that Li Yi merely had the fortune of selecting promising stocks, resulting in 5 consecutive price surges. The comment section on Li Yi's Weibo is flooded with inquiries regarding which stocks he intends to purchase after liquidating his holdings in Yulon Pharmaceutical. Many seek to replicate his success. Unfortunately, Li Yi is unlikely to disclose this information. The potential for too many followers to imitate his strategies could trigger a butterfly effect. Additionally, there are questions about his views on the stock market and financial landscape, yet he remains silent on these matters. As he himself is a novice in the realm of trading, still in the learning phase, how could he dare to express an opinion? Of course, as someone who has been reborn, he has never engaged in stock trading before. But he is aware that the stock market in Xia country has been experiencing a bull run over the past 2 years. He has made over 5 million in profit within just a week of appearing on the leaderboard. Li Yi's Weibo has exploded in popularity, with his follower count surging by over 1 million, totaling more than 1.5 million now. Quite impressive. Observing the rising numbers, Li Yi nods slightly. Why did he choose to register on Weibo and get verified while basking in the limelight of being a top scorer in the college entrance examination? He also posts about his stock trading activities, although only after transactions are completed. His intent is to attract followers. Establishing a solid fan base will benefit his future endeavors, regardless of the business he chooses to pursue. After announcing his trades in Yulon Pharmaceutical, Li Yi decided to shift his attention elsewhere. Tomorrow, where shall they venture? In the private room of a Sichuan cuisine restaurant, Gu Man is already contemplating their outing for the next day. With the weekend approaching, Gu Man and Fan Wenxi are both working part-time at her cousin's gym, which makes weekend shifts quite reasonable. After all, they can manage their schedules. During weekdays, they must monitor the market, and with the stock market closed on weekends, it is the perfect opportunity for a little adventure. Without hesitation, Li Yi declares, to the seaside. Instantly, Gu Man and Fan Wenxi cast dubious glances his way. Li Yi simply shrugs. On such a scorching day, where else could we possibly go but the beach or a water park? Are we to climb a mountain instead? At this, Gu Man playfully taps her hand. All right, then let us go mountain climbing. Li Yi is taken aback. Fan Wenxi whispers, isn't it going to be too hot? Qinglin Mountain is nestled between mountains and water, a renowned summer retreat. It's not hot. I've been there, Gu Man affirms, having visited multiple times. Qinglin Mountain is adorned with crystal-clear springs that cascade down like a jade ribbon. In winter, the mountain is shrouded in mist, creating a breathtaking sight. During summer, Qinglin Mountain's temperatures are significantly cooler than other regions, making it an ideal escape. However, with summer officially underway, it may attract larger crowds. On Saturday, they all agree to embark on their mountain climbing adventure, donning their athletic wear and shoes. They take a taxi to the foot of Qinglin Mountain, which boasts an elevation exceeding 2,000 meters, not trivial, and the terrain isn't particularly steep, but climbing will take some time. Had it not been for his recent fitness regimen, Li Yi suspects he would struggle to reach the summit. Nevertheless, climbing has its advantages. In steep areas, he can lend a hand to the 2 girls, either by guiding them up or offering a gentle push from behind. It's quite enjoyable. Qinglin Mountain is indeed refreshingly cool, truly a summer retreat. However, even in such a pleasant climate, the hike left us drenched in sweat. With nothing planned for Sunday, the trio decided to spend the night atop the mountain, eagerly anticipating the sunrise the following morning. 2 spacious double rooms were reserved by Gu Man. Li Yi expressed a hint of disappointment, wishing they had booked a triple room instead. What are you disappointed about? Gu Man shot him a glare. Do you wish to share a room with us? Li Yi stroked his chin and replied, well, that's not entirely out of the question. Dream on, came the retort. Thus, Gu Man and Fan Wenxi shared one room, while Li Yi occupied another alone. That evening, they relished a local delicacy, chicken stewed with taro, touted as free-range chicken with firm meat. Strangely enough, after days of monotonous chicken breast from their fitness regimen, Li Yi and Gu Man found this meal exceedingly delightful. It was indeed tender and flavorful. The three of them took a full 2 hours to finish the dish, engrossed in conversation, leaving them utterly stuffed. Both Gu Man and Fan Wensi, with no regard for decorum, rubbed their round bellies, exclaiming, "We are truly full. So delicious." They had no desire to move and retreated to their rooms to rest. After several hours of hiking and a hearty meal, they longed only for relaxation. All three gathered in Li Yi's room, sprawled across the beds. Unfortunately, there was no space for Li Yi, who had to make do with a small sofa. "Let us play some cards," Gu Man, feeling bored after a brief rest, suggested as she fetched a deck of cards. "How about a game of landlord?" Li Yi proposed an interesting twist. "I think the loser should remove a piece of clothing." With a swift motion, Gu Man and Fan Wensi hurled their cushions at him in protest. Li Yi had no choice but to relent. "All right, we can draw turtles instead. Or perhaps stick notes." He hesitated at the thought of distressing the two girls with his predictions of the future while playing cards. How could one be so foolish as to play cards with someone who can foresee the outcome? He mused. Thus, he jokingly suggested that if he could convince Gu Man and Fan Wensi to shed all their clothes, it would be quite the spectacle. Soon, both Gu Man and Fan Wensi were adorned with sticky notes all over their faces, especially Gu Man, who, despite her lack of skill, was determined to claim victory as the landlord, unable to rid herself of the notes on her forehead. Meanwhile, Li Yi had only 3 notes on his head. Realizing that even with foresight, bad luck and poor cards could thwart any strategy. I'm done. My luck is terrible today," Gu Man exclaimed as she discarded her terrible hand. "I've lost every time. This is no fun." Fan Wensi, having lain back, had drifted off to sleep. Li Yi and Gu Man exchanged bewildered glances. The combination of hiking, a hearty meal, and the summer heat had indeed made them drowsy. Without hesitation, Li Yi declared, "I'll carry her back to your room." Gu Man glared at him. "You lecher. What ulterior motives do you have? Do you think I wouldn't know?" Li Yi was merely jesting when he remarked, "You all sleep in this room. I shall take another." Fan Wensi had already succumbed to slumber, leaving no option but to let her be. After all, both rooms were spacious and equipped with large beds, offering no discernible difference. With Fan Wensi asleep, Gu Man tenderly covered her with a blanket before quietly slipping out of the room alongside Li Yi. She needed to return to her own room to retrieve her belongings, as both she and Fan Wensi had initially opted for the other room, leaving their clothes and other items there. Unexpectedly, after some playful moments, Fan Wensi had drifted off in Li Yi's room, compelling them to move to this one for the night. "Li Yi," Gu Man called, "I must say, you are truly impressive. Scoring 744 on the college entrance examination is astounding, and your prowess in stock trading is remarkable. Your skills in computer programming are equally commendable." "Indeed, I have many talents," he replied with a hint of pride. "Is that so? What else is there that I do not know? Do enlighten me. Some things are better experienced firsthand," he teased. "Pervert, get away from me. You prefer larger women, like Cece," Gu Man retorted, recalling how his eyes had widened at the seaside in Xingwan district. "Someone as petite as I am surely does not pique your interest." "Who said that? I pride myself on my broad tastes, whether it be a young matron, a mature woman, or a cute girl. As long as they are beautiful, I am enamored. With your charm and long legs, you should have a bit more confidence," Li Yi encouraged. "Really?" Gu Man felt a surge of delight. Li Yi often referred to her as a fairy or a goddess due to her striking beauty and long legs. She smiled and declared, "Then I grant you permission to like me." Li Yi raised an eyebrow, bewildered. "And what about Cece? I cannot devote my affections solely to you. You infuriate me," Gu Man exclaimed, playfully kicking at him. Even clad in 3/4 athletic pants for a hike, her long legs remained captivating. Li Yi deftly caught her kicking leg and lifted it, executing a perfect split. "Your flexibility is impressive, and your legs are delightful. I truly admire them." Gu Man shot him a glare, her cheeks flushed. "Let me go? No funny business." Reluctantly, Li Yi released her. "Go away," she commanded, only to turn and kick him once more. Li Yi, possessing an uncanny ability to foresee the future, had anticipated her move. Utilizing this foresight here was far from wasted. He firmly grasped her foot, sending her off balance, causing her to tumble onto the bed. He positioned himself over her, restraining her hands, and the atmosphere between them grew undeniably intimate. "What are you planning to do?" Gu Man questioned, her hands pinned above her head. As she met Li Yi's gaze, she felt the heat radiating from her cheeks. Man, you are truly beautiful," You should have faith in yourself, Li Yi remarked, captivated by her exquisite features, which could only be described as enchanting, especially as her face flushed a deeper shade of red than an apple. What perplexed him further was that she had closed her eyes, seemingly unable to bear looking at him. Li Yi gently pressed his lips against the corner of her mouth. Warm and soft. Hurry back to sleep, or else I might leave you to warm my bed and showcase my other impressive attributes. Upon saying this, Li Yi released Gu Man and playfully gave her a light slap on the backside. It was soft, pert, and the muscles were firm, truly a testament to her dedication to maintaining her physique. With her eyes closed, Gu Man opened them wide upon seeing Li Yi, suddenly stammering, You slapped my backside? It seems you want me to stay and warm your bed? Li Yi had already begun to undress. After a month of exercise, the results of his novice fitness efforts were apparent. While his muscles had not grown significantly, their definition had become markedly clearer. Upon witnessing Li Yi's unrobing, Gu Man, blushing, grabbed her and Fan Wenxi's bags and fled the room. She genuinely feared that if she took too long, she would be left behind by this lecherous Li Yi to warm his bed. Chapter 32. Admission Letter. Considering establishing a company the next day, before 6 o'clock, Gu Man, yawning, was roused from her slumber by Cece's call. Seeing her still in a sleepy daze, Fan Wenxi curiously inquired, Man, did you not sleep well last night? After an evening of card games, she had eaten too much, and her stomach needed time to digest, which made her drowsy. She had lain down for a moment, unknowingly drifting off to sleep, and remained in slumber until morning. It was only at this moment that Fan Wenxi realized that she had switched rooms with Li Yi while she was asleep. Gu Man waved her hand dismissively and shot Li Yi a glare, saying, It's nothing, just a bit of trouble adjusting to the bed. The adjustment was not the issue. Rather, the previous night, she had been unable to sleep, her mind swirling with chaotic thoughts. It was upon returning to her room that she recalled her first kiss had been taken by that lecherous Li Yi. Infuriated, she nearly stormed into Li Yi's room to give him a good thrashing. However, fearing the potential repercussions, she hesitated, contemplating her dilemma, which ultimately led to her restless night. Completely unaware of the hour at which she finally fell asleep, the alarm rang incessantly in the morning, and she struggled to rise, with Fan Wenxi ultimately pulling her up. Early in the morning, the hotel provided breakfast. Most guests staying on the mountain did so to witness the sunrise. By around 5 o'clock, while darkness still enveloped the sky, the three of them checked out and set off for the summit of Qinglin Mountain to await the sunrise. Wow, it's truly beautiful. The crimson sun began to rise, illuminating the night with a brilliant glow. The sight was breathtaking. Gasps of wonder mingled with shouts of excitement permeated the air. The area was teeming with people, all gathered at the railing to behold the dawn. Li Yi transformed into a makeshift photographer, capturing moments of the two girls. He also enlisted someone to help them take a group photo, creating a charming collage to share on social media. After witnessing the sunrise, they had no intention of descending the mountain on foot. Instead, they opted for the cable car. The ascent was arduous, but the descent was a mere 20 minutes of ease. Having spent over 2 hours climbing, they were grateful for the swift ride down. After leaving Qinglin Mountain, they lingered in the area for a while longer, enjoyed lunch, and then parted ways to return home. In the afternoon, Li Yi received a phone call. It was from the postal service. It has been approximately 10 days since the submission of the college applications. As anticipated, the admission letters have finally arrived. Is this Li Yi correct? Here is your admission letter. Please provide your identification and sign for its receipt. Although the courier recognized Li Yi and confirmed his identity, the procedure must be adhered to. Li Yi presented his identification and duly signed for his admission letter. Coincidentally, today is Sunday, and Li Yi's parents are home as well. They all went downstairs together to collect the admission letter. In addition to Li Yi's letter, the courier also had admission letters for other students from the neighborhood, each from different institutions. Students gathered here to claim their admission letters. Congratulations to Li Yi. Li Yi, take a look at your admission letter. You have yet to see what the Yin University admission letter looks like. I wonder if we could have a glimpse of it. Amid the teasing from other students and their parents, Li Yi casually opened the courier bag. The postal package was adorned with a glossy film texture, predominantly in vibrant red, featuring the emblem of Yin University in the upper right corner. The phrase college admission letter was inscribed at the bottom. Upon opening, the true admission letter emerged, resplendent in red. At that time, the admission letter from Yin University was quite simple and was not yet inspired by the university's plaque design. It was merely a red letter stating, "Li Yi, we are pleased to inform you of your admission to the Guanghua School of Management, specializing in finance. Please report to the campus on September 2nd, 2014. Below was the signature of the president and the official seal of Yen University. Additionally, there was information regarding the introduction to Yen Garden and the Student Financial Aid Center, alongside a notice for military training scheduled from August 16th to August 30th, lasting 14 days, with classes commencing on September 2nd. This was the extent of the contents. During that period, admission letters from various universities were rather ordinary and had not yet entered the stage of competition. A couple of years later, however, the admission letters from universities would evolve and become more extravagant. On the same day, Fan Wenxi sent a message to Li Yi. My admission letter has also arrived. She had been accepted into the School of Information Engineering at Yen University. As for Gu Manman's admission letter, it might take a couple more days to arrive. In any case, during this time frame, candidates would gradually receive their admission letters. Gu Manman had scored over 670 on the college entrance examination and applied to Yen University of Finance, exceeding the admission threshold by nearly 30 points. So there was no need for concern. After Li Yi and Fan Wenxi received their admission letters, Gu Manman's letter also arrived, and she was successfully admitted to Yen University of Finance. Li Yi realized that his rebirth had indeed brought about a butterfly effect and influence. At the very least, Gu Manman, in her previous life, had applied to Yen Normal University and chosen to remain as a teacher. In this life, influenced by Li Yi, she had been copying his homework and trading stocks, earning quite a bit of pocket money, which she greatly enjoyed. With Li Yi being so exceptional, she aspired to study finance and hoped to follow in his footsteps in the future. Gu Manman's life has undergone a complete transformation, starkly contrasting with her previous existence. The admission letters for the three of them have arrived, yet the summer has brought no significant change. She continues her daily routine of working out at the gym, engaging in stock market battles, and acquiring knowledge in finance. Li Yi still provides guidance to Fan Wenxi in the development of the game Jump. After nearly a month, Fan Wenxi has almost completed this small game, having undertaken the majority of the development independently, with Li Yi offering occasional advice. The disparity between those endowed with talent and those without is truly astonishing. One day, Li Yi downloaded the newly finished game onto his phone for a trial run. It can be said to have been perfectly replicated, albeit with some modifications, as the hardware and software of this time, 2014, cannot compare to those of the previous life. The mechanism of determining the jump distance based on the duration of the press is indeed simplistic. WeChat still lacks the functionality for many programs. Thus, the game can only be published on the Android application market. It must have a revenue model. Aside from placing advertisements on the jumping squares, players can enjoy the game for free, but will encounter ads or can opt to pay to remove them permanently. Whether subsequent monetization will occur remains to be seen. In any case, the game's development is merely a playful endeavor. Naturally, various leaderboards are essential. A game without such rankings is akin to a soulless entity. With leaderboards, players can attract friends, transforming them into new users. Upon the game's completion, Li Yi has also begun contemplating the establishment of a company. Chapter 33, Gu Banghua. The cotton-padded jacket is drafty. In Gu Manman's home, she reclines on the sofa, fingers dancing across the screen, observing the little character in Jump land accurately on the square, only to accidentally fall off. With a sigh, she muses that this game is not suited for her. A person of her impatient disposition is ill-fitted for such a game. However, glancing at the game leaderboard, it currently features only Li Yi, Fan Wenxi, and herself. Naturally, she finds herself at the bottom of the leaderboard, which is disheartening. At that moment, the front door swings open, and Gu Banghua returns home from work. "Dad, come here. Sit down. Have some water." Gu Manman calls out, rushing to help her father with his briefcase, urging him to take a seat on the sofa as she pours him a glass of iced tea. Gu Banghua, taken aback by his daughter's unusual display of attentiveness, immediately inquires, "What is going on?" Such unsolicited kindness, even from his daughter, is rare. He suspects there must be something amiss that requires careful handling. This girl has been reaping considerable gains in the stock market while spending time with that classmate, Li Yi. Gu Banghua feels as if his ears have developed calluses from hearing her incessantly talk about him. Given his daughter's affectionate demeanor, it is evident she is not in need of money. If not due to financial hardship, then it must be something far more troublesome. Dad, do you think it would be better to register a company or to acquire an existing one? Gu Man listened as Li Yi mentioned plans to establish a company or acquire an existing one, preparing to seek counsel from professionals. With a firm pat on her chest, she confidently took on the matter herself, reminding herself that her father was a professional in this regard. Even if he couldn't handle it, he could always consult with a specialized lawyer. You're inquiring on behalf of that Li Yi, aren't you? Upon hearing his daughter's questions, Gu Bangwa immediately recognized the influence of Li Yi, a remarkable student indeed. He was aware of Li Yi's impressive achievements, the top scorer in the college entrance examination and a fortune amassed in the stock market. Truly, he was a prodigious talent, brimming with youthful exuberance. Such exceptional young men undeniably held great allure for young women. However, when it came to his own daughter, his protective instincts flared up. Gu Man had been raised in affluence, shielded from the clutches of less scrupulous boys. Having seen many faces, she regarded her classmates with disdain, deeming them rather childish. Yet, Li Yi was different. He was an intriguing soul. His eloquent speech was often laced with peculiar phrases, and his ability to achieve remarkable scores in tests and an astonishing 744 in the college entrance examination was nothing short of impressive. His prowess in academics, computer programming, and the stock market garnered Gu Man's admiration. Her attraction to such an accomplished young man was something Gu Bangwa, despite his efforts to provide his daughter with a well-rounded upbringing, could not control. His little girl was becoming susceptible. Nevertheless, he took it upon himself to analyze the situation. Li Yi might indeed be a genius, brimming with potential. But he is merely 18, still very young and likely to encounter various challenges ahead. It is not unreasonable to anticipate unforeseen crises in the future. Whether he establishes his own company or opts for an acquisition, it would be prudent to first create a limited liability company through which he can manage any future enterprises. This way, should complications arise with other companies, he would only be liable to a limited extent, thereby mitigating potential issues. Ultimately, Li Yi is still too young. Scoring 744 in the college entrance examination may suggest genius, and earning millions in the stock market cannot simply be attributed to luck. However, his age, experience, and overall life perspective do pose certain vulnerabilities. Throughout his future investment endeavors, he may face numerous challenges, perhaps acting impulsively due to his youthful bravado. A single misstep could lead to significant losses, jeopardizing his company's stability. These are real possibilities. Gu Bangwa firmly believed that it would be wise for Li Yi to establish a limited liability company to oversee his ventures, thus minimizing his risk exposure. Gu Man nodded vigorously, a pen and notebook in hand, diligently recording her father's insights. Though she did not fully comprehend the complexities, she would share these notes with Li Yi when the time came. Observing his daughter's keen interest in this matter, yet realizing it was for another boy, Gu Bangwa suddenly lost his enthusiasm. He waved his hand dismissively, urging her to go play elsewhere. All right, off you go. Gu Man let out a soft huff, visibly displeased. Still donning her pink bunny slippers, she stomped back to her room. She organized the information her father had mentioned, conducted online research, and even consulted her older cousins. Gu Ping, over at Tu Wendong's place, overheard his sister inquiring about the process of establishing a company and immediately surmised that this was related to Li Yi's contemplation of starting a business. Upon returning home, he sought out his sister for more details. Is Li Yi planning to establish a company? What is the current status of his funds? Gu Ping recalled that Li Yi had mentioned he would set up a private equity firm once he had amassed sufficient capital. Gu Man asked her older cousin about the relevant aspects of starting a company. It was evident that her inquiries were indirectly for Li Yi. Li Yi had briefly mentioned his intention to start a company, so I thought I would gather some information for him. Reflecting on Li Yi's stock account, she recalled it had exceeded 19.7 million and was nearing 20 million. On Tuesday, Li Yi had liquidated his holdings in Jinhua Technology and Xingshang Securities. Jinhua Technology had hit 2 consecutive daily limits, while Xingshang Securities surged by 8 before he sold off his shares. The following day, he shifted his investments and achieved a 13 return. Today, however, he made no trades, settling for an 8 gain. His stock account now boasted over 19 million. And barring any unforeseen events, it was expected to surpass 20 million the next day. I have some company information here. Let him take a look. If he needs anything, he can reach out to me, and I will assist him. Gu Ping sent his sister several documents concerning investment firms, specifically those holding private equity licenses. Having sent the information, Gu Ping added, "I have already prepared the necessary funds on my end. If he wishes to acquire any of these companies, we can utilize their qualifications to directly launch private equity products. To operate a private equity firm, it is essential to have qualified individuals in key positions within the company. Only with such qualifications can one apply for a license. The cost for these positions can reach tens of thousands, and just for this aspect, expenses may amount to over 100,000. While it is not difficult to apply for a new private equity firm, provided there are qualified individuals available, the process can be time-consuming, involving various procedures and applications. Acquiring an already qualified company allows for the swift launch of private equity products, making it the most advantageous choice. The pricing is reasonable, ranging from 500,000 to 5 million, depending on the city and the qualifications of the shell company. As soon as Li Yi acquires a private equity firm, Gu Ping is poised to assist in resolving any issues, enabling him to promptly issue private equity products. By the way, sister, could you also ask Li Yi if he requires any investments for establishing the company? Although I believe he wouldn't need to relinquish any shares, it wouldn't hurt to inquire. Chapter 34, Daily Earnings of 2.5 million. Total assets surpassing 20 million. The next day at the gym, it was leg day once more, with barbell squats, 2 20-kilogram weights on each side, totaling 40 kilograms, plus the barbell itself weighing 20 kilograms, making a grand total of 60 kilograms. Typically, the leg muscles are the most developed and can bear heavier weights than the bench press. The premise is to safeguard one's waist. Squats and deadlifts are the most likely exercises to cause injury to the lower back. Fortunately, Gu Man and Li Yi are not too far apart in height, allowing her to stand behind him for assistance. One might wonder whether to be grateful for having a beautiful companion close by, or to feel a sense of helplessness due to Gu Man's towering stature. Unfortunately, during leg training, Li Yi displayed a complete lack of interest in anything at all. Not even the presence of two lovely ladies could spark any enthusiasm within him. It felt as though his legs were no longer his own. After completing the leg workout and stretching, over an hour had elapsed. After showering and changing, Li Yi slumped onto a booth at the dining bar, appearing utterly dispassionate. With each step, he felt as though he were walking on clouds, his entire being floating. In Gu Man's words, this sensation signifies that the workout was indeed effective. Otherwise, it would merely be shaping without any muscle gain. Continuing down this path could lead to an imbalance, with the upper body muscular while the lower body remains underdeveloped, resulting in a rather peculiar and uncoordinated physique. Here, Gu Man presented her meticulously organized information to Li Yi. It included suggestions from Gu Bangwa regarding the establishment of a company, as well as insights gathered from her inquiries with her older cousins and online research. Additionally, her brother had provided information about a company with a private equity license. Li Yi was taken aback. He had merely suggested considering the formation of a company, and Gu Man had taken it upon herself to compile all the relevant information. Such a devoted partner is truly invaluable. I must keep her by my side. Thank you, Man. Faced with such heartfelt gratitude, Gu Man felt goosebumps rising. While she relished the moment, it was almost too sweet to bear, especially since CC was also present. However, Fan Wency was currently preoccupied with testing a jumping game and was completely oblivious to the two of them. There was no rush to acquire the private equity license. My intention to establish a company was merely a consideration. The question at hand was under what name to launch the minigame developed by CC. It could either be released under an individual name or under that of a studio or company. There was no urgency to acquire the private equity license, thus alleviating the necessity for investment from Gu Ping's side. Possessing the foresight of future events, Li Yi felt no need for so-called connections or networks. What insider information? He required none of it. He would simply enjoy the process for now. Eventually, when the scale of funding reaches astronomical heights, perhaps in the hundreds of billions, he understood that the company would inevitably need to bring in shareholders. It would be impossible to go it alone. However, by that time, the shareholders brought on would undoubtedly be of high caliber, serving as endorsements, moats, and protective umbrellas. After reviewing the materials presented by Gu Man, Li Yi resolved to follow Gu Bangwa's plan to first establish a primary company. From there, this company would oversee others. I will begin by finding individuals to establish a principal company. Today being Friday, Li Yi contacted someone to register a company. Finalizing it would take until next week. He glanced at the progress of the jumping game. In the past few days, further testing has been conducted, and once the modifications and optimizations are complete, the game will be ready for release. The three of us have been engaged in testing the simple, yet entertaining game jumping. There are no significant issues. It is merely a casual game. Once the company is officially registered, we can launch this game on the Android application market. At that point, Lee will also recruit several game developers and may even consider acquiring a gaming company or development team to handle ongoing maintenance and the creation of additional games. Fan Wency. She is destined to be a technical asset in Lee's future enterprise. Assigning Fan Wency the task of developing jumping serves merely as a practical exercise for her. It seems a waste to utilize such a prodigious talent for game development. During this period, Fan Wency has been engrossed in studying intelligent algorithms and professional techniques in artificial intelligence, along with various scholarly papers. While continually learning, she has also managed to develop jumping. This afternoon, shortly after 1 o'clock, Lee finalized his stock transactions for the day, primarily due to an increase in available funds. He purchased 3 different stocks, which required more time and consideration to manage. Moreover, each stock exhibited unique trends, necessitating distinct timings for buying and selling. Much of the day was devoted to monitoring the market, identifying the most opportune moments for transactions. Today being Friday, after completing his trades, Lee's total stock account assets surpassed 20 million, reaching an impressive 25 million. Total assets, 225, 378, 336 available funds, 25, 132 stocks held, Jinlong Real Estate. Guoka Heavy Industry, Jinhua Technology. Market value of holdings, 225, 372, 715 daily profit and loss, 250, 774, 032, 614, 127, total profit and loss, 132, 403, 159, 229, 291. In the afternoon, Lee reinvested a portion of his funds into Jinhua Technology after previously benefiting from 2 consecutive price surges. Following a brief market correction over the past few days, this stock reached its ceiling again today, involving a total of over 20 million in capital. After today's operations, his earnings amounted to 127, with a daily profit of 5 million. Total assets, 225, 378, 336, with a return rate of 229, 291. A figure that is remarkably impressive. Even amidst the current bull market, where many are profiting, none have achieved a return of over 20 million. The most remarkable aspect is that Lee has accomplished this remarkable return in just a little over a month. There are indeed talented individuals in the market who have transformed hundreds into billions, even tens of billions. But how many years did they invest to reach such heights? Lee entered the stock market on June 9th, and today is July 11th, merely a month and a few days. His total assets have multiplied nearly 24 times. Who else can achieve such a feat? In addition to Lee's personal account, Gu Manman, who has been participating in the market under Lee's guidance to enjoy the thrill of earning, has seen her account grow to over 50,000. Fan Wency's account, which Lee manages casually by making daily purchases and subsequent sales, has also exceeded 70,000. Both accounts started with a principal of 10,000, funded by Gu Manman, simply for the sake of enjoyment. As this summer draws to a close, the concerns regarding CC's university tuition and living expenses seem to have dissipated. Gu Manman gazes at Fan Wency's stock account without a twinge of jealousy. Instead, she feels a sense of joy for CC. After all, this stock account was established to provide for Fan Wency's university living expenses and pocket money. It appears that the account has exceeded expectations, as Lee is truly set to reimburse her for her tuition, living expenses, and discretionary funds. Such a substantial amount. Although Fan Wency spends her days alongside Gu Manman and Lee, her focus has been primarily on learning and developing her own small games, rather than on the profits Lee has accrued from his stocks. Consequently, she has been rather indifferent to the stock account, unaware that it has amassed over 70,000 yuan. Perhaps it would be best to return this account to you? Fan Wency looked at Gu Manman, feeling that this sum was excessive. Since both the account and its funds were provided by Gu Manman, she felt unworthy of such a large amount. Gu Manman, however, dismissively refused, stating, "No, this is rightfully yours. We agreed on this from the beginning. She continued earnestly, moreover. This is Li Yi's investment in you as the future chief technical officer of his company. He is investing in your future, expecting you to repay him with your work once you graduate. Chapter 35. Daily earnings of 85.86 million. Company established. Li Yi. Image. Liquidation of Ingdong shares. The overall market trend this week has been quite favorable, thus requiring no extensive summary. Li Yi's social media has been actively updated during this period, with funds being allocated to various stocks, and he consistently posts updates regarding his liquidated stocks. His investments are diversified, with purchases or liquidations occurring almost daily. His social media presence is vigorous, with high engagement from followers curious about his daily operations and earnings. Currently, Li Yi has refrained from disclosing details regarding his stock account, leaving the enforcement department unaware of the total shares he holds. Based on Li Yi's previous investment of over 12 million yuan, if he were to fully invest in or liquidate a particular stock, it could potentially place him on the leaderboard. Yet, the Dongqing South Road branch of Guojin Securities does not appear on the leaderboard. It is common knowledge that Li Yi has diversified his funds. This strategy explains his frequent updates on social media. Previously, when all his capital was concentrated in a single stock, his operations were less frequent, resulting in fewer updates. With a diversified portfolio, liquidating one stock becomes simpler and less likely to provoke significant market fluctuations, thus avoiding the leaderboard. It is challenging to ascertain the total assets in Li Yi's stock account without any holdings information to analyze or speculate upon. Unexpectedly, Ingdong shares were also liquidated. Oh, I should have acted sooner this afternoon. Recently, Ingdong shares have performed well, and according to the latest financial report, there should be no issues. Li Yi's liquidation merely reflects that the short-term performance did not meet his expectations. Indeed, many stocks continue to rise even after Li Yi has liquidated them, though the pace of this ascent is certainly outstripped by the potential gains he could achieve by reallocating his capital into other stocks. I have observed that many individuals are emulating Li Yi's investment strategies, even after he has liquidated his holdings and vanished. Despite his departure, his analysis and operations continue to attract a multitude of buyers. Li Yi predominantly invests in mid and small cap stocks, shying away from blue chip stocks. With market capitalizations reaching hundreds of billions, it seems implausible for such stocks to experience a surge to the daily limit. I am curious about the total assets in Li Yi's stock account. On Monday, as the stock market opened, Jinhua Technology reached its daily limit, with a holding value of 9.8 million, which surged to 10.78 million after hitting the limit. Currently, the market is exceedingly vibrant. Indeed, it is a bull market year. Li Yi posits that Jinhua Technology is likely to become this year's most sought-after and explosive stock. Recently, it has already achieved 2 consecutive limit ups, and during the subsequent consolidation phase, it has steadily appreciated. However, Li Yi, unimpressed by this gradual rise, opted to withdraw his funds and invest in other stocks. Now, he has returned to capitalize on 2 limit-up gains. Statistics reveal that within this month, Jinhua Technology has reached its daily limit 5 times. In terms of popularity, attention, trading volume, and turnover rate, this stock is exceptionally hot, classified within the financial technology sector. This year marks a period of rapid technological advancement, and its overall market capitalization remains relatively modest, making it an excellent candidate for speculation and price elevation. As capital inflows increase during challenging operational periods, one might consider allocating a portion of funds for long-term holding in Jinhua Technology. Li Yi has been analyzing Jinhua Technology for some time now. Currently, he possesses over 20 million in funds, which allows for diversified operations. However, once his capital exceeds 1 billion, maintaining a strategy of rapid entry and exit to capture limit-up gains will become increasingly challenging, necessitating a shift towards long-term holdings in specific stocks, with an ability to foresee future movements, even when holding a stock for an extended period. He can anticipate significant events, whether they be news or market trends, allowing him to evade potential pitfalls. This minimizes risk significantly. When Jinhua Technology reached its daily limit, Li Yi refrained from trading. He anticipates that tomorrow he could secure additional profits before liquidating his position for other stocks. He is eyeing Guokai Heavy Industry, which successfully hit its limit during the morning session. Li Yi has already placed sell orders at the limit price, which executed smoothly. His total holdings in Guokai Heavy Industry amounted to 4.85 million, yielding a profit of 485,000, thereby recuperating 53.35 million in funds. He subsequently liquidated 150,000 shares of Jinlong Real Estate, with a holding value of approximately 7.6 million, netting a profit of 760,000. With 83.6 million in funds, Li Yi commenced building a position in Huan Company, purchasing gradually over 2 hours at an average price of 331 yuan for 320,000 shares, totaling a holding value of 10.59 million. The remaining 31.05 million had yet to execute when Huan Company unexpectedly reached its daily limit. Originally, this stock was not expected to hit the limit until the afternoon. However, due to Li Yi's involvement, it surged to the limit before the morning session concluded. With foresight, he predicted that Huan Company would hit its limit in the afternoon, and tomorrow's morning session would see it reach a limit up as well. As capital volumes expand, establishing positions can sometimes require hours, if not longer. Li Yi, lacking the patience for such lengthy processes, despite attempts to diversify his acquisition, was nonetheless detected. When the main funds recognized this, they promptly drove the stock to its limit. If one were to lose interest, there exists a possibility of a direct market crash, potentially plummeting to the limit down. This would result in a substantial loss for Li Yi, who had recently invested over 10 million, directly facing a significant drop, perhaps even reaching the limit down. It appears that Huazhong shares hold a considerable amount of capital, suggesting a robust market presence. There seems to be no intention to drive Li Yi out by crashing the market. Rather, the choice has been made to propel the stock upwards. With the remaining 3 million, Li Yi casually opted to invest in another stock. Total assets, 25.84 million. Usable funds, 25.132. Stocks held, Jinhua Technology market value, 10.78 million. Huazhong shares market value, 116.49 million. Ninghai Bank market value, 3.41 million. Daily profit and loss, 35.86 million, 1.611. Total profit and loss, 24.91 million, 267,849. Before the morning's close, Li Yi finalized his stock account, earning 35.86 million that day, akin to acquiring a Bentley. After completing his stock dealings, Li Yi had lunch. He then received a call from the intermediary company, prompting a visit to the business department. Last Friday, the intermediary handled company procedures. Over the weekend, they organized various materials, and now it is merely Monday. The intermediary urged him to come over to submit documentation, establish accounts, and arrange official seals, among other tasks. The following day, Li Yi obtained all necessary paperwork. The company has been registered, Yuanjiang Future Investment Company, Limited, with a registered capital of 10 million. Although this amount is not fully paid, for companies with registered capital below 10 million, only one needs to be paid, equating to 100,000. This sum was readily available to Li Yi, negating the need to liquidate stocks. It was, after all, a scholarship awarded for being the top student in the college entrance examination. Just as Li Yi's company was registered, news began to circulate online. It even surged on trending lists. Top student Li Yi establishes investment company. According to the latest available information, Yuanjiang Future Investment Company, Limited was registered on July 15, 2014, with a registered capital of 10 million. The legal representative is Li Yi. Li Yi himself was taken aback. How could the company be exposed so swiftly after registration? In this era, the rapid connectivity of information is not yet so prevalent. To investigate associations of a person with a company is not typically instantaneous. Clearly, the establishment of Li Yi's company had caught someone's attention. Either someone had been monitoring him closely, or the intermediary or relevant departments had leaked the information. Chapter 36, Sparked Controversy, Promoting the Game. Li Yi, you have been harshly criticized. At the gym, Li Yi arrived a bit late. Gu Man, already dressed, was engrossed in reading online news on her phone regarding Li Yi's company registration, which had garnered immense attention. Numerous netizens had harsh words to say. Gu Man, feeling indignant, sought out those who criticized him, though it was predictable that her fighting spirit could hardly contend with the multitude of voices online. These individuals indeed wield considerable influence. How could news of Li Yi's company registration proliferate online so swiftly? It is truly remarkable. The key takeaway is that the attention garnered was entirely unexpected for him. Guan Man was quite agitated, her heart and mind in turmoil, yet she managed to hold her ground. Enough. Don't pay too much attention to their words. Let them talk. Li Yi reassured Guan Man. He then took her and Fan Wenxi to complete their daily workout. Wenxi, has the jump and jump game been released? Today, they were focusing on chest exercises, and Li Yi wished to personally assist Fan Wenxi. Unfortunately, Guan Man intervened. Nevertheless, they could still appreciate the beautiful scenery around them. Having worked out with Li Yi for some time, Fan Wenxi had grown accustomed to his presence and agreed with Guan Man's sentiment. Li Yi is quite the rogue. The Android version of the game was still undergoing modifications and would be submitted for review soon, just a matter of days. When Li Yi encouraged Fan Wenxi to develop jump and jump, he surely intended for her to create a preliminary version first. The Android version was also in development, just delayed by a couple of days. Li Yi nodded slightly. After Fan Wenxi finished a set of dumbbell bench presses, Li Yi took a seat and selected a 20-kilogram dumbbell, training his chest muscles with the assistance of the two lovely ladies, Guan Man and Fan Wenxi. I am contemplating acquiring a gaming company or development team for subsequent maintenance and updates, while also creating some mini-games to facilitate the development of my software. After completing a set of 15 inclined dumbbell presses, Li Yi shared his thoughts. Fan Wenxi also needed to attend school. Should she be responsible for the ongoing maintenance and updates of Jump and Jump, as well as developing other mini-games? That seemed like an underutilization of her talents. Allowing Fan Wenxi to engage in developing mini-games for enjoyment was reasonable, but her education and personal growth remained paramount. Li Yi had high hopes for her as the company's chief technology officer. Developing a short video application was a task Li Yi could not handle alone. He was uncertain how long it would take, and he would undoubtedly require a technical team. It was opportune to acquire a company to develop some mini-games and foster team synergy. Once the core algorithms were finalized, they could officially embark on creating the music-themed short video application. Additionally, Li needed to strategize in advance. Before the short video application was developed, he aimed to resolve issues related to music copyrights and early promotions, which required significant funding, especially concerning music rights. Even though the battle for music copyrights had not yet commenced, acquiring them would demand hundreds of millions, far exceeding a mere tens of millions. Time was also a factor. The development of the short video application would not be swift. During this period, he could generate funds in the financial market, subsequently acquiring music copyrights and laying the groundwork. Meanwhile, online, the comments section of Li Yi's Weibo had become a cacophony of opinions. Netizens had much to say regarding Li Yi's company registration. Li Yi registered a company? An investment company, perhaps? Presently, Li Yi boasted over 2 million followers on Weibo, a remarkable feat in the year 2014. He had not purchased any followers. All were genuine. Typically, when he shared stock liquidation posts, the comments section would fill with thousands of responses, demonstrating the strong engagement of his fanbase, predominantly consisting of stock investors. Coupled with the recent favorable stock market conditions, signaling the onset of a bull market, more individuals were profiting and thus more vocal. The news of Li Yi's company registration had sparked speculation and discussion among netizens. Has Li Yi truly registered a company? An investment firm, perhaps? At the tender age of 18, one embarks on the journey of establishing a company, while I, at the same age, was preoccupied with devising ways to earn money for internet access. An investment firm? Is this a foray into private equity? A scheme to exploit the unsuspecting? Flee swiftly, for this appears to be a venture aimed at harvesting unwitting followers. I eagerly await the establishment of this private equity fund. Once it is founded, I shall dare to invest. Although I had anticipated that Li Yi would reach this juncture, I did not expect it to transpire so swiftly. 18. Just finished with the college entrance examination, and yet to set foot in university? Is this not premature? The establishment of an investment firm signifies a pursuit of private equity. Does it not? I await the launch of private equity products, and I shall undoubtedly be the first to invest. What is the current yield of Li Yi's stock account? Over 2,000, I presume? According to information leaked by Guojin Securities, Li Yi opened his account shortly after the examination, achieving a profit of 2,000. Who else could boast such a feat? Li Gu, Su Yi, and Lin Zhongmin, these prominent investors. Can they truly achieve such returns in just over a month under the current market conditions? After completing his workout and stretching, Li Yi returned to the dining area, prepared to indulge in a meal. As his financial resources expanded, he adjusted his workout schedule to earlier in the day. finishing his exercise before market opening to focus on trading. Upon glancing at Weibo, he was taken aback by the discussions surrounding his new business venture. Many speculated that he had established an investment firm to embark on private equity, aiming to exploit his followers' investments. With over 2 million followers on Weibo, a significant number of whom are stock enthusiasts, the audience is indeed well targeted. Even if the threshold for private equity investment is set at 1 million, there remain numerous individuals willing to invest. Browsing through his Weibo comments, one can observe a multitude of fans eagerly awaiting the launch of his private equity products. With funds at the ready. Previously, Zhang Yuquan remarked that Li Yi, a fresh graduate of the college entrance examination, fortuitously entered the stock market as a novice, capitalizing on favorable market conditions and good fortune to amass considerable profits. However, such advantageous market conditions are not a daily occurrence, nor are they consistently available year after year. It is only in a bear market that one discovers who is truly vulnerable. He urged everyone to maintain composure and to view the situation with reason, warning against overly idolizing Li Yi, who is merely a fortunate individual benefiting from a bullish market. Not only Zhang Yuquan, but also Feng Dalao, who has transitioned from a retail investor to a private equity manager, addressed queries regarding Li Yi's investment firm during a product roadshow. Feng Dalao candidly expressed ignorance of this individual, merely acknowledging him as an 18-year-old college entrance examination champion. While he may possess the capacity for learning, the financial market is fraught with risks that an 18-year-old may not be able to navigate. A temporary upturn in the market should not lead to complacency. One must remain grounded and committed to serious study. After sharing his own experiences, he proceeded to offer motivational insights, essentially conveying the same message. Li Yi? Who is he? An 18-year-old? What significance does being a top student hold? Many who were previously unaware of Li Yi learned of him through Feng Dalao's remarks and subsequently flocked to his Weibo to voice their opinions, not all of which were favorable. Such intense scrutiny is regrettable, yet Li Yi observed the cacophony of criticism on his Weibo, unfazed and unconcerned. He swiftly composed a post on Weibo. The establishment of my company does not signify an intention to engage in private equity, at least not for the time being. He then proceeded to recommend a delightful little game developed by a classmate and friend, Jump Up, which is now live for everyone to experience, with plans to launch on Android soon. Notably, Li Yi's post made no mention of influential figures such as Zhang Yuquan, opting instead to overlook them entirely. With over 2 million followers on Weibo, failing to capitalize on this momentum would be a tremendous waste. Li Yi had indeed considered accumulating followers as a precursor to establishing a private equity firm and promoting initiatives in the future. More crucially, however, is the cultivation of a fanbase and popularity for future promotions in short videos. Upon witnessing Li Yi's post, many netizens were left speechless. They assumed he was venturing into private equity, only to discover that he was promoting a casual game instead. Is the formation of an investment company merely to advocate for a friend's game? The leap from investment to gaming seems perplexing. After trying the game, it proved to be quite engaging, compact in size and perfect for passing the time. When will he unveil private equity products? The anticipation is palpable. One should not shy away from pursuing their ambitions due to external opinions. Outright acquisition of a private equity license and launching products should be the course of action. It is amusing to note that everyone is aware of Li Yi's substantial financial capacity. He is indeed capable of generating profit on his own. So why should he involve others? Li Yi has already stated that he will not engage in private equity for the moment, despite having ideas in mind. Unfortunately, many presumed that the investment firm was aimed at private equity, only to realize it was intended for investing in other enterprises. A few days have passed, and the fervor surrounding Li Yi's company registration has nearly dissipated. This is largely due to the absence of an application for a private equity license or any acquisitions following his company formation. Many are scrutinizing him, investigating his associated businesses. For those with connections, such inquiries are not particularly challenging. However, Li Yi has not acquired any private equity license, nor has he heard of any companies in the industry selling such licenses. Coupled with his promotion of the game Jump Up, which has gained significant traction, it is clear that Li Yi's 2 million followers have successfully engaged with this enjoyable game, which is simple yet challenging. Many are eager to try it, and the presence of a leaderboard effectively draws friends into the gaming experience. This game has achieved a modest level of popularity. Unfortunately, WeChat has yet to implement the mini program feature, which would allow users to play without downloading the game. Leveraging WeChat's vast user base could elevate this game to even greater heights. In his previous life as a programmer, Li vividly recalls that the mini-program was not released until 2016, with internal testing commencing in September of that year and public testing at the end of the year. Once our short video platform is developed, we shall seize the opportunity to launch the mini-program, positioning it as the first offering of our short video initiative. Li is indeed contemplating this prospect. At this moment, Li gazed at the computer screen, realizing that the advancement of Douyin's core intelligent algorithm would require some time to complete. Before the core algorithm could be finalized, software development and testing were necessary, along with the accumulation of a sufficient user base to launch the mini-program. Without a foundational user base, the mini-program's functionalities would be rendered futile. It remained uncertain when a substantial user base would be amassed. One step at a time. In the evening, he planned to meet the game development team, coincidentally getting acquainted with Gu Manman's older cousin, who was engaged in media. In the future, when developing short video software, high-quality content would be essential. Thus, collaboration with him could be beneficial. In the morning, Li observed that there was little need for intervention in the stock market. His ability to foresee the future allowed him to glimpse only 24 hours ahead. The stock market did not operate on Saturdays and Sundays, rendering him blind to Monday's market trends. Consequently, he seldom engaged in stock trading on Fridays. By utilizing his foresight to monitor relevant stock news over the weekend, he merely needed to avoid any catastrophic events. Total assets, 37, 832, 300 available funds, 2, 513, 200 stocks held. Guangli International Market Value, 11, 120. 000, Xinguang Bank Market Value, 107, 733, 000. Delhi Electronics Market Value, 9, 824, 000. Hongwei Zhongjing Market Value, 6, 115, 000. Daily Profit and Loss, 34. 049, 10. Total Profit and Loss, 36, 902, 300, 39, 679, 900. As he contemplated the substantial amount in his stock account, Li addressed Gu Manman, saying, "Man, I would like you to assist me in managing a portion of my funds next week." By Friday, his total assets had reached 37, 830, 000. The forthcoming capital would be even more monumental, making self-management increasingly challenging. Gu Manman had been following Li Yi's lead in trading during this period. As long as she adhered to his guidance, accumulating shares at low points and selling them at the right time and price, she would be well equipped to handle the stocks. Even if mistakes occurred, it was inconsequential, considering the principal was only 930, 000. Now, with total assets nearing 40, 000, even an error would merely result in a slight loss, easily recoverable in due time. Really? Upon hearing that Li intended to entrust her with the pivotal role of managing his investments, Gu Manman felt a surge of joy within her. She confidently assured him, "Rest assured, I will manage it flawlessly. Please arrange for me to meet your cousin. I wish to discuss matters with the software development team tonight." Li aimed to acquire a gaming company or a development team. Gu Manman's older cousin had previously established an investment company, though it suffered losses, leading him to abandon investments in favor of a media company. Nevertheless, his connections remained valuable. Gu Ping had previously mentioned that if Li sought to acquire a company, he could reach out to him. Gu Manman relayed Li Yi's intention to acquire a gaming or software development team to her brother, who had already facilitated contact with a software development team that had departed from Chengdu. Chengdu, once a leader among the three giants, had fallen behind in the current competitive landscape. Over the years, numerous executives have departed from Chengdu, leading to several changes in leadership. Ultimately, it is still the venerable Mr. Li who has taken the helm. One wonders if there is a lack of suitable candidates, or if Mr. Li is reluctant to relinquish control. Regardless, many teams from Chengdu have left to join other companies or ventured out on their own. Gu Manman's older cousin, Tu Wendong, had initially invested in this team. After their departure from Chengdu, they aimed to develop a game, but unfortunately, it ended in failure, resulting in Tu Wendong incurring losses. The team's capabilities are undeniable, yet their vision leaves much to be desired. To embark on the development of an original Western fantasy game? If this team does not falter, then who would? This evening, they arranged to meet at the Langxiao bar, which apparently belongs to Gu Manman's cousin. although he only holds shares in it. Gu Man inquired with Fan Wensi, asking if she would join, offering to pick her up. Fan Wensi gently shook her head, expressing her reluctance to attend for several reasons. It was too late. She had never been to a bar and had an unfavorable impression of them. And her prior discussions with Li Yi had indicated that developing a small game was merely a playful endeavor. More importantly, her focus remained on learning. After Li Yi acquires the game development team, he plans to establish a company, and Fan Wensi could assist part-time, receiving a salary from him. Once she completes her studies, she would become the chief technology officer of Li Yi's company. Tonight, whether or not Fan Wensi attends the meeting with the software development team is inconsequential. Gu Man felt a tinge of regret over Fan Wensi's absence, as it would have been an opportunity for her to gain broader exposure and not remain too reclusive. Nevertheless, there was also a flicker of happiness in Gu Man's heart, as it meant she could spend time alone with Li Yi, though not entirely alone, as they would be meeting with her cousin and the software development team. As evening fell, Li Yi finished dinner at home, exchanged greetings with his parents, and stepped out. Now grown, his parents, Li Guozhong and Yi Hongying, no longer questioned his late-night outings. He took a taxi to Langxiao Bar Street, a hub of nightlife in Yuanzhong City. Upon his arrival, he spotted Gu Man waving at him. Dressed in a loose-fitting shirt and shorts, she showcased her most enviable feature, her long legs. When Li Yi heard her call, he was delighted to see her so soon, a significant part of that delight stemming from the sight of her radiant legs. "This is my brother, whom you know," she said as he entered. Standing beside Gu Man were two men, Gu Ping, whom Li Yi recognized as Gu Man's brother, and another gentleman, approximately 6 feet tall, casually dressed, with striking looks, likely under 30. Observing this family, Li Yi felt a sense of admiration. It was undeniable that they were all remarkably attractive, blessed with excellent genes. "This is my cousin, Tu Wendong," Gu Man introduced, followed by, "And this is my classmate, Li Yi." Chapter 38, Tu Wendong. A unique experience of an interview. "Brother Ping, Brother Dong, I truly appreciate your assistance this time." Li Yi greeted the two with a humble demeanor. "There's no need for such formality, my brother. With my sister present, we are all family," Gu Ping replied, displaying his sociable nature as he casually draped an arm over Li Yi's shoulder. This gesture caused Gu Man to blush for the first time in front of her older brother. Standing nearby, Tu Wendong observed his cousin's bashfulness, eliciting a slight smile that only intensified Gu Man's embarrassment. She felt as though her presence was unwarranted, yet it would have been impolite not to introduce herself. Tu Wendong interjected, "I've heard so much about you from Man and Gu Ping. It's evident that you are exceptionally talented and far surpass me in capability. Come, let us proceed inside for a discussion." Tu Wendong beckoned Li Yi and his cousin into the bar, where they settled into a cozy booth. The Moonlight Bar, located at the head of the Langxiao Bridge, boasts an excellent location and a serene ambience, making it ideal for casual conversations and meetings with the software development team. As Li Yi and Gu Man took their seats, Gu Ping inquired with curiosity, "Brother, what is your current capital?" He had been following Li Yi's updates on social media diligently, checking daily during the workweek. Li Yi frequently shared his stock sell-offs, sometimes posting about as many as 23 transactions in a single day, leaving Gu Ping unaware of the exact holdings or quantities. It was apparent that Li Yi had diversified his investments. Without reviewing his stock account, one could not ascertain his total assets. From the recent sell-off posts, it was clear that none had incurred losses. A simple estimation suggested that Li Yi's stock account held at least over 30 million, approaching 37 million, and soon to reach 40 million. However, it was Gu Man who proudly chimed in, "Starting next week, Li Yi has entrusted me with managing a portion of his funds. This is the greatest acknowledgement he could give me." This amounted to a substantial investment of over 10 million. Such trust is not easily given. One misstep in trading could result in losses in the hundreds of thousands, even millions. Gu Ping, listening to his sister, remarked, "It seems your decision to enroll at Yindu University of Finance was indeed wise. With a mentor like him and the education from a prestigious institution, who knows? You may just become a financial queen in the future." The mention of financial queen sparked a gleam in Gu Man's eyes. She found the idea appealing and resolved, "I must strive for that. With Li Yi by my side, I am confident I can achieve it." This was an expression of her unwavering trust in him, a blind faith often characteristic of love. As the evening unfolded, Tu Wendong ordered a platter of fruits, snacks, and beverages. Given that Li Yi had just finished his college entrance examination, he was not inclined to drink heavily, opting for light beers and low-alcohol cocktails, with fruit juice readily available. In the end, Li Yi chose a cocktail while Gu Man selected fruit juice, deeming it unnecessary to indulge in alcohol. Around the year 1000, after concluding their affairs, they boarded the high-speed train to arrive. Tu Wendong was referring to members of the software development team, undoubtedly not the entire team, but rather two representatives. Essentially the leaders of the software development group. As Man mentioned, your computer skills are quite impressive. Is the acquisition of the software development team aimed at game development? Once seated, Tu Wendong engaged in curious small talk. The general public's perception of Li Yi primarily revolves around being a top scorer in the college entrance examination and having amassed considerable wealth in the stock market. Few are aware of his exceptional computer skills. It was unexpected that Li Yi established a company to acquire not a private equity license, but a software development team, which indeed surprised both Tu Wendong and Gu Ping. They had gathered information on companies selling private equity licenses for Li Yi. As Li Yi sipped his juice, he noted Tu Wendong's curiosity and explained that he had self-studied some computer technology and, with a software project in hand, was contemplating acquiring a gaming company or team. Gu Ping had heard a whisper of this from his sister, that Li Yi was developing software utilizing intelligent algorithms. However, this seemed quite challenging. In Gu Ping's view, given Li Yi's capabilities, pursuing private equity would be more suitable. Yet, he remained silent, sipping his drink and listening intently. Tu Wendong, unfamiliar with computer science, engaged in idle chatter for a while before inquiring when Li Yi intended to enter the private equity realm. Gu Ping and I have our funds prepared. Many online users are eagerly awaiting your private equity product release. Following the exposure of Li Yi's company establishment, his Weibo comment section indeed filled with numerous individuals expressing anticipation for the launch of private equity products, eager to invest and profit. The current market conditions are truly favorable. Even Tu Wendong, who previously lost several million, deleted his stock trading software but has now re-downloaded it, albeit with only a few $100,000 to play around with. Without getting overly invested, the allure stemmed from Li Yi's persuasion alongside the recent market trends. They would need to wait a while, as the school term would commence in August with military training, leaving them little time. Li Yi understood that Gu Ping and Tu Wendong were keen on purchasing private equity products. In truth, buying his private equity products might not be as advantageous as investing in stocks or real estate, even if Li Yi launched a private equity offering. The primary income would derive from management fees and performance commissions, not from multiplying the capital tenfold or even hundredfold as he might with his own funds. Why should he generate profits for others? Furthermore, the scale of the private equity fund would depend on the number of investors. If there are few investors, raising tens of millions would be purposeless. Conversely, a larger pool of investors could potentially raise billions or even hundreds of billions. Certainly, that would be the realm of top-tier private equity moguls. Li Yi does possess some notoriety, but he is quite young. Despite the multitude of online voices proclaiming their eagerness for his private equity products, the actual number of buyers upon release would likely be minimal. After some leisurely conversation, it was established that Li Yi's acquisition of the private equity license was anticipated around September or October. Tu Wendong and Gu Ping did not press further. They merely intended to support the private equity offering, hoping to earn a bit of pocket money. Investing in private equity for substantial profits may not be entirely realistic, unless it involves investing in Li Yi's company. However, this matter was neither broached nor inquired about. Before 10 in the evening, two bespectacled gentlemen, one clad in a checkered shirt and the other in a striped one, both with relatively lush hair, entered the bar. They settled into a booth under the introduction of Tu Wendong. It is a pleasure to finally meet you. Ding Yifeng and Fong Yi were undoubtedly familiar with Li Yi, who has recently gained significant notoriety. At merely 18 years of age, he emerged as the top scorer in the college entrance examination, enrolling in the finance program at Yendu University. Since the summer, he has amassed several million in the stock market. This young man could potentially be their future employer. Ding Yifeng and Fong Yi briefly introduced their team, which comprised a total of 16 members, all having left Chengdu. The team's capabilities and compatibility were commendable. Li Yi's interview was remarkably straightforward, so much so that it could scarcely be termed an interview. He intended to engage the two in a game. Both were exceptionally talented. Having achieved level 6 at Chengdu, indicative of their strong abilities. At Qiandu, Level 5 technicians are classified as senior engineers, while Level 6 denotes seasoned engineers, with Level 7 beginning to encompass leadership roles. Achieving Level 7 entails not only technical prowess, but also the necessary social acumen. Moreover, Qiandu's promotion channels have remained largely unchanged over the years, with stock options having long been exhausted. The disparity between new and veteran employees is significant, which explains why many resign after 3 or 4 years. "Let's enjoy a drink and play a game," Li Yi suggested, as he switched his juice for a cocktail. Ding Yifeng and Fang Yi were somewhat perplexed by the youthful Li Yi's demeanor. A self-introduction followed, and the atmosphere seemed to hinge on casual drinking. Yet, they felt a sense of unreliability in the proceedings. Even Gu Ping and Tu Wendong were uncertain about Li Yi's approach. Ding Yifeng and Fang Yi chose not to voice their doubts, pouring themselves a beer, considering it merely a social obligation. They held little hope for Li Yi as the prospective boss of a young man. However, once their drinks were prepared, they heard Li Yi propose. "Let us play a simple game of word chain. Whoever loses must drink." Amidst the puzzled expressions of Ding Yifeng, Fang Yi, Tu Wendong, Gu Ping, and even Gu Manman, Li Yi initiated the word chain. Gu Ping, Tu Wendong, and Gu Manman struggled to comprehend, while Ding Yifeng and Fang Yi were momentarily taken aback. A word chain game? Could it be an algorithm? An algorithmic word chain? Such a playful notion had not crossed their minds. For these two programmers, it was indeed an enlightening experience. Even Gu Ping and Tu Wendong found their horizons broadened. Although they had encountered various word games, an algorithmic word chain was entirely novel to them. This also underscored Li Yi's earlier assertion of having self-studied computer technology. He had indeed been modest. Ding Yifeng and Fang Yi, both level 6 technicians at Qiandu, found the algorithmic word chain to be a stimulating exchange. Through this game, Li Yi would surely gauge the capabilities of Ding Yifeng and Fang Yi. This interview was truly a refreshing departure from the norm. Chapter 39, Recruiting Ding Yifeng's Team, A Surprise Kiss. Li Yi, a student of extraordinary caliber, has indeed participated in the college entrance examination this year. After engaging in a game of leapfrog, we discover that he is a highly skilled technician, a true backbone of the team, a luminary who might as well declare, "Having drifted through life, I lament not encountering a true master. Should you not forsake me, I would gladly pledge my allegiance as a foster son." This is Li Yi, the champion of this year's college entrance examination, achieving an astounding score of 744. Remarkably, he has never formally studied computer science. All his knowledge is self-taught. More importantly, people recognize Li Yi primarily for his impressive examination score. He is indeed the top scorer. In just over a month during the summer break, he earned several million in the stock market. Who knew he was so adept at self-learning computer technology? Who could have guessed? It is utterly disheartening. They say that the world is filled with geniuses, and talent is paramount, determining one's potential. Yet, this is overwhelmingly discouraging. Yes, on the 18th of next month, I will report to Qiandu University. Regarding work-related matters, we will first attend to the maintenance and updates of the leapfrog game, and I will provide you with a new game project to hone your skills. Let us ensure we synchronize our efforts, shall we? Li Yi is set to attend Qiandu University, where Ding Yifeng and Fang Yi's software development team is located. They traveled by high-speed train. Military training at Qiandu University begins on August 16th, and Li Yi will join them then. However, should the software development team require assistance, Li Yi can certainly head to Qiandu in advance. No problem at all. Ding Yifeng and Fang Yi readily agreed. Their team of 16 has faced setbacks in game development and currently relies on connections to undertake some outsourcing projects. They are struggling to meet payroll and are even borrowing money to make ends meet. During their journey, Tu Wendong shared news of potential buyers. Fang Yi and his team investigated the leapfrog game, a relatively popular yet simple mobile game. Maintenance is manageable and future updates pose no challenge. As for new game projects, currently, there is nothing in the pipeline, relying solely on previously established networks at Qiandu for outsourcing. Securing new projects would be immensely beneficial. Otherwise, it becomes somewhat embarrassing to draw a salary. At Qiandu, a level 6 programmer earns a salary ranging from 300,000 to 600,000 annually, with a median around 400,000. Not every member of Ding Yifeng's team is at level 6. Others are at level 3, earning around 200,000 to 300,000. This salary is not insignificant in 2014. Thus, this team incurs an annual payroll exceeding 4 million. A trifling amount. Li Yi, with a little maneuvering in the stock market, can earn over 4 million in a single day. Such a salary pales in comparison. Ding Yifeng and Fang Yi are well aware of Li Yi's financial acumen. After careful consideration, they accepted Tu Wendong's introduction for discussions. The parties have formally agreed. Li Yi will absorb Fang Yi and Ding Yifeng's team. Next week, Li Yi needs to liquidate some funds to stabilize the team and provide some advanced salaries. Times are tough. There is no need for excessive amounts. A few 100,000 would suffice. Li Yi concurred. His funds could linger in the stock market for an additional day, yielding greater profits. Withdrawing a modest sum of several 100,000 is quite acceptable. In the bar, only Tu Wendong and Gu Ping remained. Ding Yifeng and Fang Yi had departed for the hotel. At this moment, the high-speed train service had ceased operations. The two planned to return to Yindu on the earliest train at 6 o'clock the following morning. Li Yi and Gu Manman had already taken their leave. How could a biological brother and a cousin fail to discern the subtle intentions of their family-s girl? Naturally, they did not allow their sister to stay behind. Moreover, what purpose would Gu Manman serve in the bar at such a late hour? What an eye-opener this experience was. Who knew one could play a game of solitaire in such a manner? Tu Wendong and Gu Ping observed numerous patrons engaged in various games, including solitaire and the flying flower game. An algorithmic version of solitaire? It was their first encounter with such a concept. This was not merely a game. It was also a test of Ding Yifeng and Fang Yi's capabilities, a form of interview. Fortunately, both Ding Yifeng and Fang Yi possessed genuine skills. Otherwise, they might have faced embarrassment. Li Yi's expertise in computer technology significantly exceeded Tu Wendong and Gu Ping's expectations. Ding Yifeng and Fang Yi were equally astonished. How could your computer skills be so exceptional while you claim to be merely average? You have awed seasoned programmers from Chengdu. As they traversed the corridor bridge, the dazzling neon lights adorned the passageway beautifully, casting a radiant glow upon Gu Manman's long legs, reflecting their fair complexion. It was indeed late, past 11 o'clock. Yet many young people still flocked here to savor food and capture moments. Directly across from the bar were an array of snack stalls. When Li Yi initially instructed Fan Wenxi, he had claimed to be self-taught in computer technology, professing his abilities to be rather ordinary. Gu Manman had genuinely believed him, considering it was merely self-study. Yet, in retrospect, how could his skills be deemed ordinary? Could someone of average capability truly impress seasoned programmers from Chengdu? Noticing Li Yi's gaze upon her long legs, Gu Manman felt a subtle smile tugging at her lips. She was quite pleased. This was her advantage, and she intended to showcase it. As long as she could compete against CC in terms of leg length, she was satisfied. Li Yi remarked, "Perhaps I am a genius," appearing rather unabashed. A genius, indeed. In reality, he had studied computer technology in his previous life and possessed several years of work experience. This was knowledge and expertise from nearly a decade into the future. Bringing it back to the present, wouldn't he easily surpass Fang Yi and Ding Yifeng? After crossing the corridor bridge, they encountered a variety of tantalizing food stalls. The aromas were delightful. Li Yi, admiring Gu Manman's exquisite profile, inquired, "Shall we eat something?" "No," Gu Manman replied, shaking her head. Although the food was enticing, eating at night could lead to weight gain. Noticing the late hour, Li Yi suggested, "Then let me escort you home." Gu Manman promptly reconsidered, quietly adding, "It wouldn't hurt to have a little something, just a small amount." Li Yi led her to the snack stalls, ordering a few items as they strolled and sampled the flavors. Ultimately, they purchased only a modest amount, just enough to savor the taste. After traversing the snack street, one could hardly allow a captivating girl to return home alone, could they? Li Yi summoned a car to escort Gu Manman to her doorstep. Jianzhou Lakeside, one of the most prestigious residential complexes in Yuanjiang City, boasts expansive flats ranging from 2 to 300 square meters. Even in 2014, acquiring a unit here would set one back nearly 10 million. Yuanjiang City is hardly a first-tier metropolis. It is merely classified as a third-tier city, despite being labeled a new first-tier city. A wealthy woman indeed. As Gu Manman gazed at the opulent entrance of Jianzhou Lakeside, adorned with pavilions and water features, she mused on the developers and designers. Truly, they had exceptional taste. With a playful smirk, she quipped, "With your wealth, you could very well be a kept man. Why not follow me? Your fortune shall be mine." Such fanciful thoughts, With a light smack on her pert backside, Li urged, "Hurry home. I must take my leave." "You dare spank me?" Gu Mianman huffed, yet made no move to retaliate, accustomed as she was to playful banter at the gym. She swiftly approached Li, leaning in slightly to plant a kiss on his cheek before dashing back to her complex. Glancing over her shoulder, she waved, "Goodbye. Take care on your way back. See you tomorrow." Had he just been stolen a kiss? Li touched the spot where Gu Mianman had pecked him, unabashedly calling out, "Next time, I suggest you aim for here." As he pointed to his lips, Gu Mianman rolled her eyes and urged him, "Dream on. Just get back already." Chapter 40. Quickly bring over the agreement. Gu Mianman is on the warpath. Have you gone to Yindu? The following day, Saturday, the stock market was closed. With nothing to occupy his time after a fruitful discussion the previous night with Ding Yifeng and the others, Li decided to visit Yindu to meet with his team for a serious discussion. Thus, early the next morning, he and two companions boarded the first high-speed train to Yindu at 6 o'clock. Gu Mianman had yet to hit the gym, but received Li's message informing her of his trip to Yindu. He had estimated her usual gym schedule to deduce when she would awaken. By the time Gu Mianman read his message, Li had already arrived in Yindu. He messaged her again, stating, "Yes, I'll be discussing matters with the software development team, so I want to be going to the gym these next couple of days." "All right," Gu Mianman replied, a hint of disappointment in her voice. After the college entrance examination, she had spent the entire summer in Li's company. Suddenly, his absence felt disconcerting. It was particularly challenging when one harbors feelings for someone who is not present. In Yindu, at the Guanca Software Park, Ding Yifeng's team was located here, somewhat distanced from the city center, but the rates were economical and accommodations were affordable as well. The entire office environment was rather rudimentary, consisting of a communal workspace without individual offices. Several computers were huddled together, had it not been for the relatively wide aisles, water dispenser, and small blackboard. Li might have mistaken it for a dingy internet CAF. "This is your new boss, Li," he thought, and everyone should have heard of him by now. Ding Yifeng introduced the new boss to the team. Last night, they met Li. Both Ding Yifeng and Fong Yi had acquainted themselves with him beforehand. The team comprises tech enthusiasts who had also prepared themselves for the encounter yesterday and this morning. The new boss is exceptionally talented. Neither I nor brother Fong can rival him. Fong Yi shared with the others about meeting Li at a bar in Yuanjiang last night, where they engaged in a game of algorithm-based word relay. Li's personal capabilities, his technical skills and thought processes, far surpass theirs, which is somewhat disheartening but undeniably true. Both Fong Yi and Ding Yifeng acknowledged this fact with sincerity. The other members of the technical team appeared somewhat incredulous. Really? Is Li truly that remarkable? He is indeed a distinguished figure, scoring 744 in the college entrance examination and earning tens of millions during the summer break. "Boss, we are looking forward to working with you. We wonder if you could help us earn some pocket money." "Indeed, boss. May we inquire how much you are currently making?" Everyone here is a tech professional, and we pursue technology for our careers and to secure financial gains. Li, having not yet finished the summer, has already amassed several tens of millions in just over a month. While the exact figures remain undisclosed and elusive, it is undoubtedly substantial. The team had previously researched Li and remained quite intrigued. Approximately over 30 million, Li mentioned a rough figure. And then he spoke about the future plans to establish a company to launch products, assuring them that they could purchase these products and surely make some pocket money, without the worry of it being confiscated by their spouses. As tech enthusiasts, if they happen to have girlfriends or are married, their finances would inevitably be shared, leaving little for personal spending. As the new boss, Li reassured these employees that they need not fret over their finances. Currently, few in the team are married and may not fully grasp the advantages of having Li as their boss. Only those married can truly appreciate this aspect. The primary purpose of this meeting was to introduce himself and discuss the upcoming development of a new game and software, both of which will require a high level of confidentiality. Relevant non-disclosure and non-compete agreements will need to be signed. Of course, regarding salaries, there is no cause for concern. They will increase by 20% from the original base. The company will undoubtedly secure a better working environment, and I will have Ding Yifeng seek a new office location, preferably close to Yin University, as I will need to attend classes after the semester begins. Our current manpower is insufficient for either game or software development. If anyone has acquaintances they can recommend, as long as they possess the necessary skills, Salary will not be an issue. I trust everyone is aware of my ability to generate income. That sums it up. The studio will soon register as a company, at which point formal work agreements will be signed and social insurance will be provided. Once these arrangements are in place, new development projects will be launched swiftly, so there is no need to worry about a lack of work. All of these discussions were finalized by Li Yi last night and this morning on the high-speed train with Ding Yifeng and Fang Yi. Originally, if Li Yi had not come in person, these matters would have been announced by Fang Yi and Ding Yifeng. Now, with Li Yi's personal attendance, it is clear he is the boss. The establishment of a new company, the signing of formal contracts, and an increase in salary and benefits have all been announced by the boss in person, which serves to better reassure the employees. The boss exhibits remarkable generosity. Finally, we have a financially capable employer. Let us swiftly embark on new projects, for we have been idling for far too long. The outsourced work we have accepted comes with relentless price pressure and exploitation from those unscrupulous entities, causing an array of grievances. Initially, when we heard about the necessity of signing confidentiality agreements and non-compete contracts, there was some resistance among us. We felt it was unnecessary, as we are not a large corporation. Even at our previous company, such agreements were not commonplace for our level. The software development we engage in hardly warrants the need for confidentiality agreements. However, upon learning of an immediate 20 salary increase, everyone's attitude shifted dramatically. The employment agreement and confidentiality contract became trivial matters, and we eagerly requested the documents. Having been away from our previous company for quite some time, we recalled that during the initial stages of our gaming venture, no mention was made of benefits. It was only during our time at that company that we experienced such perks, typically reserved for top-tier enterprises. Upon leaving that environment to forge our own path, we had never contemplated these aspects. One can only commend our boss, Li Yi, for his remarkable generosity and exceptional ability to generate profit. Money is evidently not an issue for him. With such a financially astute employer, it seems advantageous. Currently, it is the weekend, and the registration of our studio requires time. New contracts, non-compete agreements, and confidentiality clauses necessitate the expertise of professional lawyers. Although the official departments are closed on weekends, law firms remain operational, do they not? Li Yi has directly contacted a nearby law firm to prepare the new contracts. The signing of these new agreements will provide legal assurances. Presently, our studio lacks formal contracts. We merely discuss salaries and work diligently. In fact, due to the failure of a game development project, team member 2 Wendong withdrew, resulting in delays in salary disbursement. Many individuals are indeed in need of funds, which is why Li Yi has, for the time being, advanced some capital. At noon, Li Yi treated the entire team to a meal. By the afternoon, he found himself with little to do. Matters concerning the new game and software development would have to wait until the new contracts and agreements were signed. With some free time, Li Yi decided to explore the vicinity of Yindu, seeking to familiarize himself with the area. Curiously, he had never visited Yindu in his previous life. Just as he was about to leave the hotel, he received a phone call from Gu Man. Upon answering, he immediately heard her inquire, "Where are you?" The lively background noise suggested she was indeed in Yindu. "Yes," Gu Man readily admitted. "Where are you? I'll take a cab to find you." Chapter 41. Li Yi, I dislike relatives. A green and yellow taxi halted before Li Yi. The door swung open, revealing a pair of sporty shoes followed by immaculate legs. Wouldn't it be perfect if she were to wear some stylish stockings and high heels? What are you staring at? Gu Man had exited the vehicle. Noticing Li Yi's gaze trailing along her legs, which brought her a sense of delight, though she chose not to reveal it on her face. Li Yi, with a hint of mischief, responded to Gu Man's inquiry. "I was pondering how such long legs are wasted not pedaling a tricycle." Gu Man cast a disparaging glance at him, exclaiming, "How could you even think of that? How did you get here? Did you leave CC all alone to work out?" Li Yi asked as he ushered Gu Man into the hotel. During the day, visiting a hotel certainly held no ulterior motives. The sweltering heat outside was unbearable. By the time they had taken just a few steps, beads of sweat had already formed on his forehead. Besides, with tomorrow being Sunday, they would likely return to Yuanjiang City then. It was clear they would be staying at the hotel tonight. In this oppressive afternoon heat, Li Yi himself was indifferent. He could venture out for a stroll. However, what if he ended up sunbathing Gu Man? Better to enjoy the air conditioning in the hotel first. CC wouldn't be joining them. He had inquired and Gu Man had genuinely checked. It wasn't merely a desire for solitude with Li Yi. Well, not entirely. She did wish to be alone with him, yet her visit to Yindu had been discussed with CC. It was just that Fan Wenxi preferred not to run around and had studies to attend to, along with family matters. Thus, she did not accompany them to Yindu. After all, school was in Yindu, and with 4 years of university ahead, there was no rush for these few days. Goodness, it's scorching. Upon returning to the hotel, Li Yi led them to the room he had booked. Gu Man placed her small backpack on the bed and, disregarding any semblance of decorum, sat on the edge of the bed, pulling out a tissue to dab the sweat from her brow. The cool air from the air conditioner made her feel significantly better after a while. The temperature outside was over 30 degrees, with the real feel being even higher. It would be strange if one did not feel the heat. Let us take a break. It's too hot to go anywhere. And I'm not even sure why you came here, Li Yi remarked. Gu Man sighed in response. You're truly dull. With a swift motion, Li Yi drew the curtains. What did you say? He scrutinized Gu Man from head to toe, countering with a question as he approached her, akin to a wolf eyeing its prey. Once the curtains were drawn, the room darkened considerably, causing Gu Man to feel a twinge of nervousness. What are you doing? It's broad daylight. Li Yi nodded and inquired. Is it permissible at night then? Gu Man flushed and replied, Not even at night. My relatives are here. That's out of the question. She immediately covered her face, exclaiming, What am I even saying? In her flustered state, Gu Man inadvertently revealed her thoughts. She then collapsed onto the bed, pulling the pillow over her face. Li Yi remarked, I truly despise your aunt. He harbored serious doubts that Gu Man had come to Yindu so boldly precisely because her relatives were present. No wonder she and T touched a drop of alcohol at the bar last night. In the sweltering summer heat, after leaving the bar, she didn't indulge in icy drinks or chilled snacks on the street food lane. As a tech enthusiast, he had never paid attention to such details before. It hadn't struck him at the time. Now, reflecting on it, the pieces fell into place. With a resounding slap, Li Yi smacked Gu Man's smooth, fair thigh, marveling at the softness of her pants. What are you doing? Gu Man removed the pillow covering her face, blushing as she looked at Li Yi, taken aback by his boldness. Previously, during their workouts, he would merely tap her on the backside or thigh, but now he was directly touching her? You were covering your face while flaunting those long legs. Didn't you want me to touch them? Li Yi retorted. Go away. Gu Man pivoted and kicked, only to have Li Yi grasp her ankle. This was a challenging maneuver, akin to a 180-degree split. She decided to refrain from further attempts to avoid unnecessary frustration. Li Yi released her long leg and settled into a nearby chair, retrieving his computer to commence writing. He chose to dismiss other thoughts to prevent any potential vexation. Vexation? What vexation? Gu Man was still quite youthful, even though she had learned much about the future during her time with Li Yi, gaining new insights into various words and idioms. She remained a naive girl who had never experienced love, shielded tenderly by her parents. After a while, she finally pondered. What are you writing? Gu Man slipped out of bed, her bare feet making no sound as she approached Li Yi from behind. Lowering her head, she leaned in close to his ear, and in that proximity, Li Yi could catch a whiff of her faint floral fragrance. It's the game proposal for the project we're developing next. With plans to create a game, Li Yi had some ideas. Primarily to craft a game for enjoyment and team cohesion, followed by the development of short music videos. There was no rush for the latter. After all, it was only 2014. The short music video platform was originally slated for a 2016 launch, initially garnering little attention, only to see significant promotion in 2017. Li Yi had ample time to refine this software and prepare in advance. For instance, he could profit from stock trading to amass sufficient funds, which would also facilitate the acquisition of music copyrights. A short video platform devoid of music rights was akin to a soulless entity. Fortunately, music copyrights were not exceedingly expensive at that time, and securing them would simplify future developments. The short music video platform had previously paid a hefty price for its music rights, making a resolution to this issue paramount. On the other hand, Feng Yi and Ding Yifeng were to continue recruiting. They first aimed to develop a game for fun, fostering team synergy. PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds? A shooting game? Observing Li Yi penning the game proposal, Gu Man felt perplexed. From the content, it was evident that it was a shooting game, a genre she found little interest in. This type of game typically appealed more to boys, and indeed, the gaming industry profited significantly from male players. Li Yi could only think to himself that she was still too young. Affluent women also spent considerable sums in games. As the sun slowly descended, the temperature dropped significantly, prompting Li Yi to take Gu Man out. They strolled briefly around Yindu, though it was more accurate to say that Gu Man led Li Yi on their exploration. In all his lifetimes, Li Yi had never visited Yindu, while Gu Man had been there several times, primarily for tourism. It was evident she was indeed a wealthy patron. They found a place to dine in the evening and continued their leisurely wandering. The vibrancy of Yindu at night surpassed that of the day, bustling with even more people. Naturally, given the daytime heat, it was only expected that the night would attract larger crowds. Booking another room would be a waste of money. Let us just stay here. You have relatives looking out for you, so why worry about me? She remarked. However, with two people sharing a room and a single large bed, wasn't that tantamount to sleeping together? The audacious Li Yi, without any declaration of affection, dares to share a bed with me? What kind of relationship is this? Are we merely friends? If we are not in a romantic relationship, how can one share a room and a bed? Yet, Gu Man still ventured into the room Li Yi had reserved during the day. Her large eyes blinked expectantly at him, waiting for something. What are you doing? Go wash up and sleep. No bathing, no bed. Li Yi remained still, preparing to shower first. As he stepped into the bathroom, he turned back to Gu Man and asked, "Would you like to join me? Who would want to shower with you?" "Absolutely not." Gu Man promptly declined, a hint of irritation evident in her voice. The infuriating Li Yi, utterly oblivious to romance, did not seize the opportunity to profess his feelings. Sharing a bed? Should I leave and book another room? Yet, such an opportunity is rare. Once school resumes, there will be no chance again. Li Yi will be at the same school as Cici, while I will be at Yindu University of Finance and Economics. The chances for solitude will diminish even further. Chapter 42. Li Yi, you lecher. Man is truly adorable. Gu Man continued her daydreaming, while Li Yi had already finished his shower, dressed in nothing but his shorts. He emerged, towel in hand, drying his hair. "How did you finish so quickly?" Gu Man exclaimed in astonishment. "Did Li Yi really shower that fast?" "No. It seems boys always do. My older brother does the same. My father too." After a brief moment of shock, Gu Man felt her cheeks flush. "Why aren't you dressed?" Li Yi, with one hand holding a hotel towel and glancing down at himself, replied, "Am I not wearing pants? And how am I fast? Don't make baseless accusations. Fast or not, you certainly want to experience it today. Lecher." Gu Man threw a square pillow from the bed at him. Li Yi effortlessly caught the pillow and tossed it onto the bed as he walked over. Gu Man immediately sprang from the bed and hurried into the bathroom. "Little rascal," Li Yi muttered. He lay down, feeling a bit bored, scrolled through his social media, and found it uninteresting. He then turned his focus to improving the core algorithm for short videos. Without short videos, boredom ensued. "Li, could you fetch my bag?" came Gu Man's weak voice from the bathroom. Upon hearing this, Li Yi set his computer aside. He grabbed Gu Man's small backpack from the nearby chair and made his way to the bathroom. The bathroom had a glass door, and Gu Man, wrapped in a towel, graciously extended her hand. This left Li Yi somewhat disappointed as he handed her the bag. After changing into a new outfit, Gu Man stood for a while, continuously motivating herself before stepping out. She found Li Yi leaning against the bed, engrossed in his computer. One must admit, a focused young man possesses an undeniable charm. Li Yi belonged to the category of those with a pleasant appearance, quite pleasing to the eye. With well-defined features that could earn him an impressive score of 80. He was undoubtedly exceptional. Coupled with his various charming antics, he showcased his admirable qualities. For a young girl like Gu Man, he was remarkably alluring. Li Yi's soft voice resonated as his damp hair fell loosely across his face. "Why don't you help me dry my hair?" he suggested, tilting his head to gaze at Gu Man, who had just finished her bath and carried a faint, alluring fragrance. Her enchanting visage resembled that of a fairy, truly beautiful, with an undeniable charm. "You are quite bold," Li Yi remarked, though he set aside his computer and abruptly stood up, their faces nearly touching. It felt warm and soft, with a subtle scent reminiscent of facial cleanser. Suddenly, Gu Man's eyes widened in surprise. She had anticipated a gentle kiss akin to their previous encounter at Qinglin Mountain, but to her astonishment, Li Yi had the audacity to extend his tongue. Her wide-eyed gaze proved futile as Li Yi encircled her with his arms. Left with no choice, Gu Man closed her eyes and engaged fully in the moment. After what felt like an eternity, they finally parted. Li Yi observed Gu Man, whose eyes remained shut. Drawing hair comes at a price, he teased. Gu Man opened her eyes and fixed a playful glare at him. Am I considered your girlfriend now? She inquired. Well, I suppose so. Li Yi pondered before adding. After all, we VE sealed the deal. In response, her small fist playfully struck Li Yi's shoulder. Gu Man, who had diligently exercised for at least 2 years, possessed a surprising strength, even if she held back. What do you mean considered? You've kissed me twice, and we share a room and a bed. Yet you still haven't confessed your feelings. I have to ask you, she exclaimed in frustration. Gu Man recalled how the boys at school would cautiously and secretly profess their love, leaving her perplexed as to why the roles seemed reversed in her situation. All right, let us dry your hair, Li Yi said, finding her flustered demeanor somewhat endearing. He gently guided her towards the bathroom to assist her with her hair. It was evident that at home, she enjoyed the royal treatment. Gu Man's mother likely often helped her with her hair. This was Li Yi's first experience drying a girl's hair, and he clumsily followed her instructions. The hotel's hairdryer, despite not being subpar, left much to be desired. Time for bed, she declared. Hey, don't go touching, she warned playfully. They say having a boyfriend can lead to a second growth spurt. Is that true? I wonder. Shall we find out? Li Yi, something is poking me from behind, she exclaimed. Stop it. Isn't this perfectly normal? Who wouldn't get flustered? You have to help me. How can I assist you? Never mind, just take a break. Li Yi, I've run out of toothbrushes. Could you ask the hotel to bring one tomorrow? Sure. Man, you are simply adorable. Humph, indeed. The two of them were so engrossed in their playful antics that they lost track of time. The next morning, they awoke naturally. Before Li even opened his eyes, he felt someone teasingly tugging at his ear, an irritating sensation. As he reached out, his fingers brushed against soft hair, immediately recognizing the mischievous beauty nestled in his embrace. With a resounding clap, Li Yi struck, feeling the remarkable elasticity and muscle beneath his palm. Such form could only be achieved through dedication. Otherwise, it would be mere illusion. Artificially propped up, one must admit, the petite beauty, even at such a young age, has committed to her fitness regimen, sculpting an exquisite figure. It is said she learned from her illustrious cousin. Time to rise, Gu Man exclaimed, pulling back the covers to rouse Li Yi. He reached out, enveloping her in his embrace. Just a moment longer. You're so soft and fragrant. All right, let us indulge a little longer, she acquiesced, yielding to his affection. They eventually arose at 9 o'clock. At this hour, the prospect of witnessing the flag-raising ceremony was utterly unattainable. However, over the next 4 years at Yendu University, opportunities to attend such events would undoubtedly arise. Today, Li Yi had arranged with Gu Man to tour the campus, visiting both Yendu and Yendu University of Finance and Economics, ensuring they would not be unfamiliar with each other's institutions once classes commenced. As for the Forbidden City and the Great Wall, there was no rush. They had ample time over the coming years to explore these landmarks. In the afternoon, Li Yi took Gu Man to the software park. The contract with the law firm had been finalized. Such agreements typically follow a template, and after a quick review, he found no issues. 16 individuals, including Fong Yi and Ding Yifeng, had signed the confidentiality agreement and non-compete clause, and their salaries had been established. Li Yi also presented his meticulously crafted game proposal. PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, a shooting survival game, is ripe for development. We ought to pursue both PC and mobile versions simultaneously and recruit additional personnel. I am currently drafting the core algorithms. For now, let us focus on this game and build our team before reallocating resources for further software development. Li Yi outlined the subsequent tasks for the studio. The development of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds would demand considerable time. 16 individuals were hardly sufficient unless they were prepared for a protracted development phase. Augmenting the team would require approximately a year to yield results. Additionally, they planned to develop a short video platform with future ambitions to incorporate live streaming features, including gaming broadcasts. PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds had previously posed a significant threat to League of Legends, only to falter due to poor management, rampant cheating, and lackluster event organization. Despite the premium pricing of nearly 100 yuan per copy, hindering its widespread adoption. Meanwhile, League of Legends emerged victorious, extending its lifespan. Nevertheless, the game company behind PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds reaped substantial profits, both from PC and the subsequent mobile adaptations. Once the game gained popularity, the sale of skins would undoubtedly prove lucrative. Ultimately, The financial success of a game mattered little. What was crucial was having a blockbuster title that could anchor the live streaming capabilities of their short video platform, attracting streamers and, in turn, viewers, which was far more advantageous than most games that remained stagnant. The absence of a Penguin live broadcast is quite disheartening. Li Yi elaborated on the development of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, which is a formidable undertaking. However, for Fang Yi, Ding Yifeng, and their team, it poses no insurmountable challenge, as they hail from a highly capable group originating from Chengdu. The only limitation is the shortage of manpower. Li Yi has already authorized a significant recruitment drive, once sufficient personnel are acquired. The development of this game will not take long. Granting Fang Yi a workforce of 1,000, the game could be completed in mere months. One must not underestimate the dedication of these programmers. Li Yi has provided an exceptionally detailed plan, with just the final data yet to be compiled. Naturally, this data necessitates the team's computation. It is beyond Li Yi's capacity to remember it all. 1,000 individuals? If you can indeed assemble such a number. I have no objections. The remuneration is entirely my responsibility. Do not underestimate my commitment to the studio or the ambitious vision I hold for the company's future, which far exceeds your expectations. Let it be known, even 5,000 individuals would not be an issue. If you can find the talent, pursue it without hesitation. Chengdu, Penguin, and Cat Factory. If they possess the capability, I demand their chief technology officers and chief scientists. Li Yi is undeniably signaling his grand ambitions for the company. With such a statement from the boss, our understanding is clear. Fang Yi merely remarked that with a team of 1,000, the game could be developed in half a year. It was simply a casual statement. He presumed that Li Yi's consolidation of their team would not expand to such a scale. Little did he anticipate such grand aspirations. How many individuals are needed? Let it be so. Is he truly suggesting we recruit from Penguin, Cat Factory, and Chengdu? Can we truly entice their chief technology officers and chief scientists? Upon Li Yi's issuance of the development task, the entire team was invigorated, diligently immersing themselves in their work. For subsequent recruitment, Li need not involve himself extensively. He merely reviews resumes and salary expectations. Contracts can be finalized by Ding Yifeng and Fang Yi. Chapter 43. Mother Gu educates her daughter. Top of the Dragon and Tiger list. Exiting the software park, the time was nearing 7 o'clock. They still needed to return to Yuanqing City that evening and sought a place to dine. Li Yi glanced at Gu Man beside him and inquired, "Where shall we eat?" "I have already made a reservation," Gu Man replied, checking her phone, and beckoned Li Yi as they exited the software park and hailed a taxi. At this juncture, online food ordering is quite effortless. Next year, Dazhong Dianping and a certain group will merge, thereby dominating the market. After a brief taxi ride, they arrived at a Western restaurant, which Gu Man had chosen. It was a candlelit dinner, as she wished to indulge in the experience. Ultimately, the ambience proved to be merely average. As they returned to Yuanqing City via high-speed rail, it was approximately 10 o'clock in the evening. Li Yi felt a pang of regret for not having yet taken the driving test for the third subject, which he expected to complete next month. They took a taxi to the Jin City lakeside. Gu Man planted a kiss on Li Yi's cheek before entering her residential complex, waving goodbye as she retreated, arranging to meet him at the gym the following day. The sight of her waving goodbye while retreating remains utterly charming. Li Yi took a taxi back to his home. Would it be possible for intelligent algorithms to first focus on ride-hailing applications? The absence of such applications feels rather disconcerting. During this trip to Yindu, the taxi ride from the high-speed railway station to the software park was not particularly far, yet the driver refused to proceed. Li Yi and Gu Man were in Yindu, and their taxi ride to Yanda, Yanqing University of Finance, was even detoured. The experience left much to be desired. Intelligent algorithms are not solely applicable to short videos. The sophistication of the algorithms and the overall conceptual framework can indeed be generalized. As for the notion that ride-hailing software is a money pit, not a problem. Li Yi can earn money in the financial market, retaining a significant portion of the shares. He could even liquidate his holdings once the valuation of the ride-hailing software appreciates. Is he enjoying himself? Gu Man returned home with her small backpack, not yet 11 o'clock. Knowing her daughter was returning today, Gu Mama had stayed awake. Not bad, Gu Man cheerfully replied, changing her shoes and hanging up her backpack. She scampered over to her mother. Gu Mama, observing her daughter's mood, surmised, "It seems our man has established a relationship with that male classmate." Not at all. Even with her mother bringing it up, Gu Man felt a tinge of shyness. Gu Mama gently ruffled her daughter's hair. It's all right. You're growing up and soon heading to university. Your father has indulged you over the years, providing you with everything you desired, precisely to ensure that you are not easily deceived or swayed by others and their temptations. You surely wouldn't be interested in the ordinary pursuits of common folk. This classmate Li Yi is genuinely impressive, having completely captivated our man. He is indeed extraordinary. Yet, remember, although you have matured, you are not yet of the age to consider having children. Always think twice before acting. Do not let emotions dictate your actions. And cherish yourself. Remember, all men are notorious for their lechery. The easier something is to obtain, the less they appreciate it. If Li Yi were present, he would be curious as to why Gu Man often refers to him as a lecher. Is this wisdom imparted by Gu Mama? Leaning against her mother, Gu Man listened to her mother's guidance, feeling both shy and acknowledging, I understand, Mama. However, recalling the previous night when Li Yi, that rascal, made her get up in the middle of the night to brush her teeth, she thought him quite insufferable. Truly a rogue, a lecher, a notorious cad. She realized she had indeed let her emotions dictate her actions, acting impulsively. Gu Mama was well aware of when her daughter's relatives would arrive. With her daughter visiting Yindu, there was likely no significant issue at hand. Today, she waited here to have a good conversation and offer some guidance. Suddenly, as Gu Man had just returned, the front door opened. Gu Ping came home and saw his sister nestled against their mother's waist, chatting away. Recalling having seen his sister and Li Yi downstairs earlier, Gu Ping felt that leveraging this matter against his sister was no longer a viable option. So, are you two in a committed relationship? As their mother retreated to her room to rest, Gu Ping, curious, inquired of his younger sister. What is going on? I want to tell you. Gu Man completely disregarded her older brother. With a smile, Gu Ping remarked, this is a good thing. I have faith in Li Yi. He is truly remarkable, and his future accomplishments will undoubtedly be exceptional. As for our parents' attitude towards you, as long as you are happy, it matters not the social standing or the dowry. Besides, Li Yi has already earned several million during this summer vacation. In this brief span, he has amassed more wealth than our family has in a lifetime. This is cash. Gu Man retorted, you should focus more on yourself and hurry to find a sister-in-law, or perhaps consider blind dating. Gu Ping immediately felt deflated. Blind dating? That is something our mother has mentioned, but I have no interest whatsoever. Working with my cousin in the media company, surrounded by so many charming young ladies who are articulate and beautiful, why would anyone resort to blind dates? I'd rather invest directly. Just buy in at the limit up. That is sufficient. I'll assess tomorrow's situation, stretching while offloading. Mission accomplished. On Monday, the stock market opened. On Sunday, Li Yi, utilizing his foresight into the future, had already filtered through stocks. He liquidated his holdings, securing a few points of profit, and divided his funds into two parts, entrusting Gu Man with a portion for operation. He withdrew 1 million and transferred it to the software development team, prepaying some salaries to alleviate immediate concerns. Today's operations in the stock market were unlike any prior endeavors. With his foresight, Li Yi identified stocks poised for limit up, conducting simple research to analyze various data and ascertain the presence of major players. If no significant investors were detected, or if there were malicious entities monopolizing the stocks, competing with them could result in being crushed. If the major players were favorable, Li Yi would seize the opportunity to accumulate shares, causing the stock price to soar to its limit, initiating subsequent operations. Now, Li Yi actively sought to drive the limit up, adopting a different strategy post-limit up. He would utilize his foresight to gauge the next day's potential for further increases. If conditions were favorable, with high enthusiasm and influx of capital, he would not need to exert his own influence. Retail investors and other funds would propel the stock further. If the situation appeared less promising, he would gradually lift the stock price while offloading. Transitioning to the next stock would be prudent. Given his current capital, this strategy could be applied to several billion, even tens of billions. However, when the funds reached hundreds of billions, a different approach would be necessary, requiring long-term holdings instead of such short-term maneuvers. Less than an hour into the market opening, Li Yi and Gu Man executed their low-buy strategy and commenced to elevate the stock price. Thanks to his foresight, the stock quickly hit the limit up. The day concluded swiftly. This method proved significantly simpler than the previous approach of gradually accumulating limit up stocks and subsequently unloading them. While they may appear similar, they are fundamentally distinct. It is akin to Li Yi positioning himself as a major investment player. At the close of trading today, Hongjie Technology ascended the leaderboard, achieving a 10 increase and ranking among the top 5 in purchase amounts. The foremost seat is held by the Dongxing Nanlu branch of Guojin Securities, with a purchase amount of 34.21 million, accounting for 9 of the total transaction volume, while the selling amount remains at 0. Astonishingly, it is Li Yi who once again graces the leaderboard, an investment exceeding 34 million. The last time he appeared on the leaderboard, it was with a sum of over 12 million. And look at how little time has passed. Now it has surged to over 34 million. He has clinched the top buying position on the leaderboard. Are we witnessing the emergence of a new retail investor, a top-tier speculator? I had thought he would establish an investment company to venture into private equity. Yet that did not materialize. Goodness, an 18-year-old student, and summer break is not even over, has earned more than 30 million? I am utterly envious. How exhilarating. This time, I've invested in Hongjie Technology alongside Li Yi. I wonder how the maestro will maneuver tomorrow. Previously, Li Yi diversified his investments. But has he now fully committed to Hongjie Technology? Will the stock continue to hit the daily limit tomorrow? Is it a competition against me? Every time I buy, it drops. Every time I sell, it rises. The experience is akin to a bruised thigh. After watching for a while, I bought 50 lots. And it immediately hit the limit. Rest assured, Li Yi will certainly exit tomorrow one tihi. He is also an ultra-short-term trader. This price surge is undoubtedly orchestrated by Li Yi. After investing over 34 million, how much profit has he garnered? Several million, perhaps? Earning millions daily could amount to several hundred million over a year. This is someone whose capital is merely over 30 million. When his funds reach several hundred million, he could potentially earn tens of millions in a single transaction. The scales of capital are different. Making money is not as effortless as it seems. Moreover, with greater earnings come higher risks. Chapter 44. Capital surpasses 40 million, with consecutive price limits. There are only so many stocks that hit the daily limit each day. Not to mention some institutions, such as financial news outlets, which specifically track and analyze the maneuvers of top-tier speculators and retail investors. It is well known that Li Yi's trading account is located at the Dongxing Nanlu branch of Guojin Securities. Li Yi will soon be scrutinized. Since his last appearance on the leaderboard, it has been quite some time since he has graced it again. Many details indicate that his capital has not dwindled. It continues to grow. Thus, he is certainly not incurring losses, which would be insufficient to secure a spot on the leaderboard. He has likely dispersed his capital strategically, concealing his actions, deliberately avoiding the spotlight. Why has he chosen such a bold move to invest over 30 million in Hongjie Technology and take the top buying position on the leaderboard? Is it because this stock has shown remarkable performance? Is there a significant breakthrough? Analysts have immediately begun to investigate, examining the company's data, financial reports, and the latest information. This is merely a mid-cap stock with a market capitalization of over 3 billion and a circulating market of over 1 billion. Its development has been fairly decent. Yet there have been no recent major breakthroughs. Even institutions conducting follow-up investigations are unaware of any significant news. What background or identity does Li Yi possess that allows him to be privy to the latest information before them? Therefore, it appears that Li Yi's capital has merely elevated. Adopting a different strategy, each individual in the stock market possesses their own trading style or philosophy. Previously, Li Yi's approach was one of a certain manner. At that time, his financial resources were not particularly substantial. Today, however, his capital has grown significantly, and the previous strategy of quick entries and exits, following rising stocks, has become less effective. With several tens of millions in funds, engaging in such practices makes it all too easy to attract attention and become a target. This approach has lost its efficacy. Thus, Li Yi has merely adopted a different operational style and mindset. It is not that Hongjie Technology possesses any remarkable breakthrough. The absence of such a breakthrough is inconsequential. After all, stock investors have tracked Li Yi's trading patterns. In just over a month, Li Yi, an 18-year-old, has amassed a fortune of several tens of millions in the stock market. Currently, his investment in Hongjie Technology places him at the top of the buying list on the Dragon and Tiger list, exceeding 30 million. Based on prior calculations, Li Yi's initial capital was approximately 100,000, yielding a staggering return of over 30 times. Moreover, it is worth noting that his investment in Hongjie Technology, amounting to over 30 million, may not represent his entire principle. Li Yi's method of generating profit transcends mere luck, as many might suggest. Following Li Yi's lead can indeed yield gains. Previously, Li Yi updated his trading activities on social media only after closing his positions, rendering his actions nearly impossible to trace. Nowadays, with the exposure of the Dragon and Tiger list, one can swiftly ascertain Li Yi's operations. In the past, some individuals who analyzed stocks post-trade based on Li Yi's transactions also found themselves making profits, although others inevitably faced losses. The Dragon and Tiger list revealed Li Yi's investment in Hongjie technology, prompting many to eagerly prepare for the next day's trading. To say nothing of the fact that with an investment exceeding 30 million, Li Yi must eventually liquidate his holdings, which would necessitate a price increase. He would not sell during a downturn, would he? Following his lead, provided one is not overly greedy, one is certain to make some profit. Once again, he ascended the Dragon and Tiger list. After completing his operations, Gu Manman reviewed the overall market trends and conducted her analysis. She noted the Dragon and Tiger list as well. It is only natural. Come tomorrow's opening, one should follow my guidance in executing trades. This appearance on the Dragon and Tiger list was anticipated, considering it is merely a small-cap stock. After finishing his morning transactions, Li Yi engaged in a review of his actions. This particular operation, employing a new strategy, turned out to be even smoother than he had anticipated. Utilizing his foresight abilities, he envisioned the following day's market and the trajectory of Hongjie technology, both appearing promising. In fact, it was even more favorable than the stock movements Li Yi had predicted for Monday on Sunday. Li Yi's investments have attracted greater attention, triggering a butterfly effect that draws in more capital. This Monday, leveraging his foresight, Li Yi observed the early trends of Hongjie technology for the next day. Comparing today's movements after his investment, the outlook seems even more robust. Initially, tomorrow could involve both price appreciation and liquidation. Given the current enthusiasm, achieving two price limits should not pose a problem. After concluding his morning trades, Li Yi found himself with little to occupy his time. Following his review, he collaborated with Fan Wenxi on developing intelligent algorithms. He continued to refine the core algorithms for short videos, gaining fresh insights while instructing Fan Wenxi. A true case of learning through revisiting knowledge. Let Fan Wenxi accompany the learning and development of algorithms suitable for ride-hailing applications. Over the weekend, a trip to Yindu resulted in being denied a ride and experiencing a slight overcharge. Li Yi increasingly felt that the absence of a ride-hailing app was indeed rather inconvenient. With the advent of Info short video, Li Yi envisioned it as more than just a short video platform. It could serve as a gateway to numerous opportunities, such as in the realm of payments. The integration of ride-hailing services, shared bicycles, and e-commerce platforms could potentially enrich the payment ecosystem. By adopting a novel strategy in the stock market, Li Yi would have ample time to orchestrate this development. Total assets, 412,533,000 available funds, 36,223,000 stocks held. Hongjie technology market value of holdings, 37,631,000 daily profit and loss, 3,421,000, 10, total profit and loss, 403,233,000, 433,584. After executing today's trades, Li Yi's total assets surpassed 40 million, reaching 44,870,000. The market value of his holdings stood at 3,763,000. He intentionally left 362,000 in funds uninvested, reserving it for tomorrow's stock price enhancement. If all resources were expended today, how could he elevate the stock price tomorrow? Li Yi could not guarantee that his involvement would trigger a favorable butterfly effect, nor that it would attract retail investors' capital influx. What if, upon seeing the leaderboard, existing shareholders of Hongjie Technology, aware of Li Yi's acquisition, chose to sell at the market opening tomorrow? The optimal strategy would be to retain a portion of his resources for further engagement the next day. On Tuesday, having adjusted his workout schedule, Li Yi, along with Gu Manman and Fan Wenxi, completed their exercise before the stock market opened. After stretching and taking a shower, he settled into a booth at a CAF, consuming a rather bland fitness meal while perusing pre-market information. Possessing foresight, he had anticipated the day's market and Hongjie Technology's trajectory the previous day. Today, He could foresee the market's movements at this very moment tomorrow. Although he lacked the official ability to predict future events, he had not encountered any significant news expected to break before the market opened. As the market opened, Li Yi instructed Gu Manman on certain price points to initiate a gradual increase in stock prices. Should any unusual circumstances arise, he would promptly adjust his strategy, allowing Gu Manman to execute accordingly. Meanwhile, Li Yi had his own maneuvers to attend to. Soon, during the pre-opening auction phase, Hongjie Technology's stock price surged impressively, aligning with Li Yi's expectations. However, during this phase, orders could be cancelled, rendering them unreliable as a reference. Li Yi remained unperturbed, knowing he had foresight into the day's stock performance, akin to having an advanced glimpse at the answers. At market opening, Gu Manman diligently executed trades, purchasing aggressively according to the prices Li Yi had provided. Admittedly, the available funds were somewhat limited, making the term aggressively a slight exaggeration. Nevertheless, her purchases were notably conspicuous. Concurrently, Li Yi was liquidating his holdings. As Gu Manman bought, he sold, only to reverse and buy again. Within a mere 20 minutes of the market opening, Hongjie Technology remarkably reached its limit up. Chapter 45, a third consecutive rise, a significant sell-off, and distant exchanges. It has surged to the limit. A mere 20 minutes into trading, and it has hit the ceiling. Impressive indeed. Profits abound. My gratitude extends to classmate Li Yi for guiding us. This is astonishingly swift. My orders barely executed. I placed a buy order at the limit price. Now we shall observe tomorrow's performance, hoping for a modest gain before exiting. Such audacity. I wonder if Li Yi has exited the market yet. There aren't many sell orders today, so he likely isn't fled, right? Even if he wanted to. There aren't enough sell orders to facilitate that. We'll know more once the leaderboard updates. With so few sell orders today, it's unlikely to appear on the leaderboard. Having achieved 2 consecutive rises, one wonders what tomorrow holds. Perhaps a third? Anticipation builds. Finally on board. I am now reaping the rewards alongside Li Yi. Caution is advised, lest one be caught off guard. You didn't join the ride. Yet here you are, envious? The stock forum, particularly Li Yi's comment section, is abuzz with activity. Hongjie Technology hit its limit yesterday. Today, it opened with a substantial surge, sealing its limit within 20 minutes. Remarkably swift. Many were caught off guard, unaware that the stock had already hit its limit. Placing an order at a specific price yielded no results. Those with boldness placed their buy orders at the limit price, wagering on Hongjie Technology's excellent performance today. Confident that with so few sell orders, Li Yi would undoubtedly remain in the game, even if there were to be a sell-off. He couldn't possibly liquidate all his shares. Tomorrow will surely bring another wave of increase, allowing Li Yi to offload some shares. By placing buy orders at the limit price, one gambles on that anticipated rise before selling off and exiting. It's all about securing a modest profit, following along for some pocket money. This strategy is shared by many, hence today's rapid limit up. At Batong Plaza, on the 6th floor, in the Sunshine Gym. The stock has hit its limit. The third price you provided hasn't even been listed, and the second price saw minimal transactions. Gu Manman gazes at her trading account. Following Li Yi's instructions, she attempts to drive up the stock price. In reality, her purchases are quite limited. Often, once her price is listed, the stock price swiftly ascends, with others already placing higher orders that execute. No worries, this is quite normal, an expected development. The rapid limit up was foreseen by Li Yi. While the stock price rises, he has consistently offloaded shares, even during the limit up, gradually releasing some chips. The limit up does not preclude trading. However, post-limit, many are reluctant to part with their shares. With no sellers, acquiring stock becomes impossible. How can one trade under such circumstances? Naturally, in the case of Hongjie Technology, everyone is aware of Li Yi's significant presence. Even at the limit up, some continue to sell their shares. Those trading today are certainly those who bought in yesterday. Today, they directly bask in a limit up, and those who purchased prior to Li Yi's entry into Hongjie Technology have enjoyed at least 2 limit ups. Non-greedy retail investors may also sell at the limit up. Should substantial funds attempt to liquidate, an excess of sell orders could break the limit up, potentially even leading to a limit down. A direct reversal. Currently, the primary force in Hongjie Technology is Li Yi. While there are certainly other funds involved, they are not in a hurry to exit. It's all at the limit now. We shall see tomorrow's maneuvers. Trading for today has concluded. Hongjia Technology closed with a remarkable surge, reaching the daily limit without any unexpected fluctuations. Today, Li Yi sold several million shares and subsequently reinvested over 1 million. This amount was rather insignificant and did not warrant a position on the leaderboard, leaving others unaware of the extent of his transactions. Following today's trading, Li Yi's total assets reached 44.71 million. The combined status of his two stock accounts is as follows: total assets, 44.7154 million. Available funds, 8,423 million. Held stocks, Hongjia Technology. Market value of holdings, 39.8731 million. Daily profit and loss, 4,621 million, 92. Total profit and loss, 7,854 million, 479, 811. Since Li Yi sold his shares during the upward stretch, his modest purchases meant he could not fully capitalize on the entire limit up. However, earning over 3.4 million in a single day is an achievement few can boast. What strategies will be employed tomorrow? In the evening, Gu Manman took the initiative to host a dinner, covering all the meal expenses for the summer, and astonishingly, she had more than enough to spare. With the limit up achieved yesterday and again today, both orchestrated by Gu Manman, she felt a delightful thrill from her involvement. The anticipation for tomorrow's market opening was palpable. She contemplated abandoning her previous aspiration to attend Yindu Normal University in favor of Yindu Financial University, believing that being a teacher could not compare to the exhilarating experience of navigating the stock market alongside Li Yi. Tomorrow, they planned to offload a significant amount of shares without engaging in any other operations. After all, they had secured 2 consecutive limit ups, barring any unforeseen circumstances. Another limit up is anticipated for tomorrow. Li Yi possesses an uncanny ability to foresee future outcomes, and it seems that another limit up is indeed within reach. Furthermore, he expects that there will be buyers ready to take over his shares, which was somewhat unexpected. However, the presence of buyers would facilitate Li Yi's selling process. Simultaneously, this marks Li Yi's first encounter with other large capital investors. It remains uncertain whether any unexpected developments will arise. Nevertheless, based on the information Li Yi gathered, this prominent investor has a penchant for purchasing stocks that experience consecutive surges. Will there be a seamless, albeit silent collaboration? Will Li Yi's selling prompt them to step in, or will they refrain from buying upon observing his offloading? Although Li Yi predicts that a major investor will be ready to take over, the reality of his selling will prompt careful consideration on their part. Given that they lack the foresight he possesses, they would not anticipate his substantial offloading tomorrow. Yet, Li Yi has resolved to proceed with the sale, confident in the outcome he has foreseen, which suggests that the buyer will indeed step in. The likelihood of any changes appears minimal. Moreover, if Li Yi refrains from selling, the opportunity for this investor to acquire shares at the limit up will be limited. On Wednesday, Hongjia Technology opened with a vigorous rise. It was evident to all that the aim was to reach the limit up. However, as they approached this milestone, a series of large sell orders suddenly emerged, abruptly halting the upward momentum. Fortunately, these substantial sell orders were quickly absorbed. One might wonder, could these large sell orders be Li Yi's exit strategy? Surely not. One would hope. I observe that the large orders are both fragmented and substantial, possibly indicating that the investors who originally held shares are now preparing to exit as the stock has achieved a 3rd consecutive limit up. It seems that Li Yi is indeed beginning to flee. Regardless, with nearly 2 limit ups reached, it is prudent to take profits and make my own exit. Fortune favors the bold, while the timid perish. Why hesitate? Today marks a 3rd consecutive limit up, and I assert that not even the intervention of Christ could alter this trajectory. Who might you be, esteemed figure? The influx of substantial orders cannot be concealed. It is evident that Li Yi is unloading his shares. Run, hurry, and escape. Li Yi has once again released several large orders. This time, there was no prior demonstration. Previously, there were fragmented sales resembling those of retail investors. It certainly appeared to be the case. However, these large orders were swiftly absorbed, and Li Yi continued to sell smaller quantities, all of which were also absorbed. Clearly, another renowned investor possesses a strong willingness to take over. This willingness signifies a form of goodwill. Let us collaborate. Nonetheless, Li Yi is a novice and lacks prior connection with the counterpart. As Hongjia Technology approaches its 3rd consecutive limit up, he is preparing to withdraw. Collaboration can be discussed at a later time. Thus, he has disposed of several large orders without any demonstration, effectively rejecting the counterpart's collaboration. These large orders were still absorbed with considerable strength. Upon witnessing the large sell-off, some retail investors speculated that Li Yi was offloading shares, prompting them to sell in tandem. Chapter 46. Daily earnings of 7 million. Two stocks ascend the Dragon and Tiger list. A multitude of retail investors followed suit in their sell-off, causing the stock price of Hongjie Technology, which was on the verge of a limit up, to be driven down by 2 percentage points, with an increase of 7. The price continued to decline until it reached an increase of 5, at which point a large order swept in, amounting to over 100 million in capital. Both the acquiring investor, Brother Xin, and Li Yi understood that they could not allow the stock price to continue its descent, otherwise it would be challenging to rally it back up to a limit up. The entry of this large order demonstrates the strength of the acquiring capital. Some retail investors, having fled, found their thighs bruised from their haste. Did they not anticipate that Li Yi would depart, only to have significant capital step in? Or is it possible that Li Yi is actually orchestrating this? While he sells off his holdings, could he simultaneously be buying back in? That seems unlikely. Moreover, where would Li Yi procure such substantial funds for these large orders, amounting to over 100 million? Li Yi's stock account surely does not hold such wealth. Though the exact figure remains unknown, it certainly does not exceed 100 million. This is not a case of Li Yi simultaneously driving up the stock price while also buying back in to inflate it. Rather, there exists a larger pool of capital preparing to acquire Hongjie Technology. Two prominent investors are alternating in their control of the stock. The scale of this operation bears resemblance to the methods of a certain individual, Brother Xin. This must undoubtedly be his intervention, as he relishes stocks that achieve consecutive limit-ups. With Li Yi gone, another more formidable investor has arrived, ensuring today's limit-up. The feast continues. Alas, I left too early. I was hesitant moments ago. Yet I am relieved I did not sell. How delightful it is to follow Li Yi's lead. What a thrill. The third limit-up has been achieved, and in 3 days, I have profited over 500,000. Ha ha ha. In 3 days, my earnings have exceeded 1 million. How delightful. It remains uncertain which stock Li Yi will purchase today after withdrawing his funds. Indeed, Li Yi has divested from Hongjie Technology, and given his trading style, it is unlikely that he will leave his portfolio vacant. He is bound to make another investment. Presently, one ought to observe the market closely to discern which stock will capture Li Yi's interest. Is it truly difficult to predict? In fact, it is relatively straightforward. Based on Li Yi's recent trading patterns, one should identify the sectors he has favored the most. Li Yi has successfully liquidated his holdings in Hongjie Technology today, marking a commendable operation. This success is primarily attributed to other speculative funds stepping in. Otherwise, had Li Yi completed his sales today, there might have been a price increase while he offloaded his shares. It is plausible that he would have taken until tomorrow to completely exit, thereby missing out on today's optimal profits. As Li Yi simultaneously sold off Hongjie Technology, he encouraged Gu Manman to continually accumulate shares of Jinhua Technology. Li Yi has already invested in Jinhua Technology twice, making this his third acquisition of the stock. Previously, he analyzed its potential to emerge as a leader in the bullish financial technology sector. However, following a period of mediocre performance, he withdrew his investment. Now, he has chosen to return. Forecasting the future, Jinhua Technology experienced a significant surge of 6 today, and it is anticipated to reach its price ceiling tomorrow. Yet, Li Yi has chosen to enter the market early, propelling the stock towards its limit. Undoubtedly, there are other funds involved in Jinhua Technology, as its performance has been exceptionally strong. Not only does Li Yi have confidence in it, but other investors do as well. Despite Gu Manman's low-cost acquisitions, the stock price of Jinhua Technology continues to rise, albeit modestly. Once Li Yi's funds were released, he eagerly absorbed a considerable number of shares, leading to substantial purchases without concealment. He has once again vigorously driven Jinhua Technology to its price ceiling. Total assets, 541,132,000 available funds, 48,423,000 held stocks. Jinhua Technology market value of holdings, 492,709,000 daily gains losses, 7,041,000 total gains losses, 531,832,000, 571,000 862,000. Having completely exited Hongjia Technology, Li Yi has made a remarkable profit of 84 by entering Jinhua Technology. This morning, he earned over 7 points, totaling a gain of 16 points. It is important to clarify that the profits mentioned for the morning and afternoon do not imply a universal increase of 16 points in total assets. Rather, he earned over 7 million today, setting a new record for daily income. In a single day, he profited enough to purchase a Rolls-Royce Cullinan. The accounts operated by Li Yi and Gu Manman now boast total capital exceeding 50 million, reaching $500 million. Today, after the market closed, both Hongjia Technology and Jinhua Technology featured prominently on the leaderboard. For Hongjia Technology, Li Yi ranked first in sales, having sold over 35 million. This figure pertains solely to Li Yi's personal account. When factoring in the funds sold from Gu Manman's account, the total surpasses 40 million. However, Gu Manman's account has yet to be disclosed, hence it did not appear on the leaderboard. As for Hongjia Technology, the leading buying position was indeed correctly speculated by netizens to belong to a major player, Xing'a, who invested 2.6 billion. This is indicative of substantial financial backing. In contrast, for Jinhua Technology, Li Yi has secured the second position in purchases, having invested over 39 million. With the combined investments of Li Yi and Gu Manman totaling over 46 million. Upon examining the fifth position of buying seats, it is noted that the investment exceeds 9 million. Gu Manman's account alone contributed over 7 million, nearly securing a spot on the leaderboard. Should Gu Manman indeed make the list, it is noteworthy that both buying positions pertain to accounts from Yuanjiang City, regardless of the differing brokerage firms and registration addresses. It is not difficult to surmise that these accounts belong to Li Yi. Such maneuvers are rather commonplace, as larger capital pools are often dispersed across multiple accounts for enhanced maneuverability. Prominent investors and top-tier capital players typically maintain several accounts, sometimes even a dozen. Li Yi has strategically liquidated his holdings in Hongjia Technology, seamlessly transitioning to acquire shares in Jinhua Technology, pushing its price to the daily limit. This reflects a shift in his trading strategy and style, stretching stocks for quick gains and then continuing to sell off. While this operation appears straightforward, it necessitates significant capital and astute stock selection. Otherwise, funds may become trapped in underperforming stocks, which is a frequent occurrence. With my prudent choice to invest in Jinhua Technology, I anticipate securing a 5-point gain, and it is reasonable to expect the stock to hit its daily limit tomorrow. Indeed, Jinhua Technology has exhibited remarkable performance this year, with its stock price doubling. This stock has proven to be a formidable contender. This marks Li Yi's third investment in this particular stock, indicating his strong confidence and belief in its long-term potential. Previously, I had also invested in Jinhua Technology. This time, I intend to fully capitalize on the limit up, remaining steadfast for the long haul. Li Yi shared insights via Weibo, announcing his liquidation of Hongjia Technology and providing a brief recap. Observers, having monitored the leaderboard, were already aware of Li Yi's investment in Hongjia Technology, which subsequently attracted numerous retail investors to follow suit, thereby facilitating a smooth climb to the daily limit. With 3 consecutive limit ups, prominent capital players have been drawn in to absorb the shares, allowing for a successful exit. Now, as Li Yi invests in Jinhua Technology, it too has ascended the leaderboard. While observers are informed of his stock selections, he refrains from disclosing related news until after liquidating his holdings, opting instead to provide a succinct summary. In the comments section, there is no need to inquire about Li Yi's stock choices or to urge others to replicate his actions. The information is already available on the leaderboard. Those with courage, capability, and resolve may proceed to emulate his strategies directly. Some retail investors follow the lead of major capital players, reaping some profits, while others may incur losses. This is the nature of the market, where some prosper, others inevitably face losses. Moreover, the financial market tends to adhere to the Pareto principle, where the majority experience losses while only a minority succeed. Chapter 47. A shift in circumstances, acquiring a private equity firm. On Thursday and Friday, Jinhua Technology captured the attention of numerous retail investors due to Li Yi's involvement, maintaining high levels of interest. Furthermore, the recent market trends have been exceptionally favorable. Even on Friday, there was a net inflow of capital, with individual stocks experiencing widespread appreciation. In the case of Jinhua Technology, Li Yi retained substantial funds to elevate the stock price before divesting. Ultimately, he need not intervene to bolster the price, as retail investors propelled the stock upward themselves, achieving 2 more limit ups. Li Yi, possessing an almost prophetic foresight, observed the outcome, opting not to alter his position when the stock hit its limit up on Thursday. On Friday, as the price continued to rise, he gradually began to sell off his shares. Having liquidated more than half of his positions, Li Yi has successfully recouped 30 million in capital, maintaining nearly 30 million in holdings. This implies that by merely divesting approximately half of his shares in Jinhua Technology, Li Yi's total assets have surpassed 60 million. The 30 million in funds has been allocated into 2 portions, strategically invested in Longjiang Real Estate and Haijing Bank, capitalizing on a 6% increment. Both stocks are titans within the hundreds of billions, and an investment exceeding 10 million has gone unnoticed. Total assets stand at 677,962 million, with available funds of 15,322 million. The market value of Jinhua Technology Holdings is 29.4 million, while Longjiang Real Estate holds a market value of 194.04 million and Haijing Bank accounts for 17.46 million, resulting in a daily profit and loss of 777.98 million and an overall profit and loss of 662 million. Today's trading activity was considerable, with Li Yi selling half of his Jinhua Technology position and purchasing 18 million in Longjiang Real Estate and over 16 million in Haijing Bank. The returns have been substantial, yielding over 7 million in a single day, bringing total assets to 79 million, nearing the 70 million mark. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, it is assured that by the end of the month, Li Yi's capital will exceed 100 million, with only 6 days left in the month. And considering the weekends on the 26th and 27th, there are merely 4 trading days remaining. Earning over 20 million in these 4 days is not a daunting task for Li Yi, a sentiment echoed by Gu Manman, who is brimming with confidence regarding the prospect of reaching a total asset value of 100 million, all in cash. Li Yi's earnings during his summer break have eclipsed a decade of accumulation by Gu Manman's family, underscoring the distinction between cash and asset-based wealth. Among the wealthy elite, few can liquidate 100 million in cash, although for those with substantial net worth, it is certainly feasible. The mantra is clear: indulge in prosperity. Following in Li Yi's footsteps promises a luxurious lifestyle, with 3 consecutive price surges, Jinhua Technology experiencing 2 of these spikes, alongside substantial gains from Hongjia Technology. Exciting news. The leaderboard has been updated, and Li Yi's name has indeed appeared. However, there is a caveat. On Friday, Li Yi sold off 30 million. Such audacity is staggering. Can a mere 30 million in sales propel others to a price surge? This occurred on a Friday. Was there no fear of potential weekend fallout? Jinhua Technology possesses the potential of a rising star. Even if Li Yi were to liquidate entirely, this stock has the capacity for long-term stability. With 30 million in capital still within Jinhua Technology, it is reasonable to presume there is at least 20 million still invested, providing a sense of calm. What stock has Li Yi now invested his 30 million in? Has it been disclosed? The leaderboard does not reveal his presence. It seems he may have concealed his moves or opted for blue-chip stocks, which yield profits with greater security in this market. As the market closed on Friday, the surge in Jinhua Technology, alongside its turnover and popularity, made its ascent on the leaderboard inevitable. Li Yi sold 30 million shares of Jinhua Technology. Yet he did not secure the top position, ranking 3rd instead. The 2 leading positions were occupied by institutional investors, who sold over 70 million and 30 million respectively. This indicates that Jinhua Technology is also supported by substantial capital, institutions, and large-scale investors. The buying activity is vigorous, with 5 positions exceeding 10 million. On Saturday morning, after completing his workout, Li Yi returned home to change into a slightly more formal, yet still casual outfit, as he was to meet Tu Wendong and Gu Ping. This time, Gu Manman and Fan Wenxi also joined, and they agreed to have lunch together. Li Yi was the host, expressing gratitude for the previous assistance in integrating Feng Yi's software team, which was facilitated by Tu Wendong and Gu Ping. The chosen dining venue was an extravagant Cantonese restaurant on the 5th floor of Beitong Plaza. Li Yi settled down and nodded towards Gu Manman, giving her a playful wink. Their relationship was not disclosed to Fan Wenxi, but during their workout, Li Yi's gestures became increasingly intimate, clearly indicating more than mere friendship. Fan Wenxi, however, remained oblivious to this, engrossed in his work on the computer. Around 11:30, Tu Wendong and Gu Ping entered the private room together. Brother Dong, Brother Ping. Thank you for your previous assistance, Li Yi greeted them, inviting them to take a seat and order their meals. There is no need for such formality. I should be thanking you instead. After my investment failure, you helped me find a suitable successor, or else I would have lost all face. Tu Wendong replied graciously. He and Gu Ping casually ordered their dishes and handed the menu to Gu Man, who was evidently the true star of the occasion. Being the cherished daughter at home, it was second nature for them to defer to her when it came to ordering. Gu Man selected various dishes that she, Li Yi, and CC enjoyed, ensuring there was something for everyone before instructing the waiter to prepare the meal. This gathering served not only as an expression of gratitude, but also as an opportunity to discuss the acquisition of an investment firm with a private equity license. However, one must acknowledge that plans often fail to keep pace with reality. A trip to Yindu proved challenging due to the lack of ride-hailing services. Li Yi had intended to use such a service, but the disruption it caused to many stakeholders, especially taxi drivers lacking influence and connections, could incite complaints and unrest. This industry might face significant setbacks. Despite the previous success of ride-hailing services, the current climate may not allow for similar growth. In the past, once ride-hailing services took off, who was appointed as CEO, their connections could turn a national team into a private enterprise. Furthermore, how many shareholders were brought on board, and what financial resources were expended? Burning cash swiftly, merely for promotion? To change the market? There are deeper reasons at play. What connection does this have with Li Yi's intent to acquire a private equity license from an investment firm? Indeed, there is a connection. Li Yi aims to establish a private equity fund that anyone can invest in. This is legitimate and compliant capital. Legitimacy and compliance are paramount. As long as it is profitable, won't relationships and networks naturally follow? Chapter 48. The complete acquisition of Jinshin Investment Management Company. Is he finally set to acquire a private equity firm? Upon hearing Li Yi's proactive declaration to acquire the investment company, Gu Ping and Tu Wendong exchanged slight smiles. They were certain that Li Yi would acquire the private equity firm. It was merely a matter of time. However, Li Yi had previously indicated that he would focus on military training first. They believed that he would not consider acquiring the private equity license until the official start of the semester. To their surprise, he has now changed his mind. The reason remains unclear. I am preparing to acquire an investment firm, or in other words, I require a comprehensive array of licenses to establish an investment company. Ideally, both private and public equity licenses should be obtained. In the future, uttering such words might invite criticism, but now, it is 2014. Li Yi has diligently researched the data. In the future, funds will flourish, reaching trillions in scale, becoming exceedingly sought after. Public fund licenses have been auctioned off for as much as 70 million. Presently, 200,000 can easily secure a selection. Yet, astonishingly, no one is interested. Moreover, it is incredibly challenging to find buyers even for shells in excellent condition. This is undoubtedly a remarkable era, with no inkling of how frenzied the future of funds will be. As for private equity licenses, they are virtually worthless. According to Li Yi's findings, there are currently over 10,000 private equity firms in the country. Conversely, there are only a few dozen companies with public equity licenses, less than 100. Registering a private equity firm is relatively straightforward. It merely requires navigating the necessary procedures and having individuals to affiliate with. Directly acquiring a private equity license is the simplest route. Public equity licenses, however, are considerably more challenging to obtain. Acquiring the best can cost around 1 million, while 200,000 allows for a selection. It seems prudent to purchase a public equity license and let it sit, waiting for its value to appreciate before selling. However, waiting several years for the capital to sit in the financial market, Li Yi could transform it into billions. Buying a public equity license for appreciation seems too slow. To have a complete set of licenses for both private and public equity, I had not anticipated Li Yi's ambition to be so grand. Not only does he desire a private equity license, but he also seeks a public equity license. Moreover, he aims to establish a public fund. It is essential to recognize that private equity funds and public funds are entirely different entities. Private equity funds operate under fewer regulatory demands and requirements. In contrast, Public funds are governed by strict regulations, varying by type. Public funds can generally be categorized into equity funds, mixed funds, bond funds, money market funds, among others. Equity funds invest in stocks. Mixed funds can invest in stocks, bonds, and cash, with specific regulations dictating minimum and maximum stock allocations. Bond funds are solely for purchasing bonds. Currency is merely a means to acquire more currency. Beyond that, stock funds and mixed funds are required to disclose their holdings each quarter. This means that the stocks purchased by the fund must be made public, albeit only once every quarter. For many fund managers, the stocks acquired by their funds are typically held for the long term, often without any rebalancing over the course of a year. The question of public disclosure becomes largely irrelevant. Even for those fund managers who prefer to frequently adjust their portfolios, by the time they disclose their holdings for the quarter, they may have already made numerous changes. The constraints surrounding public funds are considerable, and it is rare for prominent investors or large capital to engage with public funds. They predominantly operate within the realm of private equity. I recall an investment firm with comprehensive licenses that was struggling and looking to sell. Gu Ping suddenly thought of a company and quickly pulled out his phone to check. He found it, Gene Xian Investment Management Company. "Take a look at this firm," he said, handing his phone to Li Yi. Li Yi glanced at the screen, astonished by the extensive array of licenses held by the company. A public fund issuance license, a private fund license, a fund sales license, a fund payment license, a fund custody license, and a subsidiary fund license. It could be said that upon acquisition, this company would be capable of handling all aspects of fund management. However, it currently manages less than 100 million in total assets. With such a multitude of licenses and yet so little managed capital, the situation is indeed dire. It is no wonder they wish to sell. The asking price is relatively high at 20 million, but negotiations are possible. 20 million? That is practically a steal. Of course, acquiring a private fund license now costs several hundred thousand, while a public fund license can reach up to 2 million at the very least. Some other licenses hold significant value, while others do not. With managed assets below 100 million, the management fees collected would be minimal. For public funds to generate profit, the key lies in their scale. Larger scales yield greater management fees. Many fund investments have been liquidated, leaving the entire company in a state of seeking buyers. The price is negotiable. Acquiring this company is a feasible endeavor. Li Yi decisively resolved to proceed with the acquisition. Currently, he possesses 60 million in capital, and by the beginning of next month, funds in the stock market could swell to 100 million. The negotiations for this acquisition may take up to a week, but acquiring Gene Xian Investment Management Company poses no significant challenges. At most, he might need to liquidate over 10 million to alleviate the pace of profits. However, by the time the acquisition of Gene Xian is finalized, that 10 million might merely represent a day's earnings for Li Yi. "All right, I will handle the negotiations." Gu Ping took on the responsibility, confident in his familial connections and certain that the acquisition would proceed without issue. After all, how else could Gu Ping have facilitated Li Yi in locating so many companies related to private fund licenses? Upon returning from Yindu, Li Yi learned about Gu Manman's family situation through her. Gu Manman's father is a senior executive at a foreign enterprise, earning a salary in the millions. Her mother works at a bank, and her uncle owns a pharmaceutical company and a hospital group. My grandmother is a university professor, while my grandfather is an esteemed physician, enjoying state subsidies. Gu Ping has leveraged his mother's connections at the bank to secure a position with a company holding a private equity license. Gene Xian Investment Management Company is based in Linghai, and he needs to travel there to negotiate an acquisition. Li Yi, aside from the investment company acquisition, is there something else at play? Inquired Tu Wendan, curiosity evident in his tone. Li Yi took the initiative to treat them to a meal. Initially, he had resolved not to acquire a private equity license in the near term, but now he has expedited the process, even considering the acquisition of a public equity license. Additionally, at this dinner, Li Yi was accompanied by another classmate of his cousin, Fan Wenxi. Given the circumstances, it seemed Li Yi had further ambitions. One could not help but admire him. Although Tu Wendan had previously suffered losses when establishing an investment company, his transition to media demonstrated his keen insight. "I have a project that requires extensive networking to become lucrative, truly valuable," Li Yi teased, withholding details about the ride-hailing software. However, with this statement, Tu Wendan and Gu Ping inferred the reason behind Li Yi's change of heart regarding the acquisition of the investment company and the necessity for both public and private equity licenses. As long as Li Yi possesses the ability to generate profit for officials, investing in his fund products would yield entirely legitimate and compliant income, thereby expanding his network and connections to unlock that invaluable project reliant on relationships. Chapter 49. Exchange 30 of the media company for a chance to jump on board. Tu Wendan did not elaborate further, but Gu Ping, intrigued, directly inquired, "What project?" "Dong Ge and I possess some connections." Li Yi turned to Fan Wenxi beside him and said, "CC, please introduce it to them." "Me? Really?" Fan Wenxi, along with Gu Man, was quietly consuming her meal, disinterested in the conversation among the three men. Unexpectedly, hearing Li Yi suddenly call her name left her momentarily flustered. She felt a bit shy. If it were just her and Gu Man, she would not have felt so constrained and could speak more naturally. However, with Tu Wendan and Gu Ping, whom she did not know well, the prospect of introducing the ride-hailing software made her rather anxious. Merely preparing to speak required her to mentally brace herself, causing her inner turmoil. Taking a deep breath, Fan Wenxi exhaled heavily, adjusting her mood and summoning all her courage to stand up. She opened the notebook provided by Gu Man. "Well, I'll just say a few words. Li Yi provided the intelligent algorithm, and I am responsible for its improvement and optimization, though it is not yet fully developed." As she spoke, she opened her laptop to make the presentation. Of course, it was not a variety of codes, but rather a demonstration graphic. Essentially, it depicted a rudimentary map with red dots emerging to release signals. On the simplistic map, car models would move toward the red dots upon receiving the signals. According to Li Yi, the core algorithm of this software is to promptly push ride requests to nearby drivers as soon as a customer requests a ride, and to plan the most efficient, unobstructed, and quickest route based on road conditions. Fan Wenxi provided a brief introduction, primarily addressing the technical aspects. Her knowledge of the software was rather superficial. However, after her presentation, Tu Wengdong immediately recognized it as a ride-hailing application. Given his background as an investor, he was aware that such services already existed in China, particularly one launched a few months prior in Linhai, in collaboration with a well-known tech company. That one was called Boo. Uber had already made its foray into the Asian market, debuting in Nuzhou at the beginning of last year. Following Fan Wenxi's introduction, Tu Wengdong quickly grasped that this was indeed a ride-hailing app, and soon understood why Li Yi mentioned the necessity of connections for this software. The introduction of this application would most significantly impact the taxi industry, which would inevitably resist and lodge complaints. To properly promote this software, a broad network of connections would indeed be essential. Tu Wengdong inquired, "Is this the software you mentioned to Fong Yi and the others that you plan to develop in the future?" Li Yi, when meeting with Fong Yi and Ding Yifeng, had suggested that their team first focus on game development, with plans to subsequently create a software application. Was it the ride-hailing app? It was not. Li Yi shook his head and recounted his experience. During a previous trip to Yindu, he had been refused a taxi from the high-speed railway station to Fong Yi's workplace due to the short distance. Subsequently, when he attempted to hail a taxi to another location, he was deliberately taken on a longer route. Hence, upon returning from Yindu, he envisioned creating a ride-hailing app. "You returned from Yindu and had already developed it to this stage?" Gu Ping pondered, taken aback that Li Yi's trip to Yindu had inspired such a project. How could the software be developed so swiftly after such a brief visit? Tu Wengdong shared his astonishment. Li Yi clarified, "It's not as you think. I am in the process of developing a software application, and the core algorithm, once refined, can be utilized in a ride-hailing app. I have asked CC to assist me in optimizing it." "Ah, that makes sense." Gu Ping and Tu Wengdong nodded slightly in understanding. Nevertheless, it was impressive that Li Yi could engage with technical personnel from Chengdu in an algorithmic challenge at a bar and successfully convince two technicians of his capabilities. Tu Wengdong earnestly addressed Li Yi. "Li Yi, I am interested in investing in this project. How much capital is required, and what percentage of shares can I acquire? We do possess some connections that could facilitate initial development. Furthermore, in the later stages, we could attract capital to expand our network, ensuring the project's success." The more Tu Wengdong contemplated the ride-hailing app, the more promising it appeared, for a singular reason: the sheer population of Xia country. The vast market potential was undeniable. Li Yi asserted that this project, once developed, would hold considerable value, a statement that rang true. This was Li Yi's initiative, and the software was already under development. Having previously faced significant financial losses in his investments, Tu Wengdong found himself increasingly drawn to this venture, eager to invest. I, along with you, will invest 10 million, granting you a 10 stake. However, I require 30 of your media company, for which you will oversee team operations and company management. The software is not yet fully developed, yet it is valued at 100 million. Tu Wengdong pondered for a moment. His media company was of little consequence, merely a venture for amusement. Li Yi's demand for a 30 stake was not a financial burden. He could simply grant it. The taxi-hailing project, however, was the crux of the matter. 10 million for a 10 stake in a project that has not yet been officially established, valued at 1 billion? Li Yi contributes 10 million in technology and various aspects. Holding a 90 stake? Very well. After deliberating for a while, Tu Wengdong gritted his teeth and acquiesced. It was time to take a gamble. The key was that Li Yi had ample financial resources. This individual possessed an exceptional ability to generate profit. Li Yi was fully capable of funding the taxi project and facilitating its development. Connections? Relationships? Li Yi intended to acquire Jinshin Investment Company, combining public and private offerings to expand his network and relationships. Now, with 10 million, securing a 10 stake is feasible. Given the population density in Xia country and the growth of automobile ownership, the taxi-hailing software is poised for development. This 10 stake, even when diluted over time, holds a measurable value. As lunch progressed, both Tu Wengdong and Gu Ping became distracted, hastily finishing their meal before departing. Even on a Saturday, it did not deter Tu Wengdong from gathering a team to refine the taxi software in Li Yi's possession. After all, the core of the software had already been established. He had to consider where to begin the company's formation. Tu Wengdong expressed, I believe promoting the taxi software from Yindu would be most advantageous. He was aware of the advancements made months prior in Lehigh and recognized that Yuanjiang City was too small to serve as a proper starting point. Li Yi would also be attending school in Yindu subsequently. The launch of the taxi software in Yindu would be ideal. He could directly assemble a team there. I have no objections. Yindu is indeed the best choice, but it is imperative to have connections. Without them, Yindu, as the political center of the nation, is rife with formidable individuals. Even a street sweeper could possess influential ties. A moment of negligence could lead to a report being filed against you, resulting in a business suspension. Tu Wengdong smiled slightly, assuring him, rest assured, you need not worry about connections and relationships. Even after various rounds of financing, you will have even less to concern yourself with. He added, I am also developing another software, which may later require media resources. I heard from Man that you own a media company, so I am offering you a 30 stake in it. Tu Wengdong did not wait for Li Yi to finish speaking, nor did he require an explanation regarding the purpose of the 30 stake in the media company. It was merely a media company, a mere pastime for him. He was utterly unconcerned. Securing the taxi software project was worth relinquishing 30 of the stake to Li Yi without hesitation. Meanwhile, Gu Ping was engaged in negotiations for the full acquisition of Jinshin Investment Management Company. Chapter 50. The taxi software team achieves acquisition intent. In the afternoon, Tu Wengdong began contacting the team. He offered doubled salaries, poaching talent from other companies to assemble an 18-member team. Among them are numerous technical personnel from major companies. These connections were cultivated during his initial 2 years of investment. While poaching talent may breed animosity, the advancement of promising projects necessitates skilled individuals, and poaching remains the swiftest method. Tu Wengdong is rather anxious, even more so than Li Yi. He perceives great potential in ride-hailing applications. Months ago, foreign giants had already penetrated the domestic coastal market. Currently, Li Yi has successfully developed the core algorithm for the ride-hailing software, yet the entire application still requires refinement. Relying solely on Li Yi and Fan Wenxi would take an inordinate amount of time. Li Yi must also monitor the stock trading market, while Fan Wenxi is primarily focused on learning. Tu Wengdong has assembled a technical team to enhance the ride-hailing software. Li Yi, of course, does not oppose this initiative. Additionally, he has drafted a detailed proposal based on the features and functionalities of ride-hailing applications from later periods. Some features are ready for immediate launch, while others will necessitate subsequent updates before being released. Concurrently, Li Yi has provided recommendations based on the evolution of ride-hailing applications in the prior era, The optimal collaboration strategy in the initial phase is to partner with taxi drivers. Without drivers, there can be no users. They could even purchase basic smartphones for the drivers, installing the software and subsidizing their data usage. At this time, the industry had only recently entered the fourth era, and data costs were relatively high. Moreover, many taxi drivers still did not possess smartphones, rendering them incapable of installing the ride-hailing software. In the past, Li had heard of the remarkable growth of ride-hailing applications, which initially thrived through partnerships with taxi drivers. In those early days, due to the scarcity of users, drivers would operate the software for hours without receiving any customers, accumulating substantial data charges. Ride-hailing companies would directly subsidize drivers' data expenses, for how could there be users without drivers? The answer is unequivocal: drivers must come first. Only when there are sufficient drivers will users utilize the software to request rides, prompting drivers to accept the requests. Otherwise, in the absence of drivers, users would be left stranded, better off hailing a cab on the street. All right, I will directly contact the taxi companies, Tu Wendong agreed. Though he hesitated as he looked at Li Yi, providing phones and even subsidizing data will be quite costly. It's necessary for promotion in the early stages. This expenditure is essential. Furthermore, in this thriving industry, the competition hinges on capital. The one who can endure the longest will dominate the market. This was the approach observed in the previous era among ride-hailing companies. Li Yi was well aware that, during the most exaggerated times, he could travel 20 to 30 kilometers for just a few yuan, sometimes even less than 10. On his commute to work, with the use of coupons, he had once paid merely a few dimes. That was truly extravagant. Manager Zhang, at Jinshin Investment Management Company, we need to liquidate the funds scheduled for liquidation. And those that aren't will soon follow. Only a few licenses remain valuable. If we acquire them, we will need to rename the company. And launching products will yield no significant advantages. Is 20 million a bit steep? Gu Ping, at Hengtai International, sought to negotiate the acquisition with the parent company of Jinshin Investment Management. Jinxin is a wholly owned subsidiary of Hengtai International, established 5 years ago with aspirations for significant growth. However, it has become evident that the strategies adopted in Xia country do not align with those that are effective overseas. Despite issuing numerous public and private funds, the capital raised has been meager, and the business operations are in disarray. Most products are incurring losses, and even the modest profits generated are insufficient compared to the interest earned from substantial bank deposits. With the current struggles faced by Hengtai International, which is grappling with strategic missteps leading to considerable losses and plans to liquidate assets, Jinxin Investment Management Company is among those assets slated for sale. The price is not exorbitant. Our company possesses a comprehensive array of licenses, and the overall structure remains intact, complete with a ready workforce. One could simply acquire it and rename it for immediate use. However, we are wary of employing anyone from Jinxin at present. Upon hearing this, Gu Ping swiftly declined. The original staff of Jinxin are not to be trusted. Of course, the final decision rests with Li Yi. Yet, in discussions regarding the acquisition, whether Li Yi intends to utilize the company or not, it is crucial to downplay its value to negotiate effectively. Zhang, please provide a realistic price. How much do private fund licenses cost? What about public fund licenses? The total expenses for acquiring these are minimal. We aim to save time, and it is unreasonable to invest excessively for the sake of expediency. You know well that Jinxin's licenses are the only assets of any real value. The rest are inconsequential. After the acquisition, a name change will be necessary to launch products, as continuing to operate under the Jinxin banner, given its prior performance, would undoubtedly hinder product sales. 15 million. 10 million would be acceptable. I can send someone to inventory the assets and sign the contract next month, with funds transferred directly to your account. Gu Ping immediately cut the price by 5 million. In reality, 10 million is a steep price if merely acquiring a few licenses. Yet the true worth of the company lies in its comprehensive licensing framework. Notably, the most valuable asset is the seemingly insignificant fund subsidiary license. Due to stringent regulations on the trust industry, many banks and institutions are compelled to shift their trust operations to fund subsidiaries. This license is currently the most coveted. In fact, a fund sales license holds greater value than both private and public fund licenses. The earnings from launching a fund are minimal, often. The income generated from establishing channels for fund sales surpasses that of the fund companies themselves. Thus, 10 million is the price to finalize. Subsequently, Gu Ping must engage a professional team to conduct a thorough inventory of Gene Xian to uncover any hidden liabilities. Additionally, an assessment of the products that are neither settled nor liquidated must be undertaken, as Gene Xian Investments acquisition requires reporting to the regulatory authorities. And ongoing maintenance is necessary until these products mature. Gu Ping successfully negotiated the acquisition of Jinxin Investment Management Company, and Li Yi soon learned of this development. Expressing his gratitude regarding Gu Ping's arrangement for individuals to review and inventory Jinxin, Li Yi remarked, "Professional." In his previous life, Li Yi was a programmer and possessed little understanding of corporate acquisitions. Had he been the one to engage in negotiations, he might have fallen prey to ulterior motives. Upon completion of the audit, Li Yi needed only to prepare 10 million yuan by the beginning of next month to take over Jinxin Company. Subsequently, launching products would be remarkably convenient, requiring merely an application to the regulatory authorities. Once the procedures were deemed satisfactory and approved, product launches could commence. Chapter 51. A consecutive surge, earning over 14 million in 2 days. The acquisition of Jinxin Company has been finalized. The ride-hailing software team is continuously enhancing the application and has even proposed acquiring a navigation software. Li Yi agreed. Thus, he is now in dire need of profits. Profits. On Monday, Li Yi sold 90 of his shares in Jinhua Technology, yielding a profit of 22,932,000. He retained 10 as a base for future trading. Currently, his available funds amount to 29,400,000. He liquidated his holdings in Haijing Bank, realizing a gain of 1,746,000, bringing his available funds to 48,606,000. He invested all of it into Longjiang Real Estate, directly pushing its stock to the daily limit. The market value of Longjiang Real Estate, initially at 19,400,000, skyrocketed to 613,444,000. His total assets now stand at 761,698,000, with available funds of 101,382,000. The market value of his Jinhua Technology holdings is 32,340,000, while Longjiang Real Estate stands at 627,976,000. The day's profit and loss amounted to 83,736,000, with a total profit and loss of 752,398,000. He earned 8,370,000 in a single day, once again setting a new record. His total assets have surpassed 76 million, and breaking through 80 million tomorrow seems feasible. Today, there was indeed an opportunity to exceed 80 million. However, Li Yi retained 10 million in funds for tomorrow's stock price increase and subsequent selling. Jinlong Real Estate has already achieved 2 consecutive limit ups since last Friday. Tomorrow, significant capital will be required to stretch and sell. Undoubtedly, the consecutive limit ups of Jinlong Real Estate, coupled with increased trading volume and turnover rate, make its ascension to the leaderboard inevitable, even amidst a less than favorable market trend. On the leaderboard, the second largest purchaser of Jinlong Real Estate was Guojin Securities' Dongqing South Road branch, investing over 40 million, while the largest purchaser acquired over 90 million. Without a doubt, further upward momentum for Jinlong Real Estate is forthcoming. Should Li Yi and the principal buyer wish to offload their shares, they must exercise caution to avoid inciting retail investors to sell, which could lead to a stampede. Li Yi has set aside 10 million for tomorrow's stock price increase and selling, aiming for a limit up. Based on his foresight, it is clear that Jinlong Real Estate will continue to rise tomorrow. The leading buyer today did not offload their shares, indicating stability. When Li Yi decides to sell, he must do so gradually, avoiding a large-scale sell-off that could provoke a backlash. Funds were reserved, anticipating a potential drop in stock prices tomorrow, allowing for a rebound. Li Yi has absconded from Jinhua Technology, liquidating nearly 30 million. He should have completely divested. However, today Jinhua Technology surged, suggesting that his original investment would also appreciate. He likely hasn't sold out entirely. Clearing his positions, Li Yi has already announced his actions for today, having fully divested from Jinhua Technology and Haijing Bank. He had purchased Haijing Bank just last Friday, entirely unaware of the situation. Astonishingly, reviewing the leaderboard for Longjiang Real Estate, One observes that Guijin Securities' Dongqing South Road branch acquired over 40 million. Li Yi has entered Longjiang real estate, which is quite substantial, already housing considerable institutional funds, making manipulation quite challenging. Following Li Yi's lead to profit, one might consider investing in Longjiang real estate tomorrow, as the buying pressure remains robust. What is there to fear? Aligning with Li Yi, one could easily secure a luxurious villa by the sea. Today, Li Yi updated his Weibo, stating he fully divested from Haijing Bank and Jinhua Technology. Although he maintained a core position in Jinhua Technology, he would not disclose this, asserting he had completely exited the stock. From the latest leaderboard updates, netizens discovered his entry into Jinlong real estate. In fact, Li Yi had purchased Jinlong real estate last Friday, and today he deployed over 40 million in funds. Coupled with the leading position acquiring 90 million, driving the price to its limit. Many have spotted Li Yi's presence on the leaderboard, confirming his actions before following suit. Generally, one can secure 1 or 2 price limits each time. If one refrains from excessive greed, profit is almost guaranteed. However, those who are overly ambitious often face losses. Li Yi has been on the run for quite some time. When will others catch on? Subsequent stock prices may plummet swiftly or continue to languish. If you do not incur losses, who will? Li Yi has become a barometer for the stock market. While this analogy may be exaggerated, he undeniably serves as a wealth code for numerous speculators and is currently a favored figure in the investment community. Yet, Li Yi has never held a controlling stake. He primarily operates by anticipating future trends, often riding the momentum of stocks that are already surging. Additionally, he invests in stocks poised for limit ups, further amplifying their rise, thereby attracting more attention. Retail investors who recognize Li Yi's involvement can simply replicate his strategy. With moderation, they can profit handsomely. There has never been any indication of him meticulously monitoring a stock, gradually accumulating shares, and then using fluctuations to purge retail investors before driving the price up. Such tactics have never been his style. On Tuesday, the market opened, and Man was instructed to drive the price up. The counterpart should cooperate with us. After a workout, I had a protein meal. Upon opening, Li Yi directed Man to elevate the stock price. The enthusiasm generated from Li Yi's previous acquisition of Jinlong real estate attracted retail investors, and even if the broader market fluctuated today, Jinlong real estate still hit its limit within 15 minutes of the market opening. Although Li Yi initially intended to sell, he remained patient and refrained from acting. With the markets opening, Li Yi's foresight allowed him to anticipate tomorrow's trends. Jinlong real estate is expected to hit its limit again. He had originally planned to sell today. Even while simultaneously elevating and divesting, one could still liquidate funds exceeding 10 million. Yet, as Li Yi beheld the impending surge of Jinlong real estate, a staggering number of buy orders, over 100,000 hands, had firmly sealed the limit up board. Astonishing. Jinlong real estate was a stock Li Yi had prudently acquired the previous Friday, remaining discreet enough to evade the watchful eyes of the market. On Sunday, utilizing his foresight, he discerned the stock's trajectory was destined for a considerable rise. On Monday, he boldly purchased a substantial amount, propelling the stock to its limit-up status. He also noted that another faction had entered the fray, purchasing over 90 million. To his utter astonishment, this capital was more formidable than he had anticipated, having already been lurking within the stock. However, with Jinlong real estate's substantial market capitalization, it housed numerous institutional investors, speculative funds, and prominent players, all of whom were entrenched within. This is precisely why the limit up was so resolutely maintained. Originally, Li Yi had intended for Man to elevate the stock price before unloading his shares. However, upon market opening, he could already foresee the stock's performance for tomorrow. A glance revealed the overwhelming buy orders that had sealed the limit up board, startling him. Consequently, he abandoned any thoughts of selling, opting instead to hold on, waiting for the afternoon when his foresight would allow him to glimpse the situation for the next day. Would any unforeseen developments arise by then? Nevertheless, with those 100,000 hands firmly securing the limit up, it represented tens of billions in capital. Such a colossal sum sealing the board should preclude any unexpected shifts. This was not a situation amenable to order cancellations like in a collective bidding process. Li Yi merely needed to await tomorrow's market opening, employing his foresight to assess the circumstances for the day after and determine his strategy. Today's market performance remained lackluster, oscillating briefly before plummeting, an expected correction after such fervent surges. Utilizing his foresight once more, he perceived the overall market's trajectory for tomorrow, a significant drop upon opening. Coupled with his earlier observation of the tens of billions sealing the board for Jinlong real estate, a revelation struck him. Capital was coalescing. Tomorrow's opening would witness a substantial decline. Yet, Jinlong real estate had achieved 3 limit-ups consecutively over the past few days. Amidst the broader market's declines, capital chose to flock to Jinlong real estate, driving it to its limit-up. Tomorrow would likely mark the final surge, after which the main investors would gradually begin to divest. While it may not be a complete exodus, a notable amount of stock would surely be offloaded. After all, they had witnessed 4 limit-ups, a 46 increase. Tomorrow, he would again utilize his foresight to observe the situation for the day after. Should a significant outflow of funds occur, he would promptly liquidate his holdings. With those 100,000 hands firmly sealing the limit-up, a staggering tens of billions, Li Yi's investment of over 60 million would hardly create a ripple. Nevertheless, he believed that such investors would not act imprudently. After the substantial orders sealed the limit-up, any subsequent selling would likely be gradual. The principal capital within Jinlong real estate was far too considerable. The notion of them all fleeing en masse was implausible, as it would lead to a direct limit down. These main funds were united, operating with a tacit understanding amongst themselves. Total assets: 8,250, 960, 000 available funds. 308, 110, 000 market value of Jinhua Technology Holdings. 316, 930, 000 market value of Longjiang Real Estate Holdings. 762, 592, 000 daily profit and loss. 63, 398, 000 8 total profit and loss. 815, 796, 000 8 772. When Jinhua Technology was last liquidated, a reserve of 10 was retained, and today a 2 loss on this reserve can be deemed negligible. Gu Manman has been boosting Longjiang real estate, investing over 7 million. It can be said that, upon witnessing tomorrow's tens of thousands of buy orders sealing the price limit, Li Yi remains unperturbed. Nearly all ammunition has been expended. The total market value of Jinlong real estate holdings has reached over 76 million. Total assets have soared to 82.5 billion. Today, a profit of over 6 million was made, which is 2 million less than yesterday. This is primarily due to the lack of operations. With only one price limit reached, counting yesterday, the profits over 2 days exceed 14 million. Quite substantial, wouldn't you agree? Chapter 52. Li Yi's massive orders cause a stir, leaving some in panic. Today was relatively calm in terms of operations. Primarily, your strength has drawn the retail investors, eliminating the need to manipulate stock prices, as Jinlong real estate has directly surged to its price limit. Gu Manman, observing that over 10 million of her funds remain unutilized, notes that Jinlong real estate has hit its price limit. By the way, earlier you instructed me to push for a price limit, and now you want me to buy entirely at the limit price? Gu Manman, leaning closer to Li Yi's handsome profile, glimpses at his stock account. Contrary to their earlier arrangement to gradually elevate the price while liquidating, Li Yi suddenly changed his strategy, instructing her to buy aggressively, even at the limit price. What was the outcome? Orders placed at the limit price did not fully execute, leaving over 3 million in funds uninvested. In Gu Manman's view, Li Yi's previous investment in Jinlong real estate has drawn attention, with his followers flocking in, eager to replicate his moves. They propelled Jinlong real estate to its price limit. Li Yi could sense the fragrance of Gu Manman's hair and the subtle scent on her, stirring feelings within him. Regardless, Li Yi is a mature man, albeit an 18-year-old brimming with youthful vigor. However, Gu Manman, being clever, only offers glimpses and touches, yet refrains from allowing him to indulge. Despite being just 18, Li Yi possesses a mature mindset, maintaining self-control. Beneath the table, he caresses her fair, smooth thigh, remarking, "Today's market trend is not favorable. A correction is inevitable after consecutive rises, and we may witness a significant decline tomorrow. Should a downturn occur, funds will need to find a haven. With Jinlong real estate hitting consecutive price limits, it is highly probable that substantial capital will flow in tomorrow. There's no need to sell today. We will assess the situation tomorrow. If a significant drop happens and large funds enter, with Jinlong real estate's extensive market cap, We can easily liquidate our several million without concern. Gu Man attentively listens to Li Yi's analysis, even taking notes on her computer, diligently learning. Regarding Li Yi's casual gesture of touching the thigh, she has grown accustomed to these minor perks, as they do not entail any actual benefits. This insight is derived from Li Yi's unique ability to foresee future events, which leads her to an infallible conclusion. While others may be able to analyze situations, the certainty of their analyses remains unguaranteed. Only Li Yi possesses the foresight to assure that her evaluations are indeed accurate. To the outside world, this exudes confidence, an unwavering belief in her own assessments and judgments, upon which she bases her actions. Others may find it difficult to emulate her success, attributing it solely to her innate talent. In reality, Li Yi intends to assess the circumstances tomorrow before making her moves. Rather than merely observing the conditions of the next day, a surge in stock prices is anticipated without a doubt. Hundreds of thousands of shares are firmly locked at the ceiling price. Li Yi plans to await the market's opening, utilizing her foresight to determine how the stock of Jinlong Real Estate will perform the day after. On Wednesday, without any surprises, the market opens with a slight downturn. Among thousands of stocks, the majority are in the red, with only a handful of stocks experiencing gains. The stocks reaching their ceiling prices are few, merely a dozen or so. Jinlong Real Estate, however, hits the ceiling within 5 minutes of opening. As the market declines and individual stocks falter, the best course of action is to invest in yesterday's ceiling stocks. Jinlong Real Estate is locked at the ceiling price. Hundreds of thousands of buy orders are firmly established at this ceiling. What is happening here? Are these investors truly irrational? Indeed, following Li Yi's lead seems like a pathway to prosperity. The crucial point, however, is that it is nearly impossible to enter the market now. Those who followed her lead yesterday found their investments hitting the ceiling within merely 15 minutes. Time waits for no one. If you haven't invested within the first 15 minutes, it reflects a lack of faith in Li Yi's judgment. I attempted to invest at the opening, but the stock price surged dramatically, creating a barrier to entry. Sunglasses. I observed the situation yesterday and placed an order at the ceiling price, which eventually executed. Today, I shall simply take the gains and exit. Hundreds of thousands of shares are locked at the ceiling price. What an eye-opener. Tomorrow's ceiling price is a certainty. How much capital is seeking refuge in this investment? Is Li Yi simply fortunate, or does she possess genuine skill? It's amusing to think that with nearly 9 figures in capital, soon to reach the billion mark, some still consider her success a matter of luck rather than talent. From 1 million to 1 billion in less than 2 months. This summer has barely concluded. Sigh. Li Yi has even established her investment firm. What about her private equity products? Is she merely promoting a jumping game? Li Yi has registered an investment company and has taken control of a gaming enterprise, Shanghai Technology, which specializes in game software development. She has no intention of managing private equity. After all, why should she share her profits? With substantial capital still at her disposal, there is no need for her to delve into private equity. What is this? I just spotted a large sell order. I saw it too. The 2 sell orders, totaling a few thousand shares, amount to merely around 10,000 shares. A trivial matter. Hundreds of thousands of shares, representing billions in capital, are locked at the ceiling price. What significance does a mere 10,000 shares hold? In ordinary circumstances, such a volume could easily pry open the ceiling price and drag the stock down, potentially even leading to a drastic drop. This is troubling. Is Li Yi fleeing? 2 sell orders combined amount to over 10,000 hands. Could this truly signify Li Yi's departure? However, did Li Yi not initially invest over 40 million in capital? That barely suffices for 10,000 hands. This implies he cannot purchase further. It appears he made those purchases last week, liquidating his positions in Jinhua Technology and Haijing Bank, channeling all funds into Jinlong Real Estate, which surely accounts for over 10,000 hands. If Li Yi were to offload this substantial sell order, it would indeed be impressive. Over 10,000 hands represent an investment of 80 million. Li Yi's strategy eludes comprehension. With over 100,000 hands sealing the price limit up, why would he flee now? Would it not be more advantageous to escape tomorrow? This is why one cannot achieve great success. Consider today, 100,000 hands capped at the limit up. Jinlong Real Estate achieving 4 consecutive boards, with a surge of 46. How could the funds possibly escape? If Li Yi were to evade, Today would have been the optimal moment. Post-tomorrow, he would only be able to exit gradually, which consumes excessive time, a notion Li Yi despises. We await the afternoon closing and the dragon and tiger list to ascertain whether Li Yi is involved. It will be immediately evident. Is it once again the seller of 10,000 hands? Are they following Li Yi's departure? Why are there so many sellers of 10,000 hands? Surely, the limit-up board cannot be pried open? It seems implausible. With over 100,000 hands sealing the board, that's billions in capital. If the limit-up were to be breached, Jinlong Real Estate would plummet to the limit down, inevitably leading to continuous declines thereafter. I feel quite anxious. Having purchased at the limit-up price yesterday, if today as tens of thousands of sealing orders are shattered and it falls to the limit down, it would be a painful experience, truly an eye-opener. To witness history? Indeed, many are somewhat unsettled. Li Yi unloading large orders and directly fleeing has triggered a mass exodus of other significant funds from Jinlong Real Estate, with successive large orders being offloaded. One can observe the once hundreds of thousands of sealing orders rapidly diminish to mere tens of thousands. Many are genuinely alarmed. Billions in capital sealed. And this limit-up has been breached? No need to elaborate. Today's limit-up could instantly transform into a limit-down. It would straightforwardly lead to a 20-day limit-down. In such circumstances, it is inevitable that subsequent days will witness continuous declines. This is not a matter for speculation. Fortunately, the worst outcome has not yet materialized. Following the exit of several large sellers, the limit-up board has once again seen an increase in tens of thousands of hands. There still remains over 100,000 large orders sealing the board. The underlying message is clear. Substantial capital is at play. Those involved understand that they must not flee. Should they choose to do so, it would indeed result in a catastrophic limit down, with a massive red candlestick crashing down. In that case, Jinlong Real Estate would inevitably face continuous limit downs in the trading days to come, necessitating a retraction of the recent limit-up gains. The only option is to reinforce this limit-up with capital, showcasing the strength of the sealing funds. Chapter 53, New High, Daily Earnings of 32 million. Unrelated to margin trading. Total assets, 907,606,000 available funds, 877,339,000 market value of Jinhua Technology Holdings, 267,000. Daily profit and loss, 76,259,10. Total profit and loss, 898,306,000, 8,772. After a series of operations with Jinlong Real Estate, Li Yi's stock account total assets have surpassed the 90 million threshold. We are on the cusp of breaching the historic 100 million mark. Currently, there remains approximately 1 hour until the morning session concludes. Li Yi, possessing over 87 million in capital, is well positioned to engage in further investments. However, the overall market sentiment today is rather bleak. Otherwise, such substantial funds would not be left idle, leading to significant investments in Jinlong Real Estate, with the locked-in capital exceeding several billion. As for Jinhua Technology in Li Yi's portfolio, after a previous surge, it experienced a decline of 45 today. Anticipating this, Li Yi had prepared to liquidate his holdings in Jinlong Real Estate. Therefore, leveraging his foresight, he carefully selected the shares to acquire post-liquidation. As the stock market opened this morning, Li Yi promptly utilized his predictive abilities to ascertain the trajectory of Jinlong Real Estate for the following day. It appears that tomorrow, the upward momentum for Jinlong Real Estate will be modest. Large investors are simultaneously pushing the stock price up while offloading shares. As noted by online analysts, Li Yi prefers not to linger too long on any single stock. Gradual selling might yield greater profits, but it also risks eroding gains. More importantly, the modest profits from gradual sales are unlikely to compare to the substantial returns Li Yi could achieve through swift liquidation and reinvestment in another stock. He set his sights on Wuliangye, intending to make a significant move. Wuliangye currently ranks second in market capitalization within the liquor sector, boasting a market value of 73 billion. The leading stock, of course, is Jiangxiang Technology, with a staggering market capitalization of 180 billion. Both stocks see daily trading volumes of around 3.5 billion, and during favorable market conditions, they can surpass 1 billion, even reaching 2 billion. With Li Yi's 80 million in capital invested in these two stocks, it would hardly make a ripple. Nevertheless, a substantial push could elevate the stock price. Given the poor performance of the market today, the rotation of sectors has favored liquor stocks. Among all market segments, only the liquor sector remains relatively resilient. Although the sector is still predominantly in the red, several leading stocks are performing well. In a bid to avoid suspicion, Wolyangye and Egeo Company emerge as the most promising options. The influx of capital is also the reason these leading liquor stocks are still in the green. Li Yi and Gu Manman, wielding 80 million in capital, began to bolster Wolyangye. Despite the overall market downturn, this was quite evident. Many investors noticed the unusual activity surrounding Wolyangye. At this moment, how much of the 700 billion market cap of Wolyangye is being controlled by institutional investors? Subsequently, the stock price began to ascend, 26, 32, 49, 73. The unusual movement of Wolyangye was highlighted on stock trading platforms, capturing even more attention. Retail investors also jumped on board. While the entire market faced declines, Wolyangye surged, allowing participants to reap some rewards. By the close of the morning session, Wolyangye had soared by 84. The afternoon held the promise of a trading halt. In Li Yi's foresight, he envisioned Wolyangye reaching its trading limit in the afternoon. All 80 million of his funds were directed into Wolyangye, rendering further observation unnecessary. He simply awaited the afternoon's trading halt. As the afternoon session commenced, Wolyangye indeed achieved its trading limit and maintained this status until the market closed. Today's profits reached a new pinnacle, surpassing 32 million. Gu Manman glanced at her stock account, then at Li Yi's account, and together, their profits exceeded the 10 million mark, setting a record for daily earnings. The total assets have surpassed 96 million, soon to breach the 100 million mark. Fan Wensi, engrossed in learning intelligent algorithms, was astounded upon hearing Gu Manman recount today's gains. Wow, so much? A profit of 13 million in a single day? What does that even mean? Fan Wensi tilted her head in contemplation. Considering her family's monthly income of less than 4,000 to amass over 13 million would require 330 months, over 200 years. The revelation left her utterly astonished. Furthermore, Li Yi's stock account total assets have already exceeded 100 million. Is Li Yi now a billionaire? The thought of having a billionaire classmate felt rather appealing to Fan Wensi. Moreover, Li Yi had mentioned that after graduation, she could join him as the chief technology officer of his company. She must strive to keep up. Reflecting on Li Yi's exceptional abilities made her feel that her own efforts were lacking, and she didn't want to be a hindrance. Thus, she silently encouraged herself. Keep going. Study harder. As for the dinner invitation, even though the entire summer's meal expenses had been covered by Gu Manman, today's record-breaking income of over 13 million and the total assets nearing 100 million certainly warranted a celebratory treat from Li Yi. Current total assets, 96, 463, 300. Available funds, 904 yuan. Market value of Jinhua Technology Holdings, 30, 267, 000. Market value of Wolyangye Holdings, 93, 436, 600. Daily profit and loss, 133, 286. Total profit and loss, 95, 533, 300. 1027, 238. Upon reviewing his account's total assets and earnings, Li Yi declared with a grand gesture, "Tonight, I shall treat you all. Choose freely." Yay! Gu Manman leapt for joy and then pulled Fan Wensi to discuss what to eat that evening. "What shall we have for dinner, Wensi?" It was still early in the afternoon, just past 3, and with the stock market closed, they had ample time to deliberate over their dining options. While selecting their dinner, Gu Manman inquired of Li Yi, "Why haven't you opened a margin trading account yet? Is the channel available?" A margin trading account allows for both financing and short selling. For instance, if Li Yi possesses 1 million and is optimistic about a certain stock but feels underfunded, he can seek financing from a brokerage to purchase that stock, repaying the loan upon selling the shares. This method enables one to leverage smaller amounts of capital for larger investments. Short selling operates similarly, albeit with the expectation of a stock's decline. In such a case, Li Yi could borrow the stock at its current price, say 100 yuan, sell it, and then repurchase it at a lower price, say 90 yuan, returning it to the broker and pocketing the difference. In a market that does not permit short selling, this method is virtually the only means to engage in such activity, as well as a way to achieve zero operational risk. To open a margin trading account, Several conditions must be met: an average daily asset of 500,000 over the past 20 days, a risk level of 4 or above, and a record of stock trading with a minimum of 6 months of experience. Unfortunately, Li lacked this trading experience. Margin trading and securities lending. Li had indeed inquired with the brokerage firm. If it were someone less renowned and perhaps older, possessing a stock account with tens of millions, even close to 100 million in funds, they would be granted access without the requisite 6 months of trading experience. However, this is Li. At merely 18 years of age, he is not permitted to trade stocks. How could he possibly obtain 6 months of trading experience? Moreover, Li boasts nearly 3 million followers and is a top performer in the college entrance examination. In less than 2 months of summer vacation, he has amassed nearly 100 million. Which brokerage would dare to grant him a margin account under such scrutiny? Wouldn't that signal regulatory noncompliance? Thus, the margin account is certainly unattainable. This has already been a fast track. Were it not for this, Li's previous transactions would not have been so effortlessly executed. On the fast track, funds amounting to several million can be utilized to apply for brokerage services. In the realm of stock trading, ordinary positions are accessed by numerous investors through a singular channel, yet transactions are prioritized by price and time. Regular channels are utilized by thousands, even tens of thousands of users, while specialized channels are reserved for a select few. At identical price levels, these channels allow your orders to be prioritized for swift execution. Some large retail investors leverage the advantages of these channels to initiate price surges while simultaneously offloading their shares, much akin to Li's current strategy. However, Li possesses the foresight to mitigate risks, ensuring a higher success rate. Consequently, I too have applied for the fast track. Gu Man listened to Li's explanation and understood why the margin account could not be processed. Indeed, no one would dare to grant him one. In recent days, when Gu Man purchased stocks, her transactions were often queued at the back, with her available funds failing to execute in full on several occasions. It is indeed feasible to secure a channel. The account Gu Man operates also holds several million in funds, making it relatively simple to apply for a fast track with the brokerage. Chapter 54. Frenzied. I will certainly work diligently with you in the future. The leaderboard has been released. Jinlong Real Estate ranks 4th in sell orders, with Guojin Securities Dongqing South Road branch selling over 50 million. Li updated his followers on his operations today, liquidating his position in Jinlong Real Estate. How could it only be over 50 million? Clearly, this is not the action of a single account. With Li's funds nearing 100 million, it is entirely reasonable to divide them into 2 or more accounts for easier manipulation and liquidation. In any case, it was Li who led the sell-off of Jinlong Real Estate, with the initial large sell order likely originating from him. To have sold over 50 million, yet only rank 4th in sell orders? After Li's sale, others followed suit in their exodus. Li must have ruffled quite a few feathers among the investors this time around. The true aggressors are those who sell off 200 million or more. Having liquidated his position in Jinlong Real Estate, it is in line with his character that, even amidst a significant market downturn, he would not remain entirely uninvested. What stocks has he acquired? It is unlikely he has left his funds unutilized, especially considering the 9 million he possesses. Surely he did not invest all of it without appearing on the leaderboard, unless it were in stocks of particularly high market value. Today, Wuliangye's price surge appears rather unusual. Could it possibly be orchestrated by Li? It is improbable that he consistently acquires limit-up stocks, is it not? It is possible that he has invested in Wuliangye or Jiangshang Technology. One cannot assert that Li always purchases limit-up stocks. Rather, as his capital has expanded, he often utilizes his own funds to propel stock prices to their limits. As the market closed in the evening, the Dragon and Tiger list was updated. Jinlong Real Estate achieved 4 consecutive limit-ups, with a total transaction volume nearing 4 billion, making its appearance on the list inevitable. Li sold over 80 million, placing him 4th, barely visible on the Dragon and Tiger list. Furthermore, Wuliangye also reached its limit-up, appearing on the list as well. Li invested over 90 million but did not appear on the Dragon and Tiger list, for this amount was divided between 2 accounts. Wuliangye remains a colossal entity with a market capitalization exceeding 700 billion. The daily transaction volume is exceedingly large. Although Li is indeed a catalyst for driving stock prices upward, he is not the one with the largest investment. His presence is hardly noted on the buying side for Wuliangye. Netizens cannot precisely determine which stock Li Yi purchased after liquidating his position in Jinlong Real Estate. However, some netizens have observed the stocks with significant gains today. Analyzing Li Yi's capital size, they speculate that he has entered high market cap stocks. Otherwise, with a few tens of millions in investments, smaller stocks would likely hit limit ups and appear on the Dragon and Tiger list. The absence of Li Yi on the list serves as the best proof. Thus, netizens have surmised correctly. Li Yi has indeed entered Wuliangye. Nevertheless, Wuliangye's market is too vast. With a market capitalization exceeding 700 billion, it has now surpassed 800 billion after hitting the limit up. Li Yi's investment, amounting to several tens of millions, is also divided across multiple accounts, making it impossible for him to appear on the Dragon and Tiger list. Cheers. Outside, speculation and analysis of Li Yi's operations continue. Li Yi, accompanied by Fan Wenxi and Gu Manman, went to a seafood restaurant at the Beitong Plaza downstairs. They reserved a private room for a celebration. The three raised their glasses, which, of course, contained only juice. Congratulations to Li Yi for achieving record profits today, and tomorrow his capital is certain to surpass 100 million. Another celebration is in order. Li Yi smiled and exclaimed, "We must celebrate. 100 million. A modest goal indeed. It is truly worthy of a grand celebration." Fan Wenxi gazed at Li Yi, her eyes filled with admiration. Incredible. Like Gu Manman, she has witnessed the transformation of Li Yi's stock portfolio from 1 million to 10 million, with tomorrow likely to breach the 100 million mark. Truly remarkable. What is even more significant is that they are all peers and classmates. In comparison, her admiration for Li Yi deepens, especially since his talents extend beyond stock trading. His prowess in computer technology is equally impressive. Fan Wenxi's admiration for Li Yi is exceedingly high. While enjoying juice and seafood, they engaged in casual conversation. Li Yi also mentioned his plans for next month. August is approaching. Both Cici and I will begin military training on August 16th. Man, when will you go to Yindu? This remark elicited a hint of displeasure. The military training at Yindu University commences in mid-August during the summer vacation, while Gu Manman's chosen Yindu University of Finance begins military training after the school year starts in September. Upon hearing this, Gu Manman, without a moment's hesitation, declared, "Of course. I will go to Yindu with you. I still need to assist you with your stock account." At that time, staying at a hotel would suffice. She is not lacking in funds. Moreover, she has been assisting Li Yi with his financial operations while also keeping up with her studies. During this period, her total capital has already approached 100,000 yuan. As for Fan Wenxi's account, it is personally managed by Li Yi, and its total assets are likely even higher. How much pocket money does Wenxi have in that account? With this thought, Gu Manman curiously inquired. Li Yi responded, "Around 140,000. Impressive. Gu Manman gave a thumbs up. To manage his own tens of millions in funds, while also ensuring Fan Wenxi earns some pocket money, is no small feat. More importantly, with Fan Wenxi's smaller account, Li Yi need not consider any external factors. His foresight allows him to simply select a stock that is bound to rise and invest accordingly. This is also a reason for his reduced trading frequency. Otherwise, selling after a limit up and then buying another stock would not be difficult. It essentially means a daily increase of 20. However, that would be too ostentatious. Li Yi prefers a more understated approach, merely ensuring Fan Wenxi earns enough to cover her tuition and living expenses for her college years. What? Is it really that much? Upon hearing that Gu Manman had prepared a stock account for her worth 140,000, Fan Wenxi was momentarily taken aback. It was quite a substantial amount. Truly, a considerable fortune. Don't speak. Before Fan Wenxi could finish her sentence, Li Yi stuffed a piece of lobster meat into her mouth. "The pocket money I've earned for you will allow you to focus on your studies for 4 years, and even support your family. You will never be short on funds." Gu Manman teased, "Are you planning to support our Wenxi?" Naturally. Such a talented and beautiful girl deserves early investment, to be firmly secured in his grasp, Li Yi readily admitted. With her mouth full of lobster meat, Fan Wenxi wore a cute, somewhat dazed expression, touched by the gesture. Even though she understood that Li Yi was quite adept at making money in the stock market, this sum would undoubtedly grow in the future and was a significant amount for her family. A true fortune. After swallowing the lobster meat, Fan Wenxi earnestly declared, "I will definitely follow you closely in the future and be your chief technology officer. Go for it." Li affectionately ruffled Fan Wenxi's mushroom-shaped hairstyle. Over the past 2 months, her hair had grown considerably, and her appearance and demeanor had transformed significantly. During high school, her lack of attention to her style, attire, and grooming had impacted her looks greatly. A change in hairstyle, a fitness regimen, and a slight shift in clothing could dramatically enhance one's appearance. If she learned to apply makeup and paired it with Fan Wenxi's striking figure, she would undoubtedly be a stunning beauty with no shortcomings, perhaps even surpassing Gu Man. Of course, each has their own merits. For someone as devoted as Li, he appreciates all beautiful girls. Chapter 55. On the last day of July, total assets surpassed 10 million. He passed the third driving test. Early in the morning, Li first went to take his third driving test. After a week of waiting, once I complete my driving test, I shall finally obtain my driver's license. Despite possessing a fortune exceeding 100 million, Li refrains from purchasing a vehicle, solely due to the absence of a driver's license. Were he to possess one, he would undoubtedly indulge himself with a luxurious car, replacing his father's dilapidated Skoda. Congratulations. CC and I shall drive once we reach the university, or perhaps we will attempt the test again next summer. Universities typically organize collective driving test registrations. If that is not the case, we can always find time to take the test. After all, university offers ample opportunity to secure a license. Today, Li is absent from the morning workout as he is taking his driving test, which means he missed the morning trading session. There is no need for concern regarding this. Yesterday, Li utilized his foresight ability to ascertain that the trajectory of Wuliangye would remain stable today. While taking the third segment of the driving test, he once again employed his foresight to review the stock performance of Wuliangye for today and tomorrow. Tomorrow marks Friday, and due to the limitations of his foresight ability, he can only glimpse into the next 24 hours, rendering him unable to foresee the following Monday's market. In fact, it suffices to select a relatively stable stock for investment on Fridays. Thus, the funds in the stock account can remain securely within Wuliangye without issue, steadily surpassing 100 million. In the afternoon, he intends to liquidate his holdings. However, given his foresight ability, there is no necessity for excessive caution. It is imperative to actively manage his funds to maximize profit potential. Achieving a breakthrough of 100 million ahead of schedule would fulfill a minor goal. Additionally, next month, he plans to acquire Jinshin Investment Management Company, followed by a navigation company. The ride-hailing business is also beginning to expand, necessitating substantial funds. The focus must remain on profit generation. In the afternoon, Li resolves to liquidate his Wuliangye shares. The company, valued at over 800 billion, opened 3 points higher this morning following a trading halt yesterday. The shares experienced a slight uptick to 47 during the morning session. In the afternoon, the price continued to rise to 5, peaking at a 6-point increase before ultimately retreating. This can be considered a stable performance around the 5-point increase. Li sold his shares in this vicinity. With over 800 billion in market capitalization, executing the sale of his position of just over 90 million was remarkably smooth. The liquidation was successful. Gu Man also successfully liquidated her Wuliangye shares, resulting in over 30 million in available funds. After his own liquidation, Li's account now holds over 60 million. The withdrawal from Wuliangye has contributed to a further decline in its value, yielding over 98 million in available funds, which exceeded his expectations. The impact of withdrawing less than 100 million from such a large cap stock was not as significant as anticipated. All funds have been withdrawn without incurring losses, and in fact, he has made a modest profit of several million, with over 98 million in available funds. Combined with the 3 million baseline from Jinhua Technology, his total assets have surpassed 100 million. With this substantial capital in hand, Li can confidently select a promising stock for investment, as long as it is not a multi-billion-dollar giant. He can effortlessly drive the stock price up to the daily limit. Li employs his own trading strategies and chooses suitable stocks for operation. He plans to gradually accumulate Maluan culture without haste. Li operates in a similar fashion. Currently, Gu Man's account holds a staggering 30 million in funds. After opening the channel, transactions have noticeably accelerated compared to before, with the same price and timing for buy orders. The rapid channel provided by the brokerage facilitates transactions much quicker than those of ordinary retail investors. Maluan culture can be regarded as a burgeoning stock. As the bull market emerges, it is not the high market capitalization blue chips and heavyweight stocks that soar the most, but often the leading stocks across various sectors. Had these blue chips and heavyweight stocks surged vigorously, they would not have lingered around the 3,000-point mark for over a decade. They might have already surpassed the 10,000-point threshold. After 3 days of adjustments and corrections, today the market has shown slight improvement. Following a rotation of gains across major sectors such as finance, securities, real estate, banking, and liquor, Li Yi, with his foresight, predicts that tomorrow the primary capital will elevate the cultural sector. Meiluan Culture is poised to be among the best performers. This company went public at the beginning of this year, directly hitting the limit up for 12 consecutive trading days. It can be deemed this year's sensational stock, maintaining high popularity. Not long ago, when the bull market was proclaimed, it even reached the limit up. Over the past year, it has hit the limit up 18 times, truly astonishing. Its current market capitalization stands at 7.8 billion, peaking at 12 billion. Recently, the daily trading volume has reached 81 billion, with an exceptionally high turnover rate exceeding 20. During the stretch when it surged to the limit up, the turnover rate even reached 50. It is remarkably active. Li Yi gradually accumulates shares. An investment of 98 million is not a trivial sum. Large funds operate with a tacit understanding. It is not merely about planning to uplift the cultural sector tomorrow. Preparations have long been in place. Given the recent decline in turnover rate and transaction volume for Meiluan Culture, it is evident that substantial positioning has already been established. Nevertheless, there remains several billion in daily trading volume, allowing Li Yi's 98 million to still make an impact. I have completed my purchases. Gu Manman, with her 30 million in funds, spent an hour without drawing too much attention. Following the prevailing trend, she fully invested in Meiluan Culture. Li Yi softly acknowledged. Still immersed in his operations, Gu Manman rested her chin on one hand, admiring the profile of Li Yi. A serious young man holds a certain allure. She leaned closer to observe Li Yi's actions. With over 60 million already invested, he had acquired a significant portion. With the sector rotation tomorrow, and Meiluan Culture likely to hit the limit up, Li Yi remains unconcerned about any potential mistakes arising from today's stretch. Should any issues arise, his foresight will enable him to react promptly and evade any fallout. At worst, he might incur a slight loss. Having purchased a lottery ticket for 10 yuan that won over 1 million, he subsequently invested over 900,000 into the stock market, growing his wealth to nearly 100 million now. Is he fearful of relinquishing a portion of his gains? Not at all. Finally, with over 20 million, Li Yi began to aggressively drive up the stock of Meiluan Culture, not holding back at all. Since its listing, the attention and enthusiasm for Meiluan Culture have been exceptionally high. As Li Yi initiates the rise, other investors will undoubtedly be inclined to buy in as well. As retail investors observe the situation, they recognize that capital is driving the stock to its upper limit. They swiftly seize the opportunity. The astute individuals place their bids at the ceiling price, forcefully entering the market. In less than 10 minutes, Meiluan Culture reaches its trading limit. Those who fail to react find their thighs bruised from slapping, yearning to join in, but missing the chance entirely. The stock is capped, and yet I remain on the sidelines. My thighs are sore from indecision, and I truly wish to admonish myself. Darn it, I only purchased 4,000 shares. The ascent was too rapid. Entering at the ceiling price, given the circumstances, it is inevitable that tomorrow will witness another surge. On the Meiluan Culture Stock Forum, many lament their bruised thighs. After days of observation, they sought the perfect moment to enter, only to find the stock capped. Some had the foresight to purchase early, savoring the rewards of this limit up. Others, demonstrating considerable boldness, recognized the rapid rise of Meiluan Culture and guessed that entering the market would be challenging, thus forcefully entered at the ceiling price. Nonetheless, many still missed the opportunity. Without sell orders, how could there be any transaction volume? However, it can be said that all of Li Yi's funds have been channeled into Meiluan Culture. The subsequent rise of this stock is not orchestrated by him. He merely ignited the initial spark. Total assets, 11,092,960. Available funds, 17,231. Jinhua Technology market value of holdings, 31,236. Meiluan Culture market value of holdings, 1,078,060. Daily profit and loss, 148,063. Total profit and loss, 092, 960, 11, 927, 91. Total assets effortlessly surpassing 100 million. Moreover, it has exceeded 1 billion. It can be said that the entire portfolio is in Maluan culture, with a market value of 1040 million. Today, after 3 days of decline, Jinhua Technology has risen by 32. It is anticipated that it will commence another surge in 2 days. Li Yi is contemplating whether to liquidate his holdings in Maluan culture tomorrow and invest in Jinhua Technology, or to maintain his position and reassess on Monday. Chapter 56. Li Yi, achieving a modest goal, trending on hot search. Today is a momentous day, as I have accomplished a small goal. Now, let me discuss today's operations. Image. Weibo platform. After the market closed, Li Yi posted on Weibo, stating, achieved a small goal. However, many people were left in confusion. What small goal? It is essential to note that this is only 2014. Our wealthiest individual, Wang, became the richest in 2013. Over the past 2 years, benefiting from the rapid development of real estate enterprises, next year he is poised to surpass old Li and become the richest Chinese globally. A small goal refers to what Wang articulated during an interview in 2016 when the host inquired about advice for the youth. Wang suggested not to aim for being the richest right away, but to first set a smaller goal. For instance, I shall earn 100 million. That is essentially the gist of it. At this moment, no one comprehended what Li Yi's declaration of achieving a small goal meant. He even posted on Weibo, indicating it was a moment worth commemorating. Nevertheless, the screenshot of the transaction slip attached to Li Yi's Weibo post proves that after fleeing from Jinlong Real Estate, a substantial sum was invested into Wuliangye. With a market capitalization exceeding 70 billion, it is no wonder that Li Yi's presence is not seen on the leaderboard. Thus, I was unable to replicate Li Yi's strategies. However, some netizens have deduced that Li Yi liquidated over 80 million in Jinlong Real Estate, potentially spreading the funds across multiple accounts to avoid detection. It is highly likely that these funds were reinvested into large-cap blue-chip stocks. Despite the market's dismal performance yesterday, only a few heavyweight stocks reached their caps, with Wuliangye, valued at 80 billion, being one of them. Today, Li Yi's settlement slip from the liquidation has confirmed the speculation. He indeed ventured into Wuliangye. Yet, astonishingly, he exited the position within a single night. How could he have held it for such a brief period? Did Wuliangye not merit more of his attention? My guess was correct. He did invest in Wuliangye. This maneuver is nothing short of remarkable. Whatever stock he purchases seems to soar. Was it not Li Yi who initially propelled Wuliangye's stock price before it hit the ceiling yesterday? This cannot merely be attributed to luck. It reflects a strategic mindset. Amidst a market downturn of 2 points, where could the funds possibly flow? By driving up Wuliangye's price, he attracted substantial capital to the stock. The leaderboard has been updated, allowing us to glean insights from Li Yi's activities. He has now entered Maluan culture, which hit its cap this afternoon at 2:40 p.m. To my astonishment, Li Yi was the one rallying Maluan culture. The second position for buying, over 70 million? If we consider other accounts, how much did Li Yi invest today? Li Yi, may I inquire about your current total capital? Has it surpassed 9 figures? 9 figures, over 100 million? Observing Li Yi's social media updates today, a momentous day, achieving a small goal? Is this small goal indeed 100 million? Truly, our modest aim is merely to earn a little profit, while Li Yi's small goal is an impressive 100 million. The disparity is palpable. It is disheartening. At 18, we are still troubled by internet fees while others have amassed 100 million. How is it that, despite being fellow examinees this year, Li Yi has already earned 100 million before the summer break has concluded? Meanwhile, we are toiling to earn a mere 1,000 or so. Li Yi's small goal, 100 million. Li Yi has earned 100 million before the summer break ends. Li Yi's social media post, combined with the leaderboard update, has propelled Maluan culture into the spotlight. With nearly 100 million in funds this afternoon and over 70 million in his own account, he has secured the second position on the buying list. The account Li Yi disclosed alone holds over 70 million. Netizens are curious about the total capital in Li Yi's possession. Some have speculated it may have reached 9 figures, amounting to 100 million. Initially, many, including netizens, were unable to comprehend Li Yi's social media message about achieving a small goal. Why is this so noteworthy? However, after listening to the analysis, it seems Li Yi's stock account may indeed have reached 9 figures, 100 million. Perhaps this was achieved today. Considering this, when Li Yi mentioned his small goal being significant, it indeed refers to 100 million. This news has rapidly spread across the internet, trending on social media and becoming a hot topic. Is it possible that this penguin has issues? Here we go again. Li Yi gazed at the news pushed by Weixin today, top scorer in the college entrance examination. Summer vacation from millions to 100 million. Previously, Li Yi had revealed his stock account and subsequently shared a clearing transaction on Weibo, leading netizens to deduce that his account held over 7 million. This news was promptly disseminated by Weixin. Now, his total assets had reached an astonishing 100 million. Weixin once again circulated news pertinent to him. Is this akin to herding sheep for profit? Is this for real? Even Li Yi's parents were now clutching their phones, scrutinizing the news pushed by Weixin, their faces painted with disbelief as they approached to inquire. Was the top scorer not their own son? Notably, the photo accompanying the Weixin news was one of Li Yi taken while filling out his college applications. A sunlit young man, simple, handsome, confident, and particularly composed in the media's lens. Li Yi was quite pleased with this photograph paired with Weixin's news. However, considering revealing his fortune of 100 million, he thought a bit of compensation for copyright would be in order. Li Yi had not anticipated that, even before his modest goal had gained traction, netizens would decipher its significance so swiftly. Indeed, there was substance to it. Since he had announced the news on Weibo, he had suspected it would be analyzed by netizens and had no intention of concealing it. He simply hadn't expected the response to be so rapid. Clothes of brocade are not meant to be paraded in the streets, like a night walker in fine garments. What is the point of living without a touch of pretense? Moreover, Li Yi himself craved attention, popularity, and a fan base. Whether in the future launching private equity products, public offerings, or promoting ride-hailing applications and short videos, a solid fan foundation was essential. Having just surpassed the 100 million mark today, he was astounded by how quickly people grasped the meaning behind his modest goal. When questioned by his parents, Li Yi candidly affirmed the truth. Is it really 100 million? Li Guozhong, having heard his son's response, still found it hard to believe. Has he truly become a millionaire? Ye Hongying shared in the disbelief, cautiously asking, is there any issue with this? In less than 2 months, he has earned 100 million? Although the principal was from a lottery win, amounting to less than 1 million, the difference between 1 million and 100 million was negligible. To claim Li Yi had earned 100 million was devoid of any exaggeration. The less than 1 million principal was merely a drop in the ocean of 100 million. Li Yi reassured his parents, rest assured, everything is perfectly fine. This was also earned through legitimate channels. I suppose one could say I am rather impressive. If other individuals, especially stock investors, were to hear Li Yi's words, they would undoubtedly be taken aback. Impressive? This was a rhythm on the verge of soaring. At this moment, across the internet, particularly within the comments section of Li Yi's Weibo, countless individuals were inquiring when he would launch private equity products. Everyone was eagerly anticipating their purchase. If Li Yi could capitalize on this momentum to introduce related private or public offerings, he could undoubtedly amass several hundred million, or even billions, in fundraising. Yet, Li Yi chose not to address this topic at all. Even next month, merely a few days away, the acquisition of Jinshin Investment Management Company will commence. The private and public fund licenses can be secured simultaneously. However, the launch of related private and public products necessitates careful design and recruitment. It is implausible to entrust the complete management of the products solely to Li Yi. Once the product design is finalized, it must be submitted for regulatory approval before funds can be raised through a public offering. There is no urgency. The earliest we can expect this to happen is in September, following Li Yi's military training conclusion. Chapter 57. Is it too difficult to ensnare Li Yi? Gu Ping. Has it reached 100 million? Truly impressive. The financial audits for Jinshin have been completed. Please let me know when you are available at the beginning of the month to sign the contract and prepare 10 million in funds. Tu Wendong. Has it genuinely earned 100 million? It seems the company's future development is assured. The software is nearly complete, and I am currently assembling a promotional team and negotiating partnerships with taxi drivers and companies. When will you come to Yindu? Surely. You want to wait until military training begins? I am also negotiating the acquisition of a navigation map. Both Gu Ping and Tu Wendong sent voice messages to Li Yi. Lengthy in content, with a succinct summary. We need money. Acquisition of Jinshin Investment Management Company. We need funds. The taxi software company has been registered as Fast Ride. Li Yi holds a 90% stake in Fast Ride through future investment, having contributed 10 million. Additionally, he provided the core algorithms and software, as well as future development plans. Tu Wendong invested 10 million but only acquired a 10% stake. He is also responsible for the company's management and operations. The plan provided by Li Yi is remarkably detailed. As long as Tu Wendong is not foolish, he can simply follow the outlined strategy. Tu Wendong possesses capabilities. Although he previously faced losses in his investment company due to unfortunate project outcomes, the current landscape of 2014 presents limited opportunities within the entire internet sector. It is predominantly a red ocean. Investing in 100 projects, having even 10 survive is commendable, and one must persistently burn cash. Li Yi and Tu Wendong's joint investment of 20 million merely suffices for the initial development of the taxi company. They also need to acquire a navigation software. The subsequent promotional expenses will further deplete their funds. It's all about spending. Upon hearing that Li Yi has already amassed 100 million, Tu Wendong felt more confident about the future of Fast Ride. When the time comes to spend, there is no need to fret over a lack of funds. There is no need to worry about finding shareholders willing to invest. There is no need to plead with those shareholders in front of investors, as they can approach with ample confidence. This is of utmost importance. Fast Ride will undoubtedly require financing in the future. The distinction between begging for capital while on one's knees and standing tall while capital eagerly seeks to invest is entirely different. Li Yi has also entered Maloan culture. Should one consider deceiving him? This young fellow indeed possesses a stroke of luck, having earned 100 million. It is truly perplexing. We toil tirelessly for years, yet the earnings do not even match what an 18-year-old can earn in mere 2 months. Is it merely good fortune? Do you genuinely believe that Li Yi's success is merely a stroke of luck? While others may casually speculate, if we too adopt this notion, we would be deceiving ourselves. The abundant capital within Maloan culture is far from unified. If we were to undermine Li Yi, we would incur even greater losses. There is no necessity for such folly. Rest assured, with this young man's investment style, we shall eventually catch him. It has come to my attention that Jinshin Investment Management, a subsidiary of Hengtai International, has been acquired. The purchaser is reportedly a young individual. Could there be a connection to Li Yi? I have heard whispers that it is someone from Newtown Pharmaceuticals who is behind the acquisition. At Yindu, an elite club, several titans of the investment circle convene. It is a scene of opulence and indulgence, with individuals wielding capital in the tens of billions, even hundreds of billions, or perhaps trillions. The financial sector is the most chaotic of realms. The entertainment industry pales in comparison, scarcely deserving the title of a mere subordinate. Within this gathering, there is Zhang Yuquan, who once publicly critiqued Li Yi online, though Li Yi paid him no heed. Additionally, there is the esteemed Mr. Fong, who transitioned from a prominent stock trader to the private equity sphere. This moniker, bestowed by the stock market and online community, reflects his prowess. Presently, Mr. Fong commands hundreds of billions in assets, positioning him among the elite in the private equity domain. Though the assembly is small, several have suffered losses due to Li Yi, particularly those associated with Jinlong Real Estate. As a major player with a market cap in the billions, the influx of capital is substantial. With hundreds of thousands of shares and billions in funding, a surge to the daily limit is achievable. The following day, a continuation of this upward trend could transform a stock into a speculative darling, potentially yielding multiples in profit, though this is no small feat. However, Li Yi has been known to exit the market abruptly, triggering a mass sell-off that left many devastated. In such scenarios, not only is a sustained rally implausible, but the stock often opens the next day perilously close to a limit down. Had it not been for the significant capital and the tacit understanding among investors, along with the infusion of billions to stabilize the situation, the profits accrued from Jinlong Real Estate would have evaporated, or worse, resulted in losses. This pattern extends beyond Jinlong Real Estate. Li Yi's rapid entry and exit, coupled with his ability to inflate stock prices while simultaneously unloading shares, has adversely affected numerous institutional investors. His actions attract considerable attention, leading fans to follow suit, only to witness the stock plummet when he retreats. The aftermath often involves a protracted decline spanning a week or more. At times, institutional investors are left with no choice but to withdraw. However, for some, particularly mutual funds, repositioning their portfolios is not a straightforward task, leaving many to bear the consequences. To impart a lesson to Li Yi requires capturing him, a formidable challenge indeed. This individual specializes in short-term trading, demonstrating exceptional skill in selecting stocks, timing his entries, and executing his exits with remarkable precision. The individuals present. Seasoned veterans who have navigated the tumultuous waters of the stock market for over a decade must concede. This young man, Li Yi, possesses undeniable talent and formidable ability. He is not merely a product of external envy. His acumen is irrefutable. Can luck truly allow one to transform 1 million into 100 million within the span of 2 months? Granting you 1 million. Even a year or a decade may not suffice to amass 100 million. Li Yi remained oblivious to the fact that numerous institutional investors and private equity individuals had taken an interest in him. Even if he were to become aware, it would matter little. His operations were entirely within the confines of regulatory allowances, wholly legal and compliant. There was no possibility of being adversely affected by denunciation or regulatory scrutiny. The modest sum Li Yi possessed was not substantial enough to warrant a phone call from the regulators for a discussion. In a competitive stock market, there was no cause for fear. In the grand market, Li Yi's maneuvers were astute. He could foresee the stock trends for the ensuing 24 hours, rendering any elaborate schemes futile. Unless, of course, Li Yi failed to sell on Friday and held his position until Monday, when a market crash could ensue. However, such an eventuality was implausible for the stock of Melo & Culture, as the volume of capital involved was far too significant for consensus to be reached. One must always believe, capital seeks profit. It would be irrational to incur losses in the tens of millions or even hundreds of millions, merely to ensnare Deng Yi for a mere 18 million. Within Melo & Culture, the interests were substantial enough to support investments of 100 million, with other stakeholders, institutions, and large funds also heavily invested. Should Li Yi incur losses, theirs would be even greater. On the final day of July, Friday dawned with the stock market opening. After 3 days of adjustments, the market oscillated, ultimately closing with a doji star, slightly up. However, this was merely the index. The performance of heavyweight and blue-chip stocks predominantly influenced it. While the index did not surge significantly, individual stocks demonstrated commendable gains. Upon opening, the market remained stagnant, with heavyweight and blue-chip stocks failing to gain momentum, yet individual stocks flourished. The cultural sector exhibited unusual activity shortly after the opening. Melo & Culture surged to its upper limit right from the start. Li Yi saw no necessity for further action. Of course, he could opt to sell. Yet Melo & Culture was in no rush to vacate. This stock was a new issue, having hit the upper limit on 12 occasions, truly a remarkable entity. Now, after 6 months, Li Yi sensed that these significant funds were poised to elevate this stock. The immediate surge to the upper limit served as compelling evidence, indicating that the capital involved was not merely rotating sectors, seeking to elevate Melo & Culture before making a hasty exit. There was no urgency to depart today. He could reassess on Monday. Li Yi ultimately sold 750,000 shares, recuperating over 10 million in funds, which he transferred to his bank account. The acquisition of Jinshin Investment Management Company required a capital outlay of 10 million. Today marked the final day of July. Over the weekend, he successfully completed the acquisition of Jinshin Investment Company. Chapter 58, Acquiring Jinshin Company. These individuals deserve their profits. Total assets, 11,865,970 available funds, 10,000. Market value of Jinhua Technology Holdings, 31,861,000 market value of Melo & Culture Holdings, 1,054,736,000 daily profit and loss, 1,049,760,000, 1,076 total profit and loss, 11,772,297,000, 1,152,361. The increase in Jinhua Technology today is several points, which is also the reason why Li Yi did not liquidate Melo & Culture, but instead reinvested in Jinhua Technology. Total assets stand at 11.8 billion. Daily earnings exceed 10 million. With over 10 million in available funds, one could say it is idyllic. Today, there were no significant operations. I merely sold 750,000 shares of Melo & Culture to recoup some funds. With 10 million in liquid assets, Li Yi withdrew it to his account, preparing for future investments. Over the weekend, He plans to acquire Gene Xian Investment Company, undoubtedly maintaining a stake through future investment. On August 1st, Li Yi boarded a flight from Yuanjiang City to Linhai to sign an acquisition agreement with Hengtai International. Although it was Saturday, he had no aversion to signing the contract. However, banks do not conduct corporate business over the weekend, rendering transfers impossible. In his previous life, Li Yi was merely a software developer, unaware of such intricacies. Thus, he withdrew the funds on Friday to inject into future investment, only to find that weekend transfers were not feasible. Had that 10 million remained in the stock market, he would have reaped over 1 million in profits by Monday. Nevertheless, it matters not. There are over 100 million in the stock market, yielding daily profits exceeding 10 million. 1 million is trivial, a pleasant collaboration. Little did he anticipate that it would be the recently renowned Li Yi who would acquire Gene Xian Company from Hengtai International. Li Yi, representing future investment, signed the acquisition agreement with manager Zhang, the president of Hengtai International. This marks the full acquisition of 100 equity in Gene Xian Investment Management Company under Hengtai International. Manager Zhang had always believed that the acquirer of Gene Xian Investment Company was Newtown Pharmaceutical, associated with Gu Ping's family. Many assumed that Gu Ping was at the forefront of negotiating the acquisition, thinking it was Newtown Pharmaceutical's entrance into the financial sector. It is entirely normal for Newtown Pharmaceutical Group to seek diversified development. However, to everyone's astonishment, they were all mistaken. Gu Ping's involvement in the negotiations was not driven by Newtown Pharmaceutical's needs, but rather by the recently celebrated Li Yi. Reflecting on it now, Gu Ping's family is in Yuanjiang City, and so is Li Yi. It does not seem overly surprising, does it? All this fervor is merely a fade, a figment of online hype. Li Yi smiled gracefully, maintaining his politeness. Confronting the president of Hengtai International, he exhibited no intimidation whatsoever. He certainly did not resemble an ordinary 18-year-old from a typical family. Manager Zhang marveled at the remarkable youth. Li Yi, excessive modesty borders on arrogance. Earning 100 million in 2 months is indeed an impressive feat for any publicly listed company. Now, with the acquisition of Gene Xian, Li Yi is destined to soar like a great rock, ascending to great heights. Thank you for your kind words. After a brief exchange of pleasantries and a handshake with manager Zhang, Li Yi departed with Gu Ping and their lawyer. The youth of today truly are remarkable. After escorting Li Yi and others out, manager Zhang stood by the office window, reflecting on their departure from the company. He felt a wave of emotion wash over him as he considered the accomplishments of young individuals like Li Yi and Gu Ping at such a tender age. It was a poignant reminder of the passage of time. The old must give way to the new. In Linhai, the financial tower houses the Gene Xian Investment Management Company. Regardless of the circumstances, Hengtai International is still a global investment entity. Entering the realm of investment in Xia country, it retains a certain prestige. The acquisition of Gene Xian does not necessitate relocating the firm. It can continue to operate from its present location, with an annual rent amounting to merely a few million. A trivial sum for Li Yi and his future venture, Shanghai Company. This is the company's proprietor, Li Yi. Undoubtedly, many have heard of him recently. Gu Ping has already established rapport with the remaining staff at Gene Xian, as he was the one who led the team to conduct an assessment of the entire company. Li Yi, the one who earned 1 billion in merely 2 months? It turns out that this classmate of ours has acquired our company. How exhilarating. It seems staying was indeed the right choice. Not many remain at Gene Xian. Excluding those merely holding positions, there are only 7 individuals left, none of whom are fund managers. Hello everyone, I am Li Yi, and I am delighted that you have chosen to remain and become part of Shanghai. He continued. By the way, next week the company will be renamed Shanghai Investment Management Company. Li Yi introduced himself and exchanged pleasantries with several members of the team. He then turned to the fund manager recruited by Gu Ping, saying, Manager Li, let us design a public offering product to be launched around early September. Is that feasible? Li Mingjie was brought in through Gu Ping's connections within a bank-affiliated fund company. Recruiting talent requires time. The resignation of a fund manager, along with the necessary approvals and procedures, can be quite lengthy. Recently, Li Mingjie encountered family issues that necessitated his resignation to address personal matters. However, at Gu Ping's invitation, combined with Li Yi's reputation and influence, he ultimately decided to join Shanghai. Upon hearing Li Yi's directive, Li Mingjie nodded in agreement. No problem. Although he may not be a renowned fund manager, he is well versed in the intricacies of launching funds. In his previous position at a large fund company, the processes of fund issuance and design were typically handled by specialized departments. Now, he finds himself in a position where he can manage these tasks. And while it may not be overly challenging, it certainly is manageable. Moreover, Li Mingjie understands that in the issuance of a new fund, he will inevitably play a supporting role. However, considering Li Yi's extraordinary achievement of generating $1 billion in under 2 months, he is eager to observe how this recently celebrated prodigy operates. Learning from him would be invaluable. In the realm of fund management, reaching 40 years of age is not considered advanced. In fact, this industry tends to favor seasoned professionals. With Li Yi offering a generous salary and his formidable ability to generate profits, coupled with his significant popularity, there is little concern that Shanghai Investment will face imminent bankruptcy. Just with this talent and popularity, how much capital could be raised from the new product launch? This is a feat that many fund managers, after years of accumulation and gradual ascent to their positions, have yet to achieve. The original Gold XIN currently has 2 products that remain unliquidated. They are now in a state that allows only redemption, prohibiting any new investments. Should we maintain this status quo, or should we apply for a name change, issue an announcement, and reopen both subscriptions and redemptions? Gold XIN is poised for a comprehensive sale, and all products that could be liquidated have been. The 2 remaining public funds have persistently been in a state of redemption only. Consequently, the company has sought approval from regulatory authorities and issued announcements. Yet both funds continue to allow only redemption without the option for new investments. Still, a considerable number of users have not redeemed their holdings, leaving several million in funds seemingly forgotten by their owner. Should we announce changes to the company and fund managers, or continue in this state of only permitting redemptions? Shanghai Investment has officially been established. Beyond the notoriety brought by Li Yi himself, the paramount task is to demonstrate capability. These 2 products from the original Gold XIN await liquidation. They could be utilized to play around with, artificially inflating returns as a form of advertisement. Managing over 10 million in funds is rather straightforward. The owners of these funds, do they genuinely have faith in the company, or have they simply forgotten their accounts? They seem destined to profit. Chapter 59. Earning 10 million while reclining, Meiluan culture continues to hit the upper limits. 25. Latest news. Li Yi has successfully acquired both private equity and public fund licenses. Is this true? The husband of my cousin's wife's uncle is the intermediary in this affair. Absolutely credible. What nonsense are you spouting? Acquiring a company on a weekend is absurd. Is Li Yi's private equity product on the horizon? False news. I can understand private equity. It can still deceive people. But claiming Li Yi has acquired a public fund license is utterly unbelievable. Does he intend to engage in public fund management? Why not? Public fund licenses aren't particularly valuable. Acquiring one now could pave the way for future endeavors. Can someone confirm whether this is genuine? If Li Yi secures a private equity license, how quickly can a product be launched? I'm ready to gather funds. I'm in the dark, but if I were to guess, once the private equity license is secured and an application for a new product is submitted to the regulators, it could be launched in as little as a week, though in reality, it would take much longer. Have you all forgotten that Li Yi is set to attend Yin University? Indeed, Li Yi is preparing for his studies, with acceptance letters having been sent out. Military training begins on August 16th of this year. How could a private equity product possibly be launched at that time? The likelihood of this being false information is quite high. As for the public fund license, it is even less feasible, unless Li Yi chooses not to trade stocks himself. Fund managers cannot operate their own stock accounts. Li Yi has signed the contract, and shortly thereafter, related news began circulating online, though it has yet to be substantiated. It is likely that Mr. Zhang from Hengtai International casually remarked to friends, and thus the news spread. Unfortunately, the dissemination of this information has only intensified, with many in the industry being aware and even able to confirm its validity. Li Yi's acquisition of private equity and public fund licenses appears to be genuine. The news regarding Li Yi's purchase of Jinshin Investment Management Company has surfaced and has rapidly become a trending topic. The company, relatively obscure to the general public, is known within industry circles for possessing a comprehensive array of licenses. It is indeed surprising that it has been acquired by Li Yi. Those with connections in the field can largely vouch for the authenticity of this information. Jinshin Investment Management has been wholly sold by Hengtai International to none other than Li Yi. Additionally, a netizen posted a photograph of Li Yi encountered on a flight from Yuanjiang City to Linhai. One wonders what business Li Yi has in Linhai. Notably, Jinshin Investment Management is located there. Another individual spotted Li Yi dining with several others at a restaurant outside the financial city in Linhai. Judging by the ages of those dining, ranging from their 20s to 40s, it seems less like a casual gathering of friends and more akin to a professional meeting. Thus, it can be reasonably concluded that the circulating rumors about Li Yi's acquisition of private equity and public fund licenses are indeed valid. Li Yi has secured Jinshin Investment Management, which holds various licenses, including private equity, public fund, and fund sales licenses. Is it true that Li Yi has ventured into public funds as well? This is splendid news. The barriers to entry for private equity are exceedingly high, and many have struggled to reach those thresholds. In contrast, public funds present a more accessible opportunity. When will the products be launched? When will fundraising commence? It is amusing to consider an 18-year-old fund manager. Are we serious? Perhaps this young individual possesses some talent. Yet he remains merely a child of 18. Only time will reveal his true capabilities once the market shifts. Is there envy at play? What of being 18? Can you earn 100 million in 2 months? We are inclined to trust this young man, are we not? Surely, those who are envious must be frustrated fund managers who have not achieved their aspirations. Many have privately messaged Li Yi, yet regrettably, there has been no response. Li Yi has remained silent on this matter. As a new week dawns, the stock market opens, and Melo & Culture hits its limit up once again. At this moment, Li Yi is preoccupied with the market's developments. Melo & Culture has achieved a third consecutive limit up. Could this stock be a phenomenon? Meanwhile, in a hotel, Gu Manman and Fan Wensi have traveled from Yuanjiang City to Linhai. After all, airfare is quite affordable. Gu Manman longs to spend every waking moment with Li Yi, promptly purchasing a ticket to fly over. Fan Wensi, eager to learn programming and intelligent algorithms from Li Yi, has accompanied her as well. They wish to unwind and enjoy themselves. Observing their stock accounts, with Melo & Culture soaring to a third consecutive limit up, they sense that something unusual is afoot. Melo & Culture is a newly listed stock that boasted 12 consecutive limit ups upon its debut. After several months of adjustments, is this stock about to take off again? Maintain the current position. Li Yi glanced over and noted that there were no trades today. Yesterday, he utilized his ability to foresee the future and knew that Melo & Culture would hit the daily limit today. Now, after the market opened, Li Yi once again employed his prophetic gift and saw that Melo & Culture would continue to soar tomorrow. There is no necessity for action. He will reassess the situation tomorrow. If Melo & Culture is poised for another dramatic rise. Even Li Yi felt a surge of excitement. He has yet to encounter a true demon stock. Although he can identify limit-up stocks daily through his foresight, he has never encountered a genuine demon stock. Previously, with limited capital, he had not encountered such stocks. Moreover, many demon stocks often experience several limit-ups upon their debut, sometimes even 10 or more, making entry impossible. Now, with increased capital, even those stocks with low market values and small volumes are difficult to acquire. Total assets: 192 390 000. Available funds: 231 000. Market value of Jinhua Technology Holdings: 321 800 000. Market value of Melo & Culture Holdings: 160 210 000. Daily profit and loss: 1057 92 887. Total profit and loss: 283 089 000. 152 361 000. Today has passed. Total assets are nearly 2 billion. Had it not been for the withdrawal of 10 million last Friday, total assets would have reached 3 billion by now. Today, without executing any trades, he has passively earned over 10 million. This effectively reimburses the funds spent over the weekend to acquire Jinshin Company. With some spare time, Li Yi browsed online news. It is now Monday. Many developments are underway. There is no need for Li Yi to publicly announce anything. Everyone is firmly convinced of his acquisition of private and public fund licenses. Hengtai International announced the sale of its subsidiary, Jinshin Investment Management Company. Jinshin Investment Management has also officially announced a name change to Shanghai Investment Management Company. Its two public fund products, Jinshin Mixed Selection, will be renamed Shanghai Mixed Selection, with purchases suspended and redemptions opened. Jinshin Flexible Allocation Mixed will be renamed Shanghai Flexible Allocation Mixed, with purchases suspended and redemptions opened. It is noteworthy that through his own future investment company, Li Yi has acquired a gaming studio, now named Shanghai Technology. This serves as substantial evidence of Li Yi's acquisition of Jinshin Investment Management. Why are the two Shanghai funds not available for purchase? Many are questioning why. Despite Li Yi's acquisition of Jinshin Company and its two funds, purchases are not possible. What channels could facilitate this? None are available for purchase. These were Jinshin's previous products awaiting liquidation, with redemptions continually open but purchases suspended. We will have to wait for Li Yi to release new products, which appears to be after September. It will be quite a while. Already the second day of the month, and it will soon be September. Time drags on. Some netizens noticed that Shanghai Investment Company has two fund products under Shanghai Fund and wondered if this was Li Yi's company. Surely, it will achieve results right from the start. They immediately thought to make a purchase. Regrettably, the option to purchase is completely unavailable, with only redemptions permitted. How unfortunate. However, those in the know are aware that this is the Jin Xian Fund, not one released by Shanghai. This is a product acquired by the company, which is now awaiting liquidation. It is certain that purchases will not be opened. Chapter 60, a shocking fund limit up. 35. Ha ha ha. I just realized that 2 years ago, my wife, following the recommendation of a bank customer service manager, purchased a fund, which turned out to be the Jin Xian Mixed Selection. It has since been renamed Shanghai Mixed Selection. Long ago, the bank seemed to have sent a text message to my wife urging her to redeem the product, but she overlooked it and completely forgot about the existence of this fund. And oh my, do you know that the fund has hit the limit up? Images. Are you suggesting I redeem? I must be out of my mind to even consider it. The fund has hit the limit up. It's unbelievable. A netizen posted news on Weibo along with a series of images. These are from a certain bank's software detailing total asset information, albeit with some parts obscured. Nevertheless, it is evident that within the investment products section, the Shanghai Mixed Selection is held. The next image is the real crux. The details of the Shanghai Mixed Selection reveal the estimated net value for the day. This estimated value is quite amusing, standing at 12. In other words, this figure was derived from the estimated fluctuations of the top 10 stocks heavily weighted in this fund. The estimated value indicated a loss of 12. Yet, upon updating, the actual net value surged by 10. The fund has hit the limit up. This is indeed a fund. As for mixed funds, depending on the product, the proportion of invested capital in stocks must reach at least 60 or 65, with some exceeding 90 in stock holdings. Moreover, public funds are required to limit the proportion of a single stock to no more than 10 of the total fund assets. This means that in a 10 billion fund, one cannot invest everything in a single stock. If such a concentration were to happen, it could potentially lead to a limit up for the fund. However, in public funds, with 10 billion in assets, a single stock must constitute at least 10 of the portfolio. This implies that public funds must invest in a minimum of 10 stocks. On one hand, this is to balance risk. Investing in a single stock may lead to either a limit up or a limit down. By diversifying into 10 stocks, there will certainly be both increases and decreases. What does it mean for a fund to hit the limit up? It signifies that at least 10 stocks have all surged. In fact, many funds may hold not just 10 stocks, but a greater number. Thus, for a fund to reach a limit up is almost impossible. Such an occurrence would only transpire in a bull market where most stocks are limit up. This scenario is exceedingly rare. Yet, the images shared by this netizen indeed depict a fund limit up. Impossible. 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 I refuse to believe it. A fund limit up? Unbelievable. What? A fund limit up? No way. Oh, the Shanghai Fund. Well, that's normal. Both the Shanghai Selected Mixed and the Shanghai Flexible Allocation Mixed funds have all hit the limit up. With wide eyes, goodness, Li Yi, my classmate. The company has been acquired, and you personally manage 2 funds. Why is buying not open? What is it like to experience a fund hitting the daily limit? I wish to experience it. Open for purchase. Open for purchase. Open for purchase. Li Yi. Oh, I just checked my stock trading software and saw my past failures. I entered with 100,000, and now there are only a little over 20,000 left. I casually bought into a fund, Jin Xian Select Mixed, and from over 20,000, it has dwindled to just over 10,000. 200, a loss of nearly 50. And this is after a 10 increase today? To those upstairs, just wait for takeoff. To those upstairs, let us see if Li Yi can help you regain your losses. Gene Xian Investment Company announces its name change to Xinghai Investment. Xinghai Mix Select announces that Li Mingjie will serve as the fund manager. Will Li Yi serve as the fund manager? An 18-year-old fund manager? Xinghai Fund hits the daily limit. Can funds really hit the daily limit? 2 funds under Xinghai Fund hit the daily limit. Is there any stringent requirement to be a fund manager? In truth, there aren't many. Most fund managers start as researchers, gradually gaining experience, learning from other fund managers in the company, and eventually managing a fund independently. When you see a fund with 2 managers, it typically means the seasoned manager is mentoring a newcomer. The newcomer may eventually become the fund manager, while the original manager might move on to new products. At that point, they could leave. Gene Xian Investment Company has been acquired, and its subsidiary fund companies and products are undergoing name changes. Any changes to fund managers must be announced to inform all investors. Investors often buy into a fund primarily due to the fund manager. If the manager changes, investors may choose to sell their holdings. Following the acquisition of Gene Xian Company, most of its products have been liquidated, leaving only 2 products with a total investment of less than $1 million. The managers have all left. In fact, Li Yi is not serving as a fund manager. Because being a fund manager entails restrictions on stock investments, Li Yi cannot hold that position. The managers of the 2 funds are both Li Mingjie. However, it is indeed Li Yi who selects the stocks, and Li Mingjie simply executes the purchases. Thus, an unprecedented occurrence has arisen, funds hitting the daily limit. However, Internet users are well aware that the fund managers listed for the 2 public funds under Xinghai Company could not possibly possess such capabilities. The true fund manager is Li Yi. These discussions have surged to the trending topics. Moreover, those who previously forgot about their investments in Gene Xian funds are now recalling their purchases and sharing their fund holdings. A 10 increase. Funds hitting the daily limit. Unbelievable. Furthermore, all public funds have accessible public information that can be directly checked. Fund name, code, net value, trends over the past month, 3 months, 6 months, 1 year, and 3 years, along with holding information. The holdings are not necessary to review, as they bear no significance. Announcements occur quarterly. This time, the Xinghai Fund's 2 products have directly hit the limit up, undoubtedly indicating a reallocation of stocks. Moreover, it is personally executed by Li Yi. How impressive is that? One can discern this from the outset. It is noteworthy that many individuals, not just netizens and shareholders, but also numerous institutions, are closely monitoring Li Yi. It is common knowledge that all of Li Yi's current capital is invested in Maluan culture. The Xinghai Fund, with its 2 public mutual fund products, must hold at least 10 stocks. It is improbable that Li Yi possesses sufficient funds to drive 10 stocks to their limit up. Thus, Li Yi has precisely selected 10 limit up stocks from over 2,000 available stocks. 10. A mutual fund hitting the limit up is truly a rare sight. Such an occurrence is astonishing. To ponder further, a mutual fund reaching its limit up signifies that all 10 selected stocks have surged. What an extraordinary capability. What an acute sense. If only I possessed such prowess, would it not become my personal cash machine? Although I must mention that Gene Xian has been acquired. The combined management of the 2 public mutual funds under Xinghai amounts to less than 10 million in funds. It is indeed a modest sum. Yet how could one select 10 stocks that hit their limit up? Is this a feat achievable by mere mortals? Everyone is astounded. Many assert that Li Yi's profitability in the stock market stems from the current favorable market conditions, with bullish sentiments echoing throughout. They claim that Li Yi merely capitalized on a good market and good fortune to amass wealth. However, in this market, who could possibly earn 100 million? In today's environment, can you select 10 stocks that reach their limit up? Just within the 2 public mutual funds under Xinghai, which are set to be liquidated, they have astonishingly achieved mutual fund limit up. Even those lacking knowledge would not dare assert that Li Yi's profits are merely a product of favorable conditions and luck. Chapter 61 Li Yi. I do not serve as a fund manager. Please refrain from spreading rumors. 45. Li Yi. I am not the manager of the 2 public mutual fund products under Xinghai Investment. Kindly do not disseminate false information that may mislead other netizens. Furthermore, the company will temporarily halt new purchases for these 2 products and will proceed with a redemption process. New products are in the design phase, expected to debut in September. Everyone can follow Shanghai Investment to stay informed about related news. Thank you all. The online buzz is exceedingly high due to the mutual funds limit up. Many genuinely believe that Li Yi is acting as a fund manager. This is implausible. Firstly, he lacks the time for such a role. On the 16th of this month, he is scheduled to attend military training at Yindu University. With studies at Yindu University, how could he assume the responsibilities of a fund manager? More importantly, fund managers are prohibited from engaging in stock investments. The money Li Yi earns is barely sufficient. How could he take on the role of a fund manager without profiting from the stock market? Without earnings, how could he fund the development of a ride-hailing app, create short videos, or acquire music copyrights? Where would the funds for promotion and acquisitions come from? Li Yi, your fan base has grown significantly. It has surged remarkably fast. Every refresh reveals an astonishing rise. During dinner, Gumanman gazed at Li Yi's Weibo followers, which surged from over 3 million to more than 5 million. Each refresh continues to show an upward trend. What accounts for such rapid growth? On trending searches, Li Yi occupies 2 positions within the top 10. He is also prominently featured on the popular topics list. In less than 2 months, alongside the surge in his funds, Li Yi has amassed a staggering 100 million. This is nearly confirmed. He is merely 18 years old, having just completed the college entrance examination this year. He has been admitted to Yen University's Guanghua College to study finance. Initially, Zhang Yuquan remarked that it was a pity for Li Yi to choose finance, suggesting he could pursue a more advantageous field, as finance consumes resources. Coming from an ordinary background, with limited connections and resources, studying finance is indeed challenging. Many netizens and those within the finance sector have expressed their agreement. Yet, Li Yi asserts, as long as my capabilities are sufficient, I am a resource in my own right. And he truly achieved it. This summer, with less than 2 months elapsed, he has earned 100 million. In the finance realm, such a sum certainly qualifies as a resource, does it not? However, this 100 million is not the most significant resource. The true resource lies within Li Yi himself. In under 2 months, he has generated 100 million in funds. To others, Li Yi embodies the pinnacle of resources. Presently, countless individuals are eager to invest in him. This explains the explosive growth in Li Yi's Weibo following, which increased by over 1 million in a single day, surpassing 5 million. He has never purchased a single fake follower. Back in 2014, amassing 5 million followers was already an impressive feat recently. Li Yi has refrained from any significant stock market maneuvers. As Maloan culture continues to soar, there is no necessity for further actions. Consequently, he has not posted any stock market updates on his Weibo in recent days. His last post announced his liquidation of Wolyanye stocks while celebrating the achievement of a small goal. This announcement garnered immense attention. Without the wealth magnate Wang Shoufu revealing the specifics of this small goal, netizens deduced that it signifies 100 million. The comments on this Weibo post exploded, accumulating over 100,000 responses. Is that not astonishing? Currently, a majority of the comments implore him to launch 2 products from the Shanghai Fund, Shanghai Mixed Selection and Shanghai Flexible Allocation Selection. The surge in these funds has truly astonished many, even those unfamiliar with stocks and funds, upon seeing the related trending topics, have sought to understand the challenges of achieving a fund's limit up. These 2 funds are substantial investments. The U.S. stock market cannot yet boast a limit up of 20. The difficulty is evident. Only Li Yi can propel a single fund to achieve a daily increase of 10%, indicating that all stocks within the fund's portfolio have reached a 10% limit up. A fund typically requires holding at least 10 stocks. All 10 stocks must achieve limit up. No wonder Li Yi managed to earn a staggering 100 million during the summer vacation. Such capability is indeed remarkable. Some have raised suspicions regarding potential insider trading, advocating for stringent regulatory scrutiny. However, it is evident without investigation that such allegations are unfounded. What is Li Yi's family background? It is not difficult to ascertain online. It is improbable that he would have access to any insider information. Furthermore, even if one were to encounter such privileged knowledge, would it be feasible to grasp the insider information of 10 companies simultaneously? If that were the case, what secrets would these companies retain? Are the regulatory authorities of Xia country merely ornamental? With a substantial fan base, promoting company products in the future will be considerably easier. Li Yi registered for Weibo precisely for this purpose. Whether it pertains to the private or public offerings of Shanghai Company or the ride-hailing application being developed by Tu Wendong, having a solid foundation of fans and influence will significantly simplify the promotional process. Simultaneously, possessing such influence serves as a form of self-protection. Of course, influence can also be a double-edged sword, potentially causing harm to oneself. Yet, as long as Li Yi remains prudent, his influence is unlikely to turn into a blade that inflicts injury upon him. As for the ride-hailing company, matters are nearly settled. Both Android and Apple versions are ready. Fan Wenxi has crafted the ride-hailing application based on Li Yi's guidance on intelligent algorithms, which was subsequently handed over to Tu Wendong. Tu Wendong registered the company and promptly assembled a team to refine the software. Now, more than half a month has passed, with Fan Wenxi assisting in the enhancement while simultaneously learning. Both the Android and Apple versions have been developed and are poised for launch at any moment. However, prior to the official release, internal testing is imperative. Recently, when Li Yi's stock account surpassed 100 million in total assets, Tu Wendong mentioned this to him. In a few days, we will head to Yindu ahead of military training, and we shall visit the ride-hailing company. The ride-hailing company is, indeed, a software enterprise. As the largest shareholder, with the software completed, it is currently undergoing relevant testing. During the internal testing phase, Li Yi will certainly wish to observe. Fan Wenxi nodded and said, I must inform my mother. I will accompany you. Li Yi chuckled at this juncture. Fan Wenxi immediately felt a tinge of shyness and her cheeks flushed. Of course, there was nothing between them. It was merely her disposition. What brings you to my home? Fan Wenxi and Gu Manman inquired simultaneously. Gu Manman, observing Li Yi, harbored suspicions that her boyfriend might be harboring ulterior motives towards her close friend. Is he going to meet her parents? Li Yi took a sip of juice and replied, Your stock account remains with me. When the funds are withdrawn, I will accompany you to meet your mother for clarification. Is that so? Fan Wenxi nodded slightly at this. Indeed, that seems quite sensible. If she were to explain it solely to her mother, it could take quite a while. Then I shall go too. Gu Manman raised her hand, indicating her desire to join. I am quite familiar with CC's mother. My presence would facilitate the explanation. Li Yi pondered for a moment and remarked, however, in explaining this matter, it would be prudent to clarify that the initial capital was provided by CC for the software development, rather than stating that it was you. That makes sense. Gu Manman nodded in agreement. Why not come to my house? Fan Wenxi, displaying rare courage, extended an invitation to Li Yi and Fan Wenxi. You are both welcome to visit my home. Chapter 62. Are you trying to deceive me? A counterattack against Zhang Yuquan and Boss Fong. On Friday, the stock market opened. The shares of Meilun Culture skyrocketed from 1,096 yuan last Thursday to 1,944, achieving 6 consecutive trading limits with a staggering increase of 773. 7. With Meilun Culture hitting 6 trading limits, should we take action today? Early in the morning, after returning from the hotel gym, Gu Manman opened her stock trading software and inquired whether Li Yi intended to make any moves today. After all, it was Friday. The momentum of Meilun Culture's 6 consecutive limits held significant implications for its performance on the following Monday, as well as its potential to transform into a speculative stock once more. Sell, sell, sell. Execute all at the limit down price. Yesterday, Li Yi had foreseen today's market trends through his ability to predict the future. It was exceptionally peculiar. The opening was robust, surging 7 points, indicating remarkable strength. The morning session successfully reached the limit up. The momentum was palpable, truly suggesting the possibility of becoming a speculative stock. Yet, in reality, this was merely a trap. In the afternoon, the limit up of Meilun Culture was breached, and the stock plummeted precipitously. Ultimately, it closed at the limit down, resulting in a 20-cent ceiling and floor scenario, falling from limit up to limit down. However, Deng Yi did not sell yesterday. He recognized that this was a scheme orchestrated by a few individuals, aiming to ensnare him. Through his foresight, he observed that the early morning of Meilun Culture had opened high by 7 points, with subsequent strength fueled by several major funds simultaneously driving the price up while unloading shares. In the afternoon, they directly smashed the market. This triggered other large funds to also sell off. It was not merely a few institutions. Multiple major funds participated in this sell-off. Under such circumstances, other large investors had no choice but to flee, resulting in the 20-cent ceiling and floor phenomenon. Clearly, Li Yi had been overly ostentatious in recent days. amassing a fortune of 100 million as an 18-year-old fund manager, with his fund hitting the limit up, drawing considerable attention and discussion. Even though the narrative of an 18-year-old fund manager was not entirely accurate, coupled with the incident involving Jinlong real estate, Li Yi had offended several large funds. This led to today's scheme, intended to teach Li Yi a lesson. Fortunately, with his ability to foresee the future, Li Yi was aware of the stock trends today and noted online rumors suggesting that these individuals were plotting against him. He deliberately refrained from selling off his shares yesterday to make a hasty exit, waiting for the inevitable crash today. Do you wish to unload your shares? You plan to achieve a limit up in the morning and then crash the market near closing time? All to deprive me, Li Yi, of an escape route? You intend to ensnare me? Li Yi declared, I will crash the market early in the day, leaving you no chance to escape. I will bury you all alive. What? Limit down price? Gu Man had initially been observing her stock account, monitoring the collective bidding situation. Upon hearing Li Yi's comment about departing at the limit down price, she was startled and stood up, looking at Li Yi beside her, clearly not believing he was joking. Why would you want to sell at the limit down price? That's unnecessary. Gu Man glanced again at the situation of Maluan culture. Even in the initial phase of the collective bidding, orders can still be withdrawn. There are no indications of a sudden collapse or a drop to the limit. Is it truly necessary to eliminate it at the limit price? Having followed Li Yi in stock trading for quite some time, I have even chosen to abandon Yandu Normal University in favor of applying to Yandu Finance University. Gu Man has been diligent in her studies. Li Yi candidly remarked, someone seems intent on deceiving us. We cannot remain passive. If we eliminate it directly at the limit price, it merely results in a slight loss of profit, which is inconsequential. Someone is plotting against us. Upon hearing this from Li Yi, Gu Man, filled with indignation, exclaimed, who is it? Why would they want to deceive us? Even Fan Wensi, who is usually indifferent to Li Yi and Gu Man stock trading, perked up his ears. His gaze fell upon Li Yi. Is someone trying to deceive Li Yi? Who could it possibly be? A few self-important individuals think they can deceive me? I will turn the tables and bury them alive. Li Yi refrained from disclosing the identity of this person, yet at this moment, he resolved to eliminate Maluan culture. Possessing the ability to foresee the future, he observed that the trajectory of Maluan culture had drastically changed today. Initially, yesterday, with his foresight, he perceived that Maluan culture would open up 7 points higher this morning and ultimately reach the limit increase. However, within the half hour leading to the rapid closing in the afternoon, the limit was breached, plummeting directly underwater, even reaching the limit down. Thus, a 20-day limit was established. Now, Li Yi decided to eliminate Maluan culture, envisioning a future where it would plummet directly to the limit down in the morning. Originally, a plethora of funds were poised to buy in, driving up the stock price for unloading. They envisioned a limit increase, anticipating Maluan's resurgence, while in reality, they were lifting it only to escape. With the intention of breaching the limit down in the afternoon, they aimed to ensnare Li Yi within Maluan culture. Who would have anticipated that someone would eliminate Maluan culture at the limit price in the morning? This is akin to forfeiting profit. Yet, Li Yi dares to undertake such actions. Glancing at his stock assets, total assets, 15,764, 760, available funds, 17,231, market value of Jinhua Technology Holdings, 322, 370. Market value of Maluan Culture Holdings, 15, 442, 390. Daily profit and loss, 1, 403, 836, 10. Total profit and loss, 16, 671, 760, 17, 926, 620. Total market value of holdings, 15, for billion. A total of 7,960,000 shares held. Over 7 million shares, with an investment of 1.5 billion. It would undoubtedly trigger a stampede of other funds fleeing, directly driving Maluan culture to the limit down. Prepare. In the collective bidding phase, the previous 920 orders can be withdrawn. Li Yi is waiting until 25 minutes later. He anticipates those institutions will inflate the stock price, then unload while hoping to secure a limit increase, only to later execute a large-scale sell-off. Would they inadvertently ensnare themselves? As Li Yi observes them placing buy orders, unable to withdraw, he will strike decisively. He will eliminate it directly. With a command from Li Yi, Gu Man obediently followed his instructions. selling her over 2 million shares of Meilong Culture at the limit down price with a single click. On Li Yi's side, he too eliminated over 5 million shares of Meilong Culture. Then, where did that imbecile come from? I find myself amidst a cacophony of voices resounding with fervor and agitation, echoing through countless trading rooms. The clamor of keyboards being struck, tables being pounded, and cups being toppled fills the air. Even the sound of computers being smashed can be heard. Run, hurry, and flee. Someone has leaked information, or perhaps there has been a preemptive strike. Must it be so drastic? Could it be that the one responsible for this market turmoil is Li Yi? With over 20,000 and 50,000 shares, totaling more than 7 million stocks and over 100 million in capital, it can only be him. Is it truly him? Indeed, it is him. Once again, I have fallen victim to his schemes. I shouldn't have heeded Zhang Yuquan's advice. I merely wished to enjoy the game. Yet someone revealed the news, leading to the sell-off. I must flee. This stock is beyond salvation. Meilong Culture has plummeted to its limit down. Massive sell orders come crashing down as if they were worthless. What a scene to behold. In just a few days, Meilong Culture's market value skyrocketed from 7.8 billion to over 13 billion, nearly 14 billion, setting a new record. And now, it has been driven down to its limit. With terrifying sell orders in the millions hanging above, does it not evoke a sense of despair? Who dares to intervene? It can be said that the capital within Meilong Culture is entirely at risk of being buried alive. Historically, any shares that have faced such scrutiny rarely exhibit favorable trends. Consecutive limit downs and halved stock prices have become the norm. Had Li Yi not orchestrated this sell-off, lacking foresight, he might have thought that with a morning limit up, the afternoon would surely follow suit. In a state of complacency, the afternoon limit was shattered by these funds, plunging from a limit up to a limit down. With 20 towering red bars, this stock is similarly doomed. When a stock plummets from limit up to limit down, can it hope to recover? That is wishful thinking. With Li Yi's capital still tied up, 1.5 billion may suffer a loss of over half. This time, the sell-off of Meilong Culture resulted in a personal loss of over 10 million for Li Yi, yet he is undeterred, intent on ensnaring these individuals. Currently, the funds within Meilong Culture find no one willing to take them on. Retail investors are also reluctant to engage. The stock must return to its true essence, devoid of any premium, before anyone dares to enter. These funds are bound to incur significant losses. A loss exceeding 100 million is certain. It primarily depends on the extent of the holdings. In any case, losses in the tens of millions are common. Even Li Yi himself has suffered a loss of over 10 million in this operation. However, he has ensnared Zhang Yuquan and Boss Fong, causing them to lose over 100 million, perhaps even more. Li Yi can only exclaim, "Worth it." A warning to others. Just over 10 million. This can easily be recouped. Chapter 63. Li Yi. Someone is targeting me. I am so afraid. I've liquidated my positions. Total assets, 14,622, 202,000. Available funds, 14,299, 965. 000. Market value of Jinhua Technology Holdings, 322, 370, 000. Daily profit and loss, 142, 74, 74. Total profit and loss, 552, 902, 000. 669, 787, 000. This sell-off resulted in a loss of 11.42 million, less than anticipated. Statistics reveal that Li Yi managed his own accounts, alongside Gu Manman's, incurring a staggering loss of 11.42 million. This marks the first time since his foray into the stock market with a post-tax gain of 940,000, derived from an initial investment of merely 10 yuan in the lottery, that he has encountered such a significant setback. If this were a margin trading account, Li Yi could have sought to borrow stocks from the brokerage to mitigate the loss after a sell-off, potentially even turning a profit. Notably, Meilong Culture stands as a leader in its industry, and brokers undoubtedly possess stocks eligible for short selling. Given Meilong Culture's extraordinary performance, brokers would also weigh the risks involved. Should anyone wish to short sell, they would be inclined to lend out shares to secure profits. Regrettably, Li Yi's prominence has deterred brokers from granting him a margin trading account, as doing so would undoubtedly contravene regulations. This is indeed a shocking occurrence. Gu Manman, upon reviewing the reported losses, felt a pang of anguish, realizing that this was, astonishingly, Li Yi's first recorded loss. However, this cannot be regarded as his inaugural setback. The underlying positions from Jinhua Technology had already recorded 3 consecutive days of losses last week, with minor losses in the preceding 2 days. Fortunately, the limited exposure in Jinhua Technology was overshadowed by substantial gains from other investments. Li Yi exhaled deeply in his attempt to counteract Zhang Yuquan and Feng Dalao. He had braced himself for a loss of 15 million. To his surprise, the loss amounted to just over 11 million. With 1.5 billion in capital, he managed to withdraw all his investments. This scenario illustrates the robust support for Meilun culture, which has achieved 6 consecutive limit ups, and the eagerness of Zhang Yuquan and Feng Dalao to drive it further. Li Yi seized the opportunity, recognizing their inability to withdraw orders, and executed his sell-off at the limit down price, ensuring all transactions were completed. Had Li Yi lacked foresight, he would have missed the opportunity to offload shares before the afternoon session, when these individuals might have breached the limit up, potentially leading to catastrophic losses for many, including himself. Li Yi's decision to sell off was a singular event for him, while the subsequent decline in Meilun Culture's stock price remains unrelated to his actions. However, for Zhang Yuquan and Feng Dalao, who manage substantial funds, the losses today could amount to tens of millions, if not hundreds. The opening next week is likely to see continued declines for several days. Today, these large investors cannot entirely exit their positions without buyers to absorb the stock. Of course, Li Yi's actions also inadvertently impacted numerous retail investors, which was unavoidable. With Meilun Culture achieving 6 consecutive limit ups and transforming into a speculative stock, many were drawn to chase the rising prices. Chasing gains entails inherent risks. Had Li Yi refrained from selling early in the day, he would have faced a similar fate in the afternoon with a limit down scenario. Such a drastic decline in stock price would have resulted in prolonged losses for Meilun Culture. In response, Li Yi hastily posted on Weibo, "I have liquidated my holdings in Meilun Culture due to concerns about potential attacks against me. My sincere apologies for any collateral damage caused. However, we are all adults. In the financial market, what circumstances are beyond the realm of possibility? The stock price of Meilun Culture has surged excessively, presenting a considerable risk. If one chooses to invest, one must be prepared to bear the consequences. Today, I shall remain on the sidelines." Li Yifa explained on his social media why he decided to eliminate his holdings in Meilun Culture at the opening. He certainly does not wish to be besieged by a group of individuals later on. Thus, he chose to reveal the matter directly. Someone is plotting against him, and he has no choice but to escape. What options does he have? Should he wait to be trapped? As for Li Yifa's statement about remaining on the sidelines today, it is impossible to stay completely out. He is gradually accumulating shares of Jinhua Technology, purchasing discreetly so as not to attract attention. If he cannot acquire everything today, he can take his time. Currently, the combined capital of Li Yifa and Gu Manman amounts to 1.4 billion, with Jinhua Technology's market cap exceeding 5 billion. An investment of over 100 million will undoubtedly drive the stock to a limit up. Gradual purchases are indeed feasible. Jinhua Technology boasts a daily trading volume of 3.7 billion, showcasing its high popularity. On Friday, Li Yifa cannot foresee the stock trends for the upcoming Monday. He simply needs to invest a portion of his funds without drawing attention. Li Yifa is steadily building his position in Jinhua Technology. Meanwhile, his social media presence appears quite lively, as he has made headlines by entering Meilun Culture. Throughout these days, he has not been seen fleeing or jumping into other stocks. More importantly, Li Yifa has not updated his social media regarding his operations, indirectly confirming that he has not liquidated his holdings in Meilun Culture. Numerous individuals have followed suit, purchasing shares of Meilun Culture, especially this week, as it achieved 6 consecutive limit ups, rallying the slogan of Meilun's resurgence. This has attracted many investors. Then today, Li Yifa suddenly sells off. Does he intend to flee immediately after the opening? He claims on social media that someone is out to get him. What on earth is happening? Who is targeting him? Fortunately, I exited early, avoiding greed, having reaped 3 limit ups. I managed to leave after 4 limit ups. I departed after 5 limit ups, not seeking the last morsel. When others are fearful, I am greedy. When others are greedy, I become fearful. The fervor surrounding Meilun Culture is excessive, bordering on the abnormal. The notion of Meilun's resurgence is well known. Isn't it simply an invitation for you to become fodder? Indeed, such heat clearly indicates a search for a buyer. Even if Li Yifan does not sell off today, you would still be left holding the bag in the afternoon. How can you be so certain? If he does not sell off, it should still reach limit up today, right? Why the sudden sell-off? He should have gradually exited instead of crashing the market. And to make matters worse, he initiated a limit down right at the opening? Calm down. Can you not play the game? The stock market carries risks. One must accept losses. I have also heard whispers. Someone intends to target Li Yifan, who does not wish to be bullied and thus opted to crash Meilun culture at the limit down price, leaving all significant capital trapped. Indeed, the sight of a million-share sell order looming above is truly terrifying. Li Yifan's decision to crash at the limit down price surely resulted in substantial losses, perhaps over 10 million. Is this Li Yifan's first experience with losses? It seems likely. Despite previous losses, primarily due to limited initial capital and the tuition fees of experience, no one was aware. The pain is palpable, as this amounts to over 10 million. A substantial blow indeed. If someone intends to deceive me, am I not entitled to retaliate? Li Yi has lost over 10 million, which has cost those large investors significantly more, possibly in the realm of billions. These investors must be seething with rage towards Li Yi, who prompted them to target him in the first place. Do you truly believe Li Yi's claims? What if he is merely fabricating excuses? How could one concoct an excuse while incurring losses exceeding 10 million? It seems plausible, as I have recently heard certain rumors, primarily that Li Yi has been excessively audacious. Having earned over 100 million, with his fund reaching its ceiling, while boasting of being an 18-year-old fund manager, he acquired Gene Xin and established Shanghai Investment. With such fervor, how much capital could he amass upon launching a new product? There are only so many high-net-worth individuals. If Li Yi draws them away, it's possible they might divest from their products or launch new offerings, as funds are invariably lured by profit, leading to diminished capital. Some are envious. Others are intent on teaching Li Yi a lesson, which is entirely natural. The discourse surrounding Li Yi is tumultuous. However, Li Yi asserts that there are those who wish to undermine him. Thus, he has decisively countered, which seems not to be a falsehood. Insiders have divulged certain information, confirming the veracity of this matter. Li Yi's decision to eliminate Meilun culture has resulted in his own losses exceeding 10 million. Consequently, everyone is now searching for who intends to deceive Li Yi. Simultaneously, it is rather amusing to witness these large investors being outmaneuvered by Li Yi, despite his own losses of over 10 million. Yet, these individuals have suffered even greater setbacks. Many still commend Li Yi's actions. After all, among the 5 million-plus followers, only a handful genuinely purchased Meilun culture. The crux of the matter is the continuous price surges, making it nearly impossible to buy in. Chapter 64. Entrepreneurship truly consumes capital. Who is the undercover? This Friday, Jinhua Technology bought only 40 million, split between the accounts of Li Yi and Gu Manman. Without arousing any suspicion, this purchase amount was carefully calculated by Li Yi based on Jinhua Technology's recent trends and transaction volumes. He chose to halt further investments at this figure. Any additional purchases would have drawn attention. The remaining funds were allocated to 2 other major blue-chip stocks. By diversifying, the investment totaled merely a few tens of millions. Such an amount, when invested in these multi-billion, even trillion-dollar blue-chip companies, would hardly attract notice. Total assets, 15, 142, 530. 000 available funds, 3, 110, 650, 000 Jinhua Technologies market value, 465, 190, 000 Wealth Technologies market value, 289, 224, 000 Ming Shang Bank's market value, 478, 774. 000 daily profit and loss, 43, 223, 000 total profit and loss, 1, 634, 953, 000, 1, 746, 186, 000. Investing in wealth technology yielded an 8 profit. Investing in Ming Shang Bank yielded a 59 profit. These 2 transactions, coupled with the investment of over 40 million in Jinhua Technology, are sure to elevate stock prices, resulting in profits of several million. The loss from Meilun culture stands at over 11 million. Future trades should recover some of these losses. Today's final loss is contained within 5 million, which is acceptable. Regarding the necessity of retaining a fund of 30 million, both Quick Ride and Shanghai Technology require financial resources. And there is an additional need for acquisition, a payment license. The ride-hailing software has already been developed and is on the verge of internal testing. Possessing such a ride-hailing application, which serves as a gateway for payments, undoubtedly necessitates an independent payment software. The payment license can also be utilized on the Yinfis short video platform. Furthermore, there are prospects for shared bicycles and even an e-commerce platform, serving as a payment interface. Establishing an e-commerce platform presently poses significant challenges. In the future, as Yinfis short video flourishes, live streaming sales will evolve, making the development of an e-commerce platform a viable endeavor, provided there exists a sufficient user base. However, Li is aware that, in the near future, specifically next year, a formidable e-commerce platform will emerge, Pinduoduo. Ultimately, Pinduoduo may even surpass Dongdong Shopping and Mountsong, becoming the e-commerce platform with the largest user base. Evidence suggests that consumer spending power may not be as robust as previously envisioned. Post-pandemic, there has been a significant trend towards consumption downgrade rather than upgrade. Consumers continue to favor high-quality yet affordable products. There is a pressing need for funds, as the numerous projects are overwhelming. The $30 million in capital, divided between two companies and a payment license, is scarcely sufficient. Nevertheless, upon reflection, Li realizes it is not solely his responsibility to manage everything. He withdraws $30 million in available funds from his stock account to his bank account. Hello, Mr. Li. This is a client manager from Guojin Securities. The client manager calls to inquire about the withdrawal. Should Li wish to establish additional stock accounts to diversify his assets for easier management, Guojin Securities can assist. Whether through expedited channels or otherwise, they can promptly activate a margin account for him once the time is right. No, I merely require a temporary infusion of funds. Li deftly navigates the conversation with the securities manager. He then transfers the funds into the account of his investment company, an infusion of capital. He allocates $10 million to Quick Ride for its development and subsequent promotion. He directs $20 million to Shanghai Technology for the development of the game PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. Li plans to visit Shanghai Technology in a few days to assess the situation and recruit personnel. He will officially invest in the development of Yinfis short video and Pinduoduo. Additionally, he must seek a payment license. Currently, the cost of a payment license is still relatively modest. $30 million to $50 million could secure one. It is noteworthy that the entire mobile payment sector generates only several billion annually. However, by 2017, this is projected to surge to $20 billion. At that point, the value of payment licenses will become exceedingly precious. Everyone will be continuously bidding up the prices in a competitive scramble for payment licenses. At its peak, a single payment license could command a staggering bid of $3 billion. A fair price would be at least $2 billion. Even a single business license could reach around $700 million, with a fair value exceeding $400 million. Of course, even mobile payments backed by WeChat and Zfubo later became burdened with transaction fees, indicating a significant loss in this project. The price of payment licenses has begun to decline, dropping from $3 billion to several million. Acquiring a payment license is now the most cost-effective option, as mobile payments have yet to fully take off, with current users numbering less than 200 million. With the promotion of mobile payments, the user base is expected to grow exponentially, reaching hundreds of billions, even thousands of billions. There is still much effort needed to generate profit. Li expressed his sentiments and then booked a flight back to Yuanshan City. The stock market does not close until 3 p.m., allowing him to return in time for dinner. On the investment side, there is nothing pressing to manage for the moment. Li Mingjia's oversight is more than sufficient. New products are still in the design phase, and their launch won't occur until at least September. There is still ample time. After checking out of the hotel, Li, accompanied by Gu Manman and Fan Wenxi, took a taxi to the airport for their flight to Yuanshan City. They planned to visit Fan Wenxi's home tomorrow before heading to Yindu. Li intended to check on the Kuaiche company and the Shanghai game studio. Crash. A piece of porcelain shattered violently against the floor, the sound of it breaking accompanied by shards flying in all directions. Damn it, tricked by a little brat. Zhang Yuquan, in his office, had smashed his beloved and valuable purple clay teapot. He glared at his subordinate. What is our projected loss this time? Opposite Zhang Yuquan, a man in his 40s, dressed in formal attire and wearing glasses, trembled. Today, we suffered losses exceeding 20 million. Next week, the funds we have in Malo and culture may accumulate losses of 80 million to 100 million. Li. Upon hearing this figure, Zhang Yuquan gritted his teeth and shouted the name. An image of a naive young boy flashed in his mind. How could an 18-year-old child outmaneuver him in the stock market? Exhaling heavily, Zhang Yuquan attempted to calm his emotions and inquired, "Have we identified who leaked the information?" "It surely wasn't us." The man across from Zhang Yuquan shook his head firmly. "The management at Yuding Capital is exceptionally stringent. This time, they devised a scheme to trap Li, but unexpectedly, the information leaked, allowing Li to escape beforehand. Not only did he flee, but he also ensnared Zhang Yuquan and others in Maloan culture. Ruthless. So ruthless. Li Yi's escape coincided with the end of the auction, causing the stock to plummet to its limit. This was a stock that had achieved 6 consecutive gains, yet it was decisively eliminated like this, suffering losses exceeding 10 million. He ensured that other funds were trapped in Maloan culture. For an 18-year-old, this is extraordinarily ruthless. This is a profit of over 10 million. However, from another perspective, youthful exuberance often leads to such audacity. The young are fearless. A chaotic punch can even fell a seasoned master. Regardless of whether it is Zhang Yuquan, Feng Dalao, or other large investors, they have navigated the tumultuous sea of stocks for many years, developing their own strategies. They have long surpassed the age of impulsiveness and recklessness, and their actions are certainly not driven by such fervor. It was not us who leaked the information. Rather, it was others who did so, and it is truly infuriating. Zhang Yuquan harbored a deep-seated animosity towards several individuals. This setback resulted in losses ranging from 80 million to 100 million, rendering months of hard work futile. Capturing a soaring stock while simultaneously elevating the market sentiment is no trivial task. Not only has such a splendid opportunity for Maloan culture been squandered, but the gains accrued from it are also destined to be relinquished. It is truly disheartening. Meanwhile, renowned large-scale capital investors, as well as prominent figures in private equity, are all inquiring, who leaked the information? A grand scheme akin to who is the undercover is unfolding among these major capital players and private equity firms. In reality, there is no undercover agent. It is merely that Li Yi possesses the extraordinary ability to foresee future events, thereby gaining knowledge of the news in advance, ultimately leading to the downfall of these individuals. If an informant could be identified, it would certainly raise suspicions. Chapter 65, Buying Dad of Volvo 90. The funds have been received. Yindu, Kuaiche Company. Upon witnessing the 10 million funds credited to the company account, Tu Wendong felt an immense sense of satisfaction. He also noted that Li Yi had managed to outsmart several large investors in the stock market today. Although Li Yi himself incurred losses exceeding 10 million, he is not in need of funds. He further injected an additional 10 million into the company, allowing for bold internal testing. Tu Wendong promptly gathered the company's staff. Tomorrow, the big boss will be visiting, and we shall officially conduct tests with 1000 taxi drivers in the coastal area. Can we ensure that there will be no issues? Absolutely. We have personally conducted vehicular tests, and everything is perfectly fine. We have invited over 200 users to participate in the internal testing. Is the big boss a classmate of Li Yi? Kuaiche Company now boasts a technical team of 126 members and a promotional team of 50, totaling 176 individuals. A remarkable expansion. This surge can be attributed to Tu Wendong's extensive network. Of course, this is due to Kuaiche Company's acquisition of Asang Navigation Company and the subsequent integration of their employees. Otherwise, such a workforce would not be feasible. Upon its registration, Kuaiche Company possessed over 20 million in capital. The software is still undergoing internal testing and has yet to be launched, thereby consuming minimal funds. The lack of funds is solely due to the acquisition of a navigation software company with top-tier qualifications. Furthermore, a considerable number of personnel have been recruited to update equipment and refresh road information. The taxi-hailing software has not yet been released, but the navigation system must be updated to reflect national maps, which is already incurring expenses. It is a certainty that the navigation software will not yield profits and will require continuous investment each year. Nevertheless, everyone remains highly motivated, as they can all envision the promising future and financial prospects of the taxi-hailing software. The Kuaiche software has been completed for several days, and internal staff have conducted multiple rounds of testing with minimal issues. The next step is to conduct a relatively extensive internal test, essentially a pre-launch, pre-operation phase. If everything proceeds without a hitch, the software will be promoted throughout Yindu, followed by rapid expansion to major cities such as Jiangxing, Shenzhen, Guangzhou, Hangzhou, and others. Spending, spending, spending. The pace of promotion is entirely contingent upon Li Yi's ability to generate profits. On another front, Shanghai technology. Oh my goodness. Has Li Yi truly transferred 20 million? Brothers, the pressure is immense. How is the progress on the numerical settings? Boss, the numerical aspects are mostly satisfactory, but the challenges arise when attempting to utilize the scope. The variations in visuals, distance, and rendering issues are quite problematic. The synchronization issues pertaining to physical collisions remain unresolved, and I require additional personnel to tackle these matters. The current computer resources are utterly incapable of handling the demands of this game. At the very least, standard computers cannot support this game unless players opt to upgrade their machines or acquire superior graphics cards. Developing a mobile version is an even greater challenge, as the current smartphone configurations struggle to accommodate this game. The development process is fraught with difficulties. Presently, the Shanghai Game Software Studio has over 300 members tirelessly working around the clock to conquer the challenges posed by PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. Issues are identified and subsequently addressed. Yet, some problems are indeed formidable. At this juncture, our primary research capabilities are focused on the PC version of the game since it can be effectively managed. The mobile version requires further optimization to ensure feasibility. We can await the completion of the PC version before proceeding with the optimization and modifications for mobile. This does not imply that we will abandon the mobile version. Rather, there is no need to rush. Li Yi's direct infusion of 20 million into the studio is a testament to his strength. Burn through the funds. The company is not concerned about financial constraints. There is no need to fret over whether the game will sell upon completion. Everyone involved in software development finds immense enjoyment in the creative process of developing PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. This game is destined for success, not solely due to lucrative salaries, but also because of the excitement it generates. Everyone is brimming with enthusiasm and determination. At the Yuanjiang airport, a plane arriving from the coast gracefully descends and comes to a halt. Once the majority of the passengers have disembarked, Li Yi, Gumanman, and Fan Wensi step off the aircraft. Their first order of business is to purchase necessities before dining. Upon exiting the airport, Li Yi outlines the itinerary, and both Gumanman and Fan Wensi express no objections. Curiously, Gumanman inquires, "What are we buying?" Fan Wensi, carrying a small backpack, follows closely behind Li Yi, her eyes filled with curiosity. "We should buy a car." Li Yi responds, having recently obtained his driver's license. Naturally, acquiring a vehicle is essential. However, it is not for his personal use. He has no intention of driving to Yindu. The primary purpose is to purchase it for his father. Upon hearing Li Yi's intention to buy a car, Fan Wensi appears slightly surprised but quickly comes to terms with it. After all, Li Yi recently acquired his driver's license, and with his daily earnings, he could easily afford any luxury vehicle. Buying a car is no trivial matter. Gumanman's eyes light up at the mention of shopping, a pleasure every girl enjoys, even if it involves purchasing a car. Suddenly intrigued, she exclaims, "A car? What kind are you planning to buy? A Ferrari? A Lamborghini? A Porsche? Or perhaps a Bentley? A Rolls-Royce?" Li Yi is momentarily taken aback. This silly girl immediately suggests vehicles worth millions. Although Li Yi's stock account earns over 10 million daily, today he almost incurred a loss of over 10 million, didn't he? Li Yi shook his head, stating, "I withdrew over 30 million, most of which I transferred to the company, leaving only a few $100,000, enough to purchase a Volvo. It's primarily for my father." "Oh, for my uncle," he added. Upon hearing this, Gumanman nodded in understanding. Li Yi's father still drives an old Skoda, which has been in use for nearly 8 or 9 years. It's certainly time for an upgrade. BMWs, Mercedes, Audis, and the like are quite ostentatious. The Li family, consisting of Li Guozhong and Yi Hongying, are not the kind of people who seek attention. A Volvo is a splendid choice, emphasizing safety. This brand is relatively niche, and since it has been acquired by a domestic company, it also supports local manufacturing. Many are unaware that Volvo is indeed a luxury brand. On the airport road in Yuanjiang City, there are various car dealerships. Li Yi, Gumanman, and Fan Wensi chose a Volvo dealership. "Hello. Welcome to the Volvo Airport Road store," greeted a well-dressed lady as the 3 young individuals entered. Li Yi had a clear purpose for his visit. Upon entering the showroom, he directed his attention towards the off-road vehicles, with Gu Man and Fan Wensi following closely behind. This simple action made it evident to the saleswoman that among the trio, this young man was the leader, displaying strong intent and purpose. Such determined gentlemen often find it easier to finalize transactions. This is the imported Volvo 90, a model our brand emphasizes for its safety features. It boasts a maximum power of 235 horsepower, a torque of 400 Newton meters, and is equipped with a 320 horsepower four-cylinder engine. Featuring an 8-speed automatic transmission, achieving 0 to 100 km/h in just 6.5 seconds. Both 5-seat and 7-seat versions are available. The car measures an impressive 4.95 meters in length, 1.958 meters in width, and 1.776 meters in height, categorizing it as a mid-size vehicle. Li Yi was particularly interested in the black variant, which exuded a sense of grandeur. Li Yi was acutely aware that his father had grown weary of the Skoda sedan, finding it uncomfortable with limited visibility. Especially when returning to the countryside, the view ahead on steep roads was entirely obstructed. Driving became a matter of instinct. In contrast, his uncle's off-road vehicle provided exceptional visibility, making it easy to navigate the rural paths. As for the claim that off-road vehicles do not perform well on highways, who cares about that? How often does Li Guozhong actually drive on highways in a year? Li Yi admired the vehicle for its sleek yet sophisticated design. Certain that his father would appreciate it, he promptly inquired, "I'll take these two. Do you have them in stock? I want to drive them away immediately." "Yes, we have them available. We can arrange for them to be brought over and attach temporary license plates for you to hit the road right away." The young saleswoman was taken aback by how effortlessly the deal was closing. She had merely provided a brief introduction, unsure if the young man had absorbed any of the information, yet they proceeded directly to finalize the transaction. The imported 90, priced at $7.388 million for the 5-seat version and $7.556 million for the 7-seat version, comes with certain purchase discounts. After accounting for various taxes and insurance, the total cost would be under $800,000. Li Yi had withdrawn over $31 million, transferred $30 million to the company, and was left with more than $1 million in hand. That was more than sufficient. Acquiring my very first car, a Volvo 90, entirely with my own funds, although it is intended as a gift for my father. Chapter 66. Both mom and dad receive presents. While processing the payment, I registered under my father's name. To my surprise, Mr. Li was purchasing a vehicle for his father. Indeed, what a joy it must be for a parent to have such a thoughtful child. Who could have imagined that this young gentleman before me was not buying a car for himself? It was only during the registration that I learned he was purchasing it for his father. Truly a rare occurrence. The saleswoman, having worked in the industry for many years, had witnessed countless parents accompanying their children to purchase vehicles for them. Instances of children buying cars for their parents, however, are exceedingly uncommon. Even more unusual is a child taking the initiative to purchase a car for their parents without consulting them. Congratulations on becoming a Volvo owner. Should you encounter any issues during your time with the vehicle, feel free to contact me or call the dedicated line. The 5-seat version of the Volvo 90, selected by Li Yi, was delivered. After confirming everything was in order, a simple handover ceremony was held. Li Yi's parents work in a state-owned enterprise, and due to strict family planning policies, he is their only child. Typically, when they go out, it's just the 5 of them, Li Yi, his parents, and his grandparents. Once he marries and has children, he will undoubtedly have his own car, making a 7-seater unnecessary. The cramped space in the rear of a 7-seater is simply not worth it. A spacious 5-seater provides far more comfort. Off we go. Time for a meal. Having just obtained my driver's license, this marks my inaugural experience behind the wheel. Indeed, the first time I drive in this life. Gu Man promptly took her place in the passenger seat, fastening her seatbelt and gripping the door handle. Her cautious demeanor clearly indicated a lack of faith in my driving skills. She is well aware that my driving post-licensure has been, well, less than impressive. Fan Wensi settled into the back seat, finding it exceedingly soft and comfortable, with a strong sense of enclosure and ample space. Perhaps influenced by Gu Man's meticulousness, Fan Wensi also buckled her seatbelt in the rear. Is this a sign of distrust in my driving abilities? I consider myself quite the seasoned driver. Have you ever heard of the driving deity of Mount Xiaoming? Moreover, this car is designed with safety in mind. You can trust in that. As I started the engine, the vehicle glided smoothly out onto the road, merging onto the airport expressway toward Wanqing district. The cabin was remarkably serene and comfortable, with excellent sound insulation. The car boasted 8 speakers that delivered a surround sound experience. However, the navigation system left much to be desired. Traditional fuel vehicles can be quite lacking in technology, unlike the electric vehicles of the future, which offer expansive comfort and superior systems. At this moment, I opted not to use the built-in navigation system and instead relied on my phone. Your driving skills are indeed commendable. Gu Man had relaxed her grip on the door handle, her body easing into comfort, now acknowledging my driving prowess. Fan Wenxi also nodded slightly in approval. I had told you all, I am an experienced driver. Why the disbelief? In my previous life, I truly was an adept driver. Back then, regulations regarding licenses were lax. I would drive my father's car without one. Especially during holidays, I was the one behind the wheel for pickups and drop-offs. Even in this new life, my driving skills remain intact. The new car has yet to undergo proper break-in. There are certain distances that remain uncertain. With a bit of caution, there should be no significant issues. After driving for 2 hours, it was nearly 10 p.m. The flight took over 2 hours. Purchasing the car consumed more than an hour, and driving it took an additional hour. I casually found a restaurant to dine at. Li Yi drove Gu Man and Fan Wenxi home. With plans to visit Fan Wenxi's house tomorrow, Li Yi then returned home. Currently, he is still using a temporary license plate, leaving the official registration for his father to handle. Given Li Yi's recognition within his residential community, he can easily access the underground parking garage by simply showing his face to the security. Are you all asleep? Although today is Friday and tomorrow is the weekend with no work, Li Yi's parents typically retire for the night around 10 p.m. After finishing dinner and dropping off the 2 ladies, Li Yi arrived home past 11 p.m. He had intended to share the news of buying a car with his father, but that would have to wait until tomorrow. Li Yi carelessly tossed the purchase invoice, user manual, and keys onto the coffee table. After taking a shower, he retired for the night. Did Xiaoyi buy a car? Where? Look, the purchase invoice is still on the coffee table. The 2 car keys are right there as well. It's evident that he has acquired a new vehicle. A Volvo, quite an impressive choice. Renowned for its safety, the first seatbelt in the world was invented by this company. Li Guozhong, like many others, had researched various car models in anticipation of purchasing one. Over the years, he has continued to study the subject. While out shopping for groceries, he took a moment to glance at the basement. Next to their Skoda was a brand new black SUV, gleaming with elegance. It was quite a sizable vehicle. Is it really that big? Yi Hongying inquired. The Volvo brand offers 2 SUV models, the 60 and the 90. Li Guozhong was taken aback by the size of the model his son chose, nearly 5 meters long. He expressed his approval, saying, "What do you know? A larger vehicle provides ample space and comfort, but it must consume a lot of fuel," Yi Hongying retorted. Li Guozhong was momentarily speechless. Indeed, a larger vehicle would typically have higher fuel consumption. However, considering his son's earning potential, he remarked, "Why worry about him being unable to afford fuel?" Old Li had assumed that if his son were to buy a car, it might be a flashy sports car, something that looked good but lacked practicality, with high fuel consumption. He never imagined that his son's first car would be a Volvo, a relatively obscure luxury brand with modest recognition. By the time Li Yi awoke, his mother had already prepared breakfast, and he simply needed to sit down to eat. After freshening up, he said to his father, "Dad, there are car keys on the coffee table. It's the car I bought for you. When you have a moment, please go to the vehicle management office to obtain the official license plate. I will be visiting a classmate today, and I plan to head to Yindu in the afternoon to handle some matters before attending military training." "Huh, the car you bought for me?" Both Li Guozhong and Yi Hongying were taken aback. Upon waking, they had noticed the purchase invoice, car keys, and insurance documents on the coffee table. Mistakenly believing their son had purchased a car, they had not examined the details closely enough to realize that the documents were actually in old Li's name. Indeed, it is now the case that the son has purchased a car. However, it is the son who has bought a car for his father. "Mother, you have one too." Li Yi produced a bracelet and handed it over. It was entirely crystal clear, translucent, adorned with ethereal green flowers, a jade bracelet of considerable value. After a trip to Linghai, he had pondered what to buy for his mother and ultimately settled on this exquisite piece. "Child, why did you buy such a thing? What a waste of money." Although she spoke those words, Yi Hongying's face radiated delight and joy as she accepted the bracelet. Its coolness contrasted with the warmth of her touch as she held it for a moment. It was truly beautiful. not only because it was a gift from her son, but its intrinsic beauty was evident, its appearance revealing its considerable worth. How much did this cost? Yi Hongying inquired, trying it on her wrist, finding it a perfect fit and indeed lovely. The price was undoubtedly not modest. When Li Yi had handed it to her, there had been no price tag to indicate its cost. He was savoring a bun and sipping kanji when he remarked, "Just wear it. For your son. It is not worth much." Li Guozhong chimed in, "It's from your son. Just wear it carefully." "I know." Yi Hongying shot her husband a glance, saying, "It's just too expensive. It makes me uneasy to wear it. What if something happens to this jade?" Li Yi chuckled, "Do not worry. This is jade, with a high density and hardness. Unless it directly collides with stone or steel, it is not easily damaged. Just be a bit cautious in your everyday handling." Yi Hongying quickly took it off, stating, "Then I shall not wear it regularly. Such items are best suited for special occasions." "Such as?" Li Yi prompted. "During festivals and celebrations, perhaps. It can be a way to show it off. Of course, it is not about boasting of its value but rather to showcase. This is a gift from my son." Without a doubt, for Li Guozhong, receiving a car from his son would make it even easier to show off. "This car was bought by my son." Li Yi could already envision that scene. Nevertheless, as parents, nurturing their child is precisely for moments like this. Chapter 67. At Fan Wenxi's home, the mother-in-law meets the son-in-law. "Oldly, have you changed cars?" "Yes. My son bought this for me." This car is truly grand. It must have cost quite a bit." "It was bought by my child. The sentiment is what matters. And I did not inquire about the price. It is not a major brand." "Oldly, didn't your son just finish his college entrance exams?" "Yes. He earned a little money himself to buy me a car." "Goodness, I heard your son is the top scorer in the province. He is indeed exceptional. While other children are spending their parents' money for schooling, your son has already begun earning before even entering university. Truly deserving of his status as the top scorer." "Oldly, how does your son earn money?" "He makes it through stock trading. You can look it up." "I do not understand stocks, so do not ask me what to buy. Knowing about it is often synonymous with losing money." "Oldly, your son is impressive. I have heard he has already made over 100 million in the stock market." "Is that true? So remarkable." "Oldly, you are truly commendable to have raised such an outstanding son, one who excels in academics and also knows how to make money." Early in the morning, Li Guozhong set out for a leisurely drive in his new car. Those familiar with Li Guozhong have noticed that he has acquired a new vehicle. Remarkably, this car is quite substantial, imposing, and undeniably eye-catching, making it nearly impossible not to draw attention. Allegedly, this vehicle was purchased by his son. Yet those who know Li well are aware that his son is merely a high school student, seemingly preparing for the college entrance examination this very year. Has he already begun to earn money? For those well-versed in the stock market, the news regarding Li Yi is quite clear. Li Guozhong's son has amassed over 100 million in the stock market, emerging as one of the most celebrated prodigies of recent times. Naturally, there are those who harbor jealousy or envy, dismissing the stock market as ephemeral, akin to gambling. They argue that while profits may be realized now, there is a chance of incurring devastating losses later, as evidenced by the many who have seen their fortunes crumble. "Mom, I have made plans with Man and Li Yi to head to Yindu ahead of time," Fan Wenxi stated upon returning home. Her mother, Wen Hui, was still awake, gazing at her daughter with a look of concern. "Just be careful and stay safe," she replied. Wen Hui had witnessed the transformation in her daughter during the summer following the college entrance examination. She appeared more confident and vibrant, almost as if she had undergone a metamorphosis. While her heart swelled with pride, a tinge of guilt also lingered within her. She felt reassured knowing her daughter would be accompanied by classmates Gu Man and Li Yi, particularly since Gu Man had been a significant support to her daughter over the past 2 years. As for Li Yi, she had only recently learned of his exceptional prowess, excelling not only in academics, but also in computer technology and stock trading. According to her research, this remarkable student had earned a staggering 100 million in the stock market, an amount that would take her years of labor, without sustenance, to accumulate. In agreement with her daughter's plans, Wen Hui returned to her room to retrieve a small sum of money, which she handed to Fan Wenxi. "Here, take this with you to Yindu. I will transfer your tuition and living expenses to your bank account. Carry cash to avoid any mishaps." She cautioned her daughter as she passed the money. "Mom, no need. I have enough," Fan Wenxi protested, declining her mother's offer. Instead, she carefully pulled out her phone to show her mother a couple of messages from the bank indicating a deposit of over 300,000 and another of over 80,000. What on earth? How did you acquire such a sum? When Huey's demeanor shifted upon seeing the messages, she became noticeably serious, exuding an air of authority that instilled a sense of pressure. Mom, the 80,000 is my share from developing a small game for Lee, which generates monthly revenue. He insisted on giving me 5%. The 300,000 pertains to the payment for software I created for him. He mentioned he would invest a bit for me in the stock market, but I never anticipated such returns. This is hardly pocket money. In her entire life, Wen Hui has never saved such a substantial sum of money. Originally, the stock account operated by Lee for Fan Wenxi was funded by Gu Man. However, when Lee withdrew the funds from Fan Wenxi's stock account, he anticipated that Fan Wenxi's mother would inquire and possibly refuse. After some discussion, they decided that Fan Wenxi would explain that the initial capital was a reward for developing the game Jump. This way, both Fan Wenxi and her mother could accept it. To substantiate this, Lee even showed Fan Wenxi the earnings from Jump on Android and provided her with a 5% profit share, though he initially intended to offer more. Nonetheless, Fan Wenxi declined, reasoning that Lee had already compensated her for her work on the software, which was the foundational capital of the stock account. She felt that her programming of Jump was a learning experience alongside Lee, and she could not accept payment for it. Upon hearing her daughter's account, Wen Hui sighed. Reflecting on how much care Fan Wenxi's two classmates had shown their family, they should be sincerely thanked. Words alone could not express the depth of her gratitude, and she could only conclude that her daughter, often seen as naive, was indeed fortunate to encounter such classmates and friends. In one's lifetime, opportunities to meet such friends or benefactors are rare, and the chance to forge genuine, profound friendships is even scarcer. At this age, emotional bonds are particularly sincere, and as one grows older, such pure friendships become increasingly rare. Fan Wenxi nodded earnestly and said, I will study diligently and follow Lee. He wants me to be the chief technology officer of his company, and I am seriously learning about intelligent algorithms and artificial intelligence to contribute meaningfully in the future. Cici, you are working hard. Wen Hui suddenly embraced her daughter tightly, lamenting, I am not a good mother. Due to work and my personality, I have not been able to care for you as I should. Yet, in Fan Wenxi's heart, her mother was the best mother in the world. The next day, Lee and Gu Man visited Fan Wenxi's home. As it was Saturday and when Hui was off duty, she welcomed them warmly. Man. It's been a while since I've seen you. You must be Lee, right? Thank you for taking care of our CC. Come in and have a seat. Would you like something to drink? Lee and Gu Man were received with great hospitality by Fan Wenxi's mother. Auntie, there's no need for such formality. Thank you. Just plain water is fine. They brought simple refreshments of fruit and milk into the cozy abode. Seated on wooden chairs, Wen Hui offered them some fruit and poured warm water. This was not Gu Man's first visit to Fan Wenxi's home, while it was Li Yi's inaugural experience. He took in the modest yet warm atmosphere of the home, located in an older school district characterized by 5 to 6-story buildings. The living space was compact but fully equipped and inviting, especially the wall adorned with numerous scratches, brimming with awards and accolades. It is indeed a wall adorned with an overwhelming number of certificates, so many that they can scarcely fit. Yet, at the very center, there is not a mere certificate, but an honorary commendation issued by the Provincial Public Security Department. Over time, Lee has come to learn that Fan Wenxi's parents are both police officers. Fan Wenxi's father, Fan Zhuojuan, sacrificed his life in the line of duty, while Fan Wenxi was still an infant at the time of his passing. Her mother, Wen Hui, also serves in the police force, albeit in a more administrative capacity, as she needed to care for her daughter during her formative years. The name Fan Wenxi embodies not only the surnames of her parents, but also her mother's enduring remembrance of her father. As Lee and the others settled in, Wen Hui called out, You two sit for a moment. I will prepare lunch. We shall eat together shortly. At that moment, a small head peeked from the kitchen, adorned with an apron. Gu Man remarked, Wenxi, you're preparing lunch so early? Let me help you. Lee observed Fan Wenxi in her home attire, her apron adding an air of maturity and charm. No need, I can manage. She replied, You two just relax and watch television. I'll handle it with Wenxi. Aunt Wen Hui gently ushered Lee and Gu Man back to their seats, heading to assist her daughter in the kitchen. It was still only a little past 10. Fan Wenxi mentioned, We need to head to Yindu later, so let's finish lunch early. Aunt Wen Hui, busily washing and chopping vegetables, emerged to engage in light conversation with Lee and Gu Man, ensuring that her guests were not left unattended, which would be impolite. Moreover, she was aware of her own culinary limitations. I apologize for my lack of cooking skills. If I were to prepare a meal, you might struggle to eat. Typically, it is Wency who cooks while I, as her mother, simply enjoy the fruits of her labor. I sometimes feel unworthy of the title of mother. However, my work leaves me little time to cook. From a young age, Fan Wency had begun preparing her own simple breakfasts and lunches, partly due to her mother's demanding job, which often left little time for maternal care, and largely because her mother's cooking was, frankly, less than palatable. Thus, she had to learn to fend for herself. As Aunt Wenhui conversed with Gu Man and Li Yi, her gaze often lingered on Li Yi, reminiscent of a mother-in-law growing increasingly fond of her daughter's suitor. After all, her daughter had expressed intentions of diligently studying at university and then working alongside Li Yi. Naturally, Aunt Wenhui sought to engage Li Yi in conversation to better understand him. Through their exchange, she discerned that her daughter's classmate possessed a maturity and foresight beyond his years, alleviating her concerns about her daughter's future with him. However, Aunt Wenhui's attention also drifted to Gu Man, whom she knew well. She recognized the way Gu Man looked at Li Yi, understanding all too clearly her daughter's feelings. With a sigh, she thought, the fortunes of children are their own. There is no need for excessive concern. Chapter 68, Departure for Yindu. The Express Company extends a warm welcome. Before 11 o'clock, Fan Wency was already preparing lunch. She intended to set off for Yindu in the afternoon. Hence, she commenced her culinary preparations early. It's time to eat, she called, bringing forth the final soup dish. With her hair tied up and an apron adorning her, Fan Wency welcomed her 3 guests to the table. Come on. Wenhui beckoned Gu Man and Li Yi, let us eat. Li Yi and Gu Man immediately stepped forward to the dining table. On a sweltering summer day, the sight of the delectable dishes, still steaming and wafting enticing aromas, was irresistible. Both the presentation and fragrance of the food were commendable. Delicious. Everyone felt at ease. Gu Man sat down and, after sampling Fan Wency's culinary skills, couldn't he help but exclaim, Cici, your cooking is truly remarkable. I wonder who will benefit from your skills in the future. The table was laden with homely dishes: stir-fried pork with cauliflower, stir-fried meat with green asparagus, steamed fish, sautéed bok choy, and tomato egg soup. There was also a cold dish, shredded marinated tofu. With 3 people and such an abundance of food, it was clear they could not finish it all. Fan Wency was aware of this too. Thus, each dish was modestly portioned. Indeed, Cici's culinary prowess was impressive. Li Yi also took a taste and nodded slightly. He had not anticipated that Fan Wency could cook so splendidly. Who could be this treasure of a girl? He mused. Cici's skills surpassed mine by far. When I initially asked her why she ate so little and lacked appetite, she replied that my cooking was too unpalatable, prompting me to learn how to cook myself. At that time, Fan Wency was not yet 8 years old. Upon hearing Aunt Wenhui recount this story, Li Yi and Gu Man exchanged glances filled with concern for Fan Wency. Goodness, Aunt Wenhui must have had truly dreadful cooking skills to inspire an underage girl to take the initiative to learn to cook. Naturally, Li Yi and Gu Man also considered that Fan Wency began cooking at such a tender age partly to alleviate some burdens from her mother. This meal was exceptionally warm and inviting. Li Yi rarely witnessed Fan Wency so joyful, although her expression remained consistent with her usual demeanor. The subtle curve at the corners of her mouth revealed her inner happiness. I'll take you to the airport. After the meal, Aunt Wenhui did not require her daughter to wash the dishes, instead encouraging her to accompany her classmates. Once she tidied up the kitchen, Fan Wency had also nearly finished her tasks. Wenhui planned to drive her daughter and her friends to the airport. No need, Auntie. I've asked my dad to come pick us up. Li Yi had already called his father in advance. At that moment, Li Guozhong was parked outside their community in the new car his son had gifted him, a Volvo 90. Thus, Aunt Wenhui greeted Li Yi's father and expressed her gratitude. She then reminded her daughter, send me a message when you arrive. Be safe. Goodbye, Mama. Fan Wency waved farewell to her mother as she climbed into the car. Goodbye, Auntie. Li Yi and Gu Man also waved at Aunt Wenhui. The sleek black Volvo 90 departed from the community, merging onto the airport expressway. En route to the airport, Li Yi carried minimal luggage, just a backpack. A change of clothes and a laptop were already placed in the car. As for Gu Man, she carried a backpack containing her spare clothes and laptop. Fan Wency, however, brought quite a bit more, a suitcase and a backpack, though it was not excessive. Please ensure your safety on the road. Li Guozhong cautioned the three as they arrived at the airport. Turning to his son, he added, "Take good care of your two female classmates." "Got it. Hurry and leave. Be careful on the road." Li waved his hand dismissively at his father, urging him to depart quickly. At the airport entrance, passengers were not allowed to linger for too long, or they would be penalized. Without adults nearby, a sense of freedom enveloped Gu Man, who sighed in relief. Feeling considerably lighter, Fan Wensi felt the same. Li Yi assisted Fan Wensi by pulling her suitcase and called out to the two, "Let us go." They followed his lead to the check-in desk to exchange their boarding passes before proceeding through security. The plane took off from Yuanzhang Airport, flying for approximately 2 hours before landing at Yindu Airport. Upon exiting the airport, an Audi awaited them on the second level of the parking garage. Tu Wendong personally drove to the airport to pick up Li Yi, the significant shareholder. Although Tu Wendong was also a boss of a ride-hailing company, he was merely a minor shareholder. Originally holding 10 of the shares, his stake had diluted to below 10 after Li Yi's additional investment of 10 million. "Shall I take you to the hotel first, then to the company?" After picking up Li Yi, Tu Wendong proactively helped with the luggage, placing it in the trunk and inquiring. Li Yi nodded in agreement. "Sure." Gu Man and Fan Wensi naturally had no objections. Their purpose for this trip was to accompany Li Yi to Yindu to observe the ride-hailing company, as the app was about to enter its beta testing phase. They wanted to get a glimpse of the situation and familiarize themselves with the environment in Yindu. In a while, Li Yi and Fan Wensi would be starting their military training at school, while Gu Man would have to wait until September. Tu Wendong drove them to a star-rated hotel near Yindu University, where he had already booked the rooms. The hotel was conveniently close to the university, making it easier for Li Yi to check in. It was also not far from the ride-hailing company's office. Ideally, the office should not be too distant from Yindu University, especially since the major shareholder was still attending classes there. Another advantage was that the proximity to Yindu University meant other nearby colleges were also within reach, facilitating the search for part-time workers. Even if they were just part-time, the quality of students from these universities was exceptional. Tu Wendong had already connected with several top students from Yindu and Qingmu University, initially seeking part-time help. But now they were considering joining the ride-hailing company after graduation. This fellow certainly had a way with words. Although the ride-hailing company's product had not yet launched, the concept held immense promise, evident to anyone with a bit of insight. In the Nebula Technology Park stood the ride-hailing company, an establishment that appeared quite humble. Founded just a month ago, it already employed over 100 people and had even acquired a mapping and navigation company. Currently, the company boasts nearly 100 employees, with dozens more engaged in business outreach. With a clap of his hands, Tu Wendong, accompanied by Li Yi and two others, gathered everyone's attention. For the moment, tasks could be set aside as he introduced the much-anticipated major shareholder, the esteemed owner, the embodiment of fortune, Li Yi. Applause resonated throughout the modest office. For the technical personnel, they directly obtained the core algorithms and architecture of the ride-hailing software from Li Yi, needing only to make supplementary adjustments. Much of the technology employed in the ride-hailing application is encapsulated and encrypted. Nonetheless, one can truly appreciate the power of such intelligent algorithms, which are undoubtedly years ahead of competitors, including even the larger firms. Many technicians at the ride-hailing company hail from esteemed tech giants, and they are well aware of this fact. The opportunity to meet the mastermind behind the core algorithms and intelligent technologies of the ride-hailing software was something everyone eagerly anticipated, filled with profound admiration. As for the other employees, they were well aware that their boss had amassed over 100 million in the stock market. Truly a figure of fortune. They had long awaited the arrival of their esteemed leader, fully believing that associating with such a figure would guarantee financial success, with minimal concerns about salaries and future prospects. Chapter 69. Internal Testing of the Ride-Hailing Software. Thank you all for your warm welcome. Li Yi greeted everyone. After a brief introduction by Tu Wendong, she managed to remember a few names. However, the sheer number of people made it impossible to remember everyone. Simultaneously, Li Yi accessed the fully developed software and conducted a brief test on his mobile device. The ride-hailing application had reached its completion and had even passed reviews from major Android manufacturers, though it had yet to officially launch. Within the company's backend, comprehensive data testing was visible. Currently, internal testing was underway in the coastal region, with numerous university students, white-collar workers, and 1,000 taxi drivers participating in the test. Users could expect a driver to accept their order within a minute and arrive at their location within 5 minutes. In the backend data, Lee could also monitor the order processing status. Presently, the number of drivers exceeded that of users, with over 1,000 drivers available, while the number of participating users remained below 300. This scale of testing was quite significant. With more than 1,000 drivers within the coastal region, sufficient service could be provided to users in that area. Of course, users' destinations were not restricted to the coastal region, as they could hail rides to other districts. When the number of drivers surpasses that of users, the experience for users remains quite favorable. However, for the drivers, a reduced user count could lead to longer wait times for orders from the platform. The taxi drivers regard our ride-hailing application merely as a secondary source of clientele. Their primary focus remains on navigating the city, with the majority of customers being those who hail cabs from the roadside. The question of whether the ride-hailing app can attract passengers is of little consequence to taxi drivers. It is simply an additional source of business. Furthermore, the company offers subsidies for data usage, which is an opportunity not to be overlooked. Lee observed the back-end order data and inquired of the technical staff. Currently, I presume we lack sufficient data to support real-time road information and recommend optimal routes? Yes, indeed, the technician nodded slightly, responding, based on your algorithm design and software architecture, it is feasible to calculate the most efficient and swiftest route to a destination using real-time road data. However, the limited number of users employing the navigation maps results in insufficient data collection to facilitate real-time updates on road conditions. Presently, traffic conditions are merely based on data released by traffic authorities, which are not real-time, thus carrying a degree of error, delay, and uncertainty. Collaborate with automobile manufacturers and mobile phone companies to pre-install our navigation software and vigorously promote it. The mapping of roads and the continuous updating of road information are crucial for the software's performance. However, this requires funding. Partnering with car and phone manufacturers for pre-installation also incurs costs. Is it not somewhat misguided to prioritize this over our primary goal as a ride-hailing application rather than a mapping company? The technician hesitated to express this concern, aware that the individual before him was a major shareholder and the principal investor. Tu Wendong, standing nearby, promptly interjected. I will follow up on these matters and communicate with mobile and automobile manufacturers. After acquiring the mapping software, we have consistently injected additional funds for updates, which have not ceased. All of this is costly, yet can Lee generate revenue? Tu Wendong resolved to implement all of Lee's directives, believing that if funds were needed, they could be requested from Lee. Lee nodded in satisfaction and remarked to Tu Wendong, "Then I shall step out and personally test the application. Let us go." Tu Wendong agreed. Following Lee out of the ride-hailing company and departing from the technological park where the company was located, Lee retrieved his phone, launched the ride-hailing application installed at the company, and began placing an order. You two experience this software together. Please compile any issues or suggestions afterward. After placing the order, he addressed Gu Man and Fan Wensi beside him. Simultaneously, he advised Tu Wendong, "We must prioritize user safety. This ride-hailing application is not solely for taxi drivers. Once we open it to private car owners, the driver's ethics will vary significantly. It is essential to incorporate a real-time recording feature to prevent any unforeseen incidents, particularly concerning solo female riders or those who have consumed alcohol." Lee succinctly conveyed his thoughts while Tu Wendong opened his phone's memo application to jot down these notes. He undoubtedly understands that ride-hailing applications are not solely for the use of taxi drivers. At this stage, he collaborates with taxi drivers and even directly partners with taxi companies to facilitate rapid development. Ultimately, the true user base of ride-hailing software consists of private car owners. Taxi drivers, backed by their respective companies, have their information registered across various aspects, ensuring a certain level of safety. However, the integrity of private car owners varies significantly. Should one encounter the perilous situations mentioned earlier by Lee, such as a young woman hailing a ride in a remote area late at night, or a woman under the influence seeking transportation, there lies a potential for danger. In the face of competition from taxi drivers and companies, the ride-hailing service could face considerable setbacks. The project might even be halted or require substantial modifications. Tu Wendong is acutely aware of these concerns and must proceed with caution. In future updates, It is essential to incorporate audio recording permissions within the software, ensuring that recording functionality is enabled throughout the journey. Additionally, a database of sensitive keywords should be integrated. Should any critical terms, such as those indicating distress, be detected, the backend must immediately lock in and review the situation. Tu Wendong demonstrates remarkable foresight, having already prepared corresponding measures following Li Yi's brief mention. Soon, a taxi pulls up beside Li Yi. The ride-hailing application provides real-time tracking of the driver's route and an estimated time of arrival, along with the driver's license plate and vehicle color. However, many data points and technological aspects remain inadequate. The real-time location updates and estimated arrival times are merely approximations, lacking precision. With sufficient data support and technological advancement, coupled with upgrades in mobile hardware and software, the service will become more accurate and user-friendly. Li Yi and Tu Wendong enter the vehicle and head towards Yindu University. Shortly thereafter, Gu Manman and Fan Wenxi also arrive in a taxi, embarking on the same journey. "Master, what do you think of this software?" one of them inquires. "It's decent," the driver replies. "I often drive around, and when luck strikes, I can pick up passengers through this app. They can order directly from their phones, and we can head straight there, saving a considerable amount of time. If only there were more users placing orders via their phones. Currently, it's still in internal testing, with more drivers than users." Li Yi smiles. "Soon, the software will be officially launched on a large scale. By then, in Yindu, you'll have millions of users. And you won't be able to keep up." The driver appears skeptical. Millions of users? If Yindu truly has that many users, it would be impossible to accommodate them all. Chapter 70. Short videos and the investment in development. Li Yi, accompanied by Tu Wendong, participated in several tests in the coastal area of Yindu. Overall, there were no significant issues. Minor problems can be swiftly rectified, while others are beyond the software's fault. They stem from current technological and hardware limitations, which require time to overcome. It is essential to accumulate a sufficient user base and data to facilitate enhancements in mobile hardware and software. When will the launch occur? Returning to the Nebula Software Park, the Kuai-Che company convened a meeting with Li Yi, Tu Wendong, Fan Wenxi, and other technical staff members. They reviewed the current state of the internal testing, deliberating on solutions to emerging issues and updates for subsequent versions. The discussions persisted until 8 o'clock in the evening, finalizing each detail, including the official launch date of the Kuai-Che software. In Tu Wendong's words, "It is better to be early than late." With the competition already advancing in Linhai, it was imperative to launch promptly. There was a strong belief that other teams and even companies within the country would soon develop similar products. The software needed to be released as swiftly as possible to secure a first-mover advantage. Li Yi shared this sentiment, acknowledging that the core of the Kuai-Che software had been established under his guidance. He and Fan Wenxi had collaboratively developed the core algorithm and architecture. Unquestionably, this ride-hailing application was ahead of its time by several years. Even if left untouched, it would remain functional for years, perhaps even a decade. Naturally, this was not a feasible scenario, as the technical team would continuously enhance and optimize the software. Thus, they settled on Monday as the launch day, with Li Yi determining that the software would go live at 6 o'clock a.m. Why so early? From the break of dawn, there would be individuals in need of rides. Typically, the morning peak occurs between 7 o'clock and 10 o'clock. It would be impractical to launch during that time. Users required ample time to download, install, and familiarize themselves with the application. By launching at 6 o'clock a.m., they would allow users time to acclimate before the true peak, which Li Yi and the technical department anticipated would occur in the evening. In the morning, users would merely experiment, necessitating time for word of mouth to spread. Li Yi reminded Tu Wendong that the server infrastructure must be flawless. Tu Wendong confidently assured him, "No problem. We have rented servers from Cat Factory, which will provide us with a robust solution." Li Yi nodded slightly, but reiterated, "We still need our own servers, as many data points are crucial and sensitive. Moreover, we may find ourselves in competition with Cat Factory in the future, necessitating the launch of additional products. You oversee the procurement and construction of the servers. If funding is needed, let me know." For a small company, the initial development phase often relies on rented server resources. Purchasing servers outright would impose a prohibitively high financial burden during the entrepreneurial stage. However, this perspective pertained to ordinary entrepreneurs. For Li Yi, money was not a concern. Should he find himself short, he he would strive to earn more. His primary focus was ensuring the company faced no difficulties. The most stable and efficient growth was paramount. Additionally, with the launch of Kuai-che, they needed to introduce their own payment software and monitor the market for payment licenses, as acquiring one was essential. The payment license would undoubtedly be a necessary acquisition. In the future, Li Yi intended to leverage the payment license to create more interfaces, interlinking their suite of products. All of this required substantial financial resources. Whether for server procurement or payment licenses, the investments would reach into the millions, if not more. On Sunday, final adjustments and optimizations were made ahead of the Kuai-che software's launch. Tu Wendong has already ventured out to attend to pressing matters. He is collaborating with the taxi company, launching operations citywide. Currently, the ride-hailing service is partnering with the taxi company. Once the user base expands, private car registrations will be permitted. The growth metrics will dictate this progression. As user numbers increase and taxi resources become saturated, the necessity for private car registrations will arise. This is a gradual process. Furthermore, in Yindu, Tu Wendong possesses ample resources and connections to address these issues. The ride-hailing software will not be halted due to complaints from the taxi community or the taxi company. Moreover, there is a rationale behind Li Yi's suggestion for Tu Wendong to initially collaborate with taxi drivers and companies. If there are insufficient taxi resources to cater to the burgeoning ride-hailing user base, what is the issue with opening private car registrations? There is none. Ride-hailing offers convenience, enabling users to book rides at any moment with just a click. Ride-hailing, your dedicated personal driver. Travel with ease, as discounts abound. Ride-hailing transforms your commuting experience. Professional drivers ensure safety, allowing users to place orders anytime, with real-time updates on driver locations. On Sunday, the advertisement for the ride-hailing software commenced promotions in Yindu. The first venues included bus stop billboards, subway advertisements, and elevator ads. Many commuters utilizing buses and subways might overlook other advertisements. Yet they will undoubtedly glance at the ride-hailing ads. When pressed for time while taking public transport, opting for a taxi becomes a viable choice. Hail a cab directly? The billboards encourage users to place orders via their mobile phones, with drivers promptly arriving to pick them up. Advanced bookings are also available. After placing an order, users can track how far the driver is from their location. The ride-hailing service officially launched on August 11th at 6:00 a.m. Advertisements were disseminated a day prior. The service is now available for download on both Android and app markets. Additionally, new users receive a direct benefit of 100 yuan. Various red envelopes and discount vouchers can be utilized for every ride, proving more economical than taking the subway. The ride-hailing service began its advertising on Sunday, rapidly gaining traction among Yindu's working populace. It has achieved notable recognition and has caught the attention of numerous companies, particularly in the realm of internet technology. Moreover, the company Bu, situated by the sea, was taken aback by the swift emergence of other ride-hailing software in Xia country. Just as Bu entered the Xia country market without large-scale promotion, a competitor has already launched. Taking advantage of Sunday, Li Yi also visited the Xinghai Game Studio. No, it has now been formally registered as Xinghai Technology Company. The studio has significantly expanded its operations. On Friday, a withdrawal of 30 million was executed, of which 20 million was transferred to Xinghai Technology. The development progress of the game PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds is remarkably swift. The research and development team has surpassed 300 members, and with substantial financial backing, any issues can be addressed. Of course, while development is advancing, the boss noted that this game demands significant hardware resources, which presents an insurmountable challenge. To reduce the graphical quality of the game or to limit the battle royale to 100 players, perhaps even 50 or 30, while also shrinking the map slightly and lowering the graphical requirements. This would ease the hardware demands. Li Yi cannot afford to lower the standards. It is of no concern. Simply develop according to my suggestions. As long as PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds is successfully created, it will undoubtedly ignite a revolution in internet cafes, compelling them to upgrade their graphics cards. Players will genuinely be motivated to enhance their computer configurations for a single game. This was certainly the case after the previous release of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. Lao Ding, continue recruiting researchers, particularly those skilled in intelligent algorithms and artificial intelligence. Additionally, reassign some researchers to software development. Li Yi will present his unfinished project, the musical short video. to the company for further refinement. The musical short video will officially enter the research and development phase. Furthermore, Li has instructed the technical team to develop Pinduoduo. The team of 300 at Shanghai has swiftly allocated over 100 personnel from the development of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds to other projects. As long as we continue to supplement our workforce, the development of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds will not be hindered. Initially, Li entrusted Ding Yifeng and Fong Yi with the development of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds to cultivate the team. Now that the team has reached a level of cohesion, it is entirely expected that they would be reassigned to work on the musical short video and Pinduoduo. Chapter 71. The Power of 5 Million Followers on Weibo. On Monday morning, Ho Yafen set out with her son for school. Yesterday, the car had been sent for repairs. So they took the subway home and encountered an advertisement for a ride-hailing app. She was particularly intrigued by the feature that allowed users to order a ride directly from their phones and make advance reservations. This convenience is remarkable. Additionally, the app provides real-time tracking of the driver's location, indicating how far away they are. For those suffering from anxiety, this is truly a blessing. Regarding safety, the ride-hailing drivers have recording activated throughout the journey, and the app is equipped with built-in navigation to ensure the safety of both driver and passenger while preventing detours and overcharging. Who hasn't experienced being taken on a roundabout route while hailing a cab? After scheduling her ride on the app, she checked back at the appointed time and saw that a driver had accepted the request and was en route to her location. Ho Yafen positioned herself at the east gate of her community. As she walked to the entrance with her son, she checked the app and saw that the driver was just 200 meters away. It wouldn't be long now. In the next moment, a taxi with the license plate 0045 pulled up in front of her. Ho Yafen and her son got into the car. The driver asked, "May I have the last 4 digits of your phone number?" 5522. Ho Yafen confirmed as she watched the driver verify the number on his phone. Following the verification, the app's notification sounded, recording activated to ensure the safety of passengers and drivers, and then began to plan the route while announcing the estimated time of arrival. The driver commenced the journey according to the navigation. Everything that transpired after getting into the car gave Ho Yafen an immediate impression of professionalism. During the ride, she engaged in casual conversation with the driver. "Is this ride-hailing app developed by your company? How could it be developed by our company? It is a technology company from Yindu that has introduced this software. Are you collaborating with them? What are your thoughts on the software? Is there a considerable influx of customers?" After several tests, the largest scale was achieved the day before yesterday, and today it has officially launched. Remarkably, the number of clients on this mobile application has increased significantly. What is the approximate cost for your service? Is it comparable to your usual pricing for attracting customers? Well, the unit price is slightly lower. However, this rideshare company has indicated that they will provide subsidies if the revenue does not meet expectations. The primary strategy is to attract users with lower prices. Additionally, we drivers receive subsidies, especially since this software requires considerable data usage. The rideshare company will cover the data expenses. There are also driver subsidies, but those details are unnecessary to elaborate on. Passengers can avail themselves of various discount vouchers and coupons. Ultimately, the rideshare software serves merely as a platform. The initial promotion necessitates a substantial number of drivers and passengers to draw in more users on both ends. For instance, many drivers, while driving, notice the invitation campaigns for new users and promptly recommend this software to friends in need. "Lily, I recommend a rideshare app called Fast Ride. It's incredibly user-friendly and, crucially, very affordable. If you register using my referral code, I can earn a 100 yuan voucher." "Oh, I've already registered." "Oh, I see, that is fine then." On a forum, someone asked, "What do you think of the Fast Ride app launched in Yindu?" A response read, "Seriously, I just arrived on Mars. Having just disembarked from a spaceship. Fast Ride is merely an imitation of a foreign app, not much to discuss, right?" Another remarked, "Clearly, the individual above has never used this app or genuinely experienced the original. I recently returned to my home country and happened to use the original. And today I also tried Fast Ride. I can only say, Fast Ride surpasses the original by several streets. Is that an exaggeration? It can't be true. Are you suggesting that Fast Ride employs paid promoters? How much do they pay per post? Let us gather a group and profit together." Some might find this claim exaggerated. I downloaded Fast Ride yesterday and received a discount voucher. Coincidentally, today I used it to take my child to school. To be honest, this software might have drawn inspiration from the original's operational model. However, in terms of software technology, it completely outshines the original. I suspect Fast Ride is a product from a major company. Upon further investigation, I discovered that this was not the case. It can only be said that the Fast Ride team is remarkably strong. They registered the company at the end of July with a capital of 20 million, clearly indicating that they are not a small team. There may be backing from a larger corporation, suggesting that the software was developed before the company's registration. Fast Ride has also acquired AI Shang Navigation, and they utilize their own navigation system within the app. The Fast Ride software has officially launched and quickly gained popularity in a limited scope, particularly among office workers and within the internet community in Yindu. For the average person, Fast Ride indeed offers enhanced convenience. Hailing a taxi on the street? Now, one can simply place an order through their mobile device, and a driver will arrive promptly, providing an entirely different experience. Additionally, one can make advance reservations. In the Fast Ride advertisement, there is a slogan that states, "Fast Ride, changing your travel experience." This is certainly not an exaggeration. Moreover, the software provides an exceptional user experience, leaving one with the impression of professionalism. It can be confidently asserted that it considers every detail, far surpassing its overseas counterpart by numerous measures. There is no doubt that Li Yi has returned from a rebirth, bringing with him a template for a ride-hailing application that has been refined over a decade of development. After years of exploration, the software is undoubtedly highly sophisticated. Although it is still constrained by various hardware and software limitations, with many features yet to be launched or fully developed. For those within the industry, particularly in the realm of internet technology companies, encountering novel products and software is an enticing opportunity for exploration, often leading them to dismantle and thoroughly examine such innovations. Only through genuine interaction with the ride-hailing software can one truly appreciate its formidable capabilities. A prominent figure in the industry has provided an objective assessment, stating that while the app may have drawn inspiration from foreign counterparts, it is technologically far ahead, by several years at the very least. This well-known blogger speculates that the team behind this app may be associated with a major domestic enterprise. The available information regarding the company suggests that it is not financially struggling, although details regarding equity distribution remain undisclosed. There is still considerable speculation that significant corporations may be backing this initiative. On Monday morning at 9:30 a.m., Li Yi, boasting over 5 million followers on Weibo, posted an early message. Surely, there can't be anyone unaware of the ride-hailing app, can there? Surely, everyone has experienced it by now. Hurry and download it. Traveling has never been easier. He noted that the app is currently only available in Yindu, with plans to expand to other cities in the near future, urging patience. He encouraged others to download it in advance, even if it is not yet available in their area. What is this Quick Ride? Is it the ride-hailing app that has been heavily advertised in Yindu recently? Li Yi, are you suggesting that Quick Ride is a product of your company? Is it not a product launched by a major internet corporation? Have I fallen behind the times? What exactly is Quick Ride? One could easily search online for this ride-hailing software. To my surprise, Quick Ride is indeed a product of Li Yi's company. After trying it, I found it exceedingly user-friendly and remarkably affordable. However, it should be noted that the app was merely advertised, and perhaps the praise stems from genuine satisfaction with its functionality. Is this ride-hailing software akin to others? Has it merely replicated a foreign model? It seems that a similar service has launched in Linhai. It appears that Li Yi has also ventured down the path of imitation. Early in the morning, I noticed Li Yi updating his Weibo, which took many of his followers by surprise. Typically, he updates around 3 p.m., following the close of the stock market. He seldom posts on weekends when the market is closed, only sharing updates after liquidating his stock holdings during weekdays. This early morning update promoting a ride-hailing app is quite rare. Most individuals have not even heard of Quick Ride. Li Yi's followers hail from all corners of the country, and not everyone resides in Yindu. Even among those in Yindu, not all have had the opportunity to experience Quick Ride. Yet, there are indeed many who are aware of it. Many were taken aback by Li Yi's promotional tone on Weibo. The app Quick Car appears to be a product of his company. Some speculate that Li Yi might have recently arrived in Yindu and had the opportunity to experience the Quick Car taxi service. As a young individual, finding the app useful and sharing a recommendation on his Weibo seems quite natural, doesn't it? Unfortunately, after posting this message, Li Yi did not engage further. Nevertheless, the influence of this Weibo post is considerable. With over 5 million followers, none of whom were purchased or are bots, but rather a vibrant community of young individuals and active investors. The reach is substantial. What is Quick Car? Many are intrigued and seek information as a new product or industry. Once it gains popularity, it can significantly impact the stock market. It could potentially yield positive news for a particular sector. Investors must remain at the forefront of various industries. Otherwise, how can they trade effectively? Li Yi's announcement brought greater awareness to the Quick Car app, coupled with its existing buzz. The promotional efforts from Tu Wendong that led to its trending status on Weibo are entirely logical. A little investment goes a long way. Chapter 72. Accelerating Profit Generation. Entering the Forex Market. 15. Liquidate Mingxiang Bank and invest in Jinhua Technology. After posting on Weibo, Li Yi kept a close watch on the market, liquidating all shares of Mingxiang Bank from his stock account. Simultaneously, he instructed Gu Manman to do the same. Mingxiang Bank had seen a surge last Friday, with a 5% increase at the market's opening this Monday, continuing its upward trajectory. This is a major blue-chip stock valued in the hundreds of billions. The combined value of Li Yi and Gu Manman stock accounts totals over 40 million. With today's opening up by 5, their holdings are now worth over 50 million. As long as they did not sell off all at once, there shouldn't be any significant repercussions. Such heavyweight stocks have daily trading volumes in the billions. A 50 million sell-off would hardly make a dent. Having liquidated Mingxiang Bank, they reinvested in Jinhua Technology. This morning, the financial sector experienced notable activity, with substantial capital influx. Jinhua Technology had also reached its peak last Friday, opening today with a 7% increase, a significant momentum. On Sunday, through his foresight, Li Yi had already envisioned Jinhua Technology hitting its peak around 10 a.m. on Monday. Today, he utilized his predictive abilities once more, foreseeing that Jinhua Technology would again reach a peak in the morning. He decisively sold off the larger holding in Mingxiang Bank and invested in Jinhua Technology, directly contributing to its surge. Jinhua Technology hit its peak. At 9:47, Gu Manman observed the successful closing of the stock, her face immediately lighting up with joy. This peak was partly due to her efforts. Participating in a stock transaction and actively pushing it to reach its peak brings immense satisfaction. The peak of Jinhua Technology arrived over 40 minutes ahead of what Li Yi had predicted the day before, a classic case of the butterfly effect. It was Li Yi's proactive involvement, investing over 50 million, that hastened the achievement of this peak. Total assets: 1. 384,946,000 available funds. 2. 328,000 market value of Jinhua Technology holdings. 10. 668,000 wealth technology holdings market value. 318,146,000 daily profit and loss. 151,758,000 total profit and loss. 1. 786,711,000. 1. 921,195,000. Today's trading activities in the stock market were minimal. I merely liquidated my position in Mingxiang Bank and acquired shares in Jinhua Technology. Today, the financial sector experienced a significant surge. Wealth technology also reached its upper limit in trading, which is why no actions were taken. The market value of Jinhua Technology holdings has now soared to 10.6 billion. The combined total assets of Li Yi and Gu Manman have reached 13.8 billion. Had 30 million not been withdrawn last Friday, the current total assets in the stock account would be 16.8 billion. One glance at the total profit and loss reveals that a principal of 930,000 has yielded an astonishing profit of 17.8 billion, a return rate of 19,000. Who else can claim such success? Alas, despite this, Li still finds himself in need of funds. The ride-hailing application, Kuaish, once officially launched, has become a significant financial drain. Over at Shanghai Technology, the development of the Yanfushi short video platform and Pinduoduo has also begun. Both applications are equally costly. The short video sector, while not burdened by video copyright expenses, incurs substantial annual costs for servers, bandwidth, and storage to accommodate user data and videos, ensuring service delivery. Pinduoduo, as an e-commerce platform, faces similar financial demands. Furthermore, promotional efforts are essential for both. Thus, Li Yi has instructed Tu Wendong to procure servers and establish their own data center. The promotion of these applications requires considerable investment. Initially, Li Yi could afford to pour funds into these ventures. However, as time progresses, his revenue generation may not keep pace with the financial demands of these applications. At the Li Fu Hotel, Gu Manman and Li Yi spent nearly an entire day together, alternating between monitoring the stock market and indulging in each other's company. Fan Wenxi has gone to Shanghai Technology to join the development of the Yanfushi short video platform. On one hand, Fan Wenxi is the second most involved individual in the development of Yanfushi aside from Li Yi. On the other hand, she has pursued her studies. Having learned computer technology from Li Yi, she has also self-studied artificial intelligence and intelligent algorithms. However, with Li Yi preoccupied with monitoring the market, many concepts require practical application, which she seeks to gain. Once Shanghai Technology officially launches the Yanfushi short video and Pinduoduo projects, Fan Wenxi will also assist, allowing her to learn and apply her knowledge, while providing Gu Manman and Li Yi a chance to spend time alone together. Yet, being alone with Li Yi presents its own risks. She almost fell victim to his charm. If not for Gu Manman's mother's advice, men are like big pigs. The easier they are to obtain, the less they cherish. Therefore, Gu Manman resolutely refrained from yielding. Hurry and get away from me. Just showing is not enough? You want me to lose my composure? After an evening workout, Li Yi took a shower in his room and retrieved his computer to check on the foreign exchange situation. Since they were at the hotel, Li Yi and his companions had adjusted their workout schedule to the evening. After finishing her workout, Gu Manman returned to her and Fan Wenxi's room to shower before sneaking into Li Yi's room, clad in a delicate camisole nightgown. Long, graceful legs are undeniably captivating, shimmering under the glow of the lights. In any case, her room is conveniently located right across from Li Yi's. A mere step through the door would suffice, and he would remain unseen. However, Li Yi is not keen on being ensnared. The enchanting creature burrows into his embrace, prompting him to deliver a playful smack on Gu Manman's rear, a delightful sensation indeed. He urges her to move aside, exclaiming that it stings. Gu Manman extricates herself from Li Yi's grasp, tenderly rubbing her slightly sore dairy. It hurts a bit, yet there is an unusual thrill accompanying the pain. Hey, you lecher, what is so captivating on the computer? Am I not alluring enough? She inquires, leaning closer to Li Yi. Her alluring spaghetti strap dress reveals much, though it is regrettably too tight. Li Yi casts a fleeting glance before losing interest. He is well acquainted with such dimensions, having explored them numerous times. With a casual grip, he resumes his focus on the computer screen. Are you still fixated on the stock market? No, this is foreign exchange. Gu Manman finally notices that the charts on Li Yi's computer do not pertain to stocks, but rather to foreign currencies, with the euro against the dollar prominently displayed in the upper corner. Li Yi is engrossed in the fast-paced and perilous world of foreign exchange trading, paying no mind to Gu Manman's presence. The fluctuations in forex markets occur at a far quicker pace than in stocks, necessitating Li Yi's utmost attention. Even with his foresight abilities, he has set specific target prices, ready to buy and sell as the currency reaches those thresholds. With his predictive capabilities, he navigates the forex landscape with relative ease. After all, this is the foreign exchange market, where daily trading volumes soar into the trillions of dollars. At present, Li Yi has merely converted over 300,000 in cash into dollars for forex trading. Even with 100 times leverage, this amounts to a little over $4 million. Even if he were to exchange over 100 million in cash into dollars and employ 100 times leverage in forex trading, it would hardly create a significant ripple effect. Of course, in the face of rival positions, using 100 times leverage could potentially stir a minor butterfly effect with a few $1 billion at play. Nevertheless, the forex market is so vast. With daily transactions exceeding trillions of dollars, there are essentially no market makers. Even national teams can only ride the tide. The notion of market makers is a fantasy. No institution or country dares to take on that role. Li Yi is utilizing a modest sum of over $40,000, amplified by 100 times leverage, to engage in forex trading. He believes that the speed of profit generation in the stock market cannot keep pace with his expenditure. Thus, he is venturing into the forex arena. Previously, he withdrew over 30 million, aside from infusing capital into his company and purchasing a vehicle for his father. Now, with only over 300,000 remaining in his account, he has fully committed it to the forex trading platform. Chapter 73. Fan Wenxi. Is there a strange scent? The forex market is distinct from the stock market, with even greater disparities compared to domestic markets. In foreign stock exchanges, transactions can occur at zero cost. One can buy and sell on the same day. Furthermore, foreign markets allow for both bullish and bearish positions, with virtually no restrictions on price movements. In contrast, domestic stock markets impose limits, where one can only trade the following day after a purchase, and short selling is not permitted. Yet, in the forex market, one can buy and sell on the same day as well. One can engage in both buying and short selling without any limitations on price fluctuations. However, the volatility in the foreign exchange market is generally subdued, as it involves the exchange rates between the currencies of different nations. Significant changes typically occur only in the event of monumental shifts within a country, such as bankruptcy or a financial crisis. Otherwise, the price variations remain modest. The foreign exchange market operates around the clock, offering continuous trading opportunities. It commences at 5 a.m. with the opening of the Wellington market, followed by Sydney at 6 a.m., Tokyo at 8 a.m., and subsequently the markets in Singapore and Hong Kong at 10 a.m. The afternoon sees the Frankfurt market come alive, and trading continues until 4 a.m. the following day, before returning to Wellington at 5 a.m., creating a perpetual cycle of trading. Due to varying economic strengths across nations, the trading activity in the Asian and Australian markets during the early morning hours tends to be relatively subdued, with price fluctuations typically around 20 to 30 pips. The most vibrant trading occurs during the overlap of the European and American markets in the evening, which is when the market experiences its highest volatility. This time frame aligns with the period when Li Yi is closely monitoring the market, around 10 p.m. In this bustling environment, Gu Manman attempts to entice Li Yi, who remains disinterested. It is precisely during this peak trading time that Li Yi leverages his ability to foresee future market movements, purchasing the euro against the dollar at 1.34350 within a mere 15 minutes. Each minute is marked by a significant upward trend represented by green candlesticks, indicative of rising prices, similar to the conventions in stock markets. In just 15 minutes, the euro-dollar pair ascends from 1.34350 to 1.35210, gaining 86 pips, with Li Yi holding a position of 40 lots of the euro-dollar. This translates to a profit of 400 per pip, amounting to a staggering 34,400 within that brief period. This remarkable profit is achieved with a relatively modest initial capital. If he were to withdraw over 100 million from the stock market and invest it in the forex market, even without employing leverage, he could potentially generate millions overnight using his precognitive abilities. Li Yi's foresight in the forex market is indeed extraordinary, should he choose to employ leverage. The potential to amass profits in the range of tens or even hundreds of millions of dollars in a single day becomes conceivable, although such figures may seem extravagant. The forex market sees daily trading volumes in the tens of thousands of dollars, yet for every profit made by one trader, another incurs a loss. Moreover, most forex trading platforms operate from overseas, making it exceedingly difficult to maintain confidentiality regarding substantial profits. It is not beyond the realm of possibility for others to mimic his trading strategies. In extreme cases, accounts may even be frozen without settlement. Given that these trading platforms are based in foreign nations, Li Yi, despite his extraordinary ability to predict market movements, remains cautious. He only invests a few tens of thousands of dollars, utilizing a 100-fold leverage to engage in trading without attracting excessive attention. Occasionally, he even deliberately makes errors to incur minor losses, thereby avoiding unwanted scrutiny. Did you just earn over $500,000? That amounts to over 3 million summer coins. The foreign exchange market fluctuates rapidly, allowing for profits whether one goes long or short. Li Yi adeptly navigates between these positions, demonstrating an extraordinary ability to foresee future trends and an impressive efficiency in generating wealth. Gu Manman feels utterly weak in the knees at the sight. How exhilarating! How remarkable! What kind of operation is this? Li Yi possesses an acute sensitivity to numbers and market dynamics. He is undeniably exceptional. He is her boyfriend. Gu Manman can't help but lick her lips and smile foolishly. Then, she reaches out her mischievous little hand towards Li Yi. What are you doing? Li Yi shoots her a glance. Gu Manman blinks and, with a serious expression, replies, I'm helping you cool down. At that moment, Li Yi recalls the luxurious treatment he received the night Gu Manman chased after him during their first visit to Yindu. Quick, CC will be coming over soon. Li Yi glances at Gu Manman, who is leaning in, and then at the door. Fan Wenxi has returned from Shanghai Technology, and is expected to join Li Yi and Gu Man for a workout before heading to the bathroom after Gu Man. She could arrive at any moment. If she walks in now, Li would feel utterly uncomfortable for the entire evening. He might even need to rely on his traditional skills to alleviate his distress. After a while, Gu Man shoots Li Yi another glare, grabs several tissues, and rushes towards the bathroom, covering her mouth. Alas, beauty leads me astray. Li Yi releases his hand and enters a state of contemplation. Focusing on the euro to dollar trend on his computer, he has missed a wave of opportunities. However, it matters not, as the European and American markets are quite active at this hour, presenting ample opportunities. Li Yi utilizes his foresight once again, honing in on a chance to continue trading. Suddenly, Fan Wenxi, clad in loose panda pajamas and clutching a pink laptop, walks into Li Yi's room after finishing her shower. What is that strange smell? Upon entering, she sniffs the air and detects an odd fishy scent. Li Yi quickly explains, Gu Man just had a peculiar flavored ice cream. Oh, Fan Wenxi nods innocently, not giving it much thought. She sits down on the chair beside Li Yi, opens her laptop, and begins organizing the information she learned that day at Shanghai Studio. She continues to assist in creating short videos for PUBG on the Pinduoduo platform. She pursues whatever piques her interest. At Shanghai Technology, Fan Wenxi holds considerable authority and status. Everyone knows she is the boss's girlfriend. She is undoubtedly a talented girl highly regarded by her boss. At that moment, Gu Man emerges from the bathroom after brushing her teeth and rinsing her mouth. She glares at Li Yi, having overheard him mention her ice cream. However, the room arranged by Tu Wendong is equipped with a refrigerator. It's still summer, and the fridge is stocked with various cold drinks and ice creams. Gu Man retrieves a box of Häagen-Dazs ice cream from the refrigerator to share with Fan Wenxi and Li Yi. As I indulged in my own treats, I observed Li Yi navigating the foreign exchange market with remarkable dexterity. Occasionally, he exchanged words with Fan Wenxi, while Gu Man served the two of them ice cream. So engrossed in Li Yi's fervent trading that she failed to notice she was using the same spoon for both her best friend and her boyfriend. Only when it approached 11 p.m., as they prepared to retreat to their rooms for rest, did Gu Man realize this peculiar detail, leaving her utterly speechless. Using a single spoon to serve ice cream to both her intimate friend and her beloved? How utterly absurd. In Chapter 74, Gu Man, captivated by her surroundings, found herself in a state of astonishment as Li Yi raked in a staggering profit of $11 million. With the departure of the two young ladies, Li Yi found solace and concentration in his operations. After all, having two freshly bathed, fragrant young women nearby, clad in light attire, one tall and leggy, the other with an exquisite figure, was quite distracting for a man in the prime of his youth. Despite Gu Man's earlier assistance in tempering the atmosphere, the thoughts of youthful vigor quickly dispelled any semblance of composure. Li Yi, having foregone sleep, was driven by the anticipation of significant news in the latter half of the night. This was the very reason he had plunged into the foreign exchange market that day. The earlier hours, before midnight, were marked by remarkable activity in both the European and American markets, yielding him direct gains exceeding $2 million. With a leverage of 100 times, this profit was not exaggerated, though Li Yi had intentionally engaged in some loss-making trades. As the night progressed, the American market began to stabilize, showing little potential for major fluctuations, primarily focused on correcting and adjusting the trends of the day. However, this particular moment coincided with the afternoon in the United States. Should any significant news be released, it could trigger sudden and dramatic surges or declines in the market. Many traders in the foreign exchange realm tend to avoid this time frame, yet some speculators eagerly await it, betting on crucial data from the U.S. If their predictions are correct, they stand to reap substantial rewards. If wrong, they risk catastrophic losses. Fortunately, there were no critical announcements expected from the U.S. today, as non-farm payroll data is typically released on the first Friday of every month, which falls on August 1st. However, today, shocking news broke. The United States had commenced airstrikes against Iran. As the world's most secure market, the onset of conflict would channel vast amounts of capital into safe havens, causing the dollar to surge. Li Yi, utilizing his foresight, had been awaiting this very announcement. With over $2 million leveraging 100 times, he positioned himself to buy the dollar against the euro. Within mere minutes of the news breaking, the dollar surged by over 200 points. With a leverage of 100 times, 2,000 lots of long positions, and a value of $10 per point. This translated into a staggering profit of $20,000 for every point gained. The market moved up by 237 points, resulting in an astonishing gain of $74 million. The saga is far from over. This recent market fluctuation has surged over 200 points, largely driven by emotional responses. The revelation of astonishing news has prompted a swift influx of capital seeking refuge. Those who maintained overnight positions are now facing catastrophic losses, either through direct liquidation or automatic stop-loss triggers. Subsequently, the exchange rate of the US dollar is poised for a correction. Li took a short position at 0.77312, and within the following 15 minutes, it plummeted to 0.76812, stabilizing temporarily. This tactical shorting yielded a profit of 50 points, translating to a floating gain of $1 million. For approximately 10 minutes, the price oscillated around 0.76812, with bullish forces attempting to advance. A minor surge of over 10 points was swiftly countered by a decline. The prior meteoric rise had elements of luck involved, and now, bullish orders were swiftly eradicated, granting a fleeting victory to the bears. The dollar-euro pair retraced 38 points from 0.76812 to 0.76432, allowing Li's account to accrue an additional profit exceeding $800,000. Why does Li assert that this is merely a temporary triumph for the bears? Because the bulls are luring the shorts. News of U.S. airstrikes in Iran continues to develop, bolstering the bullish momentum. Soon 0.76432 would mark the day's lowest point, as bullish forces began to assert themselves, leading Li to reverse his position and go long. The sequence unfolded from 0.76432 to 0.76532, 0.76582, 0.76632, ultimately reaching 0.77832, setting a new daily high of 140 points, culminating in a staggering profit of $8 million. Li's endeavors throughout the night netted him a remarkable $84 million in U.S. currency, equivalent to over $80 million in local currency. This profit nearly matches his earnings from 2 months in the stock market, underscoring the terrifying nature of the forex market. Of course, Li's timing for entering the market was impeccable, facilitated by his ability to foresee significant news from the U.S., which prompted his strategic entry into the forex arena. The real profits stemmed from the dramatic volatility induced by this monumental news. Had he engaged at another time, amassing over $10 million might have required a week of effort. As the clock approached 4 a.m., exhaustion overtook Li. After executing this wave of trades, he shut down his computer and fell into a deep slumber. The following day, he struggled to awaken. Li, what time did you sleep last night? Gu Manman messaged him and attempted to call, but to no avail. She resorted to retrieving the hotel key card to open the door, only to find Li soundly asleep. Don't disturb me. Let me sleep a little longer, he mumbled as he pulled the blanket over his head, drifting back into slumber. Gu Manman and Fan Wensi exchanged glances, resigned to the fact that he needed to continue resting. It was evident that Li had toiled late into the night before finally succumbing to sleep. Gu Manman and Fan Wensi had breakfast, while Fan Wensi took a taxi to Shanghai Technology to continue collaborating with the team on software development and learning. Meanwhile, Gu Manman returned to Li's room, where he remained in a deep sleep. As the stock market was about to open, Gu Manman turned on her computer, intent on monitoring the trends of Jinhua Technology and Saifu Technology. Should any issues arise, she would rouse Li for assistance. However, Jinhua Technology's morning session saw a rapid surge, hitting the upper limit with no room for maneuvering. Saifu Technology opened with a significant rise of 5, attempting to reach the ceiling but ultimately failing and beginning to decline. By noon, the stock had risen by 41. Without any instructions from Li, Gu Manman refrained from taking action. The stock market closed at 11:30 a.m., prompting Gu Manman to wake Li for lunch. Get up, it's lunchtime, Gu Manman exclaimed, leaning beside Li, her hair brushing against his ear. As he turned, he pulled her into his embrace, playfully nuzzling her. Ah, Gu Manman squealed, suddenly aware of an unwelcome hand slipping beneath her clothing, promptly delivering a sharp slap. It was evident that Li was awake. Hurry up and eat. What time did you sleep last night? I didn't sleep until 4, he replied, almost fully awake, planting a kiss on Gu Man's cheek. Ugh, you smell terrible. Did you not brush your teeth? She retorted, her expression one of disgust. At that moment, Li Yi had already leapt from the bed to wash up. After freshening up and changing his clothes, the two headed out for a meal. Curious about his late-night activities in the forex market, Gu Man inquired. How much did you earn trading last night? I made over $1 million, he nonchalantly replied, leaving her astonished. The thought of Li Yi stating he was active in the forex market until 4 a.m. filled her with awe. Over $11 million, perhaps? Li Yi mused, his hunger evident as he hurriedly consumed his meal, inadvertently revealing the staggering figure. How much? Gu Man was momentarily speechless. 11 million? In US dollars? It was hard to fathom, especially given that their joint stock account had only amassed a total profit of 100 million. Li Yi had earned over $11 million in one night. That equated to over 80 million in domestic currency, a sum that eclipsed their efforts over the past month. I encountered a fortuitous opportunity when news broke of a bombing by the United States on Iran. The ensuing emotions caused significant fluctuations in the forex market, allowing for profitable trades. Li Yi explained. Upon hearing this, Gu Man set down her chopsticks, resting her chin on her hands, her eyes glistening as they fixated on Li Yi. Could the phrase "a feast for the eyes" also apply to a man? The intensity of her gaze was palpable. Feeling somewhat uncomfortable under her scrutiny, Li Yi remarked, "Why are you looking at me like that? We're supposed to be eating." After lunch, they returned to their room, where Gu Man continued to tease Li Yi for quite some time, leaving her breathless and weak. Enough of this. The stock market has opened. I'm only responsible for fire prevention, not firefighting, Li Yi exclaimed, tossing Gu Man onto the bed before rushing to the desk to check the stock trends. Last night, he engaged in fierce trading on the foreign exchange market, resulting in his inability to rise this morning. It seems he possesses an uncanny ability to foresee market trends, as he accurately predicted today as stock movements. There was hardly any need for operations in the morning. The heavily invested Jinhua Technology opened with a direct surge to its upper limit. What opportunities for trading could there possibly be? Li Yi has been closely monitoring Jinhua Technology, fully aware that it was on the brink of a significant rally. This rise appears to mark its official commencement. With today's surge, tomorrow will likely witness the same. It is highly probable that the upward momentum will persist. As for Wealth Technology, it closed the morning session with a 4 gain, making it a suitable time to liquidate and seek alternative investments. With over 30 million in funds, maneuvering through the hundreds of billions of Wealth Technology is quite straightforward. Wealth Technology is also a stock within the financial sector and is considered a leading entity. When we enter a bull market, the price increases for such stocks will become even more pronounced. The current vigorous growth of Jinhua Technology is attributed to favorable market conditions with widespread bullish sentiment. Given its modest market capitalization, it is more susceptible to rapid ascents under the influence of market emotions. Once we truly enter a bull market, leading stocks like Wealth Technology will attract significant capital. Unfortunately, this is not yet the opportune time for long-term holdings in Wealth Technology. It is advisable to liquidate Wealth Technology and invest in Fujin Technology. Fujin Technology, an optics company, has a relatively low market capitalization of just over 5 billion. Li Yi, with over 30 million in funds, exited Wealth Technology and swiftly entered Fujin Technology, successfully driving its price to the upper limit while reserving some capital for continued investment tomorrow, or potentially selling while the price rises. Today, there were not many operations. Jinhua Technology reached its upper limit with a holding value of 10.6 billion, yielding over 10 million in profits. Wealth Technology was liquidated with a modest gain of 4, amounting to over 1.2 million. An investment of over 30 million in Fujin Technology yielded a profit of 3 million, leaving over 3 million in available funds. After consolidating their stock accounts, Li Yi and Gu Man have a total asset value of 1.53469 billion, with available funds of 21 million, and the market value of Jinhua Technology holdings at 17,348 billion. The market value of Fujin Technology holdings stands at 330 million. Daily profit and loss, 49,406 billion. Total profit and loss, 936,117 billion, 2.081846 billion. The current total assets amount to 1.5 billion, had he not withdrawn over 40 million to develop his company. Li Yi's stock account total assets would have approached 2 billion, a staggering return rate of over 20,000. An increase of over 200 times within just 2 months is indeed remarkable. After the stock market closed, Li Yi once again checked the foreign exchange market. The afternoon saw a close of 300, followed closely by the commencement of trading in the European forex market. A brief interlude of half an hour to an hour allowed for seamless transition into the forex market. Li Yi's forex account holds 11.84 million US dollars. Utilizing a well-known international forex platform that is officially regulated by the British authorities, one of the long-standing trading platforms with high credibility, stability, and reputation. Even when dealing in hundreds of millions or billions of dollars, there is no cause for concern. However, to amass a capital of tens of millions and desire 100-fold leverage is nearly impossible. Just last night, with over 2 million US dollars, only 30 times leverage was granted. This was due to Li Yi's new account and his relatively aggressive trading approach, categorizing it as a high-risk account. Presently, with just over 1,000 US dollars, a maximum leverage of 20 times can be obtained, which can still leverage up to 200 million US dollars. With 20 times leverage, the margin for one lot is 5,000 US dollars, allowing the purchase of 368 lots. Li Yi directly acquired 360 lots of euro against the US dollar. A fluctuation of 1 point translates to 230,000 US dollars. 10 points equates to 3 million US dollars. And 100 points results in 23 million US dollars. Regardless of whether the euro against the US dollar rises or falls, Li Yi can choose to go long or short, ensuring profit either way. He merely needs to trade back and forth. Last night, or rather in the early hours of today, significant news broke from the United States regarding bombings in Iran. Consequently, the foreign exchange market experienced considerable volatility today. For Li Yi, possessing the uncanny ability to foresee future events, this environment presented the ideal opportunity for profit. He tirelessly engaged in trading until 7 p.m., maneuvering 200 million US dollars and netting over 14 million US dollars. Among these transactions, for losses were within a controllable range, with the maximum loss being just over $1 million US dollars. Li Yi swiftly rectified these losses, which were evidently intentional on his part. By 7 p.m., he decided to cease trading for the day, opting not to stay up late. Although there were significant market fluctuations between 10 p.m. and midnight, he felt satisfied. Had he truly earned 14 million US dollars? Gu Man was left dumbfounded, utterly perplexed. She could not comprehend Li Yi's operations, which seemed devoid of any logical structure. She had yet to grasp the intricacies of the foreign exchange market's dynamics, let alone its bullish and bearish battles. Yet, she observed that Li Yi consistently demonstrated an uncanny ability to accurately gauge the peaks and troughs of market sentiment, precisely timing his entries and exits. Naturally, he occasionally faced setbacks, but he recovered swiftly. Gu Man remained oblivious to Li Yi's gift of foresight and was unaware that his few missteps in the foreign exchange market were deliberate. To her, Li Yi possessed an extraordinary talent, an acute sensitivity and insight into numbers that surpassed the ordinary. It was akin to what many referred to as an exceptional intuition for trading, an enigmatic quality. Ultimately, this ability was a gift, an instinct that could not be learned. 14 million US dollars, equating to 98 million Xia currency, nearly 100 million. If one were to account for today's impressive profit of over 10 million. Li Yi had earned more than 100 million in a single day. Gu Man could hardly contain herself and bestowed another kiss upon Li Yi. How magnificent! How remarkable! Such an ability to generate wealth is irresistible. Even though Gu Man came from a well-off family, with her mother's background being even more affluent, it was the result of the previous generation's diligent efforts. This realization only deepened her understanding of the significance of Li Yi's extraordinary capabilities. In this era, how challenging is it to establish a prosperous household? Every industry has become a fiercely competitive battleground, with various titans clashing for dominance. The undiscovered blue oceans are exceedingly scarce. Presently, young individuals aspiring to entrepreneurship find themselves with limited opportunities. It is truly remarkable for someone like Li Yi to amass such wealth through sheer talent and ability. Gu Man holds a deep admiration for Li Yi, almost transforming into a devoted fan. Otherwise, she would not have relinquished her long-held dream of becoming a teacher to pursue finance and work alongside him. Li Yi, you are truly exceptional. As Gu Man witnessed Li Yi concluding his operations in the foreign exchange market, she affectionately pulled him close, her gaze radiant with admiration. Unreservedly, Li Yi could easily push her away if he wished. He playfully slapped her lightly on the back and squeezed her, appreciating the physique that her diligent training had sculpted. He warned her, "You may be tempting me now, but there will come a day when I shall have my way with you. Then just devour me." "I want tea," protest. Gu Man replied, wrapping her arms around his neck, her presence enveloping him. She exhaled softly, and the delicate fragrance emanating from her was unmistakable. Girls naturally possess an alluring scent. Li Yi even recalled that her relatives would be arriving in a few days, remembering how she had teased him last month about it. A hint of resentment lingered in his mind, vividly recalling her playful provocations. In another slap, Li Yi warned, "Tung Si will be back soon." His conclusion of the foreign exchange operations was indeed prompted by Ci's imminent return, as they were to have dinner together. Reluctantly, Gu Man disentangled herself from Li Yi's embrace, pouting in discontent. Was she doubting her own allure? Impossible. She knew full well that she had captivated him, even if he was exercising restraint out of concern for Ci's unexpected return. Yet, she pondered, but I am Li Yi's girlfriend, not a secret lover. Why should I feel guilty? Gu Man felt a bit dazed by her own thoughts. Chapter 76. Compromise to attract attention. What is that odd smell? Man, have you eaten ice cream again? Fan Wenxi returned from the Shanghai Technology Lab, only to find Gu Man's absence. It was evident she was with Li Yi. Upon arriving at his room, she detected the peculiar scent she had noticed the previous night, which Li Yi had attributed to Gu Man's ice cream. Gu Man had slipped away to the restroom again. Puzzled, Fan Wenxi wondered why Gu Man had gone to brush her teeth and rinse her mouth before dinner. Gu Man, catching Li Yi's suppressed laughter, remarked, "Yes, but we're eating soon, so you can't have ice cream." After speaking, she took Fan Wenxi's hand and said, "Let us go eat first. You both will need to head back to school in a couple of days. Tomorrow, let's skip the Shanghai Technology Lab and buy some essentials. The military training starts on the 16th, so we should arrive a day or two early. There are basic living necessities to procure. And we definitely need to buy some sunscreen. Quality shoes and insoles are essential purchases. Otherwise, enduring military training could be unbearable for one's feet." With merely 3 days remaining, Fan Wenxi remains unperturbed. Employed in software development at Shanghai Technology, she has garnered a wealth of knowledge. For her, the environment is enriching and engaging, filled with daily learning, achievements, and progress, an invigorating experience indeed. Gu Man, alongside Li Yi, thrives in the stock market, similarly reaping financial rewards. They plan to report on the 15th. Li Yi has finalized the schedule, allowing a full day to procure necessary items before heading to the school for registration, which poses no issues. At that time, he and Gu Man will visit Fan Wenxi's dormitory to lend a hand. Having confirmed the registration date, Li Yi, while enjoying a meal, glanced at the news on Weibo and shared an update on today's stock market activities. He has liquidated his holdings in wealth technology. Other transactions will remain undisclosed until fully liquidated. As for the foreign exchange market, it is even less transparent to outsiders. The rapid success of the Kuish app has exploded in popularity after a day's growth, particularly when users showcased rides costing only a few yuan, even as low as a single yuan, eliciting envy from users in other cities. Most importantly, videos and experiences shared online reveal that Kuish is remarkably professional, exceptionally user-friendly, and, crucially, convenient and economical. Kuish has also established an official Weibo account, amassing hundreds of thousands of followers at a remarkable pace. Li Yi observed the Kuish official Weibo, noting numerous inquiries about when the service would launch in other cities. Some users even directly asked when the private car registration channel would be opened. It is evident that those questioning the private car registration possess a keen understanding of Kuish and the taxi industry, having likely researched the developments overseas or the steps taken to enter the domestic market. The swift emergence of Kuish has accelerated the promotional strategies of competitors in Lehigh. The latter enjoys significant recognition globally, equipped with a mature operation and promotional model. The decision to open private car registrations has prompted a flurry of inquiries on Kuish's official Weibo, as many private car owners seek clarity on when they can register. Li Yi reminded Tu Wendong that the initial collaboration with taxi companies was a well-considered strategy. Tu Wendong had previously acknowledged this, emphasizing that they must wait until the taxi drivers in Yindu are saturated ensuring that users are abundant enough to justify the opening of private car registrations. During this period, Lehi's competitors have begun to open private car registrations, effectively drawing attention and interest. Once this issue of private car registration for drivers is resolved, Kuwait can seamlessly launch. A multifaceted advantage awaits. Lehi stands as the economic, financial, trade, and shipping hub of Xia country. The city is characterized by frequent interactions with the outside world, a remarkable capacity for acceptance, and a more open approach to various policies. 3 months ago, the company made its entry into Xiagua, with its first destination being Linhai. As early as February of last year, it had already established a presence in Asia, landing in Xinzhou. On March 1st of this year, the company held an official press conference in Linhai, announcing its formal entry into the market of Xiagua and forging a partnership with Maofeng Wealth. To our astonishment, even before we could gain momentum, competitors had already emerged, launching in Yindu. We experienced the Kuwait app, which excels in user experience and product functionality compared to our own offerings. Simultaneously, our technical team studied the Kuwait software, noting its robust and comprehensive technological prowess. They even acquired a mapping application to enhance the experience for both drivers and passengers. Our product is continually being optimized to cater to the market and user habits in Xiagua. The product manager and technical personnel conducted an analysis of Kuwait. The head of our Xiagua operations slammed the table and declared, "I am not interested in hearing how superior our competitor's product is. I want to know how we can eliminate Kuwait." The head of the marketing department responded, "Currently, Kuwait has just begun its operations, having only launched in Yindu, collaborating with taxi companies and drivers, and has not yet opened registration for private cars. We should expand registration, intensify promotional efforts, and swiftly extend our reach to other cities to seize market share. Particularly in the Yindu market, we must launch there next and compete with Kuwait. We possess ample experience and capital to vanquish this application." The product manager offered a different perspective. "I believe the company should first solidify its position in the Linhai market, reinforcing our stronghold while optimizing our offerings based on user feedback from Xiagua. User experiences vary significantly across different countries. If we neglect user experience and rely solely on financial resources, once the funds are depleted and the user experience remains subpar, users will inevitably depart. We must urgently refine our software while accelerating market expansion, avoiding direct conflict with Kuwait for now, and instead focus on capturing other cities." The head of our Xiagua operations made a decisive choice, opting for a more comprehensive strategy. Instead of waging war with Kuwait and Yindu, we would first secure other cities. With abundant experience in software optimization and product promotion, the company has successfully launched in over 300 cities globally. However, we now face certain challenges that constrain our development and divert our focus. Taxi drivers and companies in Linhai have protested against our operations, claiming that we disrupt their market and undermine their interests. Furthermore, it is illegal for private cars to operate as taxis in Xiagua, which poses a significant barrier. Otherwise, having been in Xiagua for 3 months, we would have already commenced further expansion. Fortunately, Linhai is receptive to new initiatives. The model we propose could introduce innovative development strategies and business models, potentially alleviating some employment pressures. There are still effective solutions to alleviate certain traffic congestion issues. Of course, there are other underlying reasons as well. In any case, over the past 3 months, the development in Linhai has continued to address these matters. The local authorities have not halted progress, allowing for further advancement. Recently, it has come to light that a similar competitor app has launched in Xiagua, prompting a vigorous push for expansion into other cities. Chapter 77, Progress of Fun Products. Li Yi perused the comments on the official Weibo of the Fast Car app, as well as his own. Inquiries arose regarding 2 persistent questions. When will Fast Car launch in other cities? When will private car registration be available? Due to Li Yi's promotional efforts for the Fast Car app early yesterday, some began to speculate whether he is the owner or a shareholder of the company. Regardless, there must be some connection, which is why people directed these questions at him. Moreover, a particularly resourceful netizen unearthed a plethora of information regarding the Fast Car company. Rumors circulated that the company is backed by a major internet corporation, which is not the case. Rather, the principal shareholder of Fast Car is Future Investment Company. Does that ring a bell? It should. Li Yi was the original founder of the company, holding a 100% stake. Initially, he believed the establishment of this company was intended for launching private equity products, but after its inception, a minigame titled Jump was released. Upon consulting a friend associated with Fastcar, it was revealed that the owner and major shareholder is indeed Li Yi. More importantly, the core algorithm and entire software architecture of Fastcar were developed by Li Yi and a female classmate of his. I can only wonder, are high school students today truly this remarkable? Is this for real? I have observed the Fastcar app, and its technology is indeed impressive. Was it really accomplished by Li Yi? His classmate, the girl who developed Jump, must be the one in question. How can we, as university students, compete with such talented high schoolers? To my knowledge, the core algorithm of Fastcar was indeed crafted by Li Yi, with his classmate merely assisting in its refinement. Does Li Yi possess such capability, yet choose not to pursue computer science? Are you suggesting that Li Yi has amassed over $1 billion in funds without any aptitude for finance? Is this what genius looks like? It's quite disheartening. After all, it turns out that Li Yi established future investment primarily to invest in other companies, not to launch private equity products. I almost forgot. Li Yi has also acquired Jinshin Investment Management Company, which holds both private and public fund licenses. But when will the products be released? Didn't we already discuss this? Li Yi is about to commence military training as school resumes, so we must wait until September. From what I understand, Shanghai Investment has already submitted new product reviews to the regulatory authorities, with expectations for a launch in September to commence fundraising. Witnessing the daily surge of 2 funds under Shanghai, yet being unable to purchase, is quite vexing. It's laughable. I had previously invested in Jinshin's fund and forgotten about it. When Li Yi acquired it, the fund had plummeted over 60. But now it has not only recovered, but is also generating profits. Regrettably, Li Yi has acquired Jinshin Investment, rebranding it as Shanghai Investment. Following this transformation, 2 funds have experienced an astonishing increase exceeding 110, propelling them to the pinnacle of fund profitability rankings. The catch, however, is that these funds are not open for purchases. In less than 10 trading days, a 110 return signifies a daily gain surpassing 10 percentage points, with adjustments in stock holdings occurring on the same day. This is indeed a remarkable fund. Initially, a 10 increase in a fund, akin to a fund hitting its ceiling, was already considered a miracle, yet subsequent gains reached 14. This is a fund, particularly a significant investment fund, devoid of American or Hong Kong stocks. Moreover, these 2 funds are slated for liquidation due to their origins with Jinshin Investment, which previously suffered substantial losses and poor reputation. Even though Shanghai has witnessed considerable growth, historical returns deter many from investing. The prospect of liquidation is frustrating, especially when observing these funds rise significantly while remaining inaccessible for purchase. A sentiment more distressing than incurring personal losses. In this digital era, particularly with the advancement of the internet, secrets are increasingly elusive. The shareholders of ride-hailing companies have their holdings largely exposed, unless deliberately concealed through numerous companies and shell entities. Even offshore shells, transparency prevails. For instance, Li Yi is merely a representative of a single entity, Future Investment, which holds a controlling stake in the ride-hailing company, leading to his exposure. Establishing offshore shell companies in places like the Cayman Islands and interlinking their holdings can effectively obscure ownership. However, the public is not naive. They can speculate on the major shareholders of the ride-hailing company. Furthermore, such maneuvers equate to foreign capital controlling the ride-hailing company, which could compromise sensitive data, hindering future growth and rendering such operations unnecessary. Li Yi is engaged in legitimate investments and company operations, as long as he remains within legal boundaries. After a meal, he peruses online news regarding Shanghai Investment, noting that the public offering products have already been submitted for regulatory review. He recalls receiving a product brochure from Li Mingjie some time ago, which he merely skimmed, given its extensive length. This public offering product brochure outlines the type of fund and the amount of capital sought, undoubtedly a stock fund with a maximum fundraising goal of 30 billion. Should the fundraising exceed this amount, allocations will be distributed proportionately. He contacts Li Mingjie at Shanghai Investment to inquire about the progress of both public and private products. The public offering products have been submitted for review, with an announcement expected shortly. As for the private products, based on your insights, they are being designed for regulatory approval. But the question remains, will there be buyers? The public funds from Shanghai do not substantially differ from those of other companies. Public funds primarily generate management fees. The larger the fund, the greater the management fees. For instance, a fund with a size of 30 billion charging a one management fee, generates 300 million. Those fund companies managing hundreds of billions or even trillions are truly formidable. Every year, management fees can generate a substantial income of 1 billion, potentially reaching 10 billion. Management fees are collected regardless of whether the fund yields profits or incurs losses. Naturally, the more favorable the fund's performance, the greater the likelihood of attracting investors. No one would invest in a fund that perpetually loses money. However, private equity products proposed by Lee stipulate a 3-year lock-in period, during which the annual management fee is charged at the maximum rate of 3, similar to ordinary private equity. The private equity from Shanghai enjoys a 20% share of the fund's investment returns. Yet, there is an additional clause for returns exceeding 20. Shanghai claims 50 of the profits beyond that threshold. For instance, if Shanghai's private equity product raises 100 billion in funds and achieves a profit of 50 billion, clearly, this profit surpasses the 20 mark. Thus, for the 40 billion exceeding 20, Shanghai would take 20 billion. The remaining 30 billion would still see Shanghai claim a standard 20, amounting to 6 billion. In total, from the 50 billion earned, Shanghai would seize 26 billion, claiming the lion's share. Is there truly anyone willing to invest under such a profit distribution scheme? Yet, when considering Li Yi's remarkable ability to generate wealth, Li Mingjie believes that if it were him, he would invest. While investing in a public fund may allow one to retain most of the profits, how much do those public and private funds actually earn in a year? An investment of 1 million might yield a mere few thousand in returns. Conversely, investing 1 million in Li Yi's private equity product, despite the stringent conditions and substantial profit sharing, could ultimately result in returns of 100,000 or even more. Which product would one prefer, then? Although Li Yi's conditions are stringent, he possesses the capability to generate significant profits. With such a talent for wealth creation, why should I not take my share? If you wish for me to assist you, to guide you onto the investment journey, I must claim a substantial portion of the profits. Is there a problem with that? There is no issue at all. If you wish to join the ride, to have Li Yi manage your investments and help you earn, you must relinquish a significant portion of the profits to him. What is the alternative? Would he help you without any compensation, simply because of your charm? If no one is willing to invest, so be it. Li Yi appears rather indifferent. In reality, he is unconcerned about the lack of buyers for the private equity product. Even with stringent conditions, as long as profits can be generated, there will inevitably be investors. Firstly, at Shanghai Investment, 2 funds initially slated for liquidation have shown remarkable recovery. Once plagued by over 60% losses, they have now soared to over 110% gains. These 2 funds, once on the brink of closure, now rank as the first and second highest yielding products among all funds. This is a living testament to their success. Furthermore, how much has Li Yi earned? While no one can provide precise figures, it is known that when he strategically invested in Maloan culture, he wielded over 100 million. Now, after so many days, how much has his total stock asset value grown under Li Yi's adept management? With such a remarkable ability to generate profits, even under the most stringent conditions, people are still eager to invest in his private equity offerings. Additionally, Shanghai Investment plans to first launch public products before subsequently introducing private equity offerings. In the realm of public investment products, it is evident that Li Yi cannot be regarded as a fund manager. Should he assume that role, he would be unable to manage his personal stock account for investments. Instead, it is Li Mingjie who serves as the fund manager for these public offerings. Nevertheless, the strategies and stock selections are predominantly advised by Li Yi. The public investment product from Shanghai has already been launched, showcasing commendable performance, paving the way for the introduction of private equity offerings that are bound to attract a considerable clientele. There is little concern regarding the absence of buyers. Chapter 78, a historic summer, from 10 yuan to 200 million, as they familiarized themselves with the developments in fund products. The trio strolled through the evening streets of Yindu. Later, they returned to their hotel for a workout. After a refreshing shower, Li Yi retired for the night, resolutely choosing not to engage in the foreign exchange market. The pursuit of wealth is endless, yet health takes precedence. During the summer following the college entrance examination, Li Yi trained alongside Gu Man, fostering a disciplined routine focused on physical fitness. He had no desire to sacrifice his health by toiling late into the night over foreign exchange. In this lifetime, endowed with the ability to foresee the future and the capacity to amass wealth, Li Yi sought to relish life rather than jeopardize his well-being in the relentless chase for money. With the start of the new semester approaching, he planned to reside at school temporarily, while still making frequent visits to the Express Company and Shanghai Technology. Li Yi contemplated the purchase of a car, and ideally, a house as well. Regrettably, his reincarnation came a tad too late. Although property prices in Yangdu had yet to reach their zenith, they were certainly not low, compounded by purchase restrictions that necessitated consultation before acquiring a home. The following morning, having refrained from staying up late, Li Yi rose early to accompany two lovely ladies for breakfast. Soon, they would venture out to procure a vehicle, and he invited them to join him for advice. He turned to Fan Wenxi, suggesting CC should come along too. All right then. Fan Wenxi, uncertain how to decline Li Yi's invitation, found herself agreeing without hesitation. Even though it meant foregoing a visit to Shanghai Technology, a slight disappointment. However, spending time with Li Yi was still delightful. What kind of car are you planning to buy? Upon hearing Li Yi's intention, Gu Manman expressed keen interest. Previously, he had acquired a Volvo XC90, a mid-sized SUV, but that was a gift for his father. Now, with Li Yi's announcement of purchasing a vehicle for himself, it was expected that he would opt for something extravagant, befitting his age, a sports car, perhaps. Li Yi, somewhat indifferent, mused, let's just take a look. A Ferrari, Lamborghini, Porsche, Bentley, Rolls-Royce. I'm open to exploring them all. To the unacquainted observer, Li Yi's age and attire might evoke skepticism, leading them to assume he was boasting. However, Gu Manman understood his sincerity. Regardless of the model, be it Lamborghini, Ferrari, Porsche, Bentley, Rolls-Royce, or any other luxury automobile, if available, Li Yi could indeed purchase one without hesitation. For Fan Wenxi, many of the car brands Li Yi mentioned were unfamiliar and beyond her comprehension. Enthralled by her studies, she possessed little understanding of automobiles, nor had she ever sought to comprehend them. After finishing her meal, Li Yi awaited the stock market's opening. Jinhua Technology required no intervention. It opened high at 7 and swiftly surged to its ceiling. Li Yi liquidated his holdings in Fujin Technology, subsequently investing in Jinyuan, which also rocketed to its ceiling. Total assets amounted to 16,837,580, with available funds of 15 million. The market value of his holdings in Jinhua Technology stood at 12,908,280, while Jinyuan's market value reached 2,343,000. On that day, he realized a profit of 1,716,480, culminating in an overall profit of 20,855,230,22, 424,980. In less than an hour, under Li Yi's guidance, Gu Manman also executed her trades for the day, retaining 15 million in liquid assets for withdrawal, which would be utilized for purchasing a car. This brief session had yielded over 17 million in profit. What vehicle could he not acquire? More significantly, Li Yi's stock account had surpassed a total return of 200 million. From June 9th to August 13th, a span of just over 2 months. The summer vacation had yet to conclude. Beginning with a mere 10 yuan, Li Yi had purchased 5 lottery tickets, winning over 1 million. He then plunged into the stock market with 930,000 as his principal. Today, his total returns in the stock market finally reached 200 million. It was indeed a historic moment. Coincidentally, the summer break was drawing to a close. During this summer, his wealth had surged from 10 yuan to 200 million. One might wonder, who could rival this achievement? Had he attended another school, with military training commencing after September, the funds in Li Yi's stock account would have been even greater. Moreover, this only accounted for Li Yi's stock investments. His foreign exchange account boasted 25,840,000 US dollars, approximately 1.8 billion summer coins. After a brief calculation, Li Yi's spirits soared even higher. Let us proceed to purchase a vehicle. Li Yi, brimming with confidence, stowed his computer and beckoned the lovely Gu Manman and Fan Wenxi to depart the hotel. At the entrance, he retrieved his phone and utilized his ride-hailing app to experience the convenience of transportation. Indeed, ride-hailing services had significantly eased travel. He summoned a taxi, heading directly to the luxury car dealership in Sunshine District. Renowned brands such as Rolls-Royce, Bentley, Land Rover, Jaguar, Porsche, Mercedes-Benz, and Cadillac were all present in the Sunshine District. With 4 dealerships available, although not located on the same street, the distances were not considerable. Inside the taxi, Gu Manman informed Li Yi, if you intend to purchase a vehicle, you can actually do so in the name of the company. It must be under the company's name. Otherwise, you won't be able to register a vehicle with the Yindu license plate. Obtaining a Yindu license plate has become quite challenging. It's only 2014. Last year, the Yindu Vehicle Management Office announced that it had received a total of 1,840,000 applications for small passenger car quotas. Over 327 enterprises and institutions applied for more than 60,000 small passenger car allocation quotas. Li Yi also lacked eligibility in the lottery. He could only pursue the company channel to register the car under the company's name, thus enabling him to obtain a Yindu license plate. Furthermore, purchasing a vehicle under the company's name allows for tax deductions. Like many luxury vehicles, even supercars are often procured by companies and subsequently transferred as second-hand cars to individuals, resulting in depreciation and tax benefits. In this regard, Gu Manman possesses some knowledge. The majority of luxury cars on the market are, in fact, second-hand or even third-hand vehicles. For supercars, a third-hand car is essentially akin to a second-hand one, as the first purchase is typically made under a corporate name. Furthermore, due to their subpar driving experience, supercars suffer significant depreciation once their mileage increases. Generally, individuals do not opt to drive supercars for distances exceeding a few dozen kilometers. They prefer to have the vehicle towed directly to their destination. When considering the purchase of a Lamborghini, several prerequisites must be met. Firstly, proof of assets is required, which is not an issue for Li Yi, as he boasts a stock account worth 1.6 billion and total assets in the foreign exchange market of 1.8 billion. Additionally, he owns several companies with total assets exceeding 400 million. Securing the necessary asset proof for purchasing a Lamborghini is, therefore, quite effortless. Typically, a Lamborghini necessitates proof of assets amounting to 100 to 200 million, while a Ferrari requires proof of 50 million in net assets, free from liabilities and mortgages. Of course, this pertains to purchasing a new vehicle directly. One could also enlist assistance from others or opt for a second-hand purchase. These are merely basic qualifications. For instance, while the base model of a Ferrari can be acquired by anyone with sufficient funds, the limited edition models, such as the 40 and 50, cannot be purchased solely with wealth. To acquire a 40, one must possess assets exceeding 100 million and be a member of the Ferrari Club, in addition to owning 3 or more Ferraris. The conditions for purchasing a 50 are even more stringent. One must not only meet the criteria for purchasing a 40, but also own one. Furthermore, a racing license is required for ownership. In essence, elite luxury cars impose certain barriers to entry. Even brands like Ferrari, Porsche, Bentley, and Rolls-Royce may not have vehicles readily available for purchase. Typically, one must place a reservation and wait several months. Chapter 79. The Young and Ambitious Driving a Bentley. Unable to find a silver model, Li Yi settled for a black one. His first destination was to view a Lamborghini, a true supercar. It was indeed striking. After verifying his finances, he was allowed to sit inside and experience it firsthand. Unfortunately, the low profile of supercars results in limited visibility and a suboptimal driving experience. Such vehicles are ill-suited for long-distance travel and are not designed for frequent use. It is no wonder that those affluent individuals who purchase supercars often allow them to languish in their garages, gathering dust. It is not a matter of disinterest. Rather, the driving experience is genuinely uncomfortable. Where would one even affix a license plate on such a vehicle? While the Lamborghini is undeniably stunning, the designated area for the license plate is oddly positioned, resulting in an awkward aesthetic once affixed, rather than being centrally located at the front and back. Consequently, Li Yi opted to forego this purchase. The discomfort extends beyond just the license plate placement. The overall driving experience leaves much to be desired. Li Yi's pursuit of wealth is not merely for ostentation, but rather for enjoyment. At present, it is more prudent to utilize his resources wisely rather than amassing numerous vehicles. The immediate need is for a car that is practical for regular use, commuting between school and work. Is it sensible to purchase a sports car for daily driving? The driving experience was unsatisfactory, leading to an immediate dismissal. There was no need to consider Ferrari, as it only offers sports cars. One might instead contemplate Porsche, Bentley, or Rolls-Royce. The sales personnel observed Li Yi departing with 2 beautiful companions, instantly realizing a potential buyer had been overlooked. Establishments that specialize in high-end luxury vehicles typically employ very few staff, usually no more than 2 salespeople who alternate shifts. It was personally verified that this seemingly ordinary yet youthful lad possessed over 100 million in cash. This was actual cash, not mere assets, which include company stocks, real estate, and the like. The distinction between 100 million and nearly 200 million in cash is monumental. This young man could effortlessly afford a Lamborghini. Unbelievably, Li Yi had amassed over 100 million through stock market investments during the summer break before his freshman year. The saleswoman felt a twinge of regret upon realizing their missed opportunity after Li Yi left. He seemed vaguely familiar. After some online research, she confirmed his identity, Li Yi, the financial prodigy. What a loss of a distinguished client. After departing from the Lamborghini dealership, Li Yi did not pursue other supercars, having deemed Ferrari unworthy of consideration. Furthermore, the Ferrari dealership was not located in the sunny district, but rather near Xuanwu Gate. He proceeded to explore Rolls-Royce, Bentley, and Maybach. Rolls-Royce was impeccable. However, it was more suited for passengers than for driving. Li Yi examined the Rolls-Royce, finding its overall experience commendable. These elite luxury vehicles boasted exceptional aesthetics, interiors, driving experiences, and spatial layouts, with negligible discrepancies among them. Nevertheless, the design of Rolls-Royce was overly subdued, not quite aligning with the youthful vigor of an 18-year-old like Li Yi. Moreover, there was a 2-week waiting period, which was rather short. Typically, ordering a Rolls-Royce necessitates a wait of 6 to 8 months, possibly extending to a year, depending on the model and options selected. Li Yi, accompanied by Gu Manman and Fan Wenxi, then explored Maybach and Bentley. Maybach shared the same issues as Rolls-Royce, albeit in a more pronounced manner. Maybachs are predominantly business vehicles, driven by chauffeurs while owners sit in luxury. Would Li Yi be perceived as a chauffeur if he purchased a Maybach? If he remained indifferent to this notion, it could easily be acquired without any pressure. Fan Wenxi was already overwhelmed. Accompanying Li Yi to view cars had broadened her horizons. Initially, they had scrutinized those peculiar Lamborghini models, which were so low that they would be impractical in rural areas, yet priced in the millions. None of the vehicles they examined fell below the million mark. Ultimately, Li Yi stopped at the Bentley dealership, selecting a high-spec Bentley Flying Spur with a guide price of $3,299,000. It featured a dual-turbocharged 12-cylinder engine, delivering 626 horsepower, accelerating from 0 to 100 km/h in 3.6 seconds, and achieving a top speed of 333 km/h. Although he could afford the Mulsanne, which starts at 5 million, it would require a 2-month wait. Li Yi has set his sights on a high-end silver Bentley Flying Spur, which is readily available in the showroom. With a simple payment, he can drive it away. The suggested retail price stands at $3,299,000. Such luxury vehicles typically offer no discounts, and may even require a premium. The insurance costs a staggering several tens of thousands, while the tax reaches an impressive $300,000. The tax alone could purchase a standard luxury vehicle from other brands. Ultimately, the total cost will hover around $3.7 million. After some consultation, it was confirmed that Li Yi could indeed make the purchase. As Gu Manman mentioned, the vehicle must be registered under a company name, as it cannot bear the Yandu license plates. Therefore, Li Yi will register it under Future Investments, a company wholly owned by him with no other shareholders, and none are expected in the future. Having made the payment, Li Yi entrusted all subsequent formalities to the staff at the Bentley dealership. With a temporary license plate and the keys in hand, he could immediately drive away in his new silver Bentley Flying Spur. The car, now belonging to Li Yi, features a silver exterior and an emblem that has been upgraded to a retractable Flying Bee logo. This emblem bears a resemblance to the Rolls-Royce Spirit of Ecstasy and is designed to illuminate in synchronization with the daytime running lights. When the driver approaches the vehicle, the emblem lights up in harmony with the welcome lighting system, providing an opulent experience for both driver and passengers. This emblem was redesigned to commemorate the brand's centenary, and Bentley refreshes its iconic standing emblem approximately every 20 years, making this new design particularly significant for the brand. The headlights, featuring a vintage aesthetic, consist of 2 round lamps, one large and one small, on each side, which is a distinctive design language of Bentley. The headlights utilize diamond-cut technology, exuding a magnificent appearance akin to a large diamond ring. The overall exterior design leans towards a retro sophistication, presenting a more youthful impression compared to Rolls-Royce. Upon opening the door, the true essence of luxury and elegance becomes apparent within. The entire interior is handcrafted by artisans, adorned with abundant genuine leather. The design does not solely pursue a technological aesthetic, but retains substantial metal elements, enhancing the tactile experience. The central console features a large piano blackwood panel, while the gear lever area maintains numerous physical buttons, all finished in a piano lacquer, further accentuating its high-end appeal. However, having experienced Future's electric vehicle, Lee finds little intrigue in the Bentley's central console, merely perceiving it as more retro. Sir, congratulations on becoming a Bentley owner. Should you encounter any issues during your ownership, please feel free to reach out to me. I will provide you with professional and personalized concierge services for your future needs. The sales representative collected Lee's submitted information and exchanged contact details, graciously congratulating him while carefully handing over the keys and documentation. Holding these items, Lee pressed the key fob in his hand, and the silver Bentley's lights flickered in response. The emblem of the luxurious Bentley gradually ascends at the front of the vehicle, while the headlights illuminate, welcoming its owner. Let us embark on a leisurely drive. Enjoy a delightful lunch, and then venture to view some properties. Lee exclaimed as he elegantly opened the car door and took his place in the passenger seat, beckoning Gu Man and Fan Wensi to join him. Off we go, Cece. Gu Man assisted Fan Wensi in entering the rear seat before settling into the passenger seat herself. This was her inaugural ride in a Bentley. As a girlfriend, did not the passenger seat rightfully belong to her? Although Gu Man's family was relatively well off, they only owned a Mercedes. The only luxury vehicle in her uncle's company was a Maybach. Bentleys and Rolls-Royces were simply too ostentatious. For someone as young and capable as Lee, what was wrong with a touch of extravagance? Chapter 80. After purchasing a car, comes the house. The engine roared to life with a deep, resonant growl. In the past, as a mere bystander, the sound of the 12-cylinder engine might have seemed somewhat intrusive. Yet now, as the owner, the thundering growl emanating from the engine bestowed an entirely different sensation. It symbolized boundless power, speed, and passion. However, a Bentley, unlike a supercar, was not designed for racing. Even with an acceleration time of 3.6 seconds to 100 km/h and a top speed of 333 km/h, it was unsuitable for the racetrack. The essence of this vehicle lay in its unparalleled comfort, with power and speed being secondary considerations. As Lee drove his new car out of the Bentley dealership, the vehicle, over 5.3 meters in length, was significantly longer than many standard sedans. In fact, in his previous life, he had never driven a car of such impressive proportions. The extended length and width provided ample space, enhancing both the driving and riding experience. Nevertheless, this also introduced a degree of difficulty in handling. The larger turning radius required greater caution when navigating corners or making U-turns. What a brand new Bentley. How extravagant. Lee piloted this yet-to-be-registered Bentley, merely adorned with a temporary license plate. Even as a novice driver of such a lengthy vehicle, he found the other motorists to be exceedingly polite, often yielding space for him. Those following behind would halt at traffic lights well in advance, and he encountered no instances of aggressive lane changes. Every driver Lee encountered on the road appeared congenial and courteous. Perhaps this was the passive privilege bestowed by owning a luxury vehicle. Of course, Lee did not take advantage of his multi-million-dollar car to force his way through traffic. He was a firm adherent to traffic regulations, harboring a particular disdain for those who flouted the rules. We have arrived. Let us grab a quick bite, Lee announced as he drove. Gu Man had found a restaurant online and guided him there through navigation. Having completed the car purchase and the necessary paperwork, they arrived at the restaurant just shy of 1 p.m. They intended to enjoy a casual meal before heading to inspect some properties. You're aiming to accomplish everything in one go, aren't you? Buying a car and a house all at once? During lunch, Fan Wensi curiously inquired. Aren't you staying in the dormitory? Lee is planning to purchase a residence, which certainly implies the necessity of moving out, does it not? Lee nodded slightly, stating that in order to engage with the stock market and foreign exchange, as well as to frequently visit both the fast car and Shanghai technology companies, residing in a dormitory would be inconvenient. At Yindu University, first-year students are not mandated to live in dormitories. They can apply to reside off-campus. Given Lee's unique circumstances, even if the institution requires freshmen to stay in dorms, he would still be able to apply for off-campus accommodation. Which first-year student possesses such formidable earning potential? Earning several hundred million, or even over $1 billion, in a month is no trivial feat. Is living in a dormitory truly convenient? After lunch, He sought out an agent near Yindu University to inquire about purchasing property. "Good day, sir, and to you lovely ladies as well," greeted a woman dressed in a form-fitting skirt and blouse, her cascading curls framing her face as she warmly welcomed Li Yi. She also exchanged pleasantries with Gu Manman and Fan Wensi. In the distance, the resounding roar of a Bentley, still bearing temporary plates, caught their attention as three young individuals emerged from the vehicle, one handsome gentleman accompanied by two striking young women. An unusual pairing, perhaps, however. The sight of that Bentley rendered any oddity inconsequential in the eyes of the sales personnel, who had witnessed far stranger combinations in their line of work. "A vixen," Gu Manman remarked, observing the woman with voluminous waves, characterized by three descriptors. She warmly greeted Li Yi, and upon reflection, noted her own advantages in height and youth. Yet, who knew that Li Yi might also be inclined towards mature women? In terms of physique, Gu Manman assessed her companion Fan Wensi, realizing that only CC could rival the voluptuous woman. Li Yi could sense the enthusiasm emanating from the sales representative arriving in a luxury vehicle. Noticing Gu Manman's jealousy, he refrained from flirting with the alluring woman in uniform, instead articulating his general requirements: a spacious flat or villa in proximity to Yindu University and Xingyun Technology Park. He conveyed his predicament of lacking the qualification to purchase a home and sought guidance on how to proceed to acquire one. The sales personnel were well versed in such scenarios, having encountered numerous individuals in similar situations. Regrettably, considering the vicinity to Yindu University, the prospect of finding a new flat or villa was bleak. The options would primarily consist of second-hand properties. The woman with the voluminous hair responded, "According to your specifications, we currently have the Wanhua Villa District, the Haili Villa District, and the Tianqing Glory, which align quite closely with your needs. These three developments are situated between the North Third Ring and North Fourth Ring, not far from Yindu University and Xingyun Technology Park. Additionally, there is the Kunhu Villa District, where villa resources are exceedingly rare. A previous listing there was priced at over $1 billion, if not several billion, even with Li Yi's current financial prowess. Such a purchase remains out of reach, not due to inability, but rather a matter of necessity. The purpose of earning is to enjoy life. Why invest in such an extravagant property? Given your current situation, as you mentioned, you may purchase a property under your company's name. However, this would require full payment up front, and selling it would incur significantly higher taxes, though otherwise, the process remains largely unchanged. Furthermore, there are options for purchasing properties through legal auctions. In the realm of judicially auctioned properties, there exists no prerequisite for purchasing qualifications. Merely participating in the auction grants ownership upon successful acquisition. However, the availability of such properties in Yindu is exceedingly scarce. Many individuals lacking purchasing qualifications are enticed by the prospect of judicial auctions. Consequently, whenever resources become available, they are often the subject of fierce competition, resulting in exorbitant premiums. There are even instances where properties are deliberately positioned as judicial auctions, marketed to those in need, albeit at prohibitively high prices. Certain schemes, particularly those involving marital status changes, are not considerations for Li Yi. Transitioning one's household registration to a collective entity via a state-owned enterprise, followed by other manipulations, are also impractical. The primary impediment remains age. One cannot be expected to have contributed 5 years of social insurance starting at the tender age of 13. Moreover, Li Yi's criteria for property acquisition are quite stringent, necessitating a purchase under the company's name. Fortunately, financial constraints are not an issue for Li Yi, enabling a full cash payment. As for future considerations regarding resale, while acquiring property is indeed an investment, even if 2014 does not represent the lowest price, there remains potential for appreciation. However, comparing the modest returns from property investment to Li Yi's own maneuvers within the financial markets, selling the property has never crossed his mind. Should the need arise to divest, the associated taxes seem negligible. Li Yi, driving his car, accompanied by 4 to 5 real estate agents, arrives at the Wanhua Villa District. In instances such as these, real estate agents typically bring multiple individuals for a comprehensive introduction. Of course, the number of companions may vary depending on the circumstances. Occasionally, a single agent may accompany a prospective buyer for a viewing, or even provide a personal experience of the property. The properties Li Yi is interested in do not fall below a valuation of 20 million. Wanhua, established in 2005. was considered the pinnacle of luxury villa communities in Yindu at that time. It is situated within 3 kilometers of Yindu University, a mere 5 kilometers by car, easily accessible within 20 minutes. The Xingyun Technology Park lies 10 kilometers away, reachable by car in approximately half an hour, perfectly aligning with 1S requirements. Each villa is priced between 20 million and 35 million, with a per unit cost around 70,000. Currently, the average property price in Yindu hovers around 450,000, though this varies by district. In the coastal area, the average price is approximately 50,000, while Wanhua, as a villa district, although nearing a decade in age, still boasts superior amenities that were considered top tier at the time of construction, resulting in prices significantly surpassing the current average. Li Yi expresses a degree of dissatisfaction regarding the conditions in Wanhua, as the properties are nearly a decade old and are genuine second-hand homes, with no instances of properties being purchased yet left uninhabited for 10 years.